No matter how many years pass, Jiang Che will never forget that day when a timid little girl transferred to their school, wearing worn-out canvas shoes and cautiously becoming Jiang Chi's new deskmate. Everyone was speculating about when this new classmate would be dismissed. "Ah Che, how's your new deskmate? This girl looks frail. I heard she took a year off from school." No need to guess, just by looking at Jiang Che, you can tell he doesn't fancy studious, obedient girls. The classmates chattered among themselves. Jiang Che leaned against the desk, observing his earnest little deskmate with a teasing tone. "Class 8 is quite chaotic. You won't last long here being so well-behaved. Forget it. Just call me brother, and I will look after you from now on. I want to get into Tsinghua. I don't want to fall in love too early." On the day of college enrollment, Jiang Che embraced his gentle little deskmate in front of everyone, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. College doesn't count as early love. Chapter 1. The gentle and friendly Class 8 of Year 2. Launcher number 1 High School. In the afternoon, sunlight streamed down the corridors of the teaching building, and the campus sycamore trees were lush and green. The incessant chirping of cicadas filled the summer air. Shunqing followed her teacher quietly, her petite frame and fair skin giving her a look of someone who had just recovered from a serious illness. "This way." Teacher Li turned around to call out to Shunqing, who had mistakenly entered the wrong classroom. Shunqing halted, glancing at the classroom sign to confirm her memory. "Aren't I in Class 1? You have been assigned to Class 8 now." Teacher Li regarded the girl who had taken a year off from school, momentarily suppressing her temper. "Our school assigns classes for Year 2 based on final exam results. Your absence last year means your default score was the lowest in the grade, hence you ended up in my Class 8. Class assignments at their school were based on academic performance. Class 1 was the elite class. Class 8 was a gathering of various misfits." "Okay." Shunqing nodded and continued walking forward. Teacher Li felt a pang of sympathy and couldn't help but offer some consolation. "Shunqing, your entrance exam results were the highest in the grade. When the results for this month's test come out, I will suggest to the school to move you back to Class 1. "Okay." Shunqing responded softly. The two of them headed toward Class 8 of Year 2. As they neared the classroom, Teacher Li couldn't resist adding, "Shunqing, our Class 8 isn't as chaotic as the rumors suggest. The students are quite gentle and friendly. If you wish to stay, I personally would be very welcoming." Before she could finish, a cacophony erupted from inside Class 8, followed by the sound of desks and chairs clattering and cups shattering. Teacher Li's smile froze instantly as she kicked the classroom door open. "What's all this noise? Another fight? Who did this? Jiang Che, is it you again? You two, come out." Teacher Li's irate voice echoed from within the classroom. Shunqing instinctively halted outside the door, surmising what had transpired inside. Moments later, a bruised boy staggered out, blood streaming from his nose, his blue and white school uniform covered in dust. Shunqing was momentarily taken aback. She vaguely recognized him as Shui Xiangyang from Class 1. She instinctively reached for a tissue and handed it over. "Here. Thank you." A cool voice came from behind Shui Xiangyang. A slender hand reached out to take the tissue, wiping the blood from his hand nonchalantly. The blood of another. The boy was strikingly handsome, with sharp brow bones, deep black pupils, and long lashes that framed his charming peach blossom eyes as if they could ensnare one's soul. He wasn't in uniform. His black shirt had 3 buttons torn, giving an impression of reckless allure. I was just giving him the tissue, and so?" Jiang Che glanced at the bloodstained tissue and then at the timid Shunqing. "Do you want it back?" "Jiang Che, why are you dawdling? Go to the office and wait for me." A piece of chalk was hurled from the classroom, striking Jiang Che's back. Indeed, a piece of chalk. This was a special privilege prepared by Teacher Li for Jiang Che, more quantity, without extra charge. "Shunqing, come in." Teacher Li stepped out personally, shooting Jiang Che a fierce glare before leading Shunqing into the classroom. "Everyone, quiet down. This is our new classmate who has transferred to our class this year. Please welcome her with applause. Shunqing, come up and introduce yourself to everyone." Teacher Li looked at Shunqing. Shunqing bit her lip, nervously stepping up to the podium, glancing at her classmates below, her voice soft and gentle. "Hello, everyone. My name is Shunqing, with Qing meaning clear." The class offered polite applause. Everyone was curious about this new student. Shunqing was not unattractive, but she looked quite frail, her oversized school uniform making her appear even more delicate, and her faded canvas shoes were quite worn. Such a girl was indeed rare in Class 8, a class filled with wealthy, second-generation students. Shenqing, please find a seat. As soon as the words left her lips, Teacher Li realized something, her gaze landing on the only vacant spot in the back corner of the classroom. Wait a moment. Is there anyone willing to switch seats with Shenqing? The class fell into a profound silence. Teacher Li scanned the room, and the students all lowered their heads, their actions speaking volumes of their unwillingness. Shenqing, why don't you take the empty seat for now? We will conduct an overall seating adjustment later. Okay, Shenqing softly replied, shouldering her backpack and walking toward the vacant spot in the back corner. The empty seat in the last row was rather messy. Scattered cigarette butts littered the floor, a few zero-scored test papers were carelessly tossed aside, and an Usha pillow for sleeping rested on the desk. Seating down beside it, Shenqing took out her textbook and began to organize her things. The homeroom teacher left the room. A girl in the front row, with a high ponytail, immediately turned around, looking at Shenqing with curiosity. Shenqing? Shenqing lowered her gaze, nodding slightly. My name is Zhou Shichu, the class monitor. If you need anything in class, feel free to ask me. Zhou Shichu warmly introduced herself. Okay, by the way, what was your rank in the grade when you were assigned to the class? The last in the grade. Huh? Zhou Shichu was taken aback, her voice rising involuntarily. So you were the one who took Jiang Qi's position as the lowest in the grade? As soon as the words left her lips, the surrounding students turned their gazes towards her. Jiang Qi had always been the reigning champion of the lowest score in launching #1 high school. Yet this year, he had inexplicably improved by 1 rank. The classmates were all speculating about who this talented individual could be. Shenqing instinctively lowered her head, feeling uncomfortable under the weight of so many eyes upon her. What are you staring at? Focus on your study. Zhou Shichu also realized that her behavior was somewhat inappropriate. She glared at the onlooking classmates and then turned to Shenqing, saying, I apologize, but I am rather curious about how you managed that. Huh? Jiang Qi submitted blank papers for all subjects except Chinese, and yet you have taken his position at the bottom? 3 classes remained in the morning. Shenqing's desk mate had yet to appear, leaving her to sit alone in the last row, attentively listening to the teacher's lecture. Zhou Shichu, seated in front, occasionally turned to exchange a few words with Shenqing or gossip about the reasons for her assignment to Class 8 of the second year. Upon learning that Shenqing had taken a year off due to serious illness, her concern noticeably intensified. In summary, Shenqing's first morning in her new class passed in relative tranquility. Shenqing, would you like to have lunch together? No, thank you. Aren't you hungry? If we go late, the cafeteria will only have leftovers, Zhou Shichu reminded her. Or you'll have to settle for instant noodle from the vending machine. I'm not hungry, yet I want to finish my exercises first. All right then. Zhou Shichu nodded, calling over Chun Baishui as they left the classroom together. The classroom was now empty, filled only with the sounds of cicadas outside and the creaking of an old electric fan. Shenqing sat quietly at her desk, taking out the leftover steamed bun from the morning and nibbling on it while completing the math exercises assigned earlier. Bang! The classroom door was kicked open. Shenqing jolted at the sudden noise and turned her gaze toward the entrance, where a boy she had encountered before strode in. The boy held a white t-shirt in his hand. His black shirt had a torn button, seemingly left unattended due to a lack of time for repairs, leaving a glimpse of flesh visible at his chest. When Jiang Qi saw Shenqing, he was not surprised and simply walked over. Upon recognizing him, Shenqing immediately recalled Xue Xiangyang's bruised face and instinctively stood to offer her seat. You need to step outside for a moment. Teacher Li asked me to sit here. She said we would change seats next week. Shenqing explained timidly. Jiang Qi questioned. Do you want to help me change? No, thank you. Shenqing hurriedly rose from her seat, clutching the bun and exercise book, and quickly exited through the back door. Jiang Qi ignored her and proceeded to change into the white t-shirt, then laid his head down on the desk, drifting off to sleep. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, students began returning to the teaching building one after another. Zhou Shichu and Chun Baishui re-entered, spotting Shenqing leaning against the railing in the corridor, engrossed in her math exercises. Shenqing, why are you standing here? As she spoke, Zhou's Zickus gaze fell upon Jiang Qi, who was still asleep at his desk. Without waiting for Shenqing to respond, Zhou Shichu immediately imagined a scenario of the school bully bullying the new student and pulled Shun Qing's hand, rushing to Jiang Qi's desk. Smack! She slapped her hand down on Jiang Qi's desk. Jiang Qi jolted awake, looking up with a fierce glare. Zhou Shichu, are you crazy? Jiang Qi, don't go too far. Zhou Shichu glared back. Shun Qing just transferred and hasn't bothered you at all. Why are you bullying her? I'm bullying here? Of course. This desk is meant for two people. Why should Shun Qing be made to stand in the corridor? Jiang Qi glanced at Shun Qing, seemingly recalling something. When he returned to change clothes at noon, he had indeed asked her to step outside for a moment, and now she was in the corridor nibbling on a bun while doing her homework. She had been out there all this time? Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. Zhou Shichu looked at Jiang Qi, her tone serious. If you continue to bully Shun Qing, I will report you to Teacher Li. Jiang Qi. Shun Qing timidly returned to her seat, deliberately shifting a bit away from him. After being disturbed from his slumber, Jiang Qi seemed to have lost his drowsiness. Hey, are you Shun Qing? Yes. At noon, when I was changing clothes, I asked you to wait in the corridor. Because of the difference between boys and girls, I never said you couldn't come back, did I? You didn't. Then claiming that I bullied you. Wouldn't that be an injustice? I'm sorry. Shun Qing lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Jiang Qi couldn't help but snicker. It was his first encounter with such a naive girl. Prompting him to continue speaking. Is a mere verbal apology sufficient? Apologies should carry sincerity. I only have enough money left for my bus fare home. I didn't mean to wrong you. Please don't take my money. I'm sorry. Shun Qing bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, gripping her school uniform pocket tightly, and murmured another apology. Seeing this, Jiang Qi quickly reassured her. All right, don't cry, just focus on your class. With that, Jiang Qi picked up the usher pillow and laid his head down again, falling asleep. 30 seconds later, the English teacher's voice filled the classroom. Jiang Qi turned his head slightly, casting a brief glance at Shun Qing to confirm that she had not broken into tears before feeling at ease to drift off again. An entire afternoon stretched on, lengthy yet brief. It would involve 3 classes, enduring the trifecta of English, history, and politics. For Jiang Qi, however, it felt as if he had merely blinked and the time had passed. Che, school's out, let's go play billiards. Zhou Shichu, want to join? No, thanks. Zhou Shichu declined instantly. Chun Baishui approached Jiang Qi's desk, slapping it soundly, the sharp noise jolting Jiang Qi awake once more. He was Jiang Qi's childhood friend and one of the few in class who dared to slap Jiang Qi's desk. Awakened from his dreams, Jiang Qi wore a visible scowl, rising to grab his chair. Hey, I'm just inviting you to leave school. What other way would wake you up? Chun Baishui chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Qi set down the chair, glancing at Shun Qing, who had quickly stood up to clear the exit path, startled by Jiang Qi's sudden movement for the second time. The first had been when Xue Xiangyang was injured. Jiang Qi stepped out from his seat. Chun Baishui, however, said earnestly, Che, I have no objections to you dealing with Xue Xiangyang, but bullying a girl is just low. I'm not bullying you, old man. Are we going or not? All right, by the way, have you finished that reflection paper the teacher assigned you? Jiang Qi paused in his tracks. Chun Baishui immediately understood. Speaking up, don't count on me. I've written more reflections than you. The teacher knows my handwriting well. Ignoring Chun Baishui, Jiang Qi's gaze fell on Shun Qing, who had returned to her seat. Deskmate. Do you remember when I mentioned your apology lacked sincerity earlier this afternoon? Shun Qing felt a sudden jolt of alarm, instinctively clutching the pocket of her school uniform trousers, which contained nothing but 2 crumpled bills for bus fare. Is it permissible for me to give you the breakfast money tomorrow, if I don't have enough to ride back later? As the words slipped from her lips, Jiang Qi immediately sensed something was amiss. He turned his head. Chun Baishui and Zhou Shichu were casting him disdainful glances, as if he were a scoundrel. Chun Baishui. Che, I must admit, I find you somewhat contemptible now. Zhou Shichu. Jiang Qi, you have gone too far. Damn. Jiang Qi felt a sudden urge to curse, but upon seeing Shun Qing's woeful expression, he restrained himself. I do not require your money. Upon hearing this, Shun Qing gradually released her grip on her pocket. Jiang Qi then continued. Have you composed a reflection? Surely you can pen an apology letter? I suppose so. Then I need you to draft an apology letter for me. It need not be lengthy, just around 1,000 words. The main focus should be my apology to Shui Xiangyang, expressing my profound understanding of the mistake, along with a promise to avoid repeating it in the future. After saying this, Jiang Che added, the homeroom teacher may request that I read it aloud in front of the class tomorrow, so please ensure it is well written. Understood. Chapter 002. An Unconventional Reflection. Xinqing. Do not pay heed to that fellow Jiang Che. Let him write his own reflection. If he dares to bully you again, either inform me or directly tell Teacher Li. As they exited the classroom, Zhou Shichu animatedly conversed with Xinqing, encouraging her to bravely resist Jiang Che's bullying. Xinqing remained somewhat silent, her mind conjuring images of Shui Xiangyang's bruised face and Jiang Che's menacing posture as he brandished a stool moments ago. Ultimately, she resolved to avoid provoking him further. At the school gate, Zhou Shichu spotted a car and asked, my family has come to pick me up. Where do you live? Would you like me to give you a ride? Xinqing gently shook her head. No, it's all right. I'll take the bus home. Very well. See you tomorrow then. Zhou Shichu briskly walked towards the black Audi parked at the gate, while Xinqing, with her backpack slung over her shoulder, proceeded to the bus stop at the end of the road. There were few people at the bus stop. Xinqing quietly awaited her bus, her phone clasped tightly in hand, containing the only 2 yuan she had for her fare. Upon boarding, she inserted her coins and chose a seat in the corner. The Route 3 bus was one of the few old-fashioned ones in Longqing, and the engine roared noisily as the driver pressed the accelerator. Xinqing sat quietly, cradling her backpack, while the oppressive summer heat lingered in the air. The sky was painted with crimson clouds, and the gusts of wind through the bus windows carried a sweltering haze, as a ray of sunlight streamed in, illuminating the girl's fair complexion. She slightly bowed her head to avoid the glaring light, resembling someone who had long dwelled in darkness, now fearful of the sun's scorching rays. At Linen Community, Xinqing alighted from the bus and walked through the entrance. Building 2, 4th floor. This was her home, albeit an incomplete one. Mom. Zhao Fong acknowledged her with a grunt, already made up and carrying her bag, seemingly preparing to head out. There's still some food in the kitchen. Finish it and remember to wash your dishes. I'm going on a business trip with Uncle Zheng. Our flight is tonight. Uncle Zheng has left 200 yuan for you and Xiao Rui as your living expenses for the next few days. With that, Zhao Fong donned her shoes and departed. The door clicked shut, plunging the home into an eerie silence. Xinqing set down her backpack, reheated the leftover food, and quietly ate at the table. A family portrait lay on the table, an image capturing Zheng Tianlin, Zhao Fong, and Zheng Rui. Xinqing's father had passed away long ago, and her mother Zhao Fong had remarried, now to Uncle Zheng. Zheng Rui, the child of Uncle Zheng and his ex-wife, was 1 year her junior, currently attending vocational school in Longqing, rarely returning home. After a simple meal, she washed the dishes and tidied the kitchen. Only after completing her chores did she return to her small room. The bedroom door lock had long been pried open, and the 200 yuan meant for her living expenses had vanished. Xinqing was not surprised, the first time Uncle Zheng had given her living expenses. Zheng Rui had broken in and taken the money, scoffing, "This is my dad's money. What is it to you?" Since then, she had left the money on the table, which Zheng Rui promptly collected each time. Xinqing carefully opened her wardrobe and rummaged through the pockets of a padded coat, retrieving a few coins wrapped in plastic. This was her hard-earned money from part-time jobs during the holidays, truly hers. She extracted a 10 yuan note, cautiously placing the plastic back into the coat pocket. 10 yuan, her budget for the day. Seated at her desk, Xinqing took out an English test paper and diligently began writing. Half an hour later, she completed the paper but suddenly recalled something, envisioning Jiang Che's fierce countenance. The reflection. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved her notebook and neatly inscribed the words reflection at the top. She then fell into a quandary. Having always excelled in her studies and been the model student in her teacher's eyes, she had never penned a reflection before. As for an apology letter, Xinqing recalled the essay prompt from the English test, which asked for a letter to a good friend. Dear, crossed out, dear classmate Shui Xiangyang. Hello. I am Jiang Che from class 8 of the 2nd year. I sincerely apologize for the incident this morning. Once she completed the English essay formatted as an apology letter, Xinqing meticulously checked for typos and grammatical errors before signing off with sincerity. Your best friend, Jiang Che. The next day, Xinqing rose early, purchasing 2 steamed buns, a bag of soy milk, and a packet of pickled vegetables from the bun shop at the community entrance, totaling 6 yuan. This would serve as her breakfast and lunch. She tucked one bun and the pickled vegetables into her backpack, hastily finishing her breakfast at the bus stop. The Route 3 bus was quite bumpy, and by the time Xinqing entered her classroom, it was already 7 o'clock a.m. At 7:20, when morning reading commenced, students from other classes had largely gathered, but Class 8 of the second year had only a handful of attendees. Xinqing entered through the back door, her head down, hastily making her way to her seat. She placed her backpack down, noting that Jiang Che had yet to arrive. The desk was cluttered with books and a U-shaped pillow, along with a delicately packaged box of pastries. The bell rang, signaling the beginning of morning reading, and more classmates trickled in. However, it was not until the reading period concluded that Jiang Che sauntered in through the back door. Upon seeing him, Xinqing immediately stood aside. Jiang Che said nothing, but his gaze fell upon the pastry box, abruptly reminding him of Xinqing munching on a bun the previous day. How much did this pastry cost? Jiang Che asked coldly, frowning as he rummaged through his pocket for large bills to pay. Huh. Xinqing was momentarily taken aback, quickly waving her hands in explanation. This isn't mine. It was here when I arrived. It was sent by Jiang Shihan from Class 1. A classmate chimed in. Noting that it was no secret Jiang Shihan, the class beauty, had feelings for Jiang Che and had sent him breakfast multiple times. The students of Class 8 had grown accustomed to it. Jiang Che appeared somewhat exasperated, prepared to toss the pastry box aside, but then glanced at Xinqing beside him. Did you eat breakfast? I've already eaten. Have another. Huh? Xinqing glanced at the exquisite pastry box, then at the intimidating Jiang Che, and cautiously opened it. Inside lay a selection of beautifully crafted pastries, which she had only seen outside at a bakery. A small piece was likely worth 2 yuan. Xinqing sampled a tiny piece. It was quite sweet. Ding ding ding, the bell rang, but morning reading did not commence. Teacher Li ascended the podium, her gaze scanning the room before settling on Jiang Che in the back corner. Jiang Che, have you completed your reflection? Come up and read it to the class. Let us see if you dare to fight again. Jiang Che did not respond, instead casting a cold glance at Xinqing and muttering, Don't tell me you didn't help me write it. I did write it, Xinqing hurriedly replied, opening her English textbook to retrieve the folded sheet of notebook paper, handing it to Jiang Che. Without a word, Jiang Che snatched the reflection and strode up to the podium. Chapter 003. Jiang Che's Social Mortification at the Podium. Teacher Li looked sternly at Jiang Che and banged her hand on the desk. Jiang Che, did you hear me? Come up here. Jiang Che approached with an air of impatience, clutching a folded self-reflection letter. Stand straight. Read. Teacher Li, holding a book, cast a stern glance at Jiang Che, the only educator capable of reining in this unruly student. Jiang Che, visibly at a loss for words, casually opened the neatly folded letter and began to read. Dear Shui Xiangyang. The moment he uttered those words, he abruptly halted. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, which was swiftly shattered by a wave of laughter erupting from Class 8 of the second year. Ha! What a unique opening for a self-reflection letter. Che, did you mix it up and grab someone else's love letter? The laughter cascaded through the room, with Chen Baisui not hesitating to publicly tease Jiang Che. Embarrassment washed over Jiang Che. This was undoubtedly the most mortifying moment of his life, without exception. Teacher Li also sensed the oddity, glancing at the letter in Jiang Che's hand, noting the delicate and tidy handwriting, clearly penned by a girl. Did you write this yourself? She inquired. If it was written by someone else, you must go down and rewrite a 10,000-word self-reflection letter and submit it before school ends. It's mine. Jiang Che admitted, bracing himself. Teacher Li scrutinized the contents of the letter before nodding. Very well, since you wrote it, read it aloud to your classmates. Not a word less. Clearing his throat, he began. Dear Shui Xiangyang, hello. I am Jiang Che from Class 8 of the second year. I sincerely apologize for the fight this morning. Jiang Che read each word, and despite his thick skin, he felt a flush of embarrassment at delivering such a shameful apology. The atmosphere in the classroom was peculiar, while his classmates strained to stifle their laughter. They feared incurring the wrath of the formidable Jiang Che. Finally, he concluded, I hope we can strive together and make progress, aiming for Tsinghua University together, your best friend, Jiang Che. As he finished, laughter erupted once more. The students, accustomed to training, could no longer contain themselves at the conclusion. Teacher Li, with a hint of a smile, clapped her hands to restore order, stating, Jiang Che's self-reflection letter was well written. I trust he will remember this lesson. You may go, she concluded, and with that, the matter was settled. Teacher Li exited the classroom, and class monitor Zhou Shichu took to the podium to lead the morning reading session. The classroom filled with a chaotic chorus of reading voices, a unique characteristic of Class 8 of the second year. Upon seeing Jiang Che return, Xinqing immediately vacated her seat. Jiang Che, with an indifferent expression, tossed the self-reflection letter onto his desk. The sound was not loud, yet Xinqing flinched, momentarily hesitating to sit back down. "Come over." "Oh," Xinqing murmured softly, returning to her seat and taking out her textbook to begin reading, avoiding any further glances at her deskmate. At the Jiatu River at dusk, sending off guests, autumn leaves and reeds rustle. "You've got the book upside down." "Huh?" Xinqing jumped at Jiang Che's comment, quickly flipping her book around to locate the page of Pipa Xing. Was the cake from earlier good? It was delicious. "Spit it out." "Huh?" "That box of pastries was to thank you for helping me write the self-reflection letter." "What did you write for me?" I can't write." "Then how did you respond when I asked you if you could write an apology letter yesterday?" "That was the apology letter." Xinqing glanced at the self-reflection letter on Jiang Che's desk, her voice tinged with grievance. "My English composition letter follows this format." "Jiang Che." After a pause, Xinqing pointed at the exquisite box of pastries on the desk, softly requesting, "I'll return these to you. I only took a small bite. Can I not spit it out?" Jiang Che observed the slight redness in Xinqing's eyes, carelessly tossing the self-reflection letter into the drawer, his tone slightly impatient. "Forget it. The pastries are yours." Throughout the morning, Jiang Che only awakened once during the break of the second class, when Chen Baisui dragged him to the restroom for a smoke. Meanwhile, Xinqing diligently listened to the lesson, occasionally using an old water cup, emblazoned with the prize of a national math competition, to fetch hot water. The exquisite pastries on the desk remained untouched. At the end of the morning session, Chen Baisui approached Jiang Che, rousing him from his slumber. "Ah Che, it's time to eat. Shichu, do you want to join us at the cafeteria?" Zhou Shichu ignored him, turning to Xinqing instead. "Xinqing, are you coming for lunch?" "And no." Xinqing shook her head slightly. Jiang Che, however, cast a glance at his desk mate. Recalling the sight of her nibbling on a steamed bun the previous noon, his gaze shifting to her backpack. "Surely, she wouldn't have another bun in there?" "Desk mate. Huh. I treated you to pastries. It's only fair that you treat me to lunch today, right?" Jiang Che remarked casually. I only had a small bite." Xinqing timidly replied, pushing the untouched pastries back towards Jiang Che. "Here. A small bite counts. You can get a meal in the cafeteria and let me have a taste, and we'll call it even." "But, can it be tomorrow?" Xinqing instinctively clenched her pocket, having already spent her breakfast and lunch money. Only 2 yuan remained for the bus fare home. "No, Jiang Che, why are you being so harsh on Xinqing?" Zhou Shichu, unable to stand it, grabbed Xinqing's hand and pulled her away. "Come on. Let us eat our own meal. Don't mind him." Xinqing wanted to say something, but she was already being led out of the classroom. In the cafeteria, Zhou Shichu pointed to a window where many classmates were queuing, saying, "Xinqing, that stone pot bibimbap is incredibly delicious. Let us go try it." I don't really like that." Xinqing quietly responded, glancing at the price list for the bibimbap. Noting that the most basic version without any extras was priced at 11 yuan. "Huh? That place is really tasty. I'll eat something else." "All right, I'll queue first. We'll sit by the window later. I've already saved us a spot." Xinqing nodded, her gaze wavering across the cafeteria's various windows before ultimately selecting the least crowded regular window number 5. The sign read, "Rice, 1 yuan. Stir-fried bean sprouts, 1 yuan. Mapo tofu, 2 yuan. Fish-flavored eggplant, 3 yuan. Chapter 4, The Differences Between Genders. Classmate, well, would you like to eat?" The cafeteria lady greeted warmly. Xinqing hesitated at the window and asked, "Auntie, can I pay with cash here? I don't have a meal card." "Huh?" The lady was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded, scooping a generous serving of rice onto a plate. "No problem, cash is fine." Xinqing nodded, indicating one of the vegetable dishes, stir-fried bean sprouts. "Anything else?" "And no, that's all." Her voice barely above a whisper. She retrieved her last 2 yuan from her school uniform pocket and handed it to the cafeteria lady. "Auntie, here." The aunt clearly paused for a moment before accepting the 2 yuan handed to her by Xinqing. She extended her hand to return the tray to Xinqing, but then hesitated and took it back. "There are other dishes here that won't sell, so consider this a gift for you," she said, already scooping another spoonful of mapo tofu and twice-cooked pork into the tray. Observing this, Xinqing shook her head repeatedly, insisting, No, I'm fine." She understood the aunt's intention and felt immensely grateful. If there aren't enough dishes, you can come back. I'll gladly add more for you at no charge. The aunt handed the generously filled tray back to her. Xinqing, holding the tray, felt particularly embarrassed and said, "Thank you, Auntie. No problem. Just come by more often." The aunt replied, Xinqing turned and left, carrying the tray. This was her first visit to the cafeteria of Longqing No. 1 High School. And with many people dining around her, she struggled to locate Zhou Shichu. She recalled that he was by the window and scanned the area. The four-person tables by the window were the most sought-after spots, almost entirely occupied, except for one table that was conspicuously empty. There sat only Jiang Che. As Xinqing approached, she could distinctly feel many eyes upon her. Is she planning to sit with Jiang Che? Which class is she from? Overestimating herself. Waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Xinqing placed her tray on the table and chose a seat on the side opposite Jiang Che, which was the farthest position from him among the remaining three. After sitting down, Jiang Che glanced at the dishes on Xinqing's tray without uttering a word. Xinqing lowered her head and quietly began to eat, creating an awkward silence. Moments later, Zhou Shichu and Chun Baisui arrived together. "Wow, it's so hot!" Chun Baisui exclaimed as he placed 2 servings of stone pot bibimbap on the table, steam wafting up and a fragrant aroma filling the air. This stone pot bibimbap was the most popular item in the cafeteria. Zhou Shichu set down his own bibimbap, curiously observing Xinqing's tray. "Xinqing, did you get your meal from the regular window?" Which number?" Xinqing turned her head to glance at the window where she had just received her meal, softly replying, "It should be number 5. "Number 5? Zhou Shichu was taken aback. Chun Baisui chimed in, "The regular windows are run by the school itself. And number 5 has the worst food." After saying this, Zhou Shichu kicked him, saying, "You talk too much. Xinqing just started school and doesn't he know?" Xinqing kept her head down, taking small bites. She had never eaten in a school cafeteria before. But she felt that the aunt at window 5 had treated her kindly, and the food was significantly better than the steamed buns. "Are you not leaving me any?" Jiang Che suddenly interjected. Xinqing was taken aback, slowly pushing her tray a little toward him. The stainless steel tray contained half-eaten rice. While there was still plenty of food left, as she had a habit of saving the best for last. Stir-fried bean sprouts. Mapo tofu. Twice-cooked pork. Jiang Che picked up a piece of mapo tofu, but as he did, it broke in half and fell back. He tried again, but the same thing happened. Jiang Che frowned slightly. Watching the 2 ruined pieces of tofu, Xinqing felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy and offered, I can help you." Saying this, she picked up a piece of mapo tofu and a slice of twice-cooked pork to give to him. The cafeteria's dishes were not abundant, and Xinqing knew that the exquisite pastries were expensive. The twice-cooked pork was the best she could offer in return. Jiang Che did not refuse, but only sampled the tofu, leaving the pork untouched, acknowledging the lackluster taste. "Jiang Che, how's the food at window 5? Any improvements?" Chun Baisui inquired. Jiang Che remained silent. Chun Baisui then looked at Xinqing and asked, "Xinqing, would you like to try my fatty beef?" No, thanks. "Then I'll have a taste of your twice-cooked pork." Xinqing softly agreed, pushing her tray out a little more. Chun Baisui reached for it. But the next moment, Jiang Che's chopsticks intercepted his. "Jiang Che, what are you doing?" Chun Baisui looked puzzled. Jiang Che casually replied, "Eat your own food. Don't you know there's a difference between boys and girls?" "Huh?" Chun Baisui was bewildered. He had clearly seen Jiang Che reach into her tray and ruin 2 pieces of tofu. Zhou Shichu also chimed in, surprisingly supporting Jiang Che. "Exactly, eat your own. Xinqing, try mine." As he spoke, Zhou Shichu placed a piece of his fatty beef onto Xinqing's tray. The mealtime was brief. The 4 of them left the cafeteria, yet the murmurs within it did not cease. "Who is that girl?" "I don't know. She seems like a poor student. How can she mingle with Jiang Che and the others? Could she be Jiang Che's girlfriend? No way." Jiang Che even rejected the class beauty, Jiang Xihan. How could he possibly be interested in her? But she just served him food. In no time, gossip spread throughout the campus. Once they exited the cafeteria, Zhou Shichu enthusiastically asked Xinqing, "Xinqing, do you want to go to the playground to watch them play basketball?" "No, I'm not going." Xinqing shook her head. She struggled to understand basketball and preferred to return to the classroom to read during the lunch break. "I'm heading back to class." "All right." Zhou Shichu nodded, not pressing further, and walked with Chun Baisui toward the school playground. "Are you not going with them to the playground?" Xinqing was initially heading toward the classroom, but noticed that Jiang Che was not going to the playground either. He chose to walk alongside her. "Not going." "Oh." Xinqing responded softly, inexplicably quickening her pace. She was unsure of what to say, feeling awkward walking side by side with Jiang Che, instinctively wanting to create some distance between them. Walking so fast, are you in a hurry to go to the restroom? Huh? Shenqing was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement with his statement. Yes, there's a restroom near the cafeteria. Shenqing was at a loss for words. So she turned and walked back toward the cafeteria, planning to wait until Jiang Che left before she would follow. Chapter 005. The Soul Awakener in History class. In the classroom, when Shenqing returned, she found Jiang Che already asleep at his desk, and she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She cautiously approached, trying her best not to wake the formidable classmate, taking out a workbook and quietly writing. The afternoon classroom was exceptionally serene. The fan was off, and the cicadas outside seemed to have momentarily silenced. The only sound in the room was the soft rustle of the girl's pen gliding across the paper. Ding-ling-ling. When the afternoon class bell rang, Shenqing had completed both assignments from the morning. The music committee member ascended the podium to lead everyone in song. This was a necessary procedure before the afternoon classes, with student council members checking, a long-standing tradition of the school. The student council member conducting the check was a tall girl. Her blue and white school uniform had been intentionally altered at the waistline, and her loose pants were significantly tapered, accentuating her long, straight legs. Some damp strands of hair cascaded over her shoulders, and she sported several attractive hair ties on her wrist. The school rules prohibited female students from wearing makeup. Girls who take pride in their appearance often embellish their school uniforms to showcase their figures, accessorizing with charming little hair ties. A new transfer student? A girl from the student council approached Shenqing's table, holding a cup of milk tea while jotting down scores in a small notebook. Shenqing nodded gently in acknowledgement. The girl glanced at the half-eaten pastry box on Shenqing's table before placing her milk tea beside it. Jiang Che has awakened. Please give him this milk tea and tell him I'll be waiting for him at the milk tea shop by the school gate after class. Sure, Shenqing replied. By the way, you know who I am, right? Yes, Shenqing affirmed with a slight nod. She had encountered this lovely girl, Jiang Shihan, before her leave of absence from school. The class monitor had caused quite a stir since the beginning of the term. From the front row, Zhou Shichu turned to glance at Jiang Shihan, her tone laced with disdain. What business do you have in our class? You're from class 1. Jiang Shihan remained silent, setting down her milk tea before turning to leave. 10 minutes passed quickly. The first class of the afternoon was history. A balding elderly teacher entered the classroom at a leisurely pace, placing his textbook and water cup on the desk. Wei Yuan, a retired teacher who had returned to teach, was known for his affable temperament and rarely assigned homework. He taught several history classes for the second-year students and was widely regarded as one of their favorite teachers. His only downside was that his lectures tended to be exceedingly soporific. I do not adhere strictly to the syllabus, he began. Everyone, please open your books. Today we will start with Wang Engxi's reforms. The consolidation of land and heavy taxation led to. Wei's voice resonated through the classroom. 5 minutes later, students began to succumb to drowsiness. The monotonous history content, combined with the early afternoon class, caused nearly the entire room to succumb to slumber within minutes. Shenqing found herself somewhat bored as well. Nevertheless, she diligently took notes, highlighting key points with a red pen as the teacher spoke. Wei Yuan scanned the class. Aware of the situation in Class 8, which comprised nearly the bottom 50 students in the grade, thus, it was not surprising to see most of the class sleeping. His gaze landed on a corner in the back row, astonished to find someone still taking notes. The establishment of the Baojia system would quell the bandits' unrest and strengthen authority. He continued while making his way down to the back of the classroom. Shenqing instinctively glanced around. Jiang Che, seated beside her, and Zhou Shichu in front were both asleep at their desks. For a moment, she hesitated, contemplating whether to wake them. This quote comes from Wang Engxi. What does it indicate about his primary aim in promoting the Baojia system? Wei Yuan posed a rare question, although he did not specify who should answer. Shenqing was the only one awake in the back row. She slowly stood up. Wei Yuan smiled warmly, gesturing for her to sit. You can speak while seated. No need to stand. Yet, Shenqing remained standing, her voice soft and gentle as she replied. Wang Engxi's primary aim in implementing the Baojia system was to quell the peasants' resistance. Very good. Wei Yuan nodded slightly, signaling her to take a seat once more. He returned to the podium, continuing, the rich possess vast fields, while the poor have no place to stand. This was the primary reason for the peasant uprisings. As the class concluded, Wei Yuan gathered his materials and slowly left the classroom. Zhou Shichu arose from her desk, turning to Shenqing with curiosity. You actually managed to answer that? Huh? I wasn't asleep. I just noticed Old Wei coming down, so I pretended to be asleep, she replied. Zhou Shichu, sharing a little trick, added, Old Wei never calls names when he asks questions. If you ignore him, he'll move on. If you respond, you recaught. Oh, I see. Shenqing nodded, not entirely agreeing with this perspective. She hesitantly asked Zhou Shichu, could you help me tap his desk? Tap his desk for what? To wake him up, Shenqing gestured toward the pastry and milk tea on her desk, which took up considerable space. She wanted Jiang Che to place them in her drawer, but felt reticent about waking him. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Shichu, without hesitation, tapped Jiang Che's desk. He slowly lifted his head, his expression sour, as if to say, what's your problem? Your deskmate is looking for you. Huh? Jiang Che turned his head. Not wanting to frighten his little deskmate, his frown softened slightly. Speak. Shenqing timidly pointed to the pastry and milk tea on her desk, stammering. Your pastry and milk tea. Did you bring them? No. A girl named Jiang Shihan gave them to you during singing practice. She said she would wait for you at the milk tea shop by the school gate after class. Shenqing relayed Jiang Shihan's words verbatim. Is that all? Yes. That's all. She cautiously nudged the pastry and milk tea toward Jiang Che's desk, speaking softly, I have no room on my desk. Jiang Che glanced at the pastry and milk tea, displaying no interest. Just keep them. Shenqing remained unmoved, softly insisting they were given to you. I can't accept them. Before she could finish, Jiang Che's gaze shifted to Zhou Shichu in front of him, annoyance evident in his eyes from being awakened. His tone grew considerably colder. Just throw them away. Chapter 006. Getting in the car. I'll take you home. Jiang Che awoke once more, this time after school had ended. His desk was empty. The exquisite pastry and milk tea had been casually discarded by Zhou Shichu into the trash bin. Chun Baisui, as expected, approached the back row, inviting Jiang Che to join him for a game of billiards after school. As Shenqing packed her bag, placing her exercise books inside, Zhou Shichu inquired, Shenqing, have you finished your exercise books? Yes, she replied. Will you need them at home? If not, could I borrow them to copy? I'll return them tomorrow. Zhou Shichu asked. Sure, Shenqing nodded, retrieving a few exercise books to hand over to Zhou Shichu. Jiang Che stretched his neck, glancing at the exercise books Zhou Shichu had taken from Shenqing. Aren't you going to do your homework tonight? Well, that is perfect. You can help me with mine. Jiang Che nonchalantly pulled out his crumpled exercise book, a footprint visible on its cover. Shenqing did not decline. She accepted the exercise book from Jiang Che and quietly placed it into her bag. Jiang Che, can't you write it yourself? I didn't attend the class. Can't you copy it? Why make Shenqing do it? Zhou Shichu shot an annoyed glance at Jiang Che. Jiang Che simply extended his hand. Then let me copy hers. Not happening. Zhou Shichu promptly tucked Shenqing's exercise books into her bag, addressing Shenqing. Shenqing, give him back his exercise book. Don't help him with his work. It's fine, Shenqing murmured, looking down timidly. I don't have much to do at home. I'll just consider it a review. You really are too accommodating. Zhou Shichu gazed at the petite and adorable Shenqing, unable to suppress a chuckle as she remarked. Do not indulge him so. If he dares to ask me for help with his homework, I shall retaliate in an instant. Jiang Che snorted dismissively, choosing not to respond. Chen Baisui, unable to contain his sharp tongue, interjected, with your grades ranked among the bottom 10, who would dare ask for your assistance? Chen Baisui, are you courting death? Zhou Shichu retorted, seizing a book and pursuing Chen Baisui in playful aggression. Shenqing glanced at Jiang Che, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in their solitary company, and promptly slung her backpack over her shoulder, declaring, I shall take my leave. With that, she hurriedly exited the classroom. Moments later, Zhou Shichu and Chen Baisui returned, having chased each other around the corridor, only to find Shenqing had already departed. Jiang Che leaned casually against the desk, perusing a history textbook. Ah Che, you are actually reading? Chen Baisui exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Shichu stepped forward, snatching the history book away and neatly returning Shenqing's textbook to its rightful place. Why are you carelessly flipping through Shenqing's book? Jiang Che shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, it's nothing. He then sauntered out of the classroom, casually adding, her handwriting is quite endearing. In the sultry summer evening of a small southern town, crimson clouds unfurled in the sky like blooming roses. Shenqing walked alone by the roadside, her backpack slung over her shoulder. A bus rumbled past, releasing a wave of unpleasant exhaust fumes that enveloped her in heat, prompting her to quicken her pace. The journey from home to school was not short, On foot, it typically took over an hour. Suddenly, the roar of an engine caught her attention. She instinctively turned to look, only to see a black motorcycle screeching to a halt before her. The young man on the back, wearing a helmet, stumbled slightly. What the heck? Ache, what are you doing? Xinqing recognized the voice. The rider slowly removed his helmet, revealing sharp features that exuded a rugged charm. You didn't take the bus? Xinqing, momentarily at a loss for words, simply stared at Jiang Che. Chen Baisui, also removing his helmet, looked at Xinqing with surprise. Didn't Shichu say you were taking the bus home? I missed it, Xinqing replied, omitting the detail of her lunch at the cafeteria that had left her without fare. An awkward silence enveloped them. Chen Baisui dismounted the motorcycle, glancing at his phone before saying, "It's getting late. Should I order you a ride?" "No, it's fine. It's not far. I can walk," Xinqing softly declined. She was aware that a taxi ride would cost at least 20 yuan, and she did not wish to owe anyone a favor. "Give me your helmet," Jiang Che commanded, reaching for Chen Baisui's helmet and tossing his own to Xinqing. Instinctively, she caught it, her expression a mixture of confusion and surprise. "I can walk back, hurry up. Don't delay me. I need your help with my homework," Jiang Che snapped, his impatience evident beneath the helmet. Startled by his reprimand, Xinqing could only imagine the impatient expression hidden behind the visor. She climbed onto the motorcycle, deliberately shifting to the back to maintain distance. Jiang Che turned to her without acknowledging her movement, addressing Chen Baisui instead. "I'll come back for you." "All right," Chen Baisui acquiesced readily. As the crimson sunset faded, the black motorcycle sped down Huainan Avenue. On the road, silence reigned between them, broken only when they reached a fork, and Jiang Che coolly inquired, "Which way?" Xinqing quietly pointed, gently tugging at the hem of Jiang Che's shirt. 20 minutes later, the motorcycle halted at the entrance of Linen Community. Jiang Che surveyed the aging complex and asked casually, "You live here?" "Yes. I've traveled for 20 minutes at this speed," Xinqing bit her lip, uncertain of what to say next. Jiang Che's voice turned icily matter-of-fact. "You plan to walk home in the dark?" Never mind, let us hurry back." "Yes," Xinqing replied, feeling relieved as she prepared to get off. However, as she took a step, Jiang Che grasped her backpack, saying, "Your helmet." "Oh." Xinqing reached to remove the helmet, but her haste made it more difficult. "Come here," Jiang Che said, pulling her back and adjusting the helmet before carefully removing it from her head. As the helmet came off, Xinqing's cheeks flushed slightly, her damp strands of hair clinging to her forehead. She exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. Thank you," she said earnestly, looking at Jiang Che. If not for him, she would have arrived home long after nightfall. Jiang Che offered no reply, dismounting the motorcycle and removing his helmet to gaze at the blushing girl. "Are there any convenience stores nearby?" "Yes, just ahead," she responded. "Keep an eye on the motorcycle. Don't wander off." Chapter 007. Not a gift from others, Xinqing stood silently by the motorcycle, holding two helmets, watching Jiang Che's figure fade into the distance as the vibrant twilight dimmed and darkness enveloped the scene. The flickering streetlights cast a soft glow upon her fair skin, adding an ethereal hue. Gradually, a few elderly women emerged to dance in the square nearby, casting sideways glances at the black motorcycle beside Xinqing, their whispers implying that this young girl was not on the right path. After more than 10 minutes, Xinqing spotted Jiang Che returning, carrying a plastic bag from Dongfeng convenience store, illuminated by the warm glow of the streetlights, as if he were scattering golden dust. The summer evening breeze rustled through her hair, and the rich scent of tobacco wafted toward her. Jiang Che tossed the plastic bag to Xinqing. "Here, take this." "Oh." She instinctively caught the bag, but, upon glancing inside at the bread and milk, quickly offered it back. "No, it's not necessary. I'll have breakfast at home tomorrow." Jiang Che did not reach for it again, simply putting on his helmet as he stated, "That's my breakfast for tomorrow. Make sure to bring it to me in the morning." "Oh, all right," she replied, slightly flustered. "Don't touch the cigarettes. You can take any snacks you want." Jiang Che mounted the motorcycle, glancing at Xinqing with an expression that revealed nothing, yet he added mysteriously, "Those aren't gifts from others." With that, the black motorcycle roared away. As she unlocked her front door, Xinqing was greeted by an expanse of darkness. The house was empty. She turned on the light and examined the contents of the Dongfeng plastic bag, aside from a loaf of bread and a carton of milk. There were scattered snacks haphazardly tossed within. She placed the milk in the refrigerator while arranging the bread, cigarettes, and snacks neatly back in the bag, leaving them untouched. Ding! The microwave beeped as Shenqing retrieved the steamed bun she had prepared for lunch that morning, taking it along with a pack of pickled vegetables back to her room. She had not eaten it yet, and, unwilling to discard it, had kept it in her backpack as her dinner for the day. At her desk, she sat quietly. Shenqing retrieved several exercise books from her backpack, their covers devoid of names. Despite being newly issued at the beginning of the term, they were already crumpled and coated in dust. With delicate care, she took a piece of paper and gently wiped away the dust and fingerprints from the cover, neatly inscribing the name, Jiang Che. There were 3 volumes in total. However, the content was not particularly challenging for Shenqing, especially since she had completed it once already. Multiple-choice questions and fill-in-the-blank exercises could be answered with a mere glance. She nibbled on a steamed bun while working through the exercises, and within half an hour, all 3 books were finished. Shenqing smoothed out the creased pages and placed them back into her backpack. She then pulled out an English textbook and earnestly began to memorize its contents. Time trickled by slowly until 10 o'clock in the evening, marking the time for the boarding students of No. 1 High School to conclude their evening study session. Many students, even those living nearby, chose to board for the conducive study environment it provided. However, the cost of boarding at No. 1 High School was not insignificant. Shenqing preferred solitude over sharing a roof with others. She cherished the quietude of being alone, free from concerns and interruptions. After washing up, she turned off the light and settled into bed. The room lacked air conditioning, and the old electric fan had been discarded on the balcony due to its deteriorated blades. Shenqing held a small plastic fan adorned with a stationary advertisement, its gentle breeze providing the only respite from the stifling summer heat. Lying on her side, she gazed at a slightly faded plush bear by her bedside, feeling a pang of nostalgia. It had been a birthday gift from her father during her childhood, the last birthday gift she had ever received. In moments of solitude, Shenqing often reminisced about the life she shared with her family in their old home, recalling the lullaby her father would hum. Yet, that man who used to tease her with his stubble had departed forever, leaving behind a lonely little girl struggling to survive in a world rife with hardships. As the night deepened, the chirping of insects filled the air, and the small fan gradually came to a halt. The young girl, resting her head on a slightly damp pillowcase, drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 008. My desk mate. You misspelled my name at No. 1 High School. The school gate buzzed with activity as students began to trickle in at 7 in the morning. Security personnel were busy ushering away the congested street vendors at the entrance, while the head of the administration stood seriously by the gate, meticulously checking each student's uniform and ID badge. Shenqing, clutching her backpack, inhaled deeply as she approached the entrance, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her. It was her first time feeling this anxious about entering the school, and it stemmed from the cigarettes belonging to Jiang Che hidden in her bag. With cautious steps, she passed under the watchful gaze of the administrator. She presented the image of a well-behaved student, attracting no suspicion or hindrance. Shenqing, a melodious voice called out. Turning around, she spotted Zhou Shichu striding towards her. Zhou Shichu patted the bulging backpack on Shenqing's back, curiously inquiring, "What do you have in your bag? I remember you only brought a few books yesterday." "And nothing," Shenqing stammered, glancing nervously at the administrator before quickening her pace. "By the way, I'll return the exercise books to you in class." "Okay. By the way, your handwriting is truly beautiful. Out of all the assignments I've copied, yours is the most pleasant to transcribe. Have you had breakfast?" Zhou Shichu continued, her face brightening. "I bought their new product from the bakery at the gate. I'll share half with you. I've already eaten. Come on, just try a little." "Oh, and guess what? Jiang Che and Chun Baisui are about to turn against each other," Zhou Shichu exclaimed, her face alight with amusement. Shenqing remained relatively silent, but curiosity got the better of her as she asked, "What happened?" Although she had only recently transferred to Class 8 of the second year, she could tell that Jiang Che and Chun Baisui shared a long-standing camaraderie. It seemed unlikely for them to suddenly become adversaries. "You know Jiang Che has a motorcycle, right?" "Yes," Shenqing nodded, recalling the black motorcycle that had taken her home the previous day. Zhou Shichu leaned in conspiratorially. "Yesterday, Chun Baisui rode with Jiang Che after school to play billiards, but Jiang Che left him stranded halfway. In the end, he couldn't find a ride, and I had to send our family driver to fetch him home." "Really?" Shenqing's expression turned dazed as she recalled the scene from the previous day on Huainan Avenue, where Jiang Che indeed had instructed Chun Baisui to wait while he returned home first. Did Jiang Che not go back to pick him up afterward? "Absolutely," Zhou Shichu chimed, reveling in the drama. Last night, Chen Baisui chatted with me on QQ and cursed Jiang Che for hours. Qing remained speechless as they entered the classroom. The room was not overly crowded, and she made her way to her seat, placing the plastic bag filled with milk, bread, and snacks on Jiang Che's desk. So much food, Zhou Shichu exclaimed, turning just in time to see the convenience store bag on Jiang Che's desk. Did you buy this? And no. Has Jiang Che bullied you again? No. Qing hurriedly clarified, anxious to dispel any misunderstandings. All this food is what he bought himself. Really? Yes, really. Seeing Qing's earnest expression, Zhou Shichu decided not to probe further and casually took a snack from the bag. If he bought it himself, I'm just going to eat it. Do you want to try some? And no thanks. Qing quickly waved her hands in refusal. Still haunted by the memory of how Jiang Che had made her spit out a small bite of pastry the day before. As the morning reading session began, the usual din filled the classroom. The student council members responsible for monitoring the reading habits evaluated the situation, assigning the lowest score before departing. Qing diligently memorized English vocabulary, preparing for the first monthly exam of the semester. She was aware that Longqing No. 1 High School offered national scholarships and school awards. The former typically allotted to students from impoverished backgrounds after a series of complex evaluations. Given her current circumstances, the risk of qualifying was considerable. The latter was a monthly school reward, with straightforward criteria, be among the top 5 in grades, and have no disciplinary infractions. If she could secure a position in the top 5 during the monthly exam, winning a scholarship would slightly improve her living conditions. As the morning reading session concluded, Jiang Che entered the classroom just as the bell rang for class. Today, there were no pastries or milk tea on the desk. Only a plastic bag from Dongfeng convenience store. Qing instinctively moved aside to give him space. Jiang Che took his seat. Glancing at the plastic bag and noticing one less snack, he scoffed, I thought you wouldn't eat. Huh. Qing blinked, pointing toward Zhou Shichu. Following her gesture, Jiang Che spotted a half-eaten snack bag on Zhou Shichu's desk. Without a word, he retrieved the milk and bread from the plastic bag, frowning slightly. Is the milk cold? I was afraid it would spoil, so I put it in the fridge. Jiang Che said nothing more, tossing the remaining snacks and the plastic bag toward Qing. Put it in your drawer. Oh, did you finish my exercise books? I did. Qing opened her backpack and placed a pack of cigarettes along with 3 exercise books on Jiang Che's desk. Here, she said. Jiang Che looked around, searching for the cigarettes. Qing remained silent, merely gesturing towards the exercise books. As Jiang Che casually flipped through the books, he discovered a flattened cigarette box wedged between the pages, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. It was merely a pack of cigarettes, yet it evoked an odd sense of clandestine communication, reminiscent of spies exchanging secretive information. Jiang Che retrieved the cigarettes and tossed them nonchalantly into the drawer, then glanced through the exercise books. Help me submit these later, he began. But his voice trailed off as he fixated on the neatly inscribed characters of Jiang Che on the cover, plunging into silence. Qing seemed to notice his discomfort. She glanced at the cover and quickly explained, I saw that your name wasn't written in the exercise book, so I took the liberty of adding it. Rewrite it. Huh. Qing was puzzled, but, wary of Jiang Che's imposing presence, she quietly retrieved the exercise book, unsure of what to amend. You don't know my name? I know, she stammered. Jiang Che pointed emphatically at the characters Jiang Che on the exercise book, his tone tinged with irritation. The character Che has 3 dots on the left, U in the center, and on the right. The Che from clear? Yes, the Che from clear. A little lesson, P. The first period of the morning was Chinese class, taught by their homeroom teacher, Lin. The class was unusually quiet and attentive. Even Jiang Che, who typically showed little interest, sat up straight. Other teachers often overlooked Jiang Che's lethargy, but Lin was known for her strictness, hurling chalk at him whenever she caught him dozing off. Today, we will discuss Blessing, the first piece from Wandering. Many of you have studied Mr. Lu Xun's works extensively. What impressions do you hold of him? Silence enveloped the classroom. Lin, accustomed to this response, pointed casually at the first student by the window. Starting from Guotao, answer in order until we reach Jiang Che. Abandoning medicine for literature. Run Tuesday from the 100 Grass Garden to the 3 Flavor Study. A Madman's Diary. Jiang Che slowly rose, a bemused expression crossing his face as he looked at Lin. I don't know. How about his notable quotes? I don't know. Well then, it seems our entire class is waiting for you, Lin retorted firmly. Jiang Che paused, his expression blank as he replied. Why should I care about Lu Sun when you're discussing Zhou Shuren? The classroom fell silent. 2 seconds later, laughter erupted throughout the room. Silence. Li Yin slammed her palms on the desk, restoring order. When did Mr. Lu Sun ever say that? That was in the script. Get out. Jiang Che rolled his eyes and glanced at his deskmate. Shen Qing quickly stood and cleared the way. Previously, we studied other works by Mr. Lu Sun. I'm sure everyone remembers. Today, let's delve into blessing. Li Yan's voice resonated in the classroom. The atmosphere returned to normal, with Shen Qing diligently taking notes, occasionally jotting down key points and exam topics. For the entirety of the Chinese lesson, Jiang Che stood quietly by the classroom door, only returning to his seat when the bell rang. Did you know the answer to the earlier question? Jiang Che asked casually. Shen Qing nodded slightly. He shifted his tone, a hint of displeasure creeping in. Then why didn't you tell me who brought you home yesterday? Shen Qing hesitated, fear gripping her as she worried that whispering might lead to expulsion from the classroom, or worse, leave a negative impression on the teacher. Forget it. Jiang Che, sensing her apprehension, returned to his phone. The bell for math class rang. Jiang Che immersed himself in a game, showing no intention of paying attention. Other teachers had long since grown accustomed to his behavior, ignoring him entirely. Shen Qing maintained her usual focus. Jiang Che, perhaps due to standing for an entire period, seemed unusually alert. You're so intent on your notes. Do you even understand? Jiang Che asked, glancing at his diligent deskmate during a moment of respite in his game. Yes. If math homework is assigned, will you help me with it? Yes. Shen Qing replied softly, still engrossed in her notes without glancing up. Today covered new content, and she was determined not to distract herself from learning. High school math can be tricky. Often, if one loses focus even for a few minutes, they might find themselves lost. Seeing Shen Qing so absorbed in her studies, Jiang Che found it somewhat dull and ceased his inquiries. During the break, Chen Baisui approached the back row, his gaze directed at Jiang Che and Shen Qing, filled with an unusual sense of grievance. Che? Yes? You, who prioritize romance over friendship, managed to stay awake today? Chen Baisui's words hinted at something deeper. The previous day, they had encountered Shen Qing walking home, and Jiang Che had insisted on taking her home first, leaving Chen Baisui to wait for an hour without any word from him. Sorry about that. Shen Qing unexpectedly apologized. Chen Baisui was taken aback, unsure of her sudden contrition. Yesterday, it was quite a distance from Huainan Avenue to my home. It took about half an hour, she explained softly. Initially, she had dismissed the distance to politely decline Chen Baisui's offer for a ride, but it inadvertently caused Jiang Che to waste too much time. I see. No worries, Chen Baisui replied, waving his hand, his mood lifting slightly. So Jiang Che, you forgot about me because you took too long? Jiang Che responded casually. No, I simply forgot there was someone else. Seriously? Is that how you talk to people? Let us not dwell on it. You go your way, and I'll go mine. Chen Baisui's expression shifted to one of indignation. Jiang Che, nonchalantly, retrieved a box of cigarettes from his drawer, tossing one to Chen Baisui. Let us go to the restroom. No way. Chen Baisui glared at the cigarette Jiang Che had tossed him, his indignation growing. Come on, you gave me a cigarette that has been squashed. I accidentally sat on it. That's not acceptable. Please give me another one. Chen Baisui, with an earnest expression, resolutely refused to smoke the cigarette that had been crushed by Jiang Che's rear. Jiang Che glanced at Shen Qing, who was looking down and hesitant to speak, and casually tossed the flattened cigarette pack onto the desk, stating, They're all crushed. Choose one for yourself. Chen Baisui looked at the mangled cigarette box and let out a silent sigh. Che, this brotherhood is becoming untenable. On my way to school today, 2 girls from the vocational high school next door asked for my contact information. Are you trying to show off? I gave them your contact details. Che, you truly are my lifelong good brother. Chapter 010. Shen Qing is bullied. The morning passed swiftly. The rift between Jiang Che and Chen Baisui had completely dissipated, with Chen enthusiastically helping Jiang to restore the crushed cigarette box. Such is the simplicity and purity of youthful camaraderie. During the subsequent 3 classes, after indulging in a brief gaming session, Jiang Che succumbed to slumber at his desk, while Shen Qing diligently listened to the teacher's lecture and completed double the homework during the breaks. As the school bell rang, Zhou Shichu turned to Shen Qing and said, Shen Qing, I need to take a leave and step out of school for a while. I won't be having lunch in the cafeteria. Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback, but nodded in understanding. All right, I'll go by myself. Zhou Shichu seemed to be in a hurry and quickly exited the classroom. Qing tidied up his books and glanced at his still-asleep desk-mate Jiang Che, showing no intention to wake him. Just as he stood up, Chen Baisui approached from the back and tapped the desk, rousing his lifelong friend Jiang Che. "Ah Che, school is over." Jiang Che slowly lifted his head, ready to scold Chen, but caught sight of Qing leaving. "Where are you going?" Qing turned back and replied softly, "To the cafeteria. I'm going after school." "Why didn't you call me?" "I." Qing glanced at Chen Baisui, swallowing his words. "I'm heading to the cafeteria first. It gets crowded if I'm late." "Qing, why not join us?" Chen Baisui suggested. Yesterday, the four of them, including Jiang Che, Qing, and Zhou Shichu, had lunch together, and he felt no aversion to this new seating arrangement. "And no, I can go by myself." Qing pursed his lips and shook his head, turning to leave. "Ah Che, let us go." Jiang Che rose and left the classroom with him. The cafeteria after school was bustling with students, the noise almost overwhelming. Being summer, the entire space felt like a large steamer, with waves of heat circulating, and even the fans provided little relief. Sensing Jiang Che and Chen Baisui behind her, Qing intentionally quickened her pace, maintaining a safe distance. "Ah Che, shall we have bibimbap again?" Chen Baisui inquired. Jiang Che ignored him, focusing instead on Qing, who was hastily walking ahead. "Why are you walking so fast? Come here and help me." Qing halted. Deep down, she wished to pretend she hadn't heard him and just walk away, but the reality of him being her deskmate made it impossible to escape. "What? Help us reserve a spot by the window, the same table as yesterday," Jiang Che stated plainly. Though Qing wanted to say she needed to get her food first and had no time to reserve a seat, she recalled the consequences of opposing Jiang Che and Su Xiangyang's unfortunate fate, ultimately walking toward the window seat. Once seated, she instinctively checked her pocket, finding 10 yuan, likely sufficient for a simple meal at window 5. Yesterday, she had accepted the cafeteria lady's kindness and felt this was a way to repay it. "Excuse me, is anyone sitting here?" "Uh-huh." The window seats were highly sought after, and while some students had inquired about the space, they had backed off upon learning it was occupied. Such seating customs were widely accepted as a norm at this school. Qing cautiously surveyed her surroundings, akin to a lost fawn in the forest, silently praying for Jiang Che and Chen Baisui to return promptly. Each time someone approached, her heart raced, as if it were a shameful act to reserve a seat for someone else. Suddenly, 3 individuals approached her table, a boy and 2 girls. One girl was Jiang Shihan, who had previously delivered milk tea to Jiang Che. Dressed with a hint of makeup, Jiang Shihan appeared more striking than the average high school girl. The boy unceremoniously placed his tray on the table and plopped down beside Qing without a care, while the 2 girls took their seats across from her, seemingly oblivious to Qing's presence. Nervously wringing her hands, Qing murmured, "There's someone sitting here." "What someone?" The boy shot a glance at the petite Qing, dismissing her with contempt. "If you're not eating, then scram." His tone was harsh, his demeanor suggestive of a personal vendetta. Lu Qi, seated next to Jiang Shihan, spoke with disdain, as if he had seen through Qing's intentions, mockingly saying, "You came here to reserve a seat, hoping to sit next to Jiang Che?" Jiang Shihan remained silent, observing Qing's discomfort with a smirk that was both amused and condescending. Qing's cheeks flushed crimson. Naturally introverted, engaging in conversations was difficult for her, let alone arguing. Qing attempted to explain but faltered, her face burning as she rose from her chair and left the table. Seeing this, Lu Qi let out a derisive laugh and asked Jiang Shihan, "Did you really think Jiang Che would like someone like her?" Jiang Shihan said nothing. She recalled the last time she delivered milk tea to Jiang Che, it had been handed to that seemingly harmless girl to pass on, only for her to wait an hour at the milk tea shop without seeing Jiang Che. Later, she learned the tea she delivered had been tossed in the trash. 10 minutes later, Jiang Che and Chen Baisui returned together from the bibimbap window. Chen Baisui, holding 2 bowls, grumbled. The line was ridiculously long. Both noticed the 3 individuals occupying the spot they had reserved. Qing stood quietly nearby, anxiously scanning for other available tables. "What's wrong?" "And nothing." Qing shook her head, refraining from mentioning what had just transpired, and pointed toward another side. "It seems there are vacant spots over there. Shall we switch seats?" "I can't get used to it." Jiang Che cast a cold glance at the trio occupying the seats. Jiang Shihan looked somewhat familiar. While the boy seemed to be the gym representative from their class, someone he had encountered during basketball games, the girl, however, was a complete stranger. Damn, they took our seats? Chen Baisui's face burned with fury. Jiang Che cast a fleeting glance at the three individuals, his expression as perpetually frosty as ever, merely extending the stone pot bibimbap in his hand towards Xinqing, instructing, "Take this." Huh. Xinqing instinctively reached out to receive it. Jiang Che, however, withdrew his hand, cautioning, "The bibimbap is quite hot. Hold it from the wooden board beneath." Oh right. Chapter 011. Jiang Che takes action. Xinqing grasped the wooden board holding the stone pot bibimbap, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafting up. This dish, enhanced with beef, accompanied by an array of vegetables and Korean sauces, was undeniably fragrant. She had seen the price list at the counter. The beef stone pot bibimbap was priced at 16 yuan. The cost of a single lunch surpassed her daily living expenses. Lost in thought, a sudden thud interrupted Xinqing's reverie. Following the sound, her gaze met Jiang Che, who was forcefully pressing a male student's head against the dining tray. The impact was severe, causing the tray to overturn, scattering food and oil everywhere. Jiang Shihan and Lu Qi both recoiled in shock, instinctively retreating a few steps, their faces etched with fear. Jiang Che. Another loud thud echoed. After delivering the first blow, Jiang Che showed no signs of relenting, repeatedly smashing the boy's head against the tray. Oil splattered everywhere, and a streak of crimson blood flowed from the boy's nostrils, mingling with the greasy food, marring his entire face. Jiang Che, stop. I'm going to call a teacher. Lu Qi shouted, her voice filled with urgency. Meanwhile, Jiang Shihan clenched her fists, watching the brutal scene unfold, her mind racing with unspoken thoughts. The two girls hesitated to intervene. The surrounding male students also maintained their distance, unwilling to engage in the brawl. Chen Baisui, holding 2 servings of stone pot bibimbap, urged, "Che, that's enough. My arms are getting sore." Jiang Che paid him no mind. 5 minutes later, the supervising teacher arrived, separating the two combatants and admonishing Jiang Che. "What are you doing?" "He took my spot." Jiang Che replied flatly. The teacher was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the bloodied and greasy Wang Hengyan. "He took your spot, and you resorted to violence?" "Yes. Which class are you in?" The teacher, clearly irate, had never encountered a student who was so unapologetic after such an incident. Calmly, Jiang Che responded, "Class 1, Year 2. Shui Xiangyang." "Shui Xiangyang from Class 1, Year 2? Fine. I know your homeroom teacher, Zhao Lin. Go to the office and wait for me." The teacher barked, leading the injured student, whose face was smeared with oil and blood, hastily towards the infirmary. The once boisterous cafeteria fell into a brief silence. Onlookers dispersed, and students at nearby tables gathered their trays, retreating from the chaotic scene. Lu Qi tugged at Jiang Shihan's arm, signaling her to leave quickly. Chen Baisui found an empty spot, placing the 2 servings of stone pot bibimbap down, shaking his sore arms. "Che, you don't even blush when you lie." However, this cafeteria has surveillance. Even if you report Shui Xiangyang's name, it will eventually be uncovered. It doesn't matter. Let Yin Jia take a peaceful nap this afternoon. The teacher will surely be touched. Jiang Che settled into his chair, glancing at the 2 servings of stone pot bibimbap on the table, then at Xinqing, who stood there in a daze, lost in thought. "Are you standing there in military posture with my meal?" Jiang Che observed Xinqing, his tone as languid as ever, startled by his voice. Xinqing snapped back to reality, realizing she was still holding Jiang Che's bibimbap, and hurriedly moved it over to him. "Here." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed 2 servings of stone pot bibimbap already on the table. Instinctively, she looked around, her first thought being that Zhou Shichu had arrived. Yet, no one approached. Jiang Che simply pulled the beef stone pot bibimbap towards himself and pushed the other one forward, stating, "This is the pork ribs one I ordered for you. Mine? Who else's would it be?" Xinqing stared at the pork ribs stone pot bibimbap before her. Both this and the beef version priced at the premium rate of 16 yuan each. "I could just eat from the regular counter. I'm not used to this." She murmured softly in refusal. Jiang Che's brow furrowed slightly, his tone growing colder, after being carried from the counter to here. "What? Are you allergic to pork now?" "No. No." Sensing Jiang Che's rising ire, Xinqing quickly shook her head and sat down on the stool, her head bowed, avoiding his gaze. The image of Jiang Che's earlier violent demeanor lingered in her mind, inducing a touch of trepidation. The 3 began to eat. "Che, I think the teacher will definitely tear you apart this afternoon," Chen Baisui teased, his tone light and carefree. seeming to dismiss the earlier incident of Jiang Che's aggression as mere triviality. Last time, Xue Xiangyang picked a fight with you, so it was simply a class reprimand. This time, fighting in the cafeteria, it means you'll likely have to read a self-criticism in front of the entire school, right? Make sure to let me have a look at it when you're done writing. I'd like to have a good laugh beforehand to avoid bursting out later. Jiang Che's response was succinct, scram. As they shared a meal, Shunqing listened to the lively banter between the talkative Chun Baisui and the relatively reticent Jiang Che. Remaining silent herself, she nibbled at her food until her bowl was entirely empty. Whoa, Shunqing, your appetite is enormous, Chun Baisui remarked, glancing at her clean bowl, which held only a few scattered grains of rice. Shunqing's face flushed, and she buried her head in silence. Jiang Che shot a sidelong glance at Chun Baisui, deftly steering the conversation away. Do you know that boy from earlier? He's from class 1, year 2, but I've forgotten his name. She vaguely recalled seeing him during the first year, but after taking a year off, his name had faded from her memory. Chun Baisui chimed in, Zhang Jigang, the sports representative from class 1, year 2. We played basketball together before. Right. Jiang Che nodded slightly, then turned to Shunqing, asking, did you remember his name? Huh. Shunqing blinked, a bit dazed, puzzled over why she needed to remember this name. In the next moment, Jiang Che continued, this time, it will likely be a self-criticism of 1 to 2,000 words, to be read in front of the entire school. Make sure you write it well. Did you hear that? Jiang Che added, feigning sternness. Shunqing jumped, quickly nodding, I understand. After the meal, the trio exited the cafeteria together. Meanwhile, in the school infirmary, a dramatically different scene was unfolding. Xue Xiangyang sat across from the consultation table, the bruises on his face yet to fully fade, while the scratches had begun to scab over. Dr. Li, is my face all right? No problem, just a minor injury. You'll be fine in about 2 weeks. Will I be disfigured? Do I need to get a CT scan? I've been feeling drowsy while studying lately. Could it be a concussion? Just then, the infirmary door swung open once more. Chapter 012. Dr. Li's state of mind crumbles. Dr. Li. Oh, Teacher Qi, what happened to this child? Upon seeing Teacher Qi Hong and Zhang Jigang enter, Dr. Li Yunlong promptly rose and approached, carefully inspecting the injuries on Zhang Jigang's face. Fighting in the cafeteria. The atmosphere was tense as Li Yunlong gestured for Zhang Jigang to take a seat, cautiously attending to the blood and grease marring the latter's face. Is it serious? He inquired. Fortunately, there was no fracture to the nasal bridge, though some bruising marred the facial skin. In mid-sentence, Dr. Li's gaze shifted to Xue Xiangyang, who sat nearby, and with a resigned tone, he remarked, the injuries are somewhat similar to that child's. Both sustained facial injuries. Xue Xiangyang's expression turned one of surprise as he queried. Zhang Jigang. Being classmates, they were naturally acquainted. You know each other? Li Qihong interjected. Teacher, we are both in class 1 of the second year. Xue Xiangyang explained to Qihong. The teacher furrowed his brow. Another from class 1 of the second year? Were you also injured in a fight? Xue Xiangyang nodded, a slight chuckle escaping him. Qihong coldly scoffed, his anger palpable. I've heard that class 1 of the second year is a prestigious class. Is this how you top students conduct your studies? Xue Xiangyang could only remain silent. And that Xue Xiangyang from your class is utterly disregarding school rules. This incident of fighting must be met with severe punishment. Qihong asserted. Xue Xiangyang, bewildered, instinctively glanced at Dr. Li, his initial reaction being disbelief, as he thought he might be hearing things due to a concussion. Teacher, he ventured. Yes, Dr. Li replied. I am Xue Xiangyang. I came to the infirmary after school. I didn't go to the cafeteria at noon, he tentatively clarified. Qihong's expression froze as he finally noticed the school badge on Xue Xiangyang's uniform, which indeed read, Xue Xiangyang. Then who was it that struck? Qihong directed his gaze toward Zhang Jigang, who was grimacing in pain, his head spinning, oblivious to the inquiry. A moment later, after the wound was treated, Zhang Jigang revealed the name of his assailant, Jiang Che. Both Teacher Qihong and Dr. Li Yunlong were taken aback. The former erupted in anger, slamming his hand on the table. Disregarding the law. Disregarding the law. How could such a student exist in our school? Severe punishment is imperative. Dr. Li nodded slightly, observing. No wonder the injuries are so similar. The assailant specializes in targeting faces. In class 8 of the second year, the ceiling fan whirred monotonously, and the potted plants by the window drooped lifelessly. Chun Baisui was indulging himself, simultaneously devouring 3 ice creams he had purchased from the school shop. originally intended for Jiang Che and Xin Qing, who both opted not to partake. Xin Qing sat at her desk, feeling somewhat bloated, yet she dutifully retrieved her exercise book, diligently working on the homework assigned that morning. Jiang Che, having just reclined with a U-shaped pillow, was startled when the classroom door swung open with a bang. Li Yin stormed in, her gaze locking onto the trio remaining in the room. Jiang Che, come out here. She had just finished lunch at home and was preparing for a nap when the urgent ring of her phone shattered the calm, informing her of Jiang Che's altercation in the cafeteria. Huh. Jiang Che blinked, equally puzzled, while Chun Baisui turned to observe the unfolding drama, both displaying surprise at their homeroom teacher's rapid awareness of the incident. Chun Baisui, why are you staring? Throw away that ice cream and come out. Li Yin glared at him. Chun Baisui shrugged nonchalantly and followed Jiang Che out of the classroom. Li Yin, now addressing the only remaining student, Xin Qing, softened her tone. Xin Qing. Yes, teacher? Xin Qing replied. You and Jiang Che were in the cafeteria, correct? Please come to my office. I have a few questions for you. All right. Xin Qing nodded, following along. In the office, Li Yin sat on her somewhat chipped chair, regarding the three students standing before her. Jiang Che. Director Qi said you struck Zhang Jigang from class 3 in the cafeteria? Yes. What was the reason? Jiang Che fell silent. Chen Baisui, eager to defend, piped up. Teacher Li, actually, Zhang Jigang provoked us. Be quiet. Did I ask for your input? Li Yin reprimanded sharply. These two students from class 8 of the second year were a constant source of her frustration, always fighting, smoking, and performing poorly academically. They were practically branded with the label of idleness. Chen Baisui fell silent. Jiang Che then calmly posed a question. When I struck, I reported Xue Xiangyang's name. How did the school find out so quickly? At the mention of this, Li Yan's ire flared. How dare you impersonate someone else? When Director Qi took Zhang Jigang to the infirmary, he happened to encounter Xue Xiangyang. Do you enjoy embarrassing me in the faculty group chat? Jiang Che remained silent. Chen Baisui and Xin Qing mirrored his silence. Li Yan inhaled deeply. This incident has escalated. The school will intervene. I need you to clarify the sequence of events. Zhang Jigang took our seat, Chen Baisui succinctly stated. Li Yan, however, found it hard to believe a single word, well aware of her student's notorious reputation. Who would be foolish enough to provoke you? Xin Qing, were you present? I. Don't be afraid. I assure you, this matter is unrelated to you. Just recount what you witnessed, Li Yan assured the shy, obedient girl with a gentle demeanor. Xin Qing bit her lip and quietly recounted the events of that noon. Did Zhang Jigang tell you to leave? Li Yan's brow furrowed slightly. Both Jiang Che and Chun Baisui's expressions darkened, realizing that Zhang Jigang's manner had been far more aggressive than they had anticipated. Very well, I understand the situation. You may return to class. Li Yan instructed Xin Qing to leave, turning her attention back to Jiang Che. Do you have anything else to say? I was a bit too lenient. Li Yan blinked in shock before erupting in fury. Jiang Che, you need to correct your attitude immediately. Director Qi is a mid-level leader in the school, and this issue has grown serious. You must go to the infirmary and apologize to Zhang Jigang. Fighting will undoubtedly result in disciplinary action, and compensation will be necessary. However, Zhang Jigang bears some responsibility as well. I will inform the school to consider mitigating your punishment. For now, write me a 1,000-word reflection, and I will supervise you in the office as you write it. Next Monday, during the flag-raising ceremony, you will publicly reflect in front of the entire school. Li Yan, being a seasoned homeroom teacher, had her methods for handling such situations. Jiang Che nodded slightly, but added, I can accept a serious reprimand and compensation, but I would prefer to forego an in-person apology. Why is that? I fear I might lose control. Get out. Chapter 13. Concern for his punishment throughout the afternoon. Jiang Che and Chun Baisui were absent from the classroom. Xin Qing sat alone in the back row, as diligent as ever, occasionally glancing at the empty seat beside her. She felt an unusual sense of unease, unable to shake the worry that Jiang Che might face repercussions for the fight. Xin Qing, did Jiang Che get into another fight at noon? Zhou Shichu inquired during the break, unable to contain her curiosity. She had taken a leave of absence until the second class of the afternoon and had just arrived to hear about Jiang Che's brawl with Zhang Jigang from class 1 in the cafeteria. Murmured softly, offering no elaboration on her reasons. However, was quite curious and inquired, what is the specific situation? I heard Zhang Jigang was severely beaten. I've never liked that guy. When we used to play basketball with class 1, he would always resort to petty tricks. Chen Baisui even got intentionally knocked over by him. Quietly listened, feeling a mix of surprise and confusion. She could discern that, and shared a close bond, and despite the incident, appeared completely unconcerned about facing any punishment or expulsion. Will he face any repercussions or expulsion? Asked softly. Expulsion is definitely out of the question, replied nonchalantly. He'll probably receive some form of reprimand, but he already has enough on his record. One tea make a difference. Remained silent. As the school bell rang, leisurely began to pack her bag, glancing at the scattered exercise books on the neighboring desk. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out to organize those disheveled books and placed them into her own bag. Are you stealing my homework? A teasing voice chimed in. Startled, looked up to see and entering through the back door, now standing beside her. No, not at all, she stammered, instinctively reaching to pull out the exercise books. Casually sat on the corner of her desk, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Today, I didn't ask you to do my homework for me. Why are you being so proactive? The exercise books are here. Sooner or later, I'll have to do them. Quietly explained, her voice unexpectedly tinged with a hint of grievance. That's true, nodded thoughtfully. I was just coming back to collect my assignments, but if you want to help me, I won't argue. After saying this, pointed to the drawer. Hand me the cigarettes. Oh, responded softly, retrieving the cigarettes from his drawer and, as if committing a theft, surreptitiously handed them to him. Took the cigarettes and tossed one too. I'll be suspended for 2 days. I'll return to school next week. Suspended? Looked at in surprise, her gaze meeting his charming eyes before she quickly averted her own. I'll come back next Monday to read my reflection during the flag-raising ceremony. I'm not very good at writing reflections. I know, interrupted her. I've already written my reflection this afternoon. Just help me finish my assignments. All right, nodded, quickly standing up and leaving the classroom as if escaping a daunting situation. Glanced at the retreating figure, his tone peculiar. Have you done something to her? I feel like he's quite afraid of you. She's just timid, scoffed, turning to leave the classroom. On Friday afternoon, seats remained empty for the next 2 days. The homeroom teacher announced the cafeteria fight incident to the class, detailing punishment of a major demerit and suspension. As for, he had no involvement in the fight. His absence was purely due to his disinterest in attending class. During these 2 days, diligently focused on her studies. Unbeknownst to her, the teachers of Class 8 in the second year had come to recognize her as a studious and obedient girl, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding troublemakers, and thus treated her with greater care. Have these teachers gone mad? Why do they always come over to our side during class? It's making it hard for me to sleep peacefully, remarked, exasperated by presence. Quietly continued to organize her and exercise books, not responding to his complaints. Do you have any plans for this weekend? My friend's family is opening an arcade. Would you like to join us this weekend? And we'll be there too. No. I can't make it. I have other things to do this weekend. Shook her head, softly declining. A fleeting look of regret crossed face. Oh, I see. Wanted me to invite you. Head down, quietly packed her bag and left the classroom, making her way out of the campus. At the bus station, it was crowded. The familiar number 3 bus was unusually packed with more people than usual. Waited a while longer, and after 2 buses had passed, she finally managed to squeeze on board. She returned home later than usual. Upon opening the door, the lights were on. Instinctively, she glanced at the shoe rack, where she saw recently removed leather shoes and high heels. It was evident that Uncle Zheng and her mother had returned from their business trip. Why are you home so late? Zhao Feng asked, slightly frowning and sounding displeased. Your Uncle Zheng and I have already eaten. Lowered her head slightly, remaining silent. Chuckled, casually asking, You're back. Just grab something to eat. He pulled a 20 yuan bill from his wallet and handed it over. Did not reach for it. Shaking her head gently. No. It's all right. I've already had dinner at school. All right then. How has your year off from school been with your classmates? Quite well. Is your previous living allowance sufficient? Yes. Zhao Feng remarked casually. You still have 200 yuan left. A high school student doesn't need that much money. She then advised, don't spend the remaining money recklessly. Save it for your next living expenses. Nodded softly, not uttering a word of protest. Zhao Feng seemed satisfied with her daughter's understanding, nodding in approval. All right, go back to your room and study. Okay. Nodded and walked into her bedroom, shutting the door behind her. Setting down her bag, sat at her desk, taking out her exercise books and textbooks, enjoying a moment of solitude that felt truly hers. She had always known that she did not belong to this family. She dared not be willful, nor to voice her opinions, nor to add any trouble to Uncle Zheng's family. She could only strive to maintain the appearance of obedience and understanding, living cautiously in this home. Chapter 014. Do you think I would like this kind of girl? The next morning, Saturday, awoke early. This had been her routine for as long as she could remember. Even on weekends, she had no habit of sleeping in. Dressed and refreshed, she quickly prepared breakfast in the kitchen. Before long, and Zhao Fong woke up and, after washing up, found the noodles she had just placed on the table. They were not surprised. Always rose early on weekends to prepare breakfast for them. Sitting at the dining table, took a bite of noodles and remarked with a smile, "Daughters are the best, unlike that troublesome boy Zheng Rui, who only gives me headaches." Rui is fine too. He is full of energy, unlike this girl who always looks sickly, Zhao Fong added, beaming. Shen Qingyan quietly immersed herself in her bowl of noodles. After a moment of hesitation, she softly spoke, "Mom, Uncle Zheng, I would like to go out today and return in the evening." Zhao Fong frowned slightly, asking, "Returning only at night? Where are you going?" Shen Qing explained in a hushed tone, "I want to hang out with classmates." "Hang out? All you ever think about is playing. You've already taken a year off from school, and yet you show no intention of putting in the effort. Don't you care about the college entrance exam?" Zhao Fong admonished her. "You are not allowed to go. You need to stay home and study diligently for the next couple of days." Zheng Tianlin chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "It's a holiday. Let her take a break. Going out with classmates can strengthen their bonds." As he spoke, Zheng Tianlin produced his leather wallet. "Do you have enough money to enjoy yourself? Don't indulge her." Zhao Fong retorted, eyeing Zheng Tianlin. "This girl hasn't even finished spending last month's allowance. She doesn't need so much money. It's fine, she's a girl. A little shopping and browsing is harmless," Zheng Tianlin replied. Zhao Fong shot a glare at Shen Qing. A high school student should prioritize her studies, not spend all her time on appearances. Shen Qing nodded and softly insisted, "I will just go out with my classmates. I won't spend anything." Breakfast concluded swiftly. Shen Qing tidied up the dishes and returned to her room. Cautiously, she retrieved 10 yuan in change from her coat pocket and tucked it into her jeans before leaving the house. It was Saturday, and the bus station was quite empty. Shen Qing boarded the number 9 bus, which led to the bustling commercial center of Longqing. Inside, the atmosphere was more pleasant, with air conditioning, eliminating the old clamor of the vintage buses. Half an hour later, the bus stopped at Insure Plaza. Shen Qing quickly disembarked and made her way into the plaza, the largest shopping mall in Longqing, boasting a plethora of dining, entertainment, and clothing establishments, a true commercial hub. On the 5th floor, known for its food offerings, Shen Qing headed towards a newly opened restaurant called Korean Barbecue. It was still early for lunch, and the shop had just opened without any customers. "Oh, little Shun is here. Perfect timing. Hurry and wipe down the tables." The owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s, instructed. The restaurant had recently opened on the 5th floor of Insure Plaza, and weekend business was thriving, leaving the waitstaff overwhelmed. Thus, they had posted ads to recruit temporary workers, paying daily. Shen Qing was one of them. Today there's a weekend promotion, so there should be plenty of customers at noon. Don't let anything go awry, the owner cautioned. Understood, Shen Qing nodded gently, moving to the counter to don an apron emblazoned with Korean barbecue, and began her work. As time passed, other waitstaff arrived. Glancing at Shen Qing, who was busy wiping tables, chuckling, "Fool. Getting here so early means she'll have the most work." These long-term workers had mastered the art of slacking off. As noon approached, the 5th floor of Insure Plaza grew increasingly crowded. Many patrons drawn in by the weekend promotion at Korean Barbecue. "Waiter, bring me an apron," shouted one customer. "Take my order. Bring me a case of beer. Why is the charcoal so weak here?" Voices clamored throughout the restaurant as Shen Qing, clad in her waitstaff apron, busily attended to the patrons. Despite the summer heat and the robust charcoal grilling, even with air conditioning, beads of sweat glistened on the young girl's forehead. Meanwhile, on the elevator, Chen Baisui leaned against the railing, stretching his neck. "I've been sleeping in these past few days, and now my neck hurts." "Cut it out," Zhou Shichu scoffed. "Jiang Che was suspended for fighting, and you? You suspended yourself?" "I was there too. The suspension was justified," Jiang Che interjected quietly, his long fingers tapping on the elevator railing. Suddenly, he asked, "Is Shen Qing not coming?" "Yeah, she said she had other plans this weekend," Zhou Shichu replied, glancing at Jiang Che with a hint of curiosity. "You seem rather concerned about Shen Qing's whereabouts. Are you up to something?" Jiang Che nodded, causing Zhou Shichu to explode in disbelief. "Seriously? You beast. Shen Qing is such a good girl. Don't you dare harm her." Chen Baisui chimed in. Ah Che, heed your brother's advice. You two are simply not meant for each other. What? Jiang Che retorted. Shin Qing is human, and you think I'm a beast? That's crossing species. Get lost, Jiang Che snapped back. Zhou Shichu, however, spoke earnestly. Jiang Che, you can't be serious, can you? Jiang Che recalled Shin Qing's fearful demeanor and snorted. She is timid and small-hearted. Do you think I would like such a girl? Then why do you keep asking about her? I'm thinking of inviting her for a meal. He replied. Oh, I see. Zhou Shichu nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, with all the assignments piled on, it was mostly Shin Qing helping you out. You should definitely treat her to a meal. The three casually chatted as they arrived at the 5th floor. Zhou Shichu's gaze was immediately drawn to the weekend promotion at Korean barbecue. This is the one I was talking about. It's super popular online. Let us check it out. As they approached the entrance, Chen Baisui quickly spotted Shin Qing in her waitstaff apron, seemingly refilling charcoal for a table. Is that Shin Qing? Zhou Shichu paused. It looks like it. Chen Baisui waved, preparing to greet her. Shun. Shu. Jiang Che abruptly covered his mouth, forcibly dragging him away from the entrance. Hey, what are you doing? We agreed to eat here. This place has a promotion, and Shin Qing is here. It would be perfect for a gathering. I'm not in the mood for barbecue. Jiang Che shot a glance back at the restaurant before leading Chen Baisui and Zhou Shichu away. What do we eat then? Hot pot. Chapter 15. Remember to give me a discount at the Taoyuan Hot Pot restaurant. Jiang Che chose a table tucked away in the back. He took the menu from the waiter and tossed it to Chen Baisui. You guys order. Chen Baisui passed the menu to Zhou Shichu while watching Jiang Che with keen interest. Ah Che, why were you so eager to pull me away just now? You said you wanted to treat someone to a meal, yet you wouldn't even let me say hello. Are you having second thoughts? Jiang Che remained silent, refusing to engage with Chen Baisui. Zhou Shichu, having placed his order, muttered to himself. So Shin Qing did have plans this weekend. She came to work at the barbecue restaurant. Throughout, she had always been surrounded by friends from affluent backgrounds, naturally placing Shin Qing among them. After all, only two types of individuals could attend Longqing No. 1 high school, renowned far and wide, those with excellent grades or those from wealthy families. Shin Qing's exam results placed her at the bottom of her class, and she found herself in class 8 of her sophomore year. Shouldn't it have been the other way around? Soon, steam rose vigorously from the hot pot. Chen Baisui added the ingredients one by one, expressing his enthusiasm. I just purchased 900 tokens. That should be enough for us to enjoy the afternoon, right? You bought so many? There's a promotional event for the grand opening. All right, Zhou Shichu nodded, glancing at Jiang Che. Shin Qing should have some free time later. Should we invite her to join us? No need. Jiang Che casually picked up a piece of beef, dipped it, and placed it in his bowl, casting a glance at the nearby Korean barbecue restaurant. The barbecue place was bustling with activity. Through the glass window, amidst the throngs of customers and wait staff, the petite, fair-skinned Shin Qing was quite recognizable. She scurried about, serving dishes, pouring tea, and changing the charcoal, hardly pausing for a moment. At 2 in the afternoon, the three finished their hot pot and exited the restaurant together. Jiang Che chose to take a slightly longer route, deliberately avoiding the Korean barbecue, and descended to the 4th floor from the mall's other side. The 4th floor was the entertainment level of Silverstone Mall, home to various arcades, escape rooms, and murder mystery games. Among them, an arcade boasting a grand opening half-price promotion was particularly popular. The trio entered together, and Chen Baisui, holding 3 oversized coin holders, exchanged all the previously purchased game tokens. He handed 2 of them to Jiang Che and Zhou Shichu, leading them deeper into the arcade. The atmosphere was lively, with numerous patrons, and the cacophony of background music mingled with the sounds of gaming machines created an exceptionally noisy environment. There's a 1-meter-long whale over there. Should I help you catch it? Chen Baisui asked Zhou Shichu. Zhou Shichu dismissed him with a glance. You? After saying that, she made her way toward a nearby dance machine. Ah Che, do you want to join? Jiang Che replied lazily, following Chen Baisui toward a row of claw machines, the largest of which contained a 1-meter-long blue whale plush. Without hesitation, Chen Baisui began inserting coins, once, twice, 20 times. The blue whale plush remained motionless. Jiang Che leaned against the side, watching with indifference. Can't you choose another one? The others are too ugly. Planning to gift it? Chen Baisui chuckled. Jiang Che, perceiving his intention, retorted disdainfully, with your skills, you might as well buy one directly. Ah Che, you just don't get it. The feeling of catching a toy is different from buying one. Jiang Che scoffed and said nothing more. Moments later, He glanced at Chun Baishui's nearly empty coin holder and pushed his own toward him. Aren't you going to play? Boring. I'm going out for a smoke and to grab a drink. Bring me a cup of burnt fairy grass and get Zhou Shichu a half-sugar mango sago. Girls love that. After speaking, Jiang Che turned and left the arcade, striding toward the 5th floor. It was now 3 in the afternoon. The peak dining period had passed, and the restaurants on the 5th floor gradually grew quiet as the waitstaff began clearing tables. Jiang Che casually surveyed the area and walked toward a nearby milk tea shop next to the Korean barbecue restaurant. 1 grapefruit tea, 2 half-sugar mango sagos, and 1 burnt fairy grass, please. Sure. Jiang Che placed his order casually and languidly took a seat outside the shop, peering over a wooden railing at the Korean barbecue. The waitstaff had finished tidying the tables and were gradually removing their aprons, finding comfortable spots to rest. Shin Qing was no exception. She removed her apron and was about to head to a corner of the restaurant when she was startled to see a pair of familiar peach blossom eyes intently watching her from the milk tea shop. Jiang Che? Shin Qing hesitated for a moment, intending to pretend she hadn't seen him, but Jiang Che beckoned her over. Shin Qing. He enunciated her name slowly. Shin Qing jumped slightly, fearful that his voice might disturb her colleagues who were preparing to rest, and hurried over. Separated by a wooden railing, Jiang Che casually asked, "Are you working part-time here?" Shin Qing nodded slightly, biting her lip and murmuring a soft yes. "I work part-time at the arcade downstairs. If you want to come and play, I can let you in for free," Jiang Che said casually. "No. That's unnecessary." Shin Qing shook her head, quietly declining. Jiang Che observed the timid girl before him and feigned a stern tone. "Then if I come to this barbecue place, you must remember to give me a discount." I'm just working here. I can't offer discounts to customers, or they deduct it from my wages," Shin Qing explained, her voice growing softer. She was somewhat apprehensive that this imposing figure might take offense, and after a moment's pause, she added quietly, "I can secretly add a bit more meat to your plate." Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress a chuckle at her unexpected response. "All right, then I'll head back now." Shin Qing feigned to leave. "Wait." Jiang Che pointed to the 4 cups of milk tea he had packed on his table. "Pick one." "No. It's fine. I bought it myself. It wasn't a gift." Shin Qing still shook her head, stealing a glance at the milk tea shop's price list, and quietly added, "I'm allergic to this." "Allergic to milk tea?" "Uh-huh. What about fruit tea?" "Same." Shin Qing nodded gently, avoiding Jiang Che's gaze, and spoke softly, I'll go take a break now. I have to work in the afternoon." After that, she turned and walked toward the furthest corner of the Korean barbecue restaurant, where she quietly rested her head on the table. The table had been cleaned, yet the faint smell of oil lingered in the air. Shin Qing paid it no mind. The hectic activity of the day had left her utterly fatigued, and all she wished for was a moment of peace to rest. "Ah Che, it's been almost an hour. Where have you been?" "In line." "Was it that long?" Jiang Che casually set down 3 cups of milk tea. Chun Baishui retrieved a cup of burnt fairy grass and a cup of mango sago, handing the latter to Zhou Shichu. "Can you exchange for that big whale now?" Zhou Shichu held a large bundle of tickets, rewards from various arcade games. "Not quite enough. I've used 200 tokens at the claw machine, and I still can't catch that big whale. I'm seriously beginning to suspect the machine is faulty." Chun Baishui glanced at the whale inside the machine, stubbornly unmoving. Zhou Shichu, sipping her mango sago, casually asked Jiang Che, "Aren't you going to play?" "Not interested. That's so boring. Here, I'll give you 200 tokens, and I'll go play something else." Zhou Shichu handed a coin box to Jiang Che and turned to leave. Chun Baishui promptly followed. "Aren't you going to continue catching that big whale?" "I can't catch it." Chun Baishui had relinquished hope of winning the large whale from the claw machine, stating, "I might as well earn paper tickets and wait to exchange for one in the end." The two departed together. Jiang Che, with 100 coins in hand, lazily settled onto a chair in front of the claw machine, casually dropping coins into it. He had little interest in the 1-meter-long whale, merely idly grasping at some small toys. Unbeknownst to him, a significant number of toys had vanished from the machine, scattered across the floor beside him. Occasionally, girls would approach to watch. Some sought Jiang Che's assistance in catching toys, while others aimed directly for his contact information. "Hello, you're amazing. Could you help me catch one too?" "No." "Could I buy one of the small toys you caught?" No. Thank you. I'll add you to my contacts and transfer the money." "Not selling." An hour later, Chun Baishui and Zhou Shichu returned with a large stack of paper tickets, having exchanged them for a 1-meter-long blue whale. Upon finding Jiang Che, They were both taken aback. Jiang Che was surrounded by a heap of toys, easily over 50, with a group of girls watching. Chen Baisui immediately moved closer, while Zhou Shichu, clutching the large whale, followed suit. "Ache, did you catch all these?" "Yeah." Chen Baisui was utterly stunned. With 200 coins, he had nothing to show for it, while Jiang Che's 200 had yielded a bounty. Zhou Shichu quickly retrieved 2 large bags from the attendant, gently placing the discarded toys into them, murmuring, "Jiang Che, couldn't you have asked for a bag? These toys are getting dirty on the floor." Before long, Jiang Che had exhausted his coins. Zhou Shichu still hugged her exchanged whale, while Chen Baisui struggled with 2 oversized plastic bags filled with nearly 50 toys. As dusk approached, the trio exited the arcade. "You two head back. I have things to do tonight," Jiang Che said nonchalantly as he lit a cigarette. "Aren't you coming with us?" "What about these toys?" Chen Baisui, laden with bags, felt uncomfortably like a toy wholesaler. "You two can split them." Chen Baisui was speechless. Zhou Shichu, a girl carrying a toy, appeared endearing. Yet, Chen Baisui felt an inexplicable embarrassment carrying 2 large bags home. "Then we'll take our leave." "Wait." Jiang Che called Chen Baisui back, casually plucking a toy from his pocket, only to disdainfully toss it aside upon discovering it was a pig. He chose a rabbit toy instead and turned to leave. On the 5th floor, it was mealtime. The popularity of the Korean barbecue restaurant was still booming. The weekend promotions attracted many customers, creating a bustling atmosphere. Jiang Che glanced around the restaurant and noticed that the cup of mango sago he had placed on the wooden railing had vanished. He stepped into the Korean barbecue restaurant. The welcoming staff greeted him enthusiastically. "Student, dining alone?" "Yeah, please come in. We have seats available." Jiang Che pointed to a secluded corner, the furthest from the entrance, where Xinqing usually took her breaks in the afternoon. Settling into the most remote spot, he noticed Xinqing had seen him enter. She retrieved a frozen cup of mango sago from the fridge and brought it along with the menu. "This is the menu, along with your milk tea from earlier. You didn't tea drink it?" "No." Xinqing lowered her head slightly, shaking it gently. "What would you like to eat? I can note it down for you." "No need." Jiang Che snatched the paper and pen, scribbling down the dish names as he casually inquired. "What time do you close?" 9. "Quite late. Aren't they with you?" Xinqing asked softly, instinctively glancing outside. "They went back. It's just me." Jiang Che handed back the hastily written menu, his handwriting described by teacher Li Yin as illegible even to doctors. Xinqing stared at the menu, somewhat dazed. The exercise book she received from Jiang Che was blank. This was her first encounter with his writing, which could hardly be called writing, but rather a series of convoluted lines. What dish is this?" "Snowflake beef." "And this?" "Beef shank." "This?" Jiang Che frowned slightly, his tone impatient as he snapped, "You can't read a word? Are you a pig?" Xinqing immediately lowered her head, sounding somewhat aggrieved. "I already said I came to write it down." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Che patiently recited his menu again. Steak, duck, gizzards, garlic oysters. After listing them all, Xinqing meticulously annotated each dish in proper Chinese characters beside the distorted lines, hesitating before softly suggesting, "Could you order a few less dishes?" "Huh. If I secretly add more meat for you. There's so much here, you can't possibly eat it all alone. That would be such a waste." Chapter 017. Little boyfriend. The grill on the table began to warm up slowly. Xinqing collected the menu and placed the mango sago beside the rabbit toy before swiftly departing. Moments later, she returned with a tray for Jiang Che's table. He was idly staring at his phone, the rabbit toy carelessly lying on the table, and the mango sago untouched. "Isn't this just the right amount?" Jiang Che glanced at the tray she brought over, casually stating. Xinqing did not respond, carefully lifting the slices of fatty beef from the tray. Originally, these had been artistically arranged atop a bed of cabbage leaves, but now the cabbage was gone, replaced with genuine rolls of fatty beef. The portion seemed to have doubled. Jiang Che's eyes sparkled, his charming gaze fixated on Xinqing, who appeared nervous, darting her eyes around. "Thanks. It's nothing, just eat." Xinqing shook her head slightly, turning to leave, but Jiang Che propped his chin up, feigning difficulty. "Can your restaurant help customers grill meat?" I can't really either." Xinqing bit her lip. Customers could request assistance from the staff, but she was not particularly skilled in grilling meat. "Shall I call another waiter to help you? What if others see that my tray has more meat? Wouldn't that expose me?" Take this." Jiang Che handed her the grilling tongs from the table. "Focus on grilling for me. Let someone else handle changing the coal for the other customers." "Oh." Xinqing quietly acknowledged, carefully accepting the tongs from Jiang Che and placing slices of beef onto the grill. The tray contained no vegetables or pork, mostly beef or lamb, along with some oysters and scallops. Jiang Che glanced at Xinqing, who was grilling meat, and casually inquired, "How much do you earn for a day's part-time work here?" 150 yuan, she replied softly, "Not much, just a bit more than other part-time jobs." As she focused on grilling, she recalled her previous inquiries about other part-time positions, such as at bookstores and cafes, which offered only 70 to 80 yuan a day. "Your home isn't nearby, is it?" Jiang Che asked nonchalantly. He had once accompanied Xinqing home and knew she lived in the southern district, a fair distance from the city center. "It's all right. I finish at 9 and then catch the last bus. After work, you still have to clean up?" "Yes, I'll take a taxi home," Xinqing murmured, avoiding his gaze as she continued grilling. Jiang Che simply acknowledged her with a grunt and fell silent. A couple of minutes later, Xinqing tentatively placed a piece of beef into Jiang Che's bowl and softly suggested, "Try this." "Try? I'm not quite sure if it's cooked properly." "Then why don't you try it yourself? There are rules in the shop. We can't eat the customer's food. They would deduct money," Xinqing explained in a hushed tone. Without further comment, Jiang Che tasted the meat. Not bad. Upon hearing this, Xinqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She quickly put down her tongs and turned to leave. As the clock struck 9, the once bustling Silverstone Plaza grew quiet. The patrons of the Korean barbecue restaurant began to depart. Xinqing approached a corner table and quietly announced, "We're closing." "All right, I'll help you pack the leftovers." "No need." Jiang Che set down his chopsticks, a teasing tone in his voice. "I called the waiters several times, yet you pretended not to hear. Is there a difference in treatment?" "No." "Then why didn't you come over?" Xinqing kept her head down, too shy to meet his playful gaze. Jiang Che scoffed lightly and said no more. He picked up the rabbit plush toy and the mango sago drink from the table, then stood to settle the bill before leaving the restaurant. With a sigh of relief, Xinqing joined her colleagues in cleaning up. Soon after, the boss distributed wages and called Xinqing aside. "Xiaoxian, here's your pay for today." The boss handed her 200 yuan. Xinqing was taken aback, her expression one of surprise. "Boss, wasn't it 150? You came in the earliest. And you cleaned the tables and chairs all by yourself. Take it." "Oh, thank you, boss." Xinqing accepted the money without objection. However, the boss's tone shifted as he continued, "Don't come in tomorrow." "Why?" "Tomorrow, there will be an inspection at Silverstone Plaza. Every employee must show their work and health certificates. You're still a minor and can't obtain those documents. If you're caught, it could be troublesome." Xinqing nodded slightly, understanding that if it were discovered she was working here without proper documentation, the boss would face a fine. "Come back next Saturday." "Okay, now hurry home. Your little boyfriend is waiting outside." Xinqing was taken aback by this remark and followed the boss's gaze outside the shop. A boy in a black t-shirt leaned against the railing, holding a rabbit toy and a cup of mango sago. A cigarette dangling from his lips, which he hesitated to light. He's my classmate." "Uh-huh. I see, just classmates. Go on now." The boss waved her off, preparing to close up. Xinqing felt an inexplicable flush on her cheeks and hurried away, unsure how to explain herself. In the elevator, Jiang Che stood calmly, while Xinqing kept her head down, avoiding his gaze. "Will you take a taxi home later?" Jiang Che suddenly asked. Xinqing nodded lightly and murmured, "Yes." The elevator doors opened, and they both exited Silverstone Plaza. Outside, a familiar black motorcycle awaited them. Jiang Che casually lifted the mango sago. "Are you allergic?" "Yes," Xinqing replied softly. Without another word, Jiang Che tossed the drink into a nearby trash bin. "Hey," Xinqing wanted to protest, but was too late. "You're allergic. I don't want it to spoil by tomorrow," Jiang Che explained nonchalantly, then offered the rabbit toy to her. "It's from the arcade. Do you want it?" Xinqing gently shook her head. "Is this also an allergy?" "Yes," as he prepared to discard the toy as well. Xinqing quickly stopped him. "Wait, this toy is still new. Don't throw it away. It's ugly. Actually, it's quite cute. Then you don't want it?" Jiang Che glanced at the motorcycle and, with a hint of mockery in his tone, said, "It's not convenient for me to hold the toy while driving. Could you hold it for me on the back seat?" Chapter 018. One can thrive alone. The black motorcycle sped down the road. Neon lights flashing and the night market bustling with life, pedestrians hurrying by. In the deep night of this southern small city, the streets were alive with the warmth of humanity. Xinqing sat on the back seat, clutching the white rabbit toy. Feeling the heat of the night breeze against her face, which stung slightly, she instinctively shrank her neck. Noticing her movements, Jiang Che's cold voice rang out. Hold on tight. Don't fall off. Okay. And don't try to take advantage of me. I wouldn't. The motorcycle gradually came to a stop at the entrance of the linen community. The streetlights cast a dim glow, and the summer evening breeze remained stifling. Shenqing carefully dismounted and handed the rabbit toy to Jiang Che. Here, I'll head back now. Jiang Che did not reach out to take it. His voice was as cool as the moonlight. Give me your contact information. What? I need to find you tomorrow. I don't have a phone. What? Jiang Che frowned slightly, his tone tinged with annoyance. So, you told me you finished your part-time job and took a taxi home? Shenqing lowered her head, feeling as if her lie had been laid bare before him, leaving her at a loss for words. She had not truly intended to take a taxi home. If she walked briskly, she could reach home in about an hour. Jiang Che's gaze was fixed on her, his charming eyes carrying an inexplicable fierceness. He couldn't understand why she had lied. Was it to avoid owing him a favor? Or was she reluctant to spend money on a taxi? He glanced at the linen community, a mid-range residential area in the southern district of Longqing. The residents might not belong to wealthy families, but they could certainly be considered well-off. Why? I don't want to trouble you. Shenqing's voice was barely a whisper. Jiang Che did not press further. He twisted the throttle of the motorcycle, and a roar erupted. Shenqing quickly handed him the rabbit toy again. It's south inconvenient to drive. Hold on to it for me. With that, the black motorcycle sped away, its velocity doubling from before, vanishing swiftly into the night. Shenqing watched the retreating figure, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief wash over her. Ascending the stairs, she opened the door to her home, which was enveloped in darkness. The door to the master bedroom was closed, the lights extinguished. Uncle Zheng and her mother had retired early for the night. Shenqing gently closed the door behind her and glanced at the clock in the living room. It was already past 10. In the past, such a late return would have set her father into a flurry of anxiety, searching for her and calling nearby relatives to inquire about her whereabouts. Upon her return, he would be both anxious and irate, wanting to scold her, yet each time he refrained from uttering harsh words. Now, however, as she looked at the tightly shut master bedroom door, her heart held little turbulence. She merely placed the rabbit plush toy in her room and carefully tucked 200 yuan into the pocket of her winter coat for safekeeping. After washing up and settling into bed, Shenqing moved with utmost caution, fearful of disturbing anyone with her late arrival. She felt content with this arrangement. Everyone could live their lives without needing to pause for her, and she wished not to disrupt others. Monday dawned with the oppressive heat of a southern summer. After 2 days of tranquility, the gates of Longqing No. 1 High School buzzed back to life. Street vendors gathered at the entrance, selling breakfast and snacks, while students flocked to purchase treats on their way to school, creating a lively scene at each stall. Shenqing waded through the throngs of students, entering the school gates. The weekend had flown by. She had spent Sunday at home, choosing to complete her weekend assignments rather than seek additional part-time work. The white rabbit plush toy rested on her desk, and when Zhao Feng entered the room, she inquired about its price. Shenqing simply mentioned it was a complimentary gift from a store opening, and the matter was dismissed. In Class 8 of the second year, the time for morning self-study was approaching. Uncharacteristically, many students had arrived, focused on hastily copying their weekend assignments to submit to the class representative after the flag-raising ceremony. This was a customary feature of Mondays in Class 8. Shenqing, hurry up. Give me your work, came the urgent call from Zhou Shichu. Although she had indeed taken her assignments home on Friday, she had spent the weekend in merriment without touching her homework. Thus, she and Chun Baisui were the first to arrive in the classroom that morning. Upon seeing Zhou Shichu's anxious demeanor, Shenqing promptly opened her backpack and handed over her completed exercise books. Without hesitation, Zhou Shichu began to copy the work, having previously achieved a perfect score by following Shenqing's answers, leaving her utterly confident in her desk-made abilities. Pass me a little, Chun Baisui said, pulling a chair closer to copy from the same assignment. Hey, you're pressing down on my workbook. How can you copy so fast? Are you only copying the multiple choice and true or false questions? I'm not done with this page yet. Wait a moment. Zhou Shichu scribbled furiously, suddenly turning to Shenqing with an odd tone. Has Jiang Che finished his assignment? Yes, Shenqing nodded slightly. She always completed both her own and Jiang Che's assignments. So naturally, his was done too. Perfect, Zhou Shichu said, nudging Chun Baisui. Go copy Jiang Che's work. Don't crowd me here. Without delay, Shenqing retrieved Jiang Che's workbook and handed it to Chun Baisui. As he casually flipped through the pages, he noted the neat and meticulous handwriting, which included not just multiple-choice questions, but also comprehensive answers, all carefully detailed. This was a stark contrast to his impression of Jiang Che's typical work. I never thought I'd be copying Che's homework one day. Feeling a mix of frustration and resignation, Chun Baisui returned to his seat, grumbling under his breath. Che really is something else. Despite having not touched a pen for 2 days, Jiang Che could submit his work on time. While he found himself weeping over his own, the bell rang, heralding the spirited strains of the March of the Volunteers. Every Monday, Longqing No. 1 high school played this anthem during morning self-study, signaling the commencement of the flag-raising ceremony. Students rose en masse and proceeded to the playground. Shenqing, let us go. Zhou Shichu beckoned. Together, they departed the classroom. On the playground, students formed orderly lines by class, guided by Zhou Shichu. Shenqing walked towards the formation of Class 8, marking her first attendance at the flag-raising ceremony since joining the class. Shenqing, just look for the group with the fewest people next time we gather, Zhou Shichu advised. Shenqing scanned the playground and noted that indeed, Class 8 had the fewest students present. Is our class the smallest in the grade? Not exactly, but we definitely have the least participation in these ceremonies. Surveying her surroundings, Shenqing quickly realized that many classmates were absent. Is no one else coming? Not really, Zhou Shichu shrugged. Many are still in the classroom finishing their assignments. As she spoke, Zhou Shichu's eyes lit up with surprise. Jiang Che is here already? Following her gaze, Shenqing spotted Jiang Che entering through the school gates. Bathed in golden sunlight and dappled shadows, he seemed to radiate a captivating glow. Che is here to read a self-critique, Chun Baisui chimed in. Zhou Shichu grasped the situation immediately. So that's why he is here instead of finishing his homework. Understanding me, Zhou Shichu quipped. His frequency of reading self-critiques during the flag raising is rivaling the principal's speeches. What's so interesting about that? That's different. Chun Baisui, maintain silence during the flag raising ceremony and return to your position, shouted their homeroom teacher, Li Yin, from the front of the line. Chun Baisui quickly retreated. Zhou Shichu and Shenqing fell silent, ceasing their conversation. As the national anthem played, the crowd sang in unison. The 5-starred red flag was raised, fluttering majestically atop the flagpole. The principal delivered his address, followed by speeches from student representatives. After a half hour, the formalities concluded, and Shenqing stood quietly, mentally rehearsing the English vocabulary for today's dictation, a small habit of hers, believing it made the mundane moments pass more swiftly. Suddenly, the strict voice of the dean, Qi Hong, resonated from the podium. Last Wednesday, a violent brawl occurred in our school cafeteria. Instinctively, Shenqing looked up at the podium, where Jiang Che lounged against the railing, holding a crumpled piece of assignment paper, seemingly awaiting the call of his name. Many students turned their gazes toward him, and upon recognizing him, the understanding washed over them. The school administration has decided to publicly reprimand Jiang Che and issue a significant disciplinary action, hoping his case serves as a cautionary tale for all students. Now, Jiang Che is invited to the stage to read his self-critique. With that, the dean turned and exited the podium. Jiang Che rose leisurely from the railing and approached the podium without haste, taking a moment to wipe the microphone with a piece of tissue. In an instant, the entire school was taken aback. The director of education glared at Jiang Che with a pale face, sternly admonishing, Jiang Che, what are you doing? Wiping the microphone? You are here to read your self-criticism. Jiang Che, with a nonchalant tone, continued to clean the microphone, remarking, you probably haven't brushed your teeth this morning. The saliva on the microphone reeks. His casual quip reverberated across the campus as the microphone remained on, prompting an uproar of laughter from the students, particularly among the boys of Class 8 in the second year, with Chun Baisui leading the charge. This was a blatant provocation. The director's face contorted in displeasure, his fingers trembling with rage. Jiang Che seemed entirely indifferent, seemingly unperturbed by the potential repercussions of his defiance. He casually opened his self-criticism document, stating, I self-criticize. His tone was languid, devoid of any hint of remorse. Shenqing watched from the side, tugging at Zhou Shichu's sleeve. Is he not worried about the school's punishment? It's just a reprimand. Jiang Che has accumulated countless penalties for fighting. What's one more? Zhou Shichu replied casually, showing no sign of concern for his friend's predicament. Shenqing hesitated and whispered, but too many penalties could lead to expulsion, right? He won't. Zhou Shichu explained, wearing a look of amusement. Zhang's uncle is a board member at our school. No matter how many infractions he accrues, he won't be expelled. Oh, Xinqing responded, falling silent. The flag-raising ceremony concluded with Jiang Che's reading, and classes returned to their respective rooms. The class representatives began urging their classmates to submit assignments. Xinqing turned in her and Jiang Che's work, a routine the representatives had grown accustomed to. Xinqing, I need to ask you something, Zhou Shichu said. Uh-huh. Zhou Shichu turned around, glancing at the empty seat beside Xinqing, and inquired conspiratorially, did Jiang Che take you out for dinner yesterday? Huh. No. Zhou Shichu noted the confusion on Xinqing's face, and his expression fell instantly. You helped him with so much weekend homework. And he didn't even treat you to a meal. It's fine. I can consider it as revision. Xinqing murmured. Zhou Shichu couldn't help but smirk, as if feeling a sense of embarrassment for being friends with Jiang Che. Wait, on Saturday at Silverstone Square, didn't he come looking for you afterwards? At that time, the three had separated, with Zhou Shichu clutching a large whale plushie and Chun Baisui carrying 2 bags of toys, leaving first. They both assumed Jiang Che had gone to find Xinqing for a meal, as they had been friends since childhood and could somewhat anticipate each other's intentions. He did come looking for me, and then? He didn't treat you to dinner? He didn't even buy you a bubble tea? He bought it. But I didn't drink it. Xinqing quickly clarified, fearing that Zhou Shichu might misunderstand that Jiang Che had bullied her. Zhou Shichu nodded slightly, curiosity piqued. Then what did he want from you? Dinner? Xinqing glanced around the noisy classroom and quietly recounted the events of Saturday afternoon. Zhou Shichu was left in shock. What? He dined alone at Korean barbecue and made you his waitress, grilling the meat for him? He even had you add more meat to his plate? How utterly disrespectful. A beast. As the class bell rang, Jiang Che and Chun Baisui strolled in through the back door, carrying a faint scent of smoke. Xinqing instinctively rose to give way. Jiang Che returned to his seat and glanced at Xinqing, casually asking, did you turn in your assignments? Uh-huh. Weren't you working at your part-time job yesterday? Huh. Xinqing was taken aback, then replied, there was an inspection at Silverstone Square yesterday. If caught, I would be fined. Child labor? It certainly looks that way. Child labor refers to those under 16. I'm already 16. Jiang Che appraised her, his gaze eventually resting on the loose fabric of her uniform covering her chest. Can't tell. Noticing his gaze, Xinqing instinctively covered her chest. Jiang Che let out a light scoff and refrained from further teasing, nudging Zhou Shichu's desk with his foot. Did you bring any snacks? I'm asking you a question. Zhou Shichu, are you mute? Zhou Shichu turned, casting a cold glance at Jiang Che, devoid of any emotion. I don't wish to converse with a beast. With that, he turned back. Jiang Che was left bewildered, shifting his gaze to his desk mate. Xinqing, sensing his gaze, instinctively averted her eyes and whispered, I didn't bring any snacks either. Shall we eat in the cafeteria at noon? Uh-huh. Will you treat? Xinqing paused, then nodded lightly, murmuring, The morning hours swiftly passed. Xinqing remained as diligent as ever, her notes neatly inscribed in the textbook. The teachers gradually recognized that the chaotic Class 8 of the second year had a well-behaved newcomer. Meanwhile, Jiang Che continued his habitual slumber, playing games. Yet he had the singular merit of not disrupting classroom order or distracting his desk mate. As the bell rang, Zhou Shichu called out, Xinqing, let us go eat. Xinqing glanced at Jiang Che, who was still asleep. She had promised to treat him to a meal as a gesture of gratitude for last week's stone pot bibimbap. If she left without waking him, he might think she intended to shirk her obligation. Yet, she hesitated to wake him as Zhou Shichu and Chun Baisui had done. I still have a bit of homework left. I'll head to the cafeteria after finishing. You guys go ahead. Xinqing explained softly to Zhou Shichu. All right. Zhou Shichu nodded, dragging Chun Baisui along as they departed. One to you call Ache? No. Have you had a falling out? No. I just don't want to eat with a beast. As classmates gradually trickled out of the classroom, Xinqing looked at the sleeping Jiang Che and tentatively tapped his arm resting on the desk. Jiang Che, class is over. Her voice was barely a whisper. Her touch gentle, although intended to rouse him. It seemed she feared disturbing his slumber would provoke his ire. After a couple of taps, Jiang Che remained unresponsive, his deep sleep almost infuriating. Xinqing felt a twinge of helplessness. She worried that he would assume she intended to renege on their agreement if she left without waking him. Yet she didn't dare to wake him as Zhou Shichu and Chun Baisui had. After a moment's hesitation, she quietly retrieved her homework from the morning. Xinqing began to work on her assignments while patiently waiting. Time trickled by. Before long, classmates began to filter back into the classroom. Xinqing set down her pen, stretched her slightly sore arms, and looked at the still sleeping Jiang Che, feeling a sense of resignation. She had completed all the assigned exercises for the morning, double the amount. As the bell for class rang, Zhou Shichu and Chun Baisui entered the classroom, presenting a bottle of juice to Xinqing. "I've brought you a bottle," Zhou Shichu said. "Oh, thank you," Xinqing replied softly as she accepted the juice. Zhou Shichu cast a glance at Jiang Che, who was sleeping with his head down, intentionally omitting to bring him water. "Did you go to the cafeteria late for lunch? I didn't see you at all." Before the afternoon class, came Jiang Che's muffled response. The arts committee member took the stage to lead the class in a song. Xinqing, not familiar with many popular songs, could only hum softly along with the rest. As usual, members of the student council came to inspect and score. This time it was the girl from class 1, Jiang Shihan, who wore light makeup. Without bringing any snacks, she approached Xinqing and coldly stated, "When Jiang Che wakes up, tell him I will be waiting for him at the basketball court for the next class." After delivering her message, Jiang Shihan turned and left with her scoring sheet in hand. The bell rang again, signaling the start of the first class of the afternoon, history. Teacher Wei Yuan slowly entered, carrying a water cup and textbooks. The sight of numerous students sprawled out sleeping did not surprise the elderly educator, who had been teaching for many years and had grown accustomed to such scenes. Last week, they had studied Wang Engxi's reforms. In the later stages of the reforms, Emperor Shenzong dismissed Wang Engxi and Sima Guang, upon taking office, essentially abolished the new laws. In the afternoon classroom, the old fan creaked noisily, and cicadas chirped incessantly outside. The fervent sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, making the air in the classroom particularly oppressive. Teacher Wei Yuan's voice resonated, akin to a lullaby at midnight, gently lulling the students into slumber. Xinqing felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her, but fought to stay attentive. "Is class not over yet?" Jiang Che's voice broke the silence beside her. Xinqing turned to look at him and quietly reminded, "It's the first class of the afternoon." "No one called me?" he inquired. "No." Xinqing hesitated, fearing his anger, and then clarified, "I called you, but you didn't wake up." Jiang Che, feeling hunger pangs, looked at his desk mate with a feigned glare. "Didn't you say you would treat me to lunch? Why didn't you wake me?" "I couldn't wake you, and I didn't eat either," Xinqing replied. Jiang Che frowned slightly, his tone revealing dissatisfaction. "You didn't go to the cafeteria?" "No. I was waiting, hoping to eat together." Xinqing refrained from responding to the somewhat ambiguous remark. After a brief pause, she finished her notes from the history textbook and softly explained, "I was afraid you'd wake up and accuse me of skipping out." Jiang Che stretched his neck and chuckled without answering. At the front, Teacher Wei Yuan continued his lecture. The failure of Wang Engxi's reforms is closely related to the new chancellor, Sima Guang. They once had a court debate. Does anyone know their respective political philosophies? As he posed the question, Wei Yuan's gaze fell upon two students awake in the corner, one known for his lack of diligence, and the other a new diligent student. "Xinqing, would you care to shed light on Wang Engxi's political views? Those adept at managing finances do not impose taxes, yet the country flourishes." "Very good." Wei Yuan nodded slightly, then turned his attention to the now-awake Jiang Che. "How about you, your desk mate? What can you tell us about Sima Guang's political philosophy?" Jiang Che regarded the elderly teacher without overt display and instead shifted his gaze to Xinqing. Lowering her head, Xinqing discreetly prompted, "The wealth produced by heaven and earth does not belong to the people, but to the officials. Their attempts to seize the people's wealth cause more harm than imposing taxes." "Speak in plain Chinese," Jiang Che remarked. "Never mind. Let Xinqing answer," sighed Wei Yuan. Xinqing stood up, as usual, and recited, "The wealth produced by heaven and earth does not belong to the people, but to the officials. Their attempts to seize the people's wealth cause more harm than imposing taxes." "Good. You may sit down." Wei Yuan nodded and returned to the podium. Time flew by during the class, and Jiang Che no longer continued dozing off, instead opening a game on his phone. "Do you play games?" "No." "What about watching dramas?" "No." "Are you a caveman?" Xinqing chose not to respond, diligently listening to the teacher. Jiang Che soon grew bored and ceased his distractions. Before long, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Typically, students would likely continue to sleep after history class, yet this time, they exhibited an unusual excitement. Physical education class, physical education class. Zhou Shichu observed Shenqing's jubilant expression and glanced at Jiang Che, whose demeanor suddenly turned disdainful. Only then did Shenqing realize the next class was physical education. Remembering Jiang Shihan's words during singing, she quietly reminded Jiang Che. Jiang Shihan said she would be waiting for you at the basketball court. He replied. She asked me to tell you during singing. I forgot in class. Do you enjoy relaying messages for others? Jiang Che frowned slightly. Shenqing lowered her head and remained silent. Zhou Shichu, unable to tolerate Jiang Che's attitude, shot him a glare and quipped, Shenqing, don't mind him. Let us go. Some people don't even clear their own romantic debts, yet blame others. Jiang Che. Shenqing was pulled by Zhou Shichu out of the classroom, heading toward the playground. Chen Baisui, clutching a basketball he had somehow acquired, approached the back row while bouncing the ball. Che, let us go, let's play. Jiang Che lazily got up, rummaged through his drawer for a pack of cigarettes and a lighter, and casually asked, Did you offend Zhou Shichu? Not at all. Then why is she so angry? Maybe she feels ashamed of your beastly behavior. On the playground, during the second physical education class, both Class 1 and Class 8 were present. The two classes had a history of rivalry and often organized basketball matches against each other. Is everyone here? The physical education teacher. A middle-aged man in his 50s with a slight bald spot and a protruding belly wore a whistle around his neck. All here. The sports committee member went to collect the equipment, reminding everyone to be cautious during free activities and to prioritize safety. Understood. All the students awaited the final signal to disperse. However, the physical education teacher seemed to recall something and turned his gaze towards Zhou Shichu. By the way, next week the school will hold a sports meeting. Class leader, please remember to tally the students' intentions to participate. Dismissed. Instantly, the class erupted into chaos. The boys rushed to grab equipment and hastily made their way to the basketball court, eager to claim their territory, while the girls gravitated towards badminton and similar activities. Shenqing, are you going to join in the sports? No. Not really. Then will you accompany me to watch the match? Today our class is playing against Class 1. All right. Shenqing nodded gently. Zhou Shichu grabbed her hand and hurried towards the bleachers at the basketball court, chatting as they walked. Last time, Jiang Che and Chen Baisui didn't participate in the match, which is why we lost. This time, we will definitely win. By the way, Shenqing, do you understand basketball? A little. Shenqing's mind wandered back to the image of the middle-aged man. He is a devoted fan of the Lakers, especially Kobe, and enjoys donning a purple Lakers jersey while passionately explaining the team's strategies and the history of the Staples Center during games. The two of them are seated in the viewing area, surrounded by numerous female classmates, predominantly from Class 8, with a fair number from Class 1 as well. Among them is Jiang Shihan, who immediately notices the arrival of Zhou Shichu and Shenqing, her gaze swiftly locking onto the petite girl with remarkably fair skin. Chen Baisui is already on the court, yet Jiang Che is nowhere to be seen. Jiang Shihan's first thought is that the girl has failed to relay her message to Jiang Che. Surely, Jiang Che hasn't he skipped the game? Shihan, Jiang Che hasn't he arrived at the basketball court yet? Did that girl not help you convey your message? I didn't see Jiang Che during the Class 2-8 assembly earlier. He is not still sleeping in the classroom, is he? Several girls nearby whisper. Jiang Shihan furrows her brow slightly and rises to approach Shenqing. Her voice laced with a hint of frost. Where is Jiang Che? Shenqing raises her gaze slightly. Jiang Shihan presses on. When we were singing earlier, I asked you to pass on a message to Jiang Che. Did you tell him? I did. Jiang Shihan, feeling slightly cornered, retorts, if you want to find Jiang Che, do it yourself. Don't disturb us while we're watching the game. You. Jiang Shihan is momentarily taken aback, biting her lip before continuing. I need to discuss something important with Jiang Che. And so? Zhou Shichu glances at her, his tone icy. Can't you see? Why not look for him yourself? At that moment, Jiang Che saunters into view, his handsome features striking and his alluring peach blossom eyes capturing attention. He holds a plastic bag, seemingly filled with snacks. Jiang Che. Jiang Shihan's gaze instantly shifts, and she strides forward to block his path. Jiang Che raises an eyebrow. Jiang Shihan instinctively clenches her fist, attempting to meet his gaze, but he seems preoccupied with something else. I have matters to discuss with you privately. Speak. Let us go to the side of the podium. After speaking, Jiang Shihan purses her lips and quickly walks towards an unoccupied shaded area beside the podium. Jiang Che pays her no mind and continues towards the stands. Do you want to eat? A cool voice reaches Shenqing's ears as a plastic bag containing bread snacks is tossed into her arms. Shenqing looks up at the youth before her. Despite his impassive expression, his captivating eyes seem to ensnare one's very soul. The thought of the words fox spirit inexplicably flits through her mind. Jiang Che responds with a nasal sound. Shenqing snaps back to reality, glancing at the bag of snacks and quickly shaking her head. No. I'm fine. Not hungry. Chapter 022. The brawl at the basketball court. Jiang Che does not say anything further and settles down beside Shenqing. She is startled by his sudden presence and instinctively considers moving away. What are you doing? Jiang Che frowns slightly, showing displeasure at her movement. Shenqing remains silent. Zhou Shichu, observing the scene, interjects with a sarcastic tone. Can't you tell? She finds you distasteful. Jiang Che turns his gaze to Shenqing, who fears he might be upset by her actions, and quickly whispers. I didn't what? I didn't find you distasteful. Jiang Che nods in satisfaction, casually offering Zhou Shichu a packet of chips. Want some? No, I'm on a diet. Jiang Che nods again, preparing to reclaim the chips. You really should lose some weight. Get lost. Zhou Shichu snatches the chips away. Jiang Che chooses not to engage further and tosses a meat floss bun and milk to Shenqing. You don't need to lose weight. I'm not hungry. Do you find me distasteful? No. Shenqing gently shakes her head, silently accepting the meat floss bun and milk that had landed in her lap. Jiang Che takes a similar bun for himself and starts eating. Zhou Shichu, holding the chips, decides to break the ice. Aren't you going to find Zhang Xihan? Why would I look for her? Isn't she always trying to pursue you to repay her debt? Jiang Che shows no interest in furthering this topic, and Zhou Shichu, noticing his disinterest, shifts to another subject. Today is the class match between us and Class 1. Aren't you going to play? Jiang Che shakes the bun in his hand, indicating that he hasn't had lunch yet. On the basketball court, the game has commenced. Jiang Che and Chun Baisui are among the tallest in high school, giving them a significant advantage in basketball. Previously, Zhang Jigang, the sports representative of Class 2, was a formidable opponent. However, after being beaten by Jiang Che in the cafeteria last week, he bears visible injuries and cannot play. Not long into the game, the situation on the court becomes overwhelmingly one-sided. Chun Baisui and his teammates are energetically showcasing their skills, and the score gap continues to widen. Go! Great job! Zhou Shichu enthusiastically cheers for their classmates from the sidelines, while Shenqing observes quietly. Do you understand? Speak. Jiang Che glances at Shenqing with a teasing glare. Shenqing quickly nods, responding softly. I can understand a bit. Then why aren't you cheering? Shenqing falls silent again. While she can silently cheer for her classmates, she cannot bring herself to shout like Zhou Shichu. As the game intensifies, the score disparity grows. Class 8 is dominating the game. After waiting for 10 minutes at the side of the podium without seeing Jiang Che, Zhang Xihan returns to the viewing area, her delicate face darkening. She sees Jiang Che sitting next to Shenqing, occasionally reaching into her plastic bag for snacks. Though they share little conversation, the sight alone stirs discomfort within her. Zhang Xihan strides up and stands in front of Jiang Che, blocking his view of the game. Jiang Che, speak. Let us talk privately. I'm busy. It won't take long. You're blocking my view. Jiang Che's rejection is cold, showing no interest in further entanglement. However, a commotion arises on the court, followed by coarse shouts. Chun Baisui has engaged in a fight. Zhou Shichu immediately leaps from her seat and rushes towards the court. Jiang Che, reacting even more swiftly, sidesteps Jiang Xihan and leaps over the railing, plunging into the chaos. The entire court erupts into disorder, with several students from classes 1 and 8 grappling with each other. The two classes already had their differences, and as the score widened, many from Class 8 began taunting, igniting the conflict. As Chun Baisui goes for a layup, he is deliberately elbowed by Zhao Pengfei, causing him significant pain, and he retaliates vigorously. Jiang Che, quickly separate them. Zhou Shichu shouted at Jiang Che. Upon seeing Chun Baisui grappling with Zhao Pengfei from Class 1, Jiang Che swiftly kicked Zhao Pengfei to the ground and immediately blocked Chun Baisui, preventing further conflict between the two. Zhou Shichu rushed forward as well, pulling Chun Baisui behind her, addressing the crowd from Class 1. Stop fighting, the teacher will arrive shortly. Gradually, both sides began to calm down, particularly the students from Class 1, who prided themselves on their academic excellence and certainly did not wish to face disciplinary action from the school due to brawling. Did you get hit? Jiang Che glanced at Chen Baisui, who, after touching his left cheek with his tongue, winced in pain from an elbow he received during a drive to the basket. You should head to the infirmary. All right. On the stands. Shen Qing did not rush down to assess the situation, but was stopped in her tracks by Jiang Shihan as she stood up. What is your relationship with Jiang Che? Jiang Shihan asked bluntly, blocking Shen Qing's path. Just classmates. Is that so? Jiang Shihan's voice was cold, laced with a hint of threat. You better be just classmates. Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the implication of her words. Jiang Shihan frowned slightly, continuing, I'm just reminding you, Jiang Che is my boyfriend. Boyfriend? Upon hearing those words, Shen Qing instinctively glanced at the basketball court, where the two groups seemed to still be at odds. However, with Jiang Che's arrival, the bravado of Class 1 students began to wane, perhaps deterred by Jiang Che's notorious reputation, leading them to consider reconciliation. He's your boyfriend? What else could he be? Are you two in a fight? He seems to be ignoring you. Shen Qing quietly and earnestly inquired. She genuinely did not understand why the other party sought her out, as she had always maintained a distance from Jiang Che. You. Jiang Shihan was momentarily taken aback, but Shen Qing's demeanor did not suggest any deliberate confrontation. Rather, it seemed like a sincere inquiry. We had some disagreements previously, but that does not mean we've broken up, understand? Oh, I see. So, I hope you maintain your distance from Jiang Che. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. With that, Jiang Shihan raised her chin proudly and turned to leave the stands. Chapter 023. Were you just laughing at me? In the infirmary, the school doctor, Li Yunlong, casually asked Chen Baisui while applying iodine to his wound. Name, class? Chen Baisui, Class 8, Year 2. Fighting? Yes. Chen Baisui nodded indifferently. Zhou Shichu quickly interjected. Doctor, he hurt his face by falling. It was not from a fight. Hee. Dr. Li chuckled lightly, but did not press the matter. He was merely the school doctor. Responsible for treating illnesses, while managing students' behavior was the duty of other teachers and administrators. Whether Chen Baisui's facial injury was from a fight or a fall was of little concern to him. Avoid sugar, spicy foods, alcohol, and overly greasy items for the next few days, and refrain from vigorous exercise, Dr. Li advised. Chen Baisui was more concerned about his appearance. Doctor, will my face be disfigured? No, the wound is small. It will heal in time. However, it will take 2 or 3 days for the swelling to subside. I'll prescribe some anti-inflammatory medication. Remember to take it as directed. As Dr. Li spoke, he handed the prescription to Zhou Shichu and casually asked, does he smoke? Don't smoke for the next few days. It will have an impact. All right, I'll keep an eye on him. Zhou Shichu nodded slightly, took the medicine, and left the infirmary with Chen Baisui. Next. Name, class? Zhao Pingfei, Class 1, Year 2. Another from Class 1? Why do students from your class enjoy fighting so much? Dr. Li frowned slightly, his tone tinged with discontent. I just treated 2 last week, and now it starts again. Zhao Pingfei. The bell rang for class. Students from both classes began to leave the playground in succession. Shen Qing held a plastic bag containing snacks, including the leftover bread and chips from Jiang Che. Not having waited for Zhou Shichu to return, she decided to leave alone. In the classroom, the loud whir of the fan filled the air, accompanied by the unpleasant odor of sweat from the boys who had just finished physical education. As the class bell rang, Shen Qing sat down and took out the geography textbook for the last class of the afternoon. The geography teacher, Chen Jun, a man in his 30s with over a decade of teaching experience, had a reputation at the school that was neither particularly good nor bad, embodying the essence of a mediocre teacher. Class, stand up. Hello, teacher. The standard classroom routine unfolded. Chen Jun observed the students, drenched in sweat, and glanced at the class schedule on the right side of the blackboard, understanding the situation at once. Please take out your textbooks. Today we will discuss the natural conditions and agricultural comparisons between the Qinling and Huaihe rivers. What is your first impression when you hear Qinling? Silence. Report. A crisp voice broke the stillness as Zhou Shichu returned with Chen Baisui. Chen Jun glanced at them, recognizing the girl as the class monitor, and directly asked, Zhou Shichu, what is your first impression of Qinling? Zhou Shichu hesitated, not grasping Chen Jun's intention, and tentatively replied, the divine trees of Qinling, the bronze bells? The class remained silent. Chen Jun waved his hand, signaling them to enter. Come in, Year 2 should prioritize studying and not just reading novels all day. Oh. Zhou Shichu stuck out her tongue and quickly returned to her seat, followed closely by Chen Baisui. Xinqing, has Jiang Che not returned yet? Zhou Shichu noticed the empty seat beside Xinqing and turned to ask quietly. No. Xinqing gently shook her head. Zhou Shichu nodded, confidently stating, he has probably gone to the restroom to smoke. Just then, a voice called out indifferently, report. Jiang Che appeared at the classroom door, lazily regarding the teacher at the podium. Chen Jun frowned slightly, recognizing Jiang Che as the biggest troublemaker from Class 8, and did not rush to allow him to enter. Jiang Che, right? MHM, what is your first impression of Huaiha? Chen Jun directly asked Jiang Che, who stood at the door. Without hesitation, Jiang Che blurted out 2 words, brothel. After speaking, Jiang Che strode into the classroom. The class fell into a stunned silence, and one could hear a pin drop. But the next second, laughter erupted uncontrollably. Chen Jun's eyes twitched, and he heavily slapped the podium to restore order. What are you laughing at? This is a common misconception that could easily appear on an exam. The Qinhuai River is the largest river in Nanjing, once renowned as the 10 miles of Qinhuai. However, today we will discuss the Huaiha, one of China's 7 major rivers, historically known as Huaishui, alongside the Yangtze, Yellow, and Jishui rivers, also known as the 4 streams. Remember not to confuse these two. With this topic, Chen Jun began his lesson. Xinqing, as usual, stood to make way, as a strong scent of tobacco wafted into her nostrils, which was somewhat unpleasant. Jiang Che casually took a seat, leaning back in his chair and playfully nudging the leg of Zhou Shichu's stool. How is it? Just a small injury. Jiang Che responded nonchalantly, his gaze drifting towards Xinqing, who was quietly listening to Teacher Chen's lecture, diligently taking notes with elegant and neat handwriting. Did you smile when I answered the question just now? No. I saw you. Jiang Che's eyes, resembling blooming peach blossoms, intently focused on his deskmate. He was accustomed to seeing Xinqing's tearful, aggrieved expression, but this was the first time he witnessed her smile, revealing a pair of charming dimples that made her appear rather endearing. Xinqing felt uneasy under Jiang Che's unwavering gaze, quickly averting her eyes to pretend she was oblivious. Returning to her earnest note-taking of the geography lesson, Teacher Chen's lecture was rather conventional, lacking in captivating highlights, but also not dull enough to induce sleepiness. After a while, Jiang Che glanced at the densely filled notes in Xinqing's geography textbook and clicked his tongue. Wow, do you really think you can remember all this? Recite it to me. Given your demeanor, your grades should be good. Why did you come to Class 8 of Year 2 to compete for first place with me? Xinqing had no desire to respond, nor did she wish to divert her focus from the lecture. She began to reminisce about the previous Jiang Che's silent and non-intrusive, merely resting quietly. Jiang Che, seemingly wide awake this class, propped his head on one hand and reminded his attentive deskmate, you still owe me a meal. Is that all? Xinqing's voice was barely above a whisper, perhaps fearing the teacher would overhear. I'll treat you to lunch tomorrow. I have plans tomorrow. How about after school? Chapter 024. Good brothers, sharing joys and sorrows. The bell for the end of class rang. Teacher Chen promptly halted his lecture, showing no inclination to extend the class, and turned to leave the classroom with the textbook in hand. The students, relieved, began to pack up. Xinqing's pen paused, her notes left half-finished, as the blackboard no longer contained any further content. Xinqing, let's go. Zhou Shichu turned to Xinqing, his gaze landing on the homework booklet. Have you finished today's assignments? Xinqing lightly affirmed, handing over several booklets to Zhou Shichu. A silent understanding formed between the two. As Xinqing packed her bag, Jiang Che pointed at a few booklets on his desk, teasingly asking, not going to help me today? The history and geography classes this afternoon didn't assign any homework. What about this morning? I already finished during lunch break. Jiang Che fell silent. Chen Baisui sauntered over, reluctantly taking Jiang Che's completed booklets. What is with that expression? I'm not pleased. Is it because of Zhao Pengfei? It's because of you. Jiang Che was utterly perplexed. Chen Baisui, with a deep sense of grievance, stuffed Jiang Che's completed booklets into his bag, lamenting, I can't believe I've come to this point, having to copy your homework. Then take it back. I won tea. The 4 of them exited the classroom together. At the school gate, a black Audi awaited Zhou Shichu. I'll be off then, Zhou Shichu said as he waved goodbye. Jiang Che gave Chen Baisui a gentle shove, casually remarking to Zhou Shichu, take him along. I have something to do later. Che, what are you up to? If it's about beating someone up, Count me in, Chun Baisui interjected, his first instinct being that his good brother was going to confront Zhao Pengfei on his behalf. Yes, that must be it. Hurry and leave. I'm not going. Seeing Jiang Che's urgency to leave, Chun Baisui's resolve only strengthened, convinced that Jiang Che intended to take on Zhao Pengfei alone. Good brothers share joy and sorrow. I can't leave no matter what. Chun Baisui's demeanor was particularly stubborn, firmly asserting his desire to stand by his good brother, Jiang Che. Moments later, the black Audi departed from the school gate. Before leaving, Zhou Shichu simply reminded them, don't start a fight. And you, avoid smoking, drinking, spicy, and greasy foods recently. On the roadside, the three stood together. Chun Baisui patted his chest, adopting a brotherly stance of solidarity. Ah Che, what should we do now? Eat. What? Chun Baisui was taken aback. Jiang Che had already led Shenqing towards a nearby food street. This was not a true food street, merely a collection of restaurants, milk tea shops, and street vendors congregating in the middle of the road, thriving on the students from Longqing No. 1 High School. What do you want to eat? Jiang Che glanced at Shenqing beside him. Anything is fine. Shenqing surveyed the nearby establishments, instinctively clutching her school pants pocket, softly adding, I don't have much money. How about that noodle shop? Jiang Che pointed casually at Sun's Noodle House, a favored spot among students during the mornings. Though the evening crowds were notably thinner, the three entered together. Chun Baisui felt somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't they be confronting Zhao Pengfei at this hour? Eating before a fight felt uncomfortable. The noodle shop owner greeted them warmly as they entered. What would you like, students? Jiang Che settled down and glanced at the menu. Large beef noodle, or rather, make it small. Chun Baisui, sitting beside Jiang Che, ordered braised pork rib noodles, large size, and add a fried egg. The owner turned his gaze to the still silent Shenqing. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she focused on the menu, seemingly calculating prices, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, just a small bowl of clear broth noodles, thank you. All right. The owner nodded and headed to the kitchen. Clear broth noodles? Shenqing nodded gently. Jiang Che scoffed lightly, teasingly asking, are you avoiding spicy and greasy foods too? At the dining table, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Chun Baisui peeled a clove of garlic for himself, while Shenqing sat quietly in her chair, still wearing her backpack, her gaze lowered, unable to meet the eyes of the two across from her. Isn't it heavy carrying your backpack? Not really. You can place it on the chair beside you. No one will steal your things. Jiang Che pinched the bridge of his nose, speaking with a hint of exasperation. Oh, Shenqing replied softly, slowly removing her backpack. Chun Baisui then offered her the peeled garlic. Shenqing, would you like some garlic? No. It's all right. Thank you. Eating noodles without garlic diminishes the flavor. Ah Che, do you want some? Get it away. Cut it out, Chun Baisui retorted, placing the garlic cloves on a napkin before continuing to peel another clove. Moments later, the owner returned with 3 bowls of noodles, setting them down before the trio. Jiang Che's small beef noodle was quite standard, with red oil coating the noodles and generous portions of beef on top. Shenqing's clear broth noodles were exceptionally light, adorned with only a couple of vegetable leaves as garnish. As for Chun Baisui, the large bowl of rib noodles was significantly bigger than the portion meant for 2, lavishly crowned with a golden, glistening fried egg atop the braised ribs. Thank you. Shenqing politely expressed her gratitude. The 3 of them began to eat. Shenqing took small bites, as she rarely dined out. Even a simple bowl of clear broth noodles tasted delightful to her. Meanwhile, Chun Baisui, gnawing on a rib, curiously inquired, Ah Che, why has your appetite diminished? Trying to lose weight. Not even ordering a fried egg? Not feeling it. You. Shut up. Jiang Che abruptly interrupted Chun Baisui's questioning, casually tossing a piece of beef into Shenqing's clear broth noodles. A swirl of red oil dispersed in the transparent broth. Shenqing instinctively looked up, her gaze meeting his alluring peach blossom eyes, leaving her momentarily flustered. In her understanding, such gestures of serving food were typically reserved for intimate couples. You're not allergic to beef, are you? No, I'm not allergic. Is that disdain? No. Shenqing quickly shook her head, placing the piece of beef into her mouth. Soon, her bowl was empty. She glanced at the 2 seated across from her and decided to approach the owner to settle the bill. Jiang Che made no effort to stop her, but casually remarked, let Chun Baisui pay for himself. Chun Baisui. After that, Jiang Che, maintaining his composure, turned to his good friend, I'll drive her home later. You can take a taxi. Chun Baisui. Chapter 025. Profound questions. As dusk fell, the sky blushed with rosy hues. The wave of students leaving school subsided, and the vendors in the snack street began to pack up. The trio emerged from Sun's noodle house, with Xin paying for all 3 meals. A plan she had calculated beforehand. Her small bowl of clear broth noodles allowed her to save just enough for bus fare. Well, I'll take my leave first. Chen Baisui sported a face full of lament as he glanced at a ride-hailing car parked by the roadside and walked over. Xin stole a look at Jiang Che, feeling uncomfortable with the idea of being alone with him, and instinctively prepared to escape. I'll leave too. With that, she hurriedly made her way towards the bus stop. Jiang Che followed, his voice icy. Little classmate, have you come into some money lately? Huh. Xin paused, taken aback. Others usually called her by her name, and she found herself unaccustomed to the term little classmate. However, upon hearing the mention of money, she instinctively clutched the pocket of her school trousers. Out of money? I have no money. Yet you generously paid for 3 meals. Do you still have bus fare? Just 2 yuan left. Xin lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Jiang Che scoffed, assessing the timid girl who dared not meet his gaze. You've calculated your expenses well. Don't you want me to drive you home? And no, it's fine. All right. Jiang Che nodded, continuing, tomorrow at noon in the cafeteria, let Chen Baisui treat us. I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Jiang Che feigned a stern tone. Xin quickly nodded, her voice soft and timid. Okay. Head home. Upon hearing this, Xin felt a wave of relief as she quickened her pace towards the bus stop, not daring to glance back at Jiang Che. On the roadside, a sleek black motorcycle was parked, its well-defined fingers clutching a helmet, the fair skin slightly blushing under the setting sun. Those enticing peach blossom eyes gazed intently at the nearby, Longqing No. 1 High School bus stop. The gaze fell upon a girl clad in a blue and white school uniform, carrying a simple backpack, quietly waiting at the stop. Before long, the bus arrived. The girl, with her backpack, swiftly boarded the vehicle. The No. 3 bus, accompanied by a rumbling sound, gradually set off, the orange slant of the sun hanging in the window, gradually disappearing at the end of Huainan Avenue. In the following days, the atmosphere in Class 8 of the second year settled down. The incident of the fight during physical education class had faded into oblivion, with the homeroom teachers of both classes collectively deciding to suppress the matter without reporting it to the school. Chen Baisui and Zhao Pengfei each wrote a 1,000-word reflection and, in front of both homeroom teachers, were compelled to shake hands and reconcile. As for Jiang Che's kick to Zhao Pengfei's abdomen, it was deemed an act of mediation by teacher Li Yan, resulting in no further punishment. With matters concluded, Xin gradually integrated into Class 8 of the second year. She attentively listened in class, completed double the assignments during breaks, and increasingly recognized her classmates by name. Lunchtime still saw Zhou Shichu dragging her along for meals with the group of 4. However, apart from that, Xin consciously began to avoid contact with Jiang Che. Other than being reluctantly compelled to assist him with assignments, she aimed to maintain a distance between them to prevent any unnecessary misunderstandings. The tranquil school life continued until the commencement of the sports meet. On Wednesday, the opening ceremony of the Longqing No. 1 High School sports meet commenced. Early in the morning, amidst the stirring melodies, the homeroom teachers led their respective classes to the playground, lining up in neat formations. This was a crucial segment of the opening ceremony, the parade of classes. The school leaders sat on the podium, observing each class pass by in formation as if inspecting soldiers. Seated on one side of the stands, Xin was granted special permission by teacher Li Yan to abstain from participating in the parade due to her personal health reasons. Xin, have you also been kicked out of the parade? Chen Baisui asked animatedly. Jiang Che, lounging beside her, had similarly received permission from teacher Li Yan to skip the parade, cited as detrimental to the class's image. Xin pursed her lips, opting not to explain. The 3 sat in the stands, watching as the orderly class formations marched past. The first-year class marched out ahead, their banner held by a girl in a flowing white gown, her stature poised, her face adorned with exquisite makeup, adding a touch of maturity to the otherwise youthful high school girls. Jiang Shihan, the class monitor of Class 1, was universally acknowledged as the school beauty. Che, look. Chen Baisui nudged Jiang Che towards Jiang Shihan's parade, exclaiming, you can't deny it. Jiang Shihan is indeed quite beautiful. Do you fancy her? How should I put it? According to my standards, I like beautiful girls. Yet beautiful girls don't seem to fancy you. Che, if you keep talking like that, we can't remain friends. Chen Baisui lamented, feeling a pang. He then continued with a hint of gossip. But how are things between you two going to be resolved? This can't go on forever. Jiangche remained silent. Shenqing, however, unexpectedly murmured, "You should be responsible for your girlfriend." "What did you say?" "And nothing." The moment the words escaped her lips, Shenqing realized her mistake and quickly denied it. Jiangche raised an eyebrow, his normally charming eyes now reflecting a hint of displeasure. "Who told you she is my girlfriend?" "Speak," Jiangche commanded sternly. Shenqing's heart skipped a beat as she cautiously began to explain. She said it herself. "Then now that I say you are my girlfriend, you must be, right?" Shenqing buried her head, no longer daring to respond. Chen Baisui explained with a smile. Previously, Jiang Shihan was harassed by someone from the vocational school outside the school, and Che and I passed by and rescued her, giving the harasser a beating in the process. As a result, Jiang Shihan developed feelings for Che, and to express her gratitude, she frequently gifted him presents, likely hoping to pursue him as a boyfriend. Shenqing listened intently, remaining silent. Jiangche glanced at Shenqing, his tone icy. "Do you understand?" "Yes." Shenqing replied softly, her eyes filled with curiosity as she turned to Chen Baisui and asked, "Since you rescued her together, why didn't she give you any gifts later?" At her words, an abrupt silence enveloped the air. Chen Baisui opened his mouth, then closed it, speechless, his expression momentarily dazed, as though the question had struck at his very soul. "Indeed. What the hell? Che, I was the one who beat him more than you did when we saved her. So why did Jiang Shihan only give you gifts?" Chapter 26. Early romance is not good. Chen Baisui was taken aback. He had never contemplated this question before, yet somehow, he felt he already knew the answer. However, the harshness of that answer left him momentarily unable to accept it. "Che, do you have any cigarettes?" "Yes." Jiangche casually retrieved a pack from his pocket and tossed it to Chen Baisui. "Do you have a lighter?" "No." Chen Baisui looked perplexed, a mournful expression on his face as he gazed at Jiangche. "Che, giving me cigarettes without a lighter. Are you teasing me? Get lost." Jiangche dismissed him. Shenqing silently produced a lighter from her pocket and handed it to Chen Baisui, saying, "Here. Thank you very much." Chen Baisui accepted the lighter, but then felt something was amiss. If the lighter had come from Zhou Shichu's pocket, he wouldn't have found it strange, but from Shenqing's pocket. "Che, have you been smoking with her?" "Get lost," Jiangche cursed, yet his gaze fixated on Shenqing, his tone more serious than ever. "Who gave you the lighter?" "You." Jiangche's composure faltered for a moment. Shenqing instinctively glanced toward the podium, explaining softly, "You asked me to hold on to it last week. And you've kept it in your pocket ever since?" "Yes." Shenqing nodded slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. She hadn't intended to carry it around, but feared that if she lost it, Jiangche would demand compensation. As Chen Baisui lit a cigarette, he habitually stashed the lighter in his pocket, casually asking, "Che, aren't you smoking?" "No." Jiangche looked at Chen Baisui, a hint of disdain in his voice. "Stay away while smoking." Below, the procession continued. Leading the line for Class 8 of the second year was Zhou Shichu, dressed in a black dress, her face free of makeup, her long legs perfectly straight, her beauty and grace rivaling that of Jiang Shihan. However, the classmates following her appeared somewhat disorganized, their steps uneven, their chants not synchronized, indicative of insufficient rehearsal. "Che, Zhou Shichu looks quite beautiful today. You have taken a liking to her again?" "That is impossible." Chen Baisui shook his head decisively, answering earnestly, "I admire beauty, but she is the exception." Jiangche turned his head, seemingly intrigued. Chen Baisui waved his hand dismissively, admitting candidly, "It's just that we're too familiar. If we were to date, she could probably guess the color of my underwear every day." A moment later, the entrance ceremony concluded. Zhou Shichu walked directly toward the stands. Having noticed the three of them during the procession, "Chen Baisui, Teacher Li is looking for you." "Huh?" Chen Baisui was taken aback. Confusion etched on his face. "I've been quite well behaved lately. Why would she look for me?" "You were sitting in the stand smoking while all the teachers and students were below. Do you think everyone is blind?" Chen Baisui turned to Jiangche. Realization dawning. "Che, is that why you didn't tea-smoke earlier?" Jiangche remained silent. Chen Baisui, wearing a bitter expression, trudged toward Class 8's base. Zhou Shichu turned to Shenqing and instructed, "Shenqing, I'm going to the restroom to change. Remember to cheer for me during the high jump competition." "All right." Shenqing nodded lightly. However, the next moment, after Zhou Shichu left, only two people remained in the stands. Shenqing instinctively stood up, softly preparing to slip away. I I need to go to the restroom. Me too. Huh. I'll go with you and smoke a cigarette on the way. Jiang Che spoke casually. Shenqing felt a sudden awkwardness, unsure how to refuse, and could only quicken her pace to catch up with Zhou Shichu. Shenqing? Going to the restroom. I'll accompany you. Shenqing's voice was barely audible, not daring to glance back at Jiang Che, wanting to avoid any awkward situation of being alone with him as much as possible. Moments later, at the restroom entrance, Shenqing accompanied Zhou Shichu out and immediately spotted Jiang Che standing outside the men's restroom, smoking. In front of him stood Jiang Shihan, adorned in a white dress, her sparkly makeup shimmering in the sunlight, resembling a little princess bathed in starlight. They seemed to be engaged in conversation. Here we go again. Zhou Shichu cast a disdainful glance, saying, Shenqing, let us go to the high jump area. We don't need to bother with them. Yes. Shenqing responded, not looking back at Jiang Che. At the high jump area, many classmates had gathered, several familiar faces among them. Class representative, good luck. Class representative. We're counting on you for our Class S first gold medal. Zhou Shichu was well loved in Class 8, and her classmates came to cheer her on. Chen Baisui was among them, offering encouragement. Good luck, just don't get hurt while jumping. Zhou Shichu ignored him, casually asking, how many words for the reflection? 500? 1,000. Deserved. Zhou Shichu remarked, then began her warm-up routine. Chen Baisui glanced at Shenqing, then at the empty stands. Ache isn't with you? Shenqing looked toward the restroom direction, her voice as soft as ever. He asked with Jiang Shihan in the restroom. Oh, Chen Baisui responded, his brow arching as if he had uncovered a juicy secret. They're talking at the restroom door. TSK. Chen Baisui clicked his tongue, instantly losing interest in gossip. They're probably going to confess to Ache again. The announcement rang out. The competition is about to begin. All female high jump participants from the second-year classes, please gather at the high jump area immediately. The judges began inspecting the high jump equipment, while the contestants prepared themselves. Among the participants, Zhou Shichu stood out in her white short-sleeved top and ultra-short shorts, her tall figure particularly eye-catching. Class representative, good luck. Go for it. The cheers echoed continuously. Shenqing found a less crowded spot to watch, her gaze fixated on Zhou Shichu, her mouth moving silently as she attempted to cheer her on. When the other students shouted together, I managed to join in with a faint, almost inaudible cheer. A cold voice rang out behind me, startling Shenqing, who instinctively turned around. Jiang Che, devoid of any triumphant glee, casually inquired, why didn't you call me when you left? Shenqing, regaining her composure, replied softly, I just saw you chatting. Jiang Che scoffed lightly, his tone as laid back as ever. Did you hear what I was discussing with Jiang Shihan? No. She admitted. She mentioned wanting to date me and asked me to be her boyfriend. Well, Shenqing nodded gently, her gaze fixed intently on Zhou Shichu as though she were engrossed in the competition, wishing to avoid further discussion on the matter. Jiang Che continued nonchalantly. She doesn't look bad. Do you think I should agree? I'm asking you. Jiang Che feigned a scowl. Shenqing opened her mouth slightly, her voice barely a whisper. Early romance in high school. ISNT ideal. The cheer for the class monitor erupted around them, drowning out their hushed conversation. Shenqing's attention shifted to the high jump area, where the students of Class 8 were cheering loudly. Zhou Shichu, clad in athletic shorts, showcased her long, slender legs as she accelerated, sprinted, and leaped gracefully over the bar in a flawless backflip, landing securely on the sponge mat. The crowd erupted in applause. Zhou Shichu rose from the mat, her expression relaxed. This height posed no challenge for her. Impressive, Chen Baisui exclaimed with a beaming smile. Zhou Shichu, however, merely shrugged, unimpressed. That was rather lackluster. The high jump competition lasted an hour, concluding with Zhou Shichu securing second place in her grade, just behind a member of the school's high jump team from Class 4. Chen Baisui followed her throughout, offering her a bottle of water. Do you want to sneak out for lunch? During the sports meet, the school's security guards were stationed on the field, and some students would take advantage of this moment of lax oversight to sneak out for a bit of fun. Zhou Shichu looked at Shenqing and asked, Shenqing, do you want to go out to eat? Shenqing shook her head slightly. She was aware that Luansheng No. 1 High School prohibited leaving the campus during lunchtime, and anyone caught climbing over the wall would face appropriate consequences. What about you, Ache? Do you want to sneak out for lunch? Too lazy to move. Jiang Che similarly declined. With both refusing, Zhou Shichu found it uninteresting and suggested, since there are fewer people now, let us head to the cafeteria together. All right. The four of them made their way toward the cafeteria. Shenqing walked alongside Zhou Shichu, who animatedly recounted her previous high jump attempts. That height was so close. I should have warmed up better before the competition. What a pity. Xinqing listened quietly, feeling both envy and admiration for Zhou Shichu. She was beautiful, well-liked in class, and excelled in high jump, seemingly living a carefree life. There was a time when Xinqing wished to be like her. In the cafeteria, Zhou Shichu and Chen Baisui chose their usual stone pot bibimbap, the most popular dish at the school, beloved by all students. Xinqing headed to the fifth ordinary window, where she had been getting her meals lately and had grown familiar with the lunch lady. She knew the lunch lady was kind, never exhibiting the rumored clumsiness, always adding a little extra to her portions, saying, "This little girl is too thin. She needs to eat more while growing." "Is this window really that good?" Jiang Che asked, glancing at the fifth ordinary window, which was known among students for its mediocre taste. He couldn't fathom why Xinqing was so devoted to it. "Yes, please get me one as well, but no pork. Could you wait until next time?" Xinqing began to decline, but saw Jiang Che hand over a meal card. "This is Chen Baisui's card. You treated him to dinner last time, and he said he would return the favor." "Oh, all right." Xinqing nodded slightly, accepting the offer as she approached the window. "Auntie," she called softly. The lunch lady recognized Xinqing immediately and smiled, asking, "You're done with class so early today?" "Yes, it's sports day." "I see. What would you like?" "We have sweet and sour pork today." "Just out of the kitchen. One stir-fried bean sprouts and one." Xinqing indicated her usual choices, one meat and one vegetable, her steadfast lunch pairing. The lunch lady nodded, understanding Xinqing's determination and refraining from adding any extra dishes, but still discreetly increasing the portions. "Auntie, I'll get another portion for my classmate." Xinqing ordered a second serving, which was significantly more substantial: stir-fried beef, kung pao chicken, and mapo tofu, 2 meats and 1 vegetable. After paying, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Auntie," and quickly made her way to a window-side table. The cafeteria was not too crowded since it wasn't peak lunch hour. She spotted Jiang Che at the window seat, the sunlight illuminating his dark, tousled hair as he casually fiddled with 2 pairs of wooden chopsticks. "Your meal." Xinqing gently set one portion down in front of Jiang Che and quietly mentioned, "There is no pork." Jiang Che acknowledged, not in a hurry to start eating. Xinqing took her seat across from him, as always opting for the farthest spot from him. "You really know how to pick your spot. That side is too cramped." Xinqing offered a quiet excuse. Jiang Che scoffed but ignored her further. "Suit yourself." They sat in silence, Jiang Che not touching his meal, while Xinqing found herself without chopsticks. "Aren't you going to eat?" "Chopsticks." Jiang Che casually handed her a pair, but added with a feigned sternness, "If you use my chopsticks, you have to sit beside me." Xinqing froze mid-motion, her chopsticks suspended in the air, contemplating whether she could still fetch another pair in time. Instinctively, she began to rise. Jiang Che's eye twitched slightly, his tone deliberately fierce. "If you dare go to get new chopsticks, you'll regret it." Xinqing dared not move again. Jiang Che pointed beside him with his chopsticks, maintaining his usual brusque demeanor. "Hurry over. Don't sit across from me blocking the light." "Okay." Xinqing murmured softly, carrying her tray to sit beside Jiang Che. A couple of minutes later, Chen Baisui and Zhou Shichu approached with their stone pot bibimbap, glancing at Xinqing and Jiang Che sitting together. Perhaps accustomed to their seating arrangement, they found nothing strange about it. They casually placed their meals down and couldn't help but complain. "Let's south switch to another place next time. The stone pot bibimbap takes forever to serve." Chen Baishui glanced at Jiang Che and Xinqing's plates, his tone somewhat peculiar as he inquired, "Did you both order your meals from the same window?" Xinqing kept her head down, silent. Jiang Che, however, replied nonchalantly, Huh." Chen Baishui could not suppress a chuckle, pointing at Jiang Che's plate. "Ah Che, why is it that your 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable portion are still less than Xinqing's 1 meat and 1 vegetable?" The plates had 4 compartments in total. Jiang Che's 3 compartments held flat portions, while Xinqing's 2 compartments were already overflowing. The disparity in the meal portions was glaringly apparent. "Surely, the cafeteria lady isn't targeting you, right?" Jiang Che ignored Chen Baishui's jest and teased Xinqing instead. "Did you sneak a bite of my food?" Chapter 028. You don't like studying. You simply know. Xinqing suddenly looked up and earnestly explained, "The cafeteria lady only served this much." "I didn't touch anything, Xinqing. Jiang Che is just teasing you. Don't mind him," Zhou Shichu interjected, having known both Jiang Che and Chen Baishui since childhood. She easily discerned the playful tone in their banter. Jiang Che looked at Xinqing, who was seriously explaining. With a somewhat helpless expression, You really are too easy to tease. The meal did not last long. Half an hour later, the quartet exited the cafeteria. Zhou Shichu glanced at the time on her phone, feeling a bit bored. It's just noon. Where shall we go now? Xin Baishui decisively proposed. Let's sneak out and surf the internet. Jiang Che, however, cast a sidelong glance at Shen Qing and casually remarked, with your petite frame. Wouldn't you get stuck trying to climb over? Shen Qing felt somewhat speechless but could not find a retort. I'll head back to the classroom to study. The morning sports event had just concluded, and the afternoon competition would not commence until 2:30 p.m., with 2.5 hours of free time in between. Many boarding students returned to their dormitories to rest. Ache, what about you? Sleeping. They parted ways. Zhou Shichu and Chun Baishui decided to sneak out for some fun. After all, it was the annual sports event, an opportunity too rare to spend all day at school. Shen Qing hastened her pace toward the teaching building, dreading the prospect of being alone with Jiang Che. Though her legs were short, she walked quite swiftly. Are you being chased by a ghost? Why are you walking so fast? Shen Qing pretended not to hear, keeping her head down and trying to maintain distance from Jiang Che in front of others. Come with me to the convenience store. Did you hear me? Jiang Che called out, raising his voice slightly at Shen Qing's retreating figure. Shen Qing halted, her expression revealing her distress. The convenience store. She stood at the entrance without entering, simply waiting outside. The store was filled with the scents of spicy strips and instant noodles, making her uncomfortable even from the doorway. She genuinely wished to slip away now, but was worried that Jiang Che might seek her out later for retribution, so she chose to wait quietly. 2 minutes later, Jiang Che emerged with 2 ice creams, glancing at Shen Qing standing at the door. Strawberry or chocolate? Huh. Hurry up. It'll melt soon. Jiang Che urged impatiently, his tone harsh despite the fact that he was offering ice cream. Shen Qing instinctively shrank back, reluctant to refuse. Strawberry, she murmured, extending her hand to accept the ice cream he offered. The two returned to the teaching building together. Along the way, Shen Qing barely took a few bites of her ice cream, striving to maintain distance from Jiang Che, fearful that classmates might misunderstand their relationship. The classroom was empty. The students of Class 8 in the second year were not the type to sit idly. During the sports event, they were all outside frolicking, leaving no one to return to class. Shen Qing didn't rush back to her seat, but instead turned to glance at Jiang Che, who was lagging behind. Why are you looking at me? You. Shen Qing pointed to the seats inside, quietly inquiring, are you going in to sleep? Jiang Che did not respond, but casually returned to his seat. Only then did Shen Qing take her seat, quickly finishing her ice cream and pulling out a political science textbook, diligently memorizing its contents. She never considered herself smarter than others. The only way to earn a scholarship was to spend more time studying, especially for subjects that required rote memorization. So keen on studying? Can you memorize all these words? Shen Qing nodded lightly, whispering, if I review it a few more times, I can memorize it. Jiang Che, not in a hurry to sleep, patiently observed the girl beside him who was earnestly studying. I recall that the monthly exam is in 2 weeks, right? Next week. Huh? Almost a month had gone by since school started, and with the sports event ending this week, the monthly exam would commence on Monday. Shen Qing provided a brief explanation, her voice consistently soft and delicate, exuding a gentle charm. All right then. Jiang Che did not dwell on the matter, understanding his own situation at school quite well. It was normal to lose track of time while sleeping all day. He casually mentioned, there's a scholarship for the top 5 in the monthly exam, and the first place scholarship is doubled. Shen Qing's eyes flickered, and she instinctively asked, really? She was aware that launching one high school had a board of directors that specifically set up scholarships, but was not familiar with the rule regarding the doubling of the first place scholarship. Yeah, Jiang Che affirmed, a strange smile gracing his lips as he asked Shen Qing, do you have confidence? Shen Qing bit her lip, remaining silent. Yet her eyes sparkled with determination. Her current plan was to secure a position among the top 5 in the monthly exam to successfully obtain the scholarship from launching one high school. This way, she would not have to work part-time at the barbecue restaurant on weekends, and it would suffice for her living expenses for a while. I'm asking you a question. Why are you zoning out? Jiang Che frowned slightly, observing Shen Qing, who had just spaced out for a moment. Shen Qing snapped back to reality and softly explained, I just zoned out and didn't hear clearly. So, could you please repeat the question? Jiang Che supported his chin with one hand, scrutinizing Shen Qing. This was his first encounter with such a soft-spoken girl. The girls he was accustomed to, like Zhou Shichu, would likely say, Jiang Che, did you have something stuck in your throat? I didn't hear you. Please say it again. I asked. Do you have confidence in getting first place? Jiangche patiently repeated. Shinqing shook her head slightly. No. Then why are you so excited about the doubled scholarship for first place? Jiangche scoffed. After spending time together, he had a fair understanding of his desk mate's character. She was an excellent student, and her grades were likely quite high. However, he did not believe Shinqing possessed the capability to secure first place. Previously, the top student at Longqing No. 1 High School was Shui Xiangyang from Class 1, whom he could not stand and even confronted at the start of the school year. Nonetheless, Shui Xiangyang, the class representative, had no discernible faults in his studies. I want to give it a try. Try what? To get first place. Shinqing's voice was barely audible, as if the dream she harbored was difficult to voice. Due to the scholarship doubling? Shinqing lightly nodded, not shying away from the question. Jiangche, upon hearing this, couldn't help but scoff lightly, not in mockery, but with a hint of teasing in his tone. Leaning in closer, I've discovered something. You don't really enjoy studying, you enjoy making money. Chapter 029, I'll throw you out if you keep this up. The classroom fell silent once more. The old fan whirred as its blades turned, occasionally emitting a jarring scraping sound. Outside, the cicadas continued their incessant chirping. A beam of afternoon sunlight streamed through the glass, illuminating the boy's jet-black tousled hair and the girl's pages filled with her writing. Everything seemed so beautiful. Time passed slowly. At 2 in the afternoon, the ringing of a bell shattered the afternoon tranquility. Shinqing paused her calculations and glanced at her classmate Jiangche, who was peacefully asleep beside her. Her desk mate had an enviable quality of sleep, as the usual classroom bell couldn't rouse him at all. Jiangche, wake up. Shinqing gently tapped his arm, tentatively speaking. This was not merely the class bell, it also signified the commencement of the sports meet. And she worried that if Jiangche continued to sleep, he might miss the afternoon events. After a couple of taps, Jiangche remained unresponsive, sleeping serenely. Shinqing inexplicably recalled how Zhou Shichu and Chen Baisui would wake Jiangche. She glanced at his desk, hesitating before deciding against a more forceful wake-up call. Jiangche. Shinqing kept tapping his arm, shaking him for nearly a minute before finally feeling him stir. What on earth? Jiangche slowly sat up, frowning as if ready to scold someone, but upon seeing only Shinqing, he swallowed the words. Taking a deep breath, he spoke with a hint of impatience. What? The sports meet has started. So, do you have any events to compete in? None. Oh, Shinqing quietly replied, daring not to say more. Jiangche rubbed his forehead and glanced at Shinqing, who was burying her head in her notes. You don't know which events I signed up for? I don't. The 100-meter dash and the 1,500-meter long run, tomorrow afternoon and the day after. Remember? Remind me when the time comes. Okay. Shinqing nodded gently, responding softly. Not long after, the classroom was filled with exuberant cheers from outside. The school broadcast resonated with encouraging words written for the participants by their classmates. Stepping onto the track is a choice. Leaving the starting line is an act of courage. The voice on the broadcast was melodious. Shinqing felt a strange familiarity as she recalled that it was probably Shui Xiangyang from Class 2. Do you want to watch the competition? Jiangche glanced at Shinqing, who was looking towards the school playground. No, I just think the school broadcast sounds quite nice. Jiangche listened for a moment, then frowned, reaching to close the window. It's too noisy. Focus on your studies. You don't want your scholarship anymore? Oh, or I'll throw you out. Jiangche added sternly. Only then did Shinqing retract her gaze, redirecting her focus back to her textbooks, diligently continuing her studies. Throughout the afternoon, both Jiangche and Shinqing remained at their desks. The former was absorbed in his game with headphones on, not disturbing his deskmate Shinqing, though he occasionally interjected with comments. Keep your focus on your studies. If you keep getting distracted by the sports meet broadcast, I'll throw you out. What is so nice about Shui Xiangyang's voice? Hurry and study. Meanwhile, Shinqing diligently immersed herself in her books, her pen never pausing, feeling for the first time in her life as if someone was compelling her to study. Occasionally, classmates from Class 8 would return to the classroom for water or to change clothes, but upon meeting Jiangche's slightly intimidating gaze, they would hastily retreat. By 5:30 in the afternoon, Jiangche glanced at his phone and casually asked, Are you heading home directly tonight? All right. Jiangche nodded, rising to leave. Shinqing also stood up, her gaze drifting to the clock on the classroom wall, realizing that it was nearly time for dismissal, and began to pack her backpack. Aren't you taking my workbook? You've finished all your assignments. The teacher didn't assign any other homework today. Qing explained softly. Che nodded slightly, then, with a playful tone, added, "Let me ask you something. Does doing 2 sets of assignments help you remember the knowledge better?" "Perhaps." Qing replied quietly. Che nodded, pressing on, "Then, does that mean I'm indirectly helping you improve your grades?" Qing paused for a moment, then immediately nodded. Though she didn't agree with Che's flawed logic, she feared that shaking her head would provoke him. "So, if you receive a scholarship, does that mean I have a share in your success?" At this, Qing's heart skipped a beat, instinctively thinking Che intended to claim her scholarship. She looked at him with a wary gaze. Che furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat displeased. "I only want you to treat me to a meal. You don't have to look at me like I'm a thief." "Just a meal?" "Of course." Che scoffed derisively. "What else would you think? To use the scholarship to support me?" Qing let out a relieved sigh and resumed packing her bag, disregarding Che's subsequent comment. The two exited the classroom together. Qing stole a glance at Che, consciously maintaining some distance in public, tentatively inquiring, "Are you leaving the school directly?" "I'm just heading to the restroom." After saying this, Qing turned towards the end of the corridor. In the next moment, Che's casual voice echoed behind her. "Perfect. I'll go with you." Qing halted abruptly, glancing back to see Che following her, her expression stiffening. She had used the restroom as an excuse to avoid walking alongside him. "Let us go." "You." Qing hesitated, her cheeks inexplicably flushing. Though she often went to the restroom with Zhou Shichu, accompanying Che, a boy, felt distinctly awkward. "But you're a boy, and so what?" Che shot her a glance, snorting lightly. "I'm not going to follow you into the girls' restroom. What are you afraid of?" With that, Che strode towards the restroom at the end of the corridor, leaving Qing behind, momentarily frozen. She pondered whether to follow or to leave, feeling that walking away might seem intentional, as if she were deliberately evading him. 2 minutes later, after watching Che's figure vanish around the corner, Qing slowly began to follow. Moments later, at the restroom door, she collided with Che stepping out from the boys' restroom, her expression momentarily stunned. "You. You're back so soon?" Che's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "If you can't speak, just keep quiet." "Oh." Chapter 030. Class 8, High School Year 2, A Collective Holiday? The next day, Qing, as always, arrived at school before the morning reading session. Along the way, she noticed a large number of classmates seated at their desks, engrossed in their books or diligently completing exercises from various workbooks. However, when she reached the entrance of Class 8 in the second year, she peered through the window and was met with an impenetrable darkness. The classroom door remained locked. For a moment, Qing was taken aback. Just a while ago, she had glanced at the clock on the blackboard in another classroom, noting that it was already 7:15 a.m., leaving only 5 minutes until the reading session was to commence. Her first instinct was to wonder if there was a holiday. Yet, other classes were proceeding as usual. It seemed illogical for only Class 8 to be on break. The bell for the morning reading rang. Qing stood at the corridor outside the classroom, the pale light of dawn contrasting sharply with the darkened classroom. Sounds of synchronized reading echoed from the other classes. What was happening in Class 8 this morning? Where was everyone? Where was Teacher Lin? A balding, middle-aged man approached, immediately spotting Qing standing in the corridor with a book. He inquired, "You are Qing, right? Where are the others from Class 8? I don't know," Qing replied softly, shaking her head. She recognized this man as Du Hongtao, the direct educational supervisor for the second-year classes, who, like Qi Hong, was part of the school's middle management. He had assisted her with her leave of absence and subsequent return. "It's 7:30, and no one is here. Is Class 8 planning a rebellion?" Du Hongtao's voice was laced with irritation as he scolded while dialing Teacher Lin. Moments later, the call connected, and Du Hongtao, clearly agitated, began questioning, "Teacher Li, what is happening in your class? It's 7:30, and there isn't a soul in the classroom, and the door remains locked. We reiterated during Monday's meeting that students should prioritize their studies. Morning reading should continue even during the sports meet. Currently, the only person who has arrived is Qing, and she is stuck outside the classroom, forced to stand in the corridor reading." After hanging up, Du Hongtao glanced at Qing. She was the only student in the second year who had taken a year off, and he remembered her well as she had been the top scorer in the entrance examination. "How have you been adjusting to school? With a year's worth of studies missed, can you keep up?" "Yes, I can keep up," Qing nodded gently. Du Hongtao did not press further. After asking a few questions about her studies, he turned and returned to his office. Shortly after, Zhou Shichu appeared, holding the classroom key, and waved to Shenqing from a distance. Shenqing, our classmates have all gone straight to the playground. They didn't want to stay in the classroom for morning reading. I forgot to tell you about it yesterday after school. As Zhou Shichu spoke, she opened the door. The light returned as the door swung open. Shenqing placed her backpack on her desk and asked Zhou Shichu, "Did Director Du come by just now? Did he inform Teacher Li? Is there going to be a problem?" "No problem, just skipping one morning reading session. The law does not punish the masses." Zhou Shichu replied casually. "Besides, Jiang Che skips morning reading every day and nothing happens to him." "All right." Shenqing nodded and sat down quietly. Zhou Shichu looked at her, slightly surprised, and asked, "Shenqing, aren't you going to the playground? Don't you have a competition this morning?" "No, my high jump competition is over. The long jump is the day after tomorrow, and Chun Baizui's 200-meter sprint is in the afternoon. Then I'll go this afternoon. I want to study in the classroom for a bit. The monthly exam is next week." "Okay." Zhou Shichu nodded and did not insist further. "I'll head to the playground now." With that, she left the classroom. In the now empty Class 8, Shenqing sat alone at her desk, quietly perusing her Chinese textbook. The morning remained cool, with gentle breezes wafting through the window. The pale sky gradually took on a hint of gold, as the sun, hidden behind clouds, began to illuminate the world. The classroom was serene, with the clock on the blackboard ticking softly. Shenqing diligently transcribed the classical Chinese texts and poetry from her textbook, her elegant small script filling the blank sheets of paper in neat rows. As the morning reading concluded, the bell chimed once more. Outside the classroom, a commotion of footsteps arose, interspersed with the laughter of students from the adjacent class. Adolescents in high school, by nature, revel in play. Compared to the tedious routine of morning reading, everyone was drawn to the lively atmosphere of the playground during the sports meet. Yet, Shenqing remained still, silently continuing her transcription. From Tongguan Huai Gu to Yulin Ling, then to Su Mu Zhe, and finally Shi Shuo, 2 entire sheets of paper were filled. Word for word. "You're quite early, aren't you?" A casual voice drifted in from the back door. Jiang Che sauntered into the classroom, nonchalantly spotting Shenqing in the corner of the back row. Shenqing put down her pen, instinctively moving aside to let him pass. Jiang Che settled into his seat, casting a glance at the sheets of paper on Shenqing's desk. "You've copied so much?" Shenqing offered no explanation. Instead, once Jiang Che was seated, she resumed her writing. Jiang Che did not disturb her further until she had completed the transcription of Shi Shuo. Only then did Shenqing quietly remind him, "You have your 100-meter race this afternoon at 3 m.m. Jiang Che responded casually, saying, "Make sure to come cheer for me." "Sure. After you finish running. Don't forget to come by and bring me some water." "Huh?" Shenqing was momentarily taken aback, her expression one of surprise. Jiang Che slightly frowned, adopting a deliberately stern tone. "Is there a problem?" No. Shenqing pressed her lips together, nodding lightly in acquiescence. Soon after, lively music resonated from the playground, heralding the commencement of the sports meet. The broadcast filled the air with spirited cheers, echoing throughout the campus. Shenqing instinctively glanced out the window. The next moment, a loud thud reverberated as the classroom window was forcefully shut, sealing off the sounds of the sports meet. Startled by the noise, Shenqing looked at Jiang Che, her expression a mix of confusion and mild grievance, not quite comprehending his actions. "Do you have an issue?" "No, continue writing your classical texts, and don't let the broadcast distract you. I'm counting on you to win a scholarship and treat me to a meal," Jiang Che stated matter-of-factly. "Oh," Shenqing replied, feeling a bit aggrieved, and could not help but murmur softly, "Actually, it's not distracting." Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, offering a different explanation. "The broadcast is too loud. It's affecting my sleep." The entire morning passed with an unusual tranquility in Class 8. Jiang Che lounged comfortably at his desk, while the sound of pencil on paper from the adjacent desk served as the most soothing lullaby. Shenqing immersed herself in her studies. She genuinely appreciated the current atmosphere. The absence of raucous noise allowed her to focus intently. Ever since she learned that the scholarship for achieving first place in the monthly exam at launching #1 high school was doubled, her resolve to pursue this goal had only strengthened. That sum of money held great significance for her. As the bell signaling the end of school rang, a delightful ring-tone from a mobile phone accompanied the sound, vibrating across the desk. Jiang Che awoke slowly, turning off the alarm on his phone with a casual flick. "What are you doing?" He shot a glance at his hesitant desk mate, his tone somewhat brusque. Though it was the alarm that roused him, his morning irritability remained intact. Shenqing promptly fell silent. She was curious about why Jiang Che had set a school bell ringtone. but the fierce expression on his face upon waking made her hesitate to voice her thoughts. Jiangche stretched, observing Shenqing as she rose, his tone softening slightly. What do you want to ask me? Why did you set an alarm? Shenqing finally mustered the courage to inquire. Jiangche let out a light scoff, casually explaining. I was afraid you wouldn't wake me for meals. In the cafeteria, there were noticeably fewer students dining during the sports meet compared to usual. Jiangche lounged lazily at a window seat, tossing his meal card to Shenqing with a cold command. 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, no pork. Oh, Shenqing replied softly, taking small steps toward the 5th regular window, which had the least traffic and required no waiting. Annie, she called out sweetly from outside the counter. The cafeteria staff recognized her immediately, accustomed to her presence. What would you like today? I'll have the mapo tofu and the fish-flavored shredded pork. Okay. The aunt expertly served the dishes, her hands steady, portions exceeding the usual amount. Here, you're so thin. Eat a bit more. Shenqing nodded lightly. Familiar with the aunt's well-worn phrase, she retrieved some cash from her pocket and handed it over. Then, she ordered another round of Jiangche's meal, swiping his card. Returning to the window seat, Jiangche held 2 pairs of wooden chopsticks, gently gesturing to the space beside him. Shenqing placed her tray down and silently sat down, a peculiar understanding forming between them. As Jiangche would put it, Shenqing isn't exactly pleasant to look at. Having her sit across from me is rather unappetizing. Don't you ever tire of eating at the same window every day? Not at all. Jiangche glanced at the other windows, casually suggesting. Let's try a different one tomorrow. Shenqing shook her head slightly without responding. She was uncertain about the tastes of the other windows. Perhaps they were indeed better than the 5th, as some classmates claimed. However, she appreciated the kindness of the aunt, who had helped her during her difficult times, always serving her extra portions thereafter. Thus, she preferred not to change her dining habits. Silence enveloped them as Shenqing focused on her meal, taking small bites of vegetables accompanied by larger bites of rice, a habit she had seemingly forgotten the origin of. Perhaps it had formed after her father left, leading the solitary girl to become increasingly cautious. Shenqing, a voice called out, breaking the quiet. She instinctively looked up to see Zhou Shichu and Chun Baisui approaching. Zhou held a steaming bowl of claypot rice noodles, while Chun carried a bowl of beef noodles draped in red oil, topped with a fried egg and a braised chicken leg. They sat across from her, and Shenqing, surprised by their choices, asked, Aren't you two having bibimbap? In her memory, the cafeteria's popular bibimbap was Zhou Shichu and Chun Baisui's favorite, as she had often seen them order it. Bibimbap takes too long to serve. There's always a long line, Zhou explained. Glancing at Shenqing and Jiangche's meals, she curiously asked, Is the 5th window that good? You seem to eat there every day. Average, Jiangche replied casually, while Shenqing remained silent. The 4 of them continued their meal, with Zhou Shichu and Chun Baisui occasionally sharing amusing anecdotes from the sports meet, such as someone falling during the long jump or almost hitting the judge while throwing the shot put. Shenqing listened quietly, refraining from interjecting or sharing her opinions. Before long, they all left the cafeteria together. This time, Jiangche did not return to the classroom to sleep, nor did Shenqing choose to study. Instead, they all headed toward the playground, the home base of their second-year class. This so-called base was merely a few desks hastily assembled, upon which some water and glucose purchased with class funds were placed. In the afternoon, there would be the boys' 100-meter and 200-meter races, with Jiangche and Chun Baisui representing their class. Both were athletic. During the freshman sports meet, Jiangche had secured first place in the 50-meter and 1,500-meter events, leaving many athletes behind. The school sports coach had attempted several times to recruit Jiangche for the athletics team, arguing that if he disliked studying, he could pursue sports instead. However, Jiangche's simple rebuttal was, If you know I dislike studying, why would you think I would enjoy training? The competition starts at 3. Is it too early for you to play basketball? Chun Baisui asked. Sure, Jiangche nodded slightly, following Chun Baisui toward the basketball court. Zhou Shichu turned to Shenqing, asking, Shenqing, they're going to play basketball. Do you want to watch? No, thank you, Shenqing replied, shaking her head gently. She settled into a chair at the edge of the base and quietly pulled out a small booklet from her uniform pocket. It contained all the English vocabulary words she had learned throughout high school. Zhou Shichu was taken aback. Shenqing, you're really dedicated. The monthly exam is next week, she murmured. Zhou Shichu's expression turned blank, a hint of confusion crossing his face as if to ask, So what? Why be anxious about an exam next week? Chapter 032. Don't forget to bring me water. Che, why are you so distracted? Tired? I could use a dunk to wake me up. On the court, Jiang Che and Chen Baisui played alongside a few other classmates with whom they shared a good rapport. Since it wasn't a class competition, the game flowed harmoniously, lacking intense rivalry. Scattered around the court were a few girls watching the game, many of whom had come to see Jiang Che play. During breaks, some bold girls among the spectators would offer him a bottle of water, hoping to exchange contact information. No need. Jiang Che would coldly decline each time. Meanwhile, Chen Baisui gladly accepted the water, thanking them, claiming it was to spare the girls from embarrassment. Why do you keep glancing at the home base? Chen Baisui noticed Jiang Che's distracted demeanor, his gaze frequently drifting toward the base, seemingly uninterested in the game. Nothing. Did you forget something? My cigarettes and lighter are in the drawer. I'll go grab them. Let us go together. With that, Jiang Che passed the basketball and left the court, followed by Chen Baisui toward the restroom. Jiang Che ambled towards the base camp, and from a distance, he spotted Xinqing seated on a chair, engrossed in a book. She was petite, and the book she held was diminutive as well. Was she truly in such dire need of money? Jiang Che furrowed his brow, his expression somewhat peculiar. Ever since their conversation about her ranking first in the monthly exam and the scholarship being doubled, he found it increasingly difficult to regard Xinqing's passion for studying without suspicion, sensing that her fervor leaned more towards the acquisition of wealth. As he approached, Jiang Che moved lightly, careful not to disturb Xinqing, who was quietly reciting the pronunciations and spellings of words from her booklet beneath the warm afternoon sun. The light filtered through the leaves above, casting dappled shadows upon her. Suddenly, a shadow fell across her, and instinctively, she looked up to find Jiang Che standing before her, causing her to startle and hastily close her booklet. Seeing her reaction, Jiang Che scoffed. It's not as if you're reading something scandalous. Why are you so anxious? I need the cigarettes and lighter from the drawer, she replied. Oh, Xinqing murmured, extending her hand into the drawer to retrieve the cigarette box and lighter that Jiang Che had tossed inside. However, she hesitated to take them out immediately. With a wary glance around to ensure no one was watching, she swiftly produced the items and handed them to Jiang Che. Jiang Che found himself momentarily speechless, observing Xinqing's clandestine demeanor with bemusement. His fingers played with the cigarette box and lighter, and he took a seat on a nearby chair. Casting a glance at the booklet in her hands, studying English words? Yes, she affirmed. Don't look at it during the competition, he warned. What? Xinqing blinked, perplexed by his words. Jiang Che frowned slightly, his tone sharpening. Just focus on cheering for me. Oh, right. After I finish my run, remember to bring me a bottle of water. Sure. Xinqing nodded obediently, glancing towards the podium. After a brief hesitation, she quietly reminded him. The school leaders just came to the playground. So, he replied nonchalantly. If you're caught smoking, you'll just have to write a self-reflection. Not like I have to write it myself, he added with a dismissive expression. Xinqing was momentarily rendered mute. She wished to express her reluctance to assist him in writing the reflection but ultimately swallowed her words. After a brief silence, Jiang Che tossed the cigarette box and lighter back into the drawer and reclined lazily in his chair. Forget it. I'll smoke after the run. Glancing at the time, he noted that the men's 100-meter race was still half an hour away. Moments later, Chen Baisui returned from the restroom, his expression one of irritation. Spotting Jiang Che on the camp's bench, he voiced his displeasure. Che, I waited for you in the restroom for 10 minutes. Where were you? Weren't you supposed to be smoking in the restroom? Jiang Che replied, seemingly recalling the matter. Then why didn't you inform me? Chen Baisui retorted. As he spoke, Chen Baisui took a seat next to Jiang Che and noticed Xinqing's booklet. What is that? A vocabulary book, she replied. Is it for cheating? Chen Baisui assumed, perceiving such small, densely written notebooks as tools for examination dishonesty. Xinqing fell silent, unsure how to respond. Jiang Che kicked Chen Baisui's chair lightly, his tone irritated. Don't disturb her studies. He gestured towards a drawer on the left. The cigarettes and lighter are in there. If you want to smoke, go get them yourself. Forget it. Smoking alone is dull, Chen Baisui muttered. The competition is about to begin. All second-year students participating in the men's 100 meters should gather at the podium to receive their respective number plates. The competition is about to commence. As the announcement echoed, Jiang Che stretched his neck and leisurely rose from his chair, sauntering towards the podium while yawning. Xinqing also stood, but instead of following him, she headed towards the small shop outside the playground. What are you going to do? He inquired. Buy water. Do you have money? Yes. Xinqing nodded gently and hurried towards the exit. with about 10 minutes of preparation time before the competition began. She had ample time to make the round trip to the shop. Upon entering the small shop, which was quite shabby and devoid of air conditioning, she noticed only an old ceiling fan whirring above. Since it was not lunchtime, the aroma of instant noodles and snacks had dissipated significantly. Shenqing approached the counter, purchased a bottle of Nongfu spring water for 2 yuan, and quickly returned to the playground, her pace brisk as if fearing she would miss the upcoming competition. On the playground, the men's 100-meter track was surrounded by a throng of spectators. In addition to the second-year students, many girls from other grades had gathered, seemingly there to watch someone else race. Holding her bottle of water, Shenqing scanned the crowd, but failed to locate Zhou Shichu and Chen Baisui. So she settled for a spot with a decent view. Is that Jiang Che from Class 8? He is so handsome. I heard that scouts from the entertainment industry wanted to sign him, but he declined for academic reasons. Is that true? I thought he had poor grades. A group of girls were engrossed in discussing Jiang Che. Shenqing listened quietly, having recently returned from a hiatus and being unfamiliar with Jiang Che's past exploits. On your marks. Get set. The referee's voice rang out. In an instant, the starting gun fired, and the 8 competitors burst forth from the starting line, the cheers from the crowd erupting in a crescendo. Positioned closer to the finish line, Shenqing had a limited view of the start but soon saw the 8 figures sprinting down the track. Jiang Che surged ahead, creating a small gap from the others by the halfway mark. Go, go. The cheers grew deafening. Shenqing's voice was among them, albeit soft. She only dared to join in when surrounded by others. Jiang Che, go. The distance of 100 meters was fleeting. After a brief swell of cheers, the victor was soon revealed. Shenqing watched with a surge of joy as Jiang Che crossed the finish line, her heart swelling with an inexplicable delight. Immediately, a throng of students from Class 8 surrounded him in celebration. Shenqing recalled Jiang Che's request for water and hurried in the same direction towards the finish line. At the finish, the students from Class 8 cheered around Jiang Che. In an unusual turn, neither Chen Baisui nor Zhou Shichu were present. The former was already preparing for the upcoming 200-meter race at the podium, while the latter stood beside Chen Baisui, holding his jacket, phone, and water. Jiang Che, you're amazing. Why not just switch to being a sports student? A few boys who were playing basketball joked with a laugh. Shenqing observed the crowd surrounding Jiang Che, hesitating with a bottle of mineral water in her hand, torn about whether to approach. She felt an intense nervousness. She had never imagined she would one day publicly deliver water to a boy, and the mere thought of such a scene sent shivers down her spine. After a moment of contemplation, Shenqing bit her lip and took a step forward. However, in the next instant, a graceful figure appeared by Jiang Che's side before her. The girl donned a beautiful floral dress, her hair styled in a high ponytail, her face adorned with a light touch of makeup, and in her hand, she held a bottle of orange sports drink. Jiang Che here, Jiang Shihan said, pursing her lips in a shy demeanor as she extended the drink. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted to something peculiar. Jiang Che was undeniably the campus heartthrob, while Jiang Shihan was widely recognized as the campus beauty. Their pairing exuded an undeniable chemistry. Among the group of students who had played basketball with Jiang Che, many had seen Jiang Shihan deliver water to him before, and they began to cheer. Che, aren't you going to take it? TSK, so envious. Jiang School Beauty, are you showing special interest in Che with your frequent deliveries? Che, make your stance clear. The teasing continued. Shenqing halted, instinctively hiding the mineral water bottle behind her back, as if afraid of being discovered, and quietly retreated back into the crowd lining the track. The men's 200-meter race was about to commence. Seeing the chaos at the finish line, the referee stepped forward and called out, "The race will conclude. Return your numbers to the podium. The men's 200 meters is about to start. Please do not block the track." The noisy students gradually dispersed. Yet, Jiang Shihan remained fixated on Jiang Che, maintaining her gesture of offering the drink. Jiang Che frowned slightly, refraining from reaching for it, as he inexplicably recalled the moment he delivered milk tea to Shenqing. "No, I'm allergic to sports drinks." Before long, the high school boys' 200-meter race was set to begin. Zhou Shichu held Chen Baishui's light jacket at the finish line, gazing up towards the starting point. Chen Baishui was preparing on lane 8. Ready, set, bang. The starting pistol fired, and the 8 competitors surged forward. The sides of the track erupted with thunderous cheers once more. Shenqing stood among the crowd, silently watching the 8 figures racing past, offering her encouragement in her heart without voicing it aloud. "Is it exciting?" A voice emerged from behind. Startled, Xinqing turned to find herself locking eyes with Jiang Che's captivating gaze. Sensing a hint of irritation in his tone, she hurriedly extended the mineral water she had been holding, her voice barely audible. Why your water? Where were you just now? I forgot? Jiang Che's voice was somewhat cold, imbued with a distant chill. No, Xinqing lowered her head, softly explaining. There were too many people around you. And someone else was delivering water. And so? I didn't dare to approach, she timidly replied. Her nature was such that in crowded situations, she instinctively avoided drawing attention, as if repelled by becoming the focus of others' gazes. Jiang Che opened his mouth, but remained silent. He took the mineral water from her hand, prepared to drink, but then, feeling displeased, set it back down. Open it for me. Oh. Xinqing responded softly, twisting the cap open with determination before handing it back to Jiang Che. Cheers erupted around them, with Zhou Shichu's screams and applause ringing the loudest, accompanied by classmates from the second-year 8th class chanting Chen Baishui's praises. Jiang Che casually took a sip from the mineral water and walked towards the finish line. At the finish, Chen Baishui crossed the line, securing first place in the high school boys' 200-meter race. Zhou Shichu beamed with joy, handing him water and earnestly patting him on the shoulder. Well done, you didn't let me down. Chen Baishui merely responded with a nonchalant expression. A crowd of classmates gathered to congratulate him. Xinqing, as usual, refrained from joining them, watching the victorious scene from a distance, secretly delighted. Jiang Che, however, glanced at Xinqing beside him and remarked coolly, You didn't dare to go over? Xinqing remained silent, her stillness affirming his question. Social anxiety? The scholarship ceremony at school required students to collect their awards at the flag-raising podium, with the top student expected to deliver a speech before the entire school. Chapter 034, Little Deskmate. Smile back at the second-year 8th class headquarters. The afternoon's men's 100-meter and 200-meter races had concluded, though other events were still to follow. Jiang Che, Xinqing, Chen Baishui, and Zhou Shichu had returned to their base, ready to rest for a while. Throughout the journey, Xinqing's expression bore a hint of tension, as if she carried a heavy burden. She had just learned that the methods for dispersing the school's financial aid and scholarships differed. The former was distributed privately to respect the dignity of underprivileged students, while the latter aimed to inspire academic excellence among all students. The top 5 students in the grade would stand on the podium during Monday's flag-raising ceremony, and the top student would even need to prepare a speech to express their gratitude before the entire school. For Xinqing, this was akin to a bolt from the blue. The mere thought of speaking in front of all the faculty and students sent chills down her spine. Are you considering giving up the scholarship? Jiang Che glanced at Xinqing, seemingly recognizing her inner turmoil. She shook her head slightly. The scholarship was vital to her, and she could never relinquish it. Then you'll need to practice more. How do I practice? After a moment of silence, Jiang Che casually suggested, tomorrow afternoon. I have a 1,500-meter race. You can start by delivering water to me. As they conversed, the group arrived back at their headquarters, and upon seeing the scene before them, their expressions collectively shifted. Their teacher, Lin, was seated at a desk, a cigarette box and lighter placed on the table. The surrounding students sensed the tension and began to disperse. What is the teacher doing here? Chen Baishui whispered. Zhou Shichu keenly noticed the cigarette box and lighter on the desk, exclaiming, Your cigarettes and lighter have been discovered. Jiang Che retorted. Those belong to someone from another class who left them in the drawer. What does that have to do with me? Chen Baishui's eyes lit up, thinking to himself. Che, that's a brilliant excuse. Zhou Shichu and Xinqing remained silent. The 4 approached their teacher, Lin, who tapped the table lightly and fixed her gaze on Jiang Che and Chen Baishui. Now confess, whose are the cigarettes and lighter? Jiang Che and Chen Baishui exchanged glances. Chen Baishui decisively replied, Those definitely belong to someone from another class. I have no idea who. Jiang Che nodded slightly and added, I believe it was Shui Xiangyang from class 1 who left them. Lin's lips twitched slightly. Shui Xiangyang, the top student in his second year, serves as the academic monitor of class 1, a so-called rocket class, and is recognized by the teachers as an exemplary student. Moreover, he does not smoke at all. Do you all think I'm a fool? Lin's voice was cold as she turned her gaze towards Zhou Shichu. Shichu, who do you think this cigarette box and lighter belong to? After saying this, she added, I haven't forgotten about today's morning self-study incident when the whole class skipped it. Zhou Shichu's expression turned awkward as he glanced at Jiang Che and Chen Baishui, the implication clear. The 3 shared a close bond. So betraying a teammate posed no psychological burden for them. Lian slightly nodded and then directed her gaze towards Shenqing, her tone softening as she inquired, Shenqing, why are you mingling with them? This was something that displeased her. Jiangche and Qin Baisui were notorious for being at the bottom of their class and frequently engaged in fights. Zhou Shichu, too, ranked among the bottom 10 in the grade, but due to his high standing in the class and good relationships with everyone, he was entrusted with the position of class monitor. None of the three were particularly admirable students, and Li Yin naturally hoped that Shenqing, a well-behaved girl, would not associate with these troublemakers. Teacher Li, Jiangche interjected, attempting to diffuse the situation. Before the competition, I saw her idly reading, so I asked her to bring me some water. Li Yin frowned slightly, her expression darkening further. She was reading, and you call that idly doing nothing? In the past, I could turn a blind eye when you smoked in the restroom, but now you dare to bring cigarettes to the playground? Do you not see the school leaders seated in the stands? Li Yin confiscated the cigarette box and lighter from the table. Each of you will write a 1,000 word reflection, due next Monday. Jiangche glanced at Li Yin and replied, I came in first in the men's 100 meters. That's a 500-word reflection. I also came in first in the men's 200 meters. That's a 500-word reflection. What? Why? Qin Baisui was bewildered. Isn't the prestige of the men's 100 meters equivalent to that of the men's 200 meters? Plus, you owe an additional 1,000 words for smoking during the opening ceremony. Li Yin stood up from her chair, shot a glare at Jiangche, and reminded him, find a place to stay when there's nothing going on. Don't disturb other students' studies. With that, Li Yin finally departed from their base. A collective sigh of relief escaped from the group. Qin Baisui plopped down in a chair, overwhelmed by the impending 500-word reflection. Che, do you have any cigarettes left? No. What if we climb over the wall to buy a pack? Not going to happen. Fine. I'll look for someone else. Qin Baisui glanced in the direction of the basketball court. He often played there and knew quite a few friends. Zhou Shichu tugged at the collar of Qin Baisui, forcibly pulling him back into his seat. 500 words of reflection, and you want to add more? Qin Baisui, feeling the urge to smoke, took a deep breath. I'll go to the men's restroom to smoke. Zhou Shichu ignored him and casually asked, I'm going to the snack shop. Are you coming? Wait for me to finish. If not, then forget it. Qin Baisui was utterly speechless, his expression bitter as he rose from the chair and followed Zhou Shichu's departing figure. With their exit, only Shenqing and Jiangche remained in the base, and an inexplicably awkward atmosphere settled between them. Shenqing sat in the corner, retrieving her English vocabulary booklet and quietly engrossing herself in her studies, daring not to cast a glance at the boy beside her. Jiangche, too, remained silent, lazily leaning against the chair's back, his legs crossed casually on the desk. I'm going to take a nap. Remember to wake me up when school ends. Shenqing nodded gently. Beneath the shade of the trees, dappled sunlight illuminated the two like a couple in matching outfits. The girl focused intently on her book, her long eyelashes casting delicate shadows under her eyes, her fair skin glistening in the sunlight. Jiangche leaned back, not deeply asleep, and glanced at the girl beside him, inexplicably saying, little deskmate. Smile. Huh. Shenqing was momentarily taken aback, but felt compelled to comply, nervously tugging at the corners of her mouth to force a stiff smile. However, the dimples on her cheeks were unmistakably charming. Jiangche nodded slightly, closing his eyes and falling silent. Chapter 035. Conversations in the office on Friday, the third day of the sports meet. The classroom door of Class 8 was already open early in the morning, brightly lit, with the homeroom teacher, Li Yin, standing at the entrance, checking the time. She had been publicly reprimanded by Director Du the previous day and came early to catch any students who dared to defy the rules. As time passed, students trickled into the classroom. Shenqing had arrived early, diligently memorizing sample sentences from her English book. Zhou Shichu and Qin Baisui entered just as the morning reading bell rang. Thus, the only empty seat left in Class 8 was beside Shenqing. Is everyone here? The homeroom teacher, Li Yin, stood at the podium, satisfied as she nodded. Class monitor, come up and lead the morning reading. After that, we'll head to the playground to watch the sports meet. With that, the reluctant academic monitor, Chen Xiang, stepped up to the podium. His grades placed him at the 53rd lowest in the grade, yet he served as the academic monitor of Class 8. Everyone, take out your English books and turn to the third-to-last page for the vocabulary list. A cacophony of mispronounced English reading erupted. Some words were even pronounced incorrectly. However, Li Yin paid no mind, nodding in satisfaction as she left. She knew all too well the nature of these students. As long as they could stay in the classroom without causing trouble, she would be grateful. Class monitor, now that the teacher's gone, shall we make a run for it? A student asked Zhou Shichu. After all, Zhou Shichu was well liked in class, and everyone recognized her authority as class monitor. It was her approval that led to the collective skipping of morning reading the previous day. If you want to skip, go ahead. Just remember to prepare a 500-word reflection later. The inquiring student left, dejected. Zhou Shichu then turned to Xinqing, curious. Xinqing, are you not going to the playground this morning? Xinqing nodded slightly. After careful consideration the previous day, she decided to strive for the top rank in the upcoming monthly exam, although she would have to go on stage to accept the award and deliver a speech. It was merely temporary. She would endure it. That scholarship was crucial for her. If she could secure it, she wouldn't have to worry about her living expenses for at least the next 2 months. All right. Just remember to come for the men's 800 meters and men's 1500 meters in the afternoon. Okay. The morning reading concluded amidst the noisy clamor. The entire building reverberated with footsteps, the excitement palpable on the last day of the sports meet. After a brief uproar, the teaching building returned to tranquility. Xinqing, sitting in the classroom, glanced at the empty seat beside her before getting up to close the window. She quietly resumed her reading. Before long, the front door of the classroom swung open. Xinqing instinctively looked up, only to find not the boy she had envisioned, but her homeroom teacher, Lin. Lin cast her gaze upon the only girl still seated at her desk, engrossed in a book, and felt a flicker of satisfaction. Xinqing, are you reading? Please come to the office. The teacher wishes to speak with you, Lin announced. She had intended to converse with Xinqing ever since she spotted her mingling with Jiangche, Chen Baisui, and Zhou Shichu on the playground the previous day. All right. Xinqing promptly rose from her chair, closed her book, and strode toward the front door. The office was eerily quiet. Due to the sports event, most teachers were either absent or officiating at the field. Lin settled into her chair and gestured toward a nearby stool, saying, "It's not a serious matter. So don't be anxious, just sit down." Xinqing nodded slightly and took a seat, yet a trace of apprehension lingered on her face, fearing she might have violated school regulations. After all, scholarships were awarded only to those without disciplinary infractions. "I've noticed you've been spending quite a bit of time with Jiangche and his group lately," Lin inquired gently, her tone a stark contrast to how she spoke to Jiangche and Chen Baisui. Xinqing was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Lin smiled reassuringly. "There's no need to be tense. I'm merely concerned about their influence on you." Although she was reluctant to admit it. Class 8 of the second year was indeed the most unruly class in the entire grade, with the lowest performing students clustered together. There was a hint of helplessness in Li Yan's voice as she spoke. Who wouldn't prefer to teach a class full of diligent students? Yet, she was powerless against the school's arrangements. "I am aware that you ranked first in the entrance examination. Although you took a year off, you still possess a solid foundation. With some effort, you should have a chance to secure admission to a prestigious university." Xinqing listened attentively, refraining from interrupting. "However, as you know, being close to the wrong crowd can lead to unfavorable outcomes. I trust you are aware of Jiangche, Chen Baisui, and Zhou Shichu's academic standings, as well as their misdeeds, such as fighting, smoking, and drinking. Personally, I would advise against getting too close to them. Zhou Shichu and Chen Baisui's families are financially well off. Even if they fail to enter university, they can pursue studies abroad. Jiangche's family is connected to the school board, so his future is secure. Yet, they represent a minority. Most of us must rely on the college entrance examination to alter our destinies and secure good jobs." Li Yan's voice remained gentle, contrasting her fiery temperament with other students as she displayed remarkable patience and warmth toward Xinqing. "I have already discussed matters with the administration. After this month's examination, the school will reassign classes based on your performance. I believe in your capabilities and am confident you will excel in a better class. Of course, if you prefer to remain in Class 8, you are always welcome." Xinqing nodded softly, her lips pressed together in silence. Li Yan continued earnestly, regardless of the outcome. "I hope you will not have any regrets in the end." After nearly half an hour of conversation, Xinqing had attentively absorbed every word. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to her at such length. "All right, that's all for today. Study well this week and perform admirably in next Monday's examination." Thank you, teacher," Xinqing replied earnestly. Li Yan nodded slightly, but suddenly recalled something and inquired. "By the way, has Jiangche disturbed you during class?" "No. What about outside of class? Has he bullied you?" Shinqing hesitated for a moment before gently shaking her head. No, not at all. Chapter 36. A reunion of father and son in Class 8 of the second year. The front door of the classroom stood ajar, with the lights still on. The old ceiling fan continued to spin tirelessly. Jiang Che sauntered to the back door of the classroom, his gaze sweeping across the empty room, his brow furrowing slightly. The classroom was devoid of students, and the classmate who had promised to study diligently for the upcoming monthly test was nowhere to be found. Today marked the final day of the sports event, with the men's 800 meters and 1,500 meters races scheduled for the afternoon. Jiang Che stepped into the classroom and glanced at his desk. On Shinqing's desk sat a thermos emblazoned with a logo from the National Mathematical Olympiad. Emitting faint wisps of steam, its paint chipped in places. Pens lay haphazardly to the side, and an English textbook lay quietly shut. Next to it, a sheet of draft paper with partially written vocabulary words. Jiang Che recalled her habit. Before leaving her seat, she always tidied up her desk. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching from the front door. Jiang Che looked up slightly and saw Shinqing hesitating at the entrance. He casually waved her over. Come here. With no way to avoid him, Shinqing made her way to her seat, her gaze strangely evasive. Did you go to the restroom? No. Then where did you go? To the office. Shinqing returned to her place, her eyes fixed on the reopened textbook, avoiding the gaze of the boy beside her. Did the homeroom teacher call you? What did she want? Jiang Che scrutinized Shinqing closely. She shook her head slightly, not adept at lying, and quietly confessed. Teacher Li told me to keep my distance from you and Shen Baisui. And Jiang Che nodded, not surprised. Shinqing lowered her head and continued softly. Teacher Li also asked me if you ever bullied me. Jiang Che scoffed, intrigued, and replied, What did you say? I said no. At least you have some conscience. Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction, his well-defined fingers tapping on the thermos. This thermos is already rusty. It's fine. Aren't you worried about getting poisoned? There's no rust inside. Shinqing replaced the lid on the thermos. It was a prize from her middle school days. Having served her well for many years, though its exterior showed significant wear and rust. Jiang Che said nothing further, glancing at the tightly shut windows. Read your book. I'll step outside for a smoke. Okay. In the classroom, tranquility reigned. The summer sun had risen, casting a warm glow. The girl's pen glided across the draft paper, the soft scratch of her writing filling the air as she penned elegant English words. In the corridor, Jiang Che leaned against the railing, a breeze dispersing the smoke from his cigarette. He observed the girl, her focus unwavering, her writing fluid and graceful. Midway through the morning, Lin left the office to check on the classroom. Each time, she would catch Jiang Che leaning against the railing, smoking or playing games, and would inevitably reprimand him. Smoking again? Who told you to bring your phone to school? Do you want more disciplinary actions? Are you unaware there are cameras in the corridor? Go to the restroom. It stinks. Get back to the classroom. Don't embarrass yourself out here. It's too stuffy. The morning swiftly passed, and in the afternoon, the sports event at the first high school was drawing to a close. Jiang Che and Shinqing appeared together at the designated gathering spot. The former remains in a languid posture, legs crossed atop the desk, while the latter has prepared a cup of water to be delivered shortly. Though her face bears a hint of visible discomfort, the 1,500-meter race is the most anticipated event of the sports meet. The homeroom teacher, Lin, has also come to the playground. The thought of presenting water to Jiang Che in front of so many people fills her with a sense of impending embarrassment. Can you prepare glucose? Shinqing snaps back to reality, struggling to comprehend Jiang Che's previous words. What? Jiang Che does not repeat himself. Merely gestures toward the bag of glucose purchased from class funds, casually requesting, Please prepare a cup of glucose for me in advance. Oh, after the race. You need not bring me water. I will come here myself to drink. Shinqing nods vigorously, her earlier frown seemingly dissolving in an instant. As if the clouds have parted to reveal the sun. Are you happy? Jiang Che furrows his brow slightly. Shinqing immediately suppresses her smile. Her voice barely above a whisper, unwilling to admit, no, not at all. As they speak, the campus broadcast crackles to life once more. Students participating in the men's 800-meter race, please proceed to the podium to collect your number tags. The competition is about to commence. This afternoon, only the 800-meter and 1,500-meter races remain. A large group of second-year students congregates on the playground. All eyes fixed on the men's 800-meter event. Shinqing glances at Jiang Che and tentatively inquires, Aren't you going over? She knows that Chun Baisui is competing in the men's 800 meters, and given their relationship, Jiang Che should have no reason to abstain from spectating. Not going. Huh. What's there to see in the 800 meters? Zhou Shichu is watching from the playground. Jiang Che's tone is indifferent as he retrieves a cigarette and lighter from his pocket. Xinqing instinctively shifts her gaze toward the podium, apprehensive that a school official might witness this scene. Just then, a middle-aged man in a black suit directs his gaze toward them, striding purposefully towards Class 8 of Year 2. The man is tall and impeccably dressed, lacking the typical rotundity of most middle-aged individuals. A school official is coming, Xinqing whispers urgently. Jiang Che glances up at the approaching figure. Irritation flickering across his features, TSK. He clicks his tongue, retracts his legs from the desk, and prepares to leave. Xinqing is taken aback. In her memory, Jiang Che is not the type to fear teachers, let alone school officials. In the next moment, the middle-aged man approaches with a stern expression, commanding, "Stop. Come back." Jiang Che halts, turning to face the man with a hint of impatience. "I'm going to the restroom. It won't take long." Jiang Che wears a sour expression, reluctantly returning to his seat, his tone cool and slightly distant. "What brings you to school?" "To see what trouble you've gotten yourself into. Principal Zhang says you've been fighting, skipping classes, smoking." Jiang Che cuts him off. Gesturing toward the cigarette pack and lighter on the desk, his demeanor nonchalant. "Why not just have Zhang Ruilong expel me?" Chapter 037, Tutoring? Nonsense. The middle-aged man appears furious but manages to rein in his temper, noticing other students nearby. "Principal Zhang mentioned your exam rankings have improved this semester?" "I cheated." Jiang Che's tone is frigid, indicating his disinterest in further conversation. The middle-aged man remains silent, glancing towards the direction of the playground. "Where are Shichu and Chen?" "Competing. At least the others know to participate in sports. What about you? Hiding here and smoking?" Before Jiang Che can respond, Xinqing unexpectedly interjects, "Teacher, I was just tutoring Jiang Che. He wasn't smoking." As her words linger in the air, the middle-aged man's gaze shifts to the petite, timid girl. His surprise evident. "You were tutoring him?" Xinqing nods gently, her voice barely a whisper, avoiding his eyes. The middle-aged man scrutinizes Xinqing, his tone softening considerably. "I am Jiang Che's guardian but do not teach at this school." "Hello, uncle. How did you perform in the entrance exam?" Jiang Che furrows his brow, impatiently interjecting, "If there's nothing else, you can leave. I have the men's 1,500-meter race coming up." As he speaks, the announcement rings out, "Participants in the men's 1,500-meter race from Year 2, please proceed to the podium to collect your number tags." The middle-aged man refrains from further questioning, for in his experience, any student from launching number 1 high school would likely rank higher than his son. Soon, the men's 1,500-meter race is set to commence. Contestants line up at the starting line, awaiting the sound of the starting gun. The playground is now filled with students from Year 2. This 1,500-meter race is the most challenging event and draws the greatest attention. Homeroom teachers are present, and students gather along the track to cheer for their classmates. Chen Baisui, having just completed a 400-meter run, is still recovering, while Zhou Shichu stays by his side. Also absent from the scene, Xinqing stands among her classmates from Class 8 of Year 2, feeling rather inconspicuous. Her gaze fixed on Jiang Che and Lane 8 at the starting line. Bang! The starting gun fires. This time, there is no rush to sprint. All the competitors begin at a measured pace. After all, the 1,500 meters is a test of endurance, and an early burst does not guarantee victory. On the podium, Jiang Zhenghua instinctively rises from his seat at the sound of the gun, eyes focused on the runners below. Principal Zhang Ruilong stands beside him, smiling as he remarks, "Director Jiang, although Jiang Che struggles academically, he excels in sports. Yesterday, in the men's 100 meters, Jiang Che claimed first place in Year 2, even outpacing the school's athletes." Jiang Zhenghua nods slightly, remaining silent. Principal Zhang observes the race, noting that Jiang Che has already opened a small lead and merely needs to maintain this pace to secure victory. "I recall Jiang Che also took first place in the men's 1,500 meters during his first year. I expect no less this time." "Director Jiang, Coach Chi from the school's sports team spoke with me. He believes Jiang Che would be better suited for a specialization in sports." Jiang Zhenghua's tone is flat. What are his own thoughts? "Well," Principal Zhang forces a wry smile. Speaking with a hint of resignation, Coach Chi has spoken with Jiang Che privately, but it seems he has little interest in sports. "Then let it be." Jiang Zhenghua watches the figure racing on the playground, recognizing a trace of his younger self within. Yet, he views sports as a sideline, fraught with risks of injury. He prefers his son to attend a prestigious university, studying finance, to eventually take over his own business. I recently observed the girl tutoring Jiang Che. Which class is she from? Jiang Zhenguo recalled the scene he had just witnessed. Principal Zhang promptly replied, she is also a student from class 8 of the second year. I seem to have forgotten her name, but she appears to have taken a year off and just returned to school. Upon hearing this, Jiang Zhenguo slightly furrowed his brow. He was somewhat aware of the academic level of the students in class 8. Thus, there would be little need for tutoring among classmates. Perhaps he would consider transferring him to the rocket class after this month's exam to see if a change in environment might yield better results. Principal Zhang's expression grew somewhat troubled. Jiang Zhenguo's brow furrowed deeper, and his previously calm demeanor turned noticeably colder. Is there a problem, Principal Zhang? And no. Zhang Ruilong quickly shook his head, forcing a smile. After the monthly exam, I will have Director Du Hongtao from Year 2 arrange it. Very well. Jiang Zhenguo nodded slightly, his tone returning to normal. The scholarship for this semester can be increased. I will personally come to present it. Keep going. Keep going. Just one last lap. Jiang Che. The cheers rang out across the playground, while Jiang Zhenguo and Zhang Ruilong conversed on the podium. The race on the track was nearing its conclusion. In the 1,500-meter run, Jiang Che, currently in first place, had only half a lap remaining. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the side of the track, where students from Class 8 were cheering, with Zhou Shichu's voice particularly piercing. Run faster, Jiang Che. Someone is closing in behind you. Push through. Push through. The athletes from Class 4 of Year 2 began to accelerate. Being a member of the school's athletic team, it was normal for him to conserve energy and sprint during the last half lap. Jiang Che glanced back, furrowing his brow slightly, as he also began to quicken his pace. The cheers intensified, evolving into a rivalry between Class 4 and Class 8. Jiang Zhenguo, standing on the podium, maintained his usual calm expression. Yet his right hand unconsciously clenched slightly. Xinqing stood quietly at the edge of the track, watching the figure rushing toward the finish line. Unlike the other students, she did not shout encouragement loudly. Instead, she avoided the noisy crowd, retreating silently to the stronghold of Class 8, picked up a cup of warm glucose water she had prepared earlier, and walked toward the finish line. Chapter 038. Delivering water. Come on, Ache. You're amazing. Did you break the record this time? At the finish line, laughter and cheers erupted. The students from Class 8 rejoiced. Witnessing Jiang Che cross the finish line, Lin also stood at the finish but did not cheer like the others. She immediately called out, quickly, help him up. Don't sit down yet. Walk around for a bit first. Where is the water? As she spoke, Jiang Che's gaze fell upon a familiar figure, and he smiled slightly. Xinqing hesitated but steeled herself to approach, handing Jiang Che the cup of warm glucose water. She, too, was unsure why she had come to deliver water, feeling that waiting at the stronghold was inappropriate. Here. Thanks. Their eyes met briefly as Jiang Che accepted the glucose water and drank it in one go, a smile gracing his face. No need. Their voices were soft, hardly audible amidst the surrounding cheers. Jiang Che, how do you feel? Lin approached, asking earnestly. Regardless of how Jiang Che usually caused her trouble, at this moment, he had brought her a sense of pride. It's fine. After running, don't rush to sit. Let someone assist you while you walk a bit before resting. Lin advised, her gaze lingering on Xinqing, who had actively brought the water. Xinqing appeared somewhat tense, seemingly afraid of being misunderstood. Jiang Che then handed the disposable cup back to Xinqing, his tone slightly disdainful. Get a taller one. Jiang Che, speak properly to me. Lin raised her brows, reproaching him lightly, then turned her attention to Chen Baisui, who had just completed the 800 meters and was approaching. Chen Baisui helped Jiang Che walk a lap. Oh, Chen Baisui complied, wrapping his arm around Jiang Che's shoulder and teasing softly. Che, you need help after running? Your physical fitness isn't up to par. You had Shou Shichu assisting you after your 800 meters. Don't think I didn't see that. A hint of embarrassment crossed Chen Baisui's face as he quickly changed the subject. I saw Uncle Jiang at school earlier. So, while you were running the 1500 meters, Uncle Jiang was watching you from the podium. Heh. Jiang Che scoffed lightly, shaking off Chen Baisui's arm and continuing toward the stronghold. Hey. I have some alarming news. Do you want to know? Speak. The monthly exam is next Monday. Jiang Che responded nonchalantly, his expression unchanged. Chen Baisui, not seeing the shocked reaction he expected, asked strangely, Che, you didn't already know, did you? TCH, Chun Baisui immediately lost interest, casually saying, this weekend. Zhou Shichu said she would be studying at home. Her? Jiangche scoffed, his face filled with disdain. Having grown up together, they were well aware of each other's characters. He wouldn't believe for a second that she would genuinely study before an exam. This time it's real. Chun Baisui insisted earnestly. If she passes the monthly exam, Uncle Zhou will buy her a new phone and an iPad. I plan to go to her house to study together this weekend. Do you want to join? Not going. Jiang Che firmly declined. Chun Baisui did not press further. Shrugging casually, all right, then you'll definitely fall back to being the last in the grade this time. At the stronghold of Class 8, after the boys' 1,500 meters concluded, the event was nearing its end. The homeroom teacher, Li Yin, instructed the boys to start moving the tables, while the girls took charge of cleaning up the litter surrounding the stronghold. Shortly thereafter, when Jiang Che and Chun Baisui arrived, they found Shenqing alone. Bent over picking up the trash left behind, the once bustling stronghold was now deserted. Where is everyone? Huh? Shenqing looked up softly, explaining quietly. Everyone else has moved the tables and left. You're cleaning up the trash all by yourself? Not much. As she spoke, Shenqing tossed the trash she had collected into the bin and approached Jiang Che, glancing around instinctively. What is the matter? Here. Shenqing pulled a cigarette pack and a lighter from her uniform pocket, items Jiang Che had left on the table earlier. When Jiang Jingwo departed, he left behind these items. From now on, simply discard such things. Do not stuff them into your pockets. Jiang Che received the cigarette case and lighter, speaking in a cold tone. Oh. Shenqing replied softly, gesturing towards the restroom. I'm going to wash my hands. Jiang Che nodded. Chun Baisui observed Shenqing's departing figure and could not help but exclaim, Che, Shenqing is rather too honest. Isn't she? TSK. While others sneak off after school, she is the only one left to clean up the mess. Jiang Che remained silent, extending the cigarette case to Chun Baisui. Care for a smoke? Sure, let us head to the restroom. The two followed Shenqing at a short distance, making their way towards the restroom on the playground. At 5:30, it was the end of school on a Friday, and many students had already packed their bags, preparing to leave before the sports event concluded. The sky was still relatively bright. The once bustling playground gradually quieted down. Jiang Che and Chun Baisui stood beneath the banyan tree at the restroom entrance, smoke curling from their fingertips as they exhaled clouds of vapor. Where is Zhou Shichu? She was ready to climb over the wall and leave when I finished my 800 meters. Her family sent a car to pick her up, probably for some matter. Aren't you going with her? I'm waiting for you. If I'm not here when you finish your 1,500 meters, who will assist you? I have something to attend to later, so I want to see you off. Chun Baisui was puzzled. He had been waiting for Jiang Che solely to hitch a ride on his motorcycle home. Why didn't you say so earlier? Why drag me over to smoke? I forgot. Damn. Goodbye. Chun Baisui turned and left, halfway through his cigarette. Moments later, a petite girl emerged from the girls' restroom, instinctively glancing around. Their eyes met. Shenqing felt a jolt upon seeing the boy smoking beneath the banyan tree, and instinctively wanted to retreat and wait a bit longer. However, rationality prevailed over instinct. Shenqing steeled herself and stepped forward, politely greeting Jiang Che. Aren't you leaving? I'm waiting for you. My backpack is still in the classroom. I need to return first. You can go ahead. Perfect. Let us go together. Chapter 039, Climbing Through the Window in the Corridor of the Teaching Building. Shenqing walked ahead, her pace somewhat quicker than usual. Jiang Che ambled beside her, easily keeping up with her deliberately hastened steps. Silence enveloped them, creating an odd illusion of participating in a race walk. The teaching building was quiet, as it was Friday and coincided with the sports event, causing students to finish packing early. By the time the school bell rang, nearly everyone had already left. What a pity there isn't a race walking event, otherwise. You could give it a try, Jiang Che remarked nonchalantly. Shenqing felt a pang of embarrassment. Her subtle attempt to hasten her pace had been directly exposed, causing her steps to gradually slow without any response. Will you still be working at Insure Plaza this week? Yes. Still at that Korean barbecue place? Shenqing nodded lightly before adding, I can't add extra meat for you anymore. Did you get caught last time? No. Then why? It's unethical. Shenqing habitually lowered her head slightly, pursing her lips without elaborating. The truth was, the last time her boss at the Korean barbecue had given her an extra 50 yuan when settling her wages, and she felt guilty for secretly increasing Jiang Che's portion. I'm not going to eat at the Korean barbecue. Oh. As they reached the entrance of Class 8 in the second year, both doors were already closed. Xin tentatively pushed the door, only to find it locked tight. An ominous feeling surged within her. At this hour, students should have left. Yet her backpack remained in the classroom, along with her house keys and textbooks for weekend revision. The door is locked, the window is an option. Really? Xin instinctively looked up. Jiangche leaned against the railing, pointing towards a nearly 2-meter-high window at the corridor's edge, then walked over to open it. This window had always been unlocked. Whenever Zhou Shichu forgot her keys, she would have the boys from class climb through the window to open the door. Xin followed Jiangche's gaze. The window was ajar. It's so high, can you climb in? I can. Upon hearing this, Xinqing's eyes lit up, looking at Jiangche with a glimmer of anticipation. Jiangche shrugged, leaning back against the corridor railing. I have nothing locked inside. If you want in, you'll have to climb through. Oh, Xinqing replied. Watching the nearly 2-meter-high window, the sparkle in her eyes gradually fading. She was well aware of her own capabilities and tentatively jumped a couple of times. Jiangche couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Xinqing bouncing in front of the window, the scene appearing somewhat comical. Xinqing blushed upon hearing his laughter but dared not speak. Why don't you plead with me, and I'll help you in? Please? Jiangche was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Xinqing to actually ask him outright, lacking any sense of pride. I'll help you retrieve your backpack. But remember to treat me to a feast later. In that case, forget it. Jiangche was momentarily stunned, finding himself in a wry situation. You can ask for favors. But treating me to a meal? Is this girl obsessed with money? With a resigned smile, he watched Xinqing turn to leave and said with a bitter chuckle, What? Are you giving up on your backpack? No. Then where are you going? Xinqing remained silent, quietly walking towards the office. She planned to borrow a stool from the office and then use it to climb through the window. Moments later, Xinqing returned from the office, holding a chair, swaying slightly as she approached. Just as she was about to set it down, her movements halted. Jiangche was lazily seated on the window ledge, his handsome face illuminated by the setting sun, casting a rosy hue on his tousled hair. Clearly, during her brief absence, Jiangche had already climbed through the window into the classroom but had no intention of helping her retrieve her backpack. Planning to climb through the window using the chair? Xinqing said nothing, moving the chair beneath the window ledge, her gaze fixed on Jiangche. The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Jiangche glanced down at the chair beneath him, his brows furrowing slightly in displeasure. What? Are you really going to use the chair to climb through the window? No. Then why did you bring the chair over? Xinqing gazed at the boy perched high on the ledge, speaking softly as always. The ledge is a bit high. Jumping down directly, it's easy to get hurt. Jiangche was left speechless, staring at the chair beneath him, momentarily at a loss for words. Damn. He cursed under his breath, turning around and leaping back into the classroom. Seconds later, the back door of the classroom swung open from within. Jiangche looked at Xinqing, his tone slightly impatient. Hurry up and grab your things. The school will close soon. Oh. Xinqing softly acknowledged and swiftly returned to her seat. Before long, an old, faded backpack began to bulge, crammed with textbooks and exercise books from various subjects. Jiangche furrowed his brow slightly, having observed Xinqing stuff nearly a dozen books into the bag, which was already quite heavy. Are you carrying so many books? He inquired. There's an exam next Monday, and I want to review more over the weekend, she replied, struggling a bit as she hoisted the backpack onto her back, her petite frame nearly overwhelmed by its weight. Isn't it heavy? He asked. Not really, she replied, tightening the straps. The left strap bore clear signs of wear, having been hastily sewn back together. This was the same bag she had used since middle school, and she had never found it in her heart to replace it. They exited the classroom, the back door closing behind them. Xinqing glanced at the chair beneath the windowsill and quietly said, I'm going to the office to change chairs. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly felt a lightness on her back. Instinctively turning around, she saw Jiangche holding her bag with one hand. His tone as cool as ever. Give me the bag. I'll wait for you here. No, it's fine. Hurry up, he insisted. Okay, she replied softly, feeling somewhat aggrieved but daring not to retort, and hurriedly made her way to the office while clutching her chair. Before long, they both emerged from the teaching building. Throughout their walk, Xinqing trailed beside Jiangche, whispering, Please give me back my bag. Are you afraid I'll steal your books? He teased. No. It's just heavy. You do realize it's heavy? Jiangche scoffed lightly, glancing disdainfully at the worn backpack he held. Next time, get a new one. This old, ugly bag is embarrassing to carry. It's still usable. It's too ugly. I'd be embarrassed to carry it myself. Then give it back to me. I'll carry it myself. Just go your own way. Chapter 040. Come here on Saturday morning. Shenqing rose early as usual, preparing breakfast in the kitchen while reviewing her English vocabulary. Her culinary skills had significantly improved. Ever since her father's passing, her mother had remarried Uncle Zhang. And due to work commitments, they often traveled, leaving Shenqing to manage her own meals. From being a novice in the kitchen, she had become proficient in cooking a variety of dishes. Shortly, 3 bowls of steaming noodles were placed on the table. Zhang Tianan praised. Xiaoqing's cooking is getting better and better. Zhao Feng remained silent, engrossed in her phone. The breakfast for the 3 of them was rather subdued. While eating, Zhang Tianlin inquired about Shenqing's school life, asking, "How are you getting along with your classmates? Are you adjusting well to the studies?" "Pretty well," she replied. "I heard there was a sports meet at your school last week. Did you participate in any events?" Before she could respond, Zhao Feng interrupted, a hint of disdain in her voice. With her frail health, it's a blessing if she doesn't end up in the hospital again, let alone participate in sports. Shenqing lowered her head, refraining from further comment. After they finished breakfast, as she cleared the dishes, she quietly mentioned, "There's a monthly exam next week. I plan to study at a classmate's house today." "A classmate's house?" Zhao Feng frowned slightly, her tone disapproving. "Can't you study at home? You're not hanging out with some dubious classmates, are you?" "No," Shenqing murmured, her voice barely audible as she continued clearing the dishes. She had always been honest and would habitually evade eye contact when lying. "It's fine. Studying together with classmates creates a better atmosphere," Zhang Tianlin interjected cheerfully. Zhao Feng, still unsatisfied, retorted, "Don't indulge her. Who knows if she's just going out to play? Xiaoqing is not like that Zheng Rui boy. She knows her limits." With that, Zhang Tianlin reached for his wallet, ready to pull out some money. "Does Xiaoqing have enough money? You might want to buy some snacks while studying with your classmates." "No. It's fine. Thank you, uncle." After breakfast, Shenqing returned to her room alone. She retrieved some crumpled change from her coat pocket in the wardrobe and added a few textbooks to her backpack. Stepping outside, she made her way to the bus stop. Under the scorching summer sun, by 9 in the morning, the sky was already bright and the sun blazed overhead, baking the small southern city. The air was stifling. Dressed in a simple white t-shirt and jeans, Shenqing quietly waited at the bus stop for the number 9 bus to Incher Square. Due to the weight of her backpack, the back of her t-shirt had become damp with sweat, and beads of perspiration clung to her forehead. The wait for the bus was brief. Soon, she boarded after paying her fare, seeking a corner seat and relishing the refreshing breeze from the bus's air conditioning, which alleviated the earlier heat. The bus was not crowded. Shenqing held her backpack, taking her time to gaze out the window, watching the scenery transform as the bus traveled from the southern part of the city towards the center. The view outside became increasingly modern, with quaint old streets being replaced by bustling commercial avenues, and the number of pedestrians grew as people ventured out for weekend shopping or romantic dates. "Attention, passengers alighting at Incher Square, please prepare to disembark." The announcement broke her reverie. Shenqing collected herself, adjusted her backpack, and alighted the bus, making her way towards Incher Square with familiarity. The Korean barbecue restaurant on the 5th floor had just opened its doors. The owner spotted Shenqing approaching with her backpack from afar. "Shenqing, you're here so early." She nodded lightly, donning her apron and quietly began wiping down the restaurant's tables. She was always like this, working silently without seeking recognition, becoming a target of mockery among the employees who had grown accustomed to cutting corners. She cleaned the tables, swept the floors, and organized the counter. After about an hour, the restaurant staff began to trickle in, giggling quietly at Shenqing's diligent efforts. Once they donned their aprons, a middle-aged woman asked, "Hey, are you coming to the restaurant tomorrow morning?" Shenqing paused for a moment and nodded gently, "Yes." The woman smiled, sharing the news with her colleagues. They would be able to arrive a bit later the next morning. "This girl really doesn't think things through. She is still too young." "Whatever. If she enjoys it, let her work alone. It's the same pay, less work is a gain." Amidst their chatter, time passed gradually, and the number of diners at Incher Square increased. The Korean barbecue restaurant launched its weekend promotions, drawing in waves of customers, leading to a long line at the entrance. "Haven't our dishes arrived yet? The charcoal's gone out. Order more." The chatter of customers echoed throughout the restaurant as the waitstaff busily attended to their needs. Despite the air conditioning, the summer heat had the staff sweating profusely, Shenqing being no exception. In the midst of her bustling duties, Shenqing's gaze would often drift towards the entrance, as if subconsciously searching for something. The restaurant was gradually emptying, with the once crowded tables now seeing fewer patrons, and the queue at the door dwindling. Yet, the boy from last week, who had held a rabbit plush toy and a cup of mango sago, had not returned. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Korean barbecue restaurant was slowly emptying out. The once lively atmosphere was giving way to a serene quietude. Shinqing was the last to tidy up the condiment station, casting a glance at her colleagues who had begun their afternoon break. She made her way to the restaurant's counter. Beneath the counter lay an old, patched backpack. Bending down, she picked up her bag, preparing to retreat to her corner for some study time. Just as she straightened up, a familiar figure appeared outside the adjacent milk tea shop. The boy, clad in a white t-shirt, had sharp features and an upright posture, his skin illuminated by the shop's lights. His long, slender fingers rested casually on the wooden railing, and his enchanting peach blossom eyes were fixed intently on her. With a slight parting of his lips, he uttered 2 nonchalant words, "Come here." Inside the milk tea shop, Jiangche casually selected a seat and placed his phone, lighter, and cigarette case on the table. Shinqing sat opposite him, the atmosphere laden with an inexplicable awkwardness. "You are here for a part-time job?" "Yes." "Downstairs at the arcade?" "Indeed." Jiangche nodded slightly. Shinqing was at a loss for words, pointing towards the Korean barbecue restaurant and preparing to stand. "I'll head back first. I can study a bit during my break." "Is studying in the milk tea shop not more comfortable than the barbecue restaurant?" Shinqing compared the two environments. The milk tea shop was immaculate, with cushioned seats that were quite inviting. In contrast, despite the barbecue restaurant having been cleaned, the lingering smell of grease was hard to eliminate. However, before she could articulate her thoughts, an electronic voice announced, "Customer 214, your order is ready." Jiangche casually tossed a receipt with the number 214 to Shinqing, his tone as cool as ever. "Go pick it up." "Oh." Shinqing nodded obediently and stood to approach the counter. "There are 2 cups, 1 golden kumquat lemon and 1 mango sago. Choose one." Jiangche's voice remained icy. Shinqing gently shook her head. Jiangche plucked a straw and inserted it into the golden kumquat lemon, casually remarking, "Allergic?" "Yes." "Then I'll throw the other one away." As he reached for the mango sago, Shinqing instinctively stretched out her hand to stop him, recalling the milk tea he carelessly discarded last week. She noted the price on the menu. The mango sago was 16 yuan, far too precious to waste. Jiangche raised an eyebrow. Shinqing silently shielded the mango sago, softly suggesting, "You could finish that cup before drinking this one. It would be a shame to throw it away. It's my money. I don't mind." Shinqing hesitated, wanting to express her concern about the waste, but finding the words difficult to voice. Jiangche nonchalantly inserted another straw into the mango sago, stating, "If you're allergic, I'll take you to the hospital." Silence enveloped them. Shinqing took a sip of the mango sago. It was cold and sweet, far superior to bottled drinks. She could hardly remember the last time she had milk tea, and she was reluctant to indulge now, perhaps out of a desire not to owe Jiangche a favor. "Will you be back next week?" Jiangche asked unexpectedly. Shinqing nodded lightly. Jiangche glanced over at the Korean barbecue restaurant and continued casually, "Next Monday marks the start of the monthly exams. Results will be available by Friday, and scholarships will be awarded the following Monday. If I manage to secure a scholarship, I won't be returning. Then good luck." "Yes," Shinqing murmured, opening her history textbook and diligently memorizing the various points outlined within. Jiangche leaned back in his chair, suddenly feeling somewhat restless. "Throw me a book." "Huh? What are you waiting for?" "Toss a book my way." "Oh." Shinqing, assuming Jiangche was merely bored, began rummaging through her backpack. After searching for a moment, she looked at him apologetically. "I only have study materials." "So? No extracurricular books?" Jiangche's expression darkened as he reached out and snatched the history book she was reading from her hands. "Read something else." Shinqing's mouth opened slightly, wanting to protest, but the imposing presence of Jiangche silenced her, prompting her to pull out a political science book instead. The shop fell into a tranquil quietude. Other patrons, noticing the studious atmosphere surrounding Jiangche and Shinqing, lowered the volume of their games. Leaning against the back of his chair, Jiangche idly flipped through Shinqing's history textbook. The notes were meticulously penned in a delicate script, adorned with various symbols that created a pleasing aesthetic. What did the circles signify? Topics that might be on the exam. And the stars? Guaranteed to appear. Then why not just memorize the guaranteed ones? Shinqing paused before softly responding. "The guaranteed ones are only a portion. If I only memorize those, I'll barely pass." Jiangche nodded, choosing to remain silent. Time slipped away, and the two sat quietly on the small sofa, exchanging scarcely a word during the entire break. Xinqing focused intently on her textbook, having taken only a sip of the mango sago. Jiang Che, meanwhile, casually flipped through the pages, more captivated by Xinqing's handwriting than the book itself. At 4 p.m., the number of patrons on the 5th floor began to swell. Noticing the employees from the Korean barbecue restaurant stirring, Xinqing hastily packed her backpack. "Leave the book with me for now." Jiang Che, engrossed in a geography book, showed no intention of returning it. "I still need to study tonight." Xinqing's voice trailed off, her big eyes pleading with Jiang Che. Typically, she would not refuse such a request, but with the upcoming monthly exam looming, she wanted to study more that evening. "Did I say I wouldn't return it tonight?" "Huh? I'll give it back to you after work." "Oh," Xinqing replied softly, retrieving the textbooks she had just packed and placing them before Jiang Che. Jiang Che frowned slightly. Xinqing assumed he was preparing to study as well and gently reminded him, "Just don't lose it." With that, she quickly exited the milk tea shop, making her way back to the bustling Korean barbecue restaurant, which had just begun to welcome customers drawn in by weekend promotions and discounts. The young girl donned an apron emblazoned with the emblem of Korean barbecue, her petite figure bustling between tables filled with patrons. A tantalizing aroma wafted from the adjacent Korean barbecue restaurant. Jiang Che furrowed his brow slightly, poised to rise. Yet his gaze fell upon the myriad of textbooks scattered across the table and the worn old backpack beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he relinquished the notion of carrying the embarrassing bag through the mall in search of food, choosing instead to remain seated on the small sofa. He idly picked up a language textbook, flipping through its pages aimlessly. Chapter 042. Does the young gentleman have a girlfriend? Jiang Che dismissed the idea of enjoying Xinqing's service next door, opting to sit quietly in the bubble tea shop. The textbooks on the table were flipped repeatedly, yet he found little interest in their contents, merely skimming through Xinqing's highlighted notes that bore star markings for essential topics. The shop bustled with a steady stream of customers, and some girls shopping nearby noticed Jiang Che engrossed in his studies. One by one, they approached to strike up conversations, with the bolder ones directly asking for his contact information, while others more subtly sought to engage him under the guise of sharing a table. As the clock struck 9 in the evening, a staff member emerged from behind the counter, glancing at Jiang Che on the small sofa. With a warm tone, she said, "Young gentleman, we're preparing to close for the night." Jiang Che nodded slightly, rising to pack his textbooks into the somewhat tattered backpack. Just as he was about to leave, the staff member curiously inquired, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Her gaze drifted towards the Korean barbecue restaurant, where she had spent the day and was aware that the books and bag belonged to another female employee. "No." "Then would it be all right to exchange contact information? I could treat you to bubble tea next time." Jiang Che busied himself with his backpack, pausing for a moment before asking, "What did you just ask me? Does the young gentleman have a girlfriend?" Yes, the staff member's expression turned awkward, while Jiang Che, clutching the somewhat embarrassing old backpack, strode out of the bubble tea shop. The patrons from the adjacent Korean barbecue had already departed, and the servers quickly tidied up before leaving in succession. Xinqing remained until the end, placing the last chair in order before approaching the boss to settle her payment. The boss handed her 200 yuan notes from the drawer, saying, "There's no inspection tomorrow. You can come in as usual." "All right." As Xinqing exited the Korean barbecue establishment, she realized the bubble tea shop had closed. Her gaze instinctively scanned the surroundings until she spotted a familiar figure by the elevator. Jiang Che lounged against the railing at the elevator doors, holding a cup of mango sago in one hand and the battered backpack in the other. Xinqing hurried over, reaching for the bag, but it didn't budge. Jiang Che glanced at her, refusing to release his grip, and nodded toward the elevator. "Call the elevator." "Oh." Xinqing complied obediently, pressing the button while attempting to reach for the backpack again. Jiang Che still didn't let go, instead offering his mango sago. "Drink this first." "I can't finish it. This is the bubble tea I'm treating you to, and you only take a sip? Do you look down on me?" No. Xinqing quickly accepted the mango sago, as if to prove her innocence, taking a large gulp, only to cough unexpectedly. Cough, 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 cough. Jiang Che observed her sputtering with a blend of disdain and helplessness. "You can choke on water. You're such a klutz." Xinqing coughed a few more times, not daring to retort. Ding, the elevator doors opened. Xinqing gently tugged at the backpack in Jiang Che's hand and waved the empty mango sago, indicating she had finished it. Jiang Che, momentarily speechless, extended the backpack towards her. Xinqing slung it over her shoulder, exhaling deeply as if she had found solace. I'll be going now. Taking a taxi? Shinqing hesitated to nod, recalling that this lie had been exposed last week, and quickly shook her head. I'll walk back. It's not far. Walking back with a backpack for an hour? Get in the car, Jiang Che said, his tone tinged with impatience, expressing disdain. You should have found a part-time job closer to home. This part-time job pays well, Shinqing attempted to explain softly, but Jiang Che shot her a sharp glare, as if to say, if you keep arguing, I'll give you a beating. Shinqing immediately fell silent, not daring to speak further. On the roadside, a black motorcycle was parked. For Shinqing, who had taken several rides with a ride-sharing service, the motorcycle was no stranger. Put it on, Jiang Che said, tossing his helmet to her. Hurry up and get on. Don't delay me for my late-night snack. Oh, Shinqing donned the helmet and climbed onto the back seat, unable to resist asking in a whisper. Haven't you eaten anything tonight? The barbecue restaurant provided meals for lunchtime and dinner. The boss was quite generous. The employee meals were prepared using the restaurant's ingredients, with quality and taste that were not too shabby. What do you think? Shinqing fell silent. Virum the motorcycle roared to life, speeding away from Silverstone Square. In the night, the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow. The black motorcycle sped along the road, with the girl's hair fluttering in the wind, creating a picturesque scene reminiscent of a vibrant late-night painting filled with youth. However, the idyllic scene she envisioned failed to materialize. Jiang Che sniffed the air lightly, his tone oddly suggestive. Little desk mate, you ought to wash your hair. Huh. Shinqing was momentarily taken aback, replying softly, I washed it last night, then why do you smell like barbecue? Shinqing fell silent. Having spent the entire day in the barbecue restaurant, she had worn an apron and inevitably absorbed the scent of grilled meats. Do you have perfume? No. How about floral water? There is some at home. Next time, make sure to bring it. Jiang Che casually mentioned, half-jokingly, if you smell like barbecue again, I might just eat you out of hunger. I'm not tasty as ordinary shops along the streets gradually closed. Only the night market barbecue stalls remained bustling with activity. The enticing aroma of grilled skewers wafted through the air. Shinqing gently tugged at Jiang Che's sleeve, whispering, Don't eat me. I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Chapter 043. Last minute cramming. The night market was teeming with patrons, cases of beer stacked on the ground. As guests shouted and clinked glasses, the essence of human life filled the air. The black motorcycle cruised along the edge of the night market. Jiang Che showed no intention of stopping, merely casting a sidelong glance toward the night market, his tone as frigid as ever. Have you been here before? No. The bustling street food stalls typically cost around 80 yuan for two, and drinking would elevate the price further. Would you indulge in such extravagance? A brief silence ensued. Shinqing pressed her lips together, her voice barely above a whisper. I've already had the staff meal. I don't need a late-night snack. Jiang Che scoffed lightly, accelerating the motorcycle away from the night market. Shinqing observed the increasingly familiar surroundings, acutely aware that they were nearing the Lin Xiaoxia community. Are you hungry? There's a convenience store at the entrance of the community. Shall I buy you something to eat? Just keep it for now. Jiang Che interrupted Shinqing's words with a tone devoid of emotion. Treat me to a feast after you receive the scholarship. Okay. Make sure to jot it down. If you forget, you'll be in trouble, Jiang Che threatened with a fierce tone. Shinqing nodded earnestly. All right. The black motorcycle came to a gradual halt at the entrance of the Lin Xiaoxia community. Shinqing carefully dismounted from the back seat, removing her helmet and handing it to Jiang Che. Under the moonlight, a few strands of hair fell messily across her forehead. Jiang Che accepted the helmet, wrinkling his nose in distaste. Remember to wash your hair. It smells like barbecue. Oh. Shinqing's voice carried an inexplicable sense of grievance. Jiang Che, recalling something, casually inquired, Is the toy I gave you last week still around? Yes. Is it dirty? No. Shinqing replied with unwavering conviction, her tone suggesting concern that Jiang Che might demand compensation if it were so. The toy is on the table. It won't get dirty. Jiang Che merely responded with a nonchalant The roar of the motorcycle's engine echoed as the black vehicle gradually faded from Shinqing's sight. When Shinqing returned home, it was already 10:30 at night. All the lights in the house were extinguished. She quietly closed the door and returned to her room. First, she placed the 200 yuan she earned today into the pocket of her thick winter coat in the wardrobe, then glanced at the rabbit toy on the table, confirming it was unsoiled before finally breathing a sigh of relief. After finishing her nightly routine, she suddenly remembered something important and retrieved the calendar from the table. locating the date for the following Monday and diligently marking it with a 5-pointed star. That was the day the scholarship would be awarded after the monthly exam at Longqing No. 1 High School. It was also when she planned to treat Jiang Che to a meal. The weekend passed swiftly. This Monday felt heavier than usual. Today was the day of the monthly exam. The monthly exams at Longqing No. 1 High School were conducted according to the standards of the college entrance examination, encompassing every aspect from exam format to classroom arrangement, and the rigor of invigilators was meticulously replicated. As the morning Chinese exam concluded, the campus was engulfed in a palpable atmosphere of discontent, with various complaints about the exam paper echoing throughout. What was the previous line of prosperity brings suffering to the people? Demise brings suffering to the people? What follows, the cold cicada's lament at the evening of the long pavilion? The sudden rain has just ceased? I memorized the next line before, but forgot it during the exam. The questions this time were exceedingly difficult. I spent 2 hours on earlier questions and had no time left for the essay. In the cafeteria, Zhou Shichu sat down with a frown, her face reflecting palpable frustration. I studied so much at home over the weekend, and not a single question was on the exam. Chen Baisui, on the other hand, appeared relaxed. He was well aware of his own academic standing and did not find the classical poetry questions particularly challenging, as he wouldn't have fared well regardless of the test. Shichu, stop dwelling on it. There's still math this afternoon. I've already given up on math. Zhou Shichu's face was ashen. Mathematics and English were her weakest subjects. The latter, with its multiple choice questions, allowed for random guessing, but the former demanded clear, precise solutions. Shenqing remained silent throughout, quietly enjoying her meal. Jiang Che glanced at the braised pork rice before him and then at Shenqing's plain set meal. He had previously expressed his desire to avoid the fifth window. Yet, Shenqing had procured a serving of braised pork rice just for him, returning to the fifth window afterward for her own meal. Is the fifth window really that delicious? Shenqing kept her head slightly bowed, her voice even quieter than usual while eating. Zhou Shichu, curious, asked, "Hey, Shenqing, why do you always eat from the fifth window? I tried it last time, and I thought it was quite average. You might want to try the roasted meat rice and fried chicken rice next time. I think they taste pretty good. And the service is faster than the stone pot bibimbap." All right, Shenqing merely acknowledged, choosing not to elaborate further. After lunch, Shenqing returned to the classroom as usual to review for the math exam scheduled for the afternoon. Jiang Che lazily followed, intending to catch some sleep. Zhou Shichu and Chen Baisui, unusually, did not venture out to play, accompanying the group back to the classroom under the pretense of last-minute cramming. The four gathered in the back corner of the classroom, each holding a math textbook, yet it seemed only Shenqing was genuinely focused. Chen Baisui idly flipped through the pages. Zhou Shichu clutched her math book, striving to cram at the last minute. However, the various formulas and symbols appeared as incomprehensible hieroglyphics to both of them. "Shenqing, do you know how to solve these problems?" Then could you teach me? Just pick a few problems that are definitely going to be on the test, and I'll memorize the solution process." All right. Shenqing began to flip through the material, ready to respond. However, Jiang Che interjected nonchalantly. "There's an exam this afternoon. What good will studying now do?" "Shut up." Zhou Shichu shot back, pulling Shenqing next to her. "This is better than you sleeping." Jiang Che, uninterested in arguing further, simply lay down and fell asleep. Over the weekend at the Inshur Plaza milk tea shop, he had leisurely flipped through some books. He had retained a bit of information in Chinese, politics, history, and geography, but had completely given up on math and English. Chen Baisui glanced at the slumbering Jiang Che, unable to suppress a yawn, and asked the earnest Zhou Shichu, "Are you really planning to review math right now? What else can I do? Math, like English, is determined by luck. You might as well." "Shut it." Zhou Shichu was on the verge of exploding. What sins had she committed to deserve this group of unhelpful friends? Chapter 044, Suspected Perfect Score? Sunlight streamed through the window of exam room 13. Students, seated by the window, squinted against the glaring light, some irritatedly pulling down the curtains. The invigilator merely glanced over, taking no action. In other exam rooms, invigilators might patrol to catch any cheating or whispering students. But here, faced with a sea of candidates sprawled across their desks in slumber, the invigilator lacked the enthusiasm for strict oversight. Shenqing quietly inscribed answers on her exam paper. Her pace was steady, and her handwriting was neat. Even the calculations on her scratch paper were meticulously organized, creating a pleasing visual harmony. Among the invigilators, Zhao Lin, the homeroom teacher of Class 2, Grade 2, and the head of the math department, was responsible for crafting the math exam questions. She had no interest in the students who were dozing off but found her gaze lingering on Shenqing, seated in the middle. In the morning, she noticed a particular girl in the examination hall. The only student who was diligently writing throughout the duration of the test, and even took the time to check her answers. Initially, she couldn't recall who it was, but soon realized it was Shenqing, the top scorer of the entrance exam who had been assigned to her class. At first, she held high hopes for this girl, considering her a potential candidate for Tsinghua or Peking University. Unfortunately, Shenqing had to take a year off due to illness. Zhao Lin watched as Shenqing continued to write, silently descending from the podium. She made a cursory round to observe the other students before finally stopping beside Shenqing. The multiple-choice questions and fill-in-the-blank sections had all been completed. Zhao Lin glanced at the answers, her expression momentarily betraying surprise. This month's math exam was crafted by her own hand, and she could immediately see that Shenqing's selections and fill-ins were all correct, including the last two questions that were of Olympiad level. As a seasoned mathematics teacher, a mere glance at the workings on the draft paper told her that Shenqing was certainly not guessing. "Do you need another draft paper?" Zhao Lin inquired. Shenqing paused her writing, turned to acknowledge the invigilator, and nodded gently. Zhao Lin said no more, returning to the podium to fetch a sheet of draft paper, reminding her in a louder tone, "There are 57 minutes remaining in the exam." After speaking, she returned to her post. Shenqing took the draft paper, carefully wrote her name and student ID, and then resumed her meticulous calculations. As time passed, only 15 minutes remained until the end of the exam. Zhao Lin's voice echoed through the examination hall. Students who had been dozing began to rouse, hastily filling in their answer sheets. Shenqing had finished the test and was diligently checking for any mistakes. Knock, knock. Zhao Lin tapped on Jiang Che's desk. Glancing at his untouched paper with a frown and a stern tone, "The exam is nearly over. Everyone, ensure your name and student ID are written correctly." Jiang Che awoke with a disgruntled expression, randomly marking a few answers and scribbling his name and ID before tossing the paper aside. Chen Baishui was in a similar situation. While they could manage a few sentences in the language exam, they were utterly indifferent when it came to mathematics. Ding, 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 the bell rang. The exam has concluded. The announcement followed swiftly. The two invigilators began collecting the papers, each sheet revealing vast swathes of blank spaces. Zhao Lin was not surprised, but she lingered a moment longer when receiving Shenqing's exam, carefully inspecting her answers to the larger questions. The handwriting was elegant and orderly, the problem-solving process tight and thorough, with no errors present. A fleeting glance was all it took for Zhao Lin to sense that this might indeed be a perfect score in mathematics. Chapter 045, You Are My Deity. Ache. Shenqing, let us go. Chen Baishui called out. How did you do on the exam, Shenqing? It was okay. Shenqing's usual response. Chen Baishui did not press further, and the trio exited the examination hall together. In room 14, Zhou Shichu emerged from the exam hall, beaming with a visible smile. Her demeanor a stark contrast to the morning's language exam. Why so happy? Chen Baishui asked, surprised. Zhou Shichu ignored him and embraced Shenqing, exclaiming, Shenqing, you are my deity. She nearly kissed her cheek in excitement. Have you gone silly from the exam? Jiang Che furrowed his brow. Zhou Shichu, unfazed, beamed with pride. The three problems Shenqing explained to me during lunch break. I got them all right. Chen Baishui. Jiang Che. The two boys exchanged glances, speechless. Zhou Shichu's confidence soared. I'm definitely passing this math exam. I'll treat you guys to dinner afterward. Did you memorize both the solutions and the answers? I memorized the answers and part of the solving process, so it should be enough. Zhou Shichu beamed with pride. Shenqing gently tugged at Zhou Shichu's sleeve and whispered, the data in those questions on the paper is changed. Zhou Shichu's expression froze, and the surroundings fell silent. Shenqing hurriedly added, but the solving steps are the same. You just need to change the numbers. Zhou Shichu fell silent. Jiang Che scoffed. You didn't even read the questions? TCH, Zhou Shichu dismissed. That's still better than handing in a blank sheet. At least my formulas and processes are correct. Jiang Che. Chen Baishui chuckled. Aren't you treating us to dinner? Zhou Shichu rolled her eyes, casually replying, I'll treat Shenqing. You're just along for the ride. Chen Baishui fell silent. Jiang Che glanced at Shenqing, who was preparing to return to the classroom to collect her backpack, his tone unexpectedly serious. Let us go eat after tomorrow's exam. We shouldn't delay her studying. In the classroom, most classmates had already left. Shenqing returned to her seat, placing her textbooks for the upcoming exam into her backpack. Just as she stepped out the back door, she noticed Zhou Shichu and the others still lingering in the hallway. And her first thought was how to decline their invitation for a meal. She didn't want to owe Zhou Shichu any favors. Knowing well that her family was affluent and that any meal she treated would likely be expensive. Additionally, she didn't want to miss the bus home. She yearned to return early to continue reviewing, as this monthly exam was crucial. Every moment spent studying brought her a sense of security. Xinxing, over here. Zhou Shichu waved her over, boldly stating, "There's another exam tomorrow, so let us all head home to study today. I'll treat you to dinner after the exam." "Okay," Xinxing replied softly, feeling a sense of relief. The four of them left the school gates. Zhou Shichu headed toward the black Audi that always awaited at the roadside. Qin Baishui patted Jiang Che's shoulder, speaking in a curious tone. "Got plans later?" "No." "Perfect. It's been a while since I played billiards. Let us go together." "Sure." Jiang Che nodded slightly, striding toward his black motorcycle, with Qin Baishui following behind. Xinxing walked toward the bus stop at Longqing No. 1 Middle School, merging into the crowd waiting for the bus. Under the setting sun, for youths from different families bid farewell to one another, promising to meet again in the classroom the next day, the precious princess with an Audi escort, the carefree youth on a motorcycle, and the ordinary girl who always sat in the bus corner, gazing at the street scenery under the waning sunlight. Each student of Longqing No. 1 Middle School has a unique journey home, just as everyone possesses their own distinct life path. Some may part ways along the journey, while others will forge ahead together, much like the black motorcycle trailing behind the bus along Huainan Avenue, journeying into the distance. Chapter 046. I won't take advantage of you upon returning home. As the key turned in the lock, Xinxing paused, realizing the security door had been locked from the inside. Immediately, she understood what had happened. Opening the door, she found the shoe rack empty. Unsurprisingly, her mother and Uncle Zheng had likely gone on a business trip again, this time in a rush without informing her in advance. Back in her room, after setting down her backpack, she noticed 2 red 100 yuan bills quietly lying on her desk. Xinxing paid them no mind, instead heading to the kitchen to prepare some noodles from the cupboard for a simple dinner. Boiling noodles. Her culinary skills had long reached perfection. The water in the pot had just begun to boil when, suddenly, the security doors swung open once more. A boy with yellow hair pushed the door and entered, neglecting to change his shoes. He wore a patterned t-shirt and adorned himself with a silver chain around his neck, all in the name of fashion. Zhang Rui cast a glance at Xinxing in the kitchen, his tone as indifferent as that of a stranger. "Where's the money?" "On the desk." "Are you cooking noodles?" Xinxing offered no further reply. Zhang Rui, uninterested, made his way into Xinxing's bedroom and grabbed 2 untouched 100 yuan bills from the desk. This had been their established rule. Whenever Zhang Tianlin provided Xinxing with living expenses, Zhang Rui would unceremoniously take the money, justifying it with, "It's my dad's money. You have no right to it." Xinxing had never objected. As he left the bedroom, Zhang Rui glanced at Xinxing, who was still cooking noodles, and casually inquired, "Is there anything else to eat?" "Just noodles." "What else?" "Nothing." As they spoke, Xinxing took an extra bowl and divided the single serving of noodles into 2, setting them both on the dining table. Zhang Rui frowned slightly but sat down at the table nonetheless. Although they were nominally siblings, their relationship was far from amicable. They had barely exchanged a handful of words. Zhang Rui took a few bites with his chopsticks. Xinxing seemed to remember something and asked in a flat tone, "How long will Uncle Zhang be on the business trip?" "Didn't they tell you?" "No." "About a week." Xinxing nodded slightly and chose not to continue the conversation. The atmosphere at the table grew awkward, and they found themselves devoid of topics. Zhang Rui quickly finished his noodles, hesitated for a moment, then pulled a 100 yuan note from his pocket. "Take it." "Huh?" "This is from your mom. She gave it to me this afternoon at school, worried I wouldn't have enough these days. I want to take advantage of your family." Zhang Rui's tone was assertive as he tossed the 100 yuan onto the table. Having said that, he stood up and left the dining table. Bang! The security door slammed shut once more. Zhang Rui wouldn't be staying home that night, instead opting to roam about with some vocational school friends. Xinxing sat alone at the table, the remaining noodles in her bowl barely a mouthful, her gaze fixated on the 100 yuan note, which stirred an inexplicable feeling in her heart. After a moment's hesitation, she silently got up, gathered their bowls and chopsticks, and headed to the kitchen to clean up. Once everything was tidied, Xinxing returned to the table, looked at the 100 yuan lying there, and pressed it down with a family photo, choosing to ignore it. In the stillness of the night, Xinxing sat quietly at her desk. She reviewed the textbooks for the subjects she would be tested on tomorrow, finishing one before moving on to the next, neatly jotting down lines of calligraphy on draft paper. Her previously tumultuous emotions gradually calmed. She truly cherished these moments. No need for binge-watching dramas or playing games. Simply being alone in tranquility brought her immense satisfaction. Thus, each time her mother and Uncle Zheng went on a business trip, she felt a sense of joy. As for her mother's secretive act of giving Zhang Rui money, Shenqing had long ceased to care. At 10 in the evening, Shenqing finally finished her review and stretched her sore neck. She glanced at the date marked with a star on the calendar and then at the white rabbit plush toy on her desk. A youthful figure inexplicably surfaced in her mind. What could he possibly be doing at this hour? Chapter 47. A fall Tuesday, the weather was gloomy. Dark clouds swirled with fierce winds, casting a gray veil over the sky. Shenqing stood alone at the bus stop, her backpack slung over her shoulder and an umbrella in hand, quietly awaiting the arrival of the bus. The rain poured down in torrents, large droplets sliding off the roof of the bus shelter. Beep! The sound of a horn pierced the air. Shenqing instinctively stepped back to avoid being splashed by the water accumulating at the edge of the bus stop as the bus approached. When the doors opened, she skillfully stepped aboard, deposited her fare, and quietly made her way to a rear corner seat. The patter of rain continued, and the moisture in the air blurred the bus windows into a foggy haze. The bus remained unlit. Shenqing took out her English vocabulary booklet, but, finding the surrounding darkness too oppressive, quietly returned it to her bag. The bus moved slowly, with students from Longqing No. 1 high school boarding one after another, their umbrellas dripping water, soaking the floor of the bus. Attention passengers getting off at Longqing No. 1 high school, please move towards the door. The rainy conditions make the floor slippery, so take care of your footing. The bus announcement echoed. A group of boys in uniform rose from their seats. The bus braked suddenly. Ouch! Came a startled cry. Shenqing slipped and fell to the ground, instinctively bracing herself with her hand, and though the fall was not severe, her palm stung with discomfort. Passengers disembarking glanced her way but said nothing, each making their way towards the school gate. The driver, however, turned back to look. Are you all right, young lady? No. I'm fine. Take care. It's slippery when it rains, the driver cautioned, leaving the door open for Shenqing, who had not yet gotten up after her fall. Realizing the driver might be delayed, she hurriedly stood up and quickly exited the bus. The fall had not been too serious. Only her palm, which had made contact with the ground, felt a bit sore. At the school gate, the student council members and the disciplinary director who usually stood guard were nowhere to be seen. Shenqing hurriedly jogged towards the entrance, holding her umbrella. Uncertain of the exact time, she worried that the rainy weather would cause delays, and she didn't want to tarnish her record with a late mark. In Class 8 of the second year, the classroom was buzzing with activity, just a minute away from the morning reading session. Many students had already arrived, engaging in lively chatter. Shenqing glanced at the row of umbrellas lined up in the corridor, hesitated, and then decided to bring her umbrella into the classroom. Since it was a gift from Uncle Zhang, she instinctively worried it might be lost if left outside, so she habitually kept all her belongings close. Shenqing, you almost arrived late today, Zhou Shichu exclaimed with a smile. She too had arrived just a few minutes earlier and was surprised to see Shenqing timing her entrance so perfectly. Shenqing lowered her head slightly, her voice as soft as ever. The rain delayed me. I was just joking. Zhou Shichu laughed, turning to Shenqing with her English textbook in hand, her expression serious. Can you help me with some predictions for the test? I'm all right in social studies, but I need help with the English exam this afternoon. Since the math exam yesterday afternoon, Zhou Shichu had developed complete trust in Shenqing's abilities, especially her knack for predicting exam questions. English isn't like math. There's not much to predict. You can't even guess the essay topics. Is there any secret to passing English? Just passing is enough. Shenqing replied quietly as she took her textbook out of her bag. If you memorize all the vocabulary at the back of the English textbook, you should be able to pass. Zhou Shichu was momentarily stunned. Chapter 48. Did Jiang Che buy band-aids? Just as Zhou Shichu was about to turn back, she suddenly noticed something unusual about Shenqing's left hand. Shenqing, what happened to your left hand? Huh? Shenqing looked at her left hand and noticed a bloodstain on her palm. She softly explained, I fell earlier. It's probably just a scrape. As she spoke, Shenqing opened her bag's compartment and pulled out some wrinkled tissues, ready to wipe her hand. Zhou Shichu quickly interjected, wait, that paper is quite dirty. With that, she rummaged through her drawer and retrieved 2 individually packaged wet wipes, tearing one open and handing it to Shenqing. Use this to clean it. Thank you. Shouldn't you go to the infirmary for a disinfectant? You're bleeding. It's fine. Xinqing gently shook her head, merely using the wet wipe to dab at the wound. Content to simply stop the bleeding. Does it not hurt? Not really. Zhou Shichu glanced at the palm of Xinqing's left hand, where the abrasion exposed flesh beneath the broken skin. You truly are unafraid of pain. Should I ask Jiang Che to bring some alcohol or a band-aid when he comes? No, no need. Xinqing quickly interrupted, adding, really, it's fine. I can just press it with paper and it'll be all right. Are you sure? Yes, yes. It's already stopped bleeding. As if to prove her point, Xinqing lifted the wet wipe from her wound. The injury was the size of a fingernail. The skin completely torn, with slightly red flesh visible inside, but there was no further bleeding. All right then. Zhou Shichu pursed her lips and handed Xinqing a few more wet wipes to clean the wound before turning back around. The morning self-study session commenced swiftly. The study committee member, Qin Xiang, ascended the podium as usual, guiding the students to take out their English textbooks for early reading. Li Yin also visited the classroom briefly. Upon confirming that only Jiang Che was absent, she returned to her office. In a sense, having taken over Class 8 in the second year of high school after a year in the first, she had come to know the students quite well. As long as they stayed quietly in class and did not stir up trouble, their grades seemed inconsequential. Suddenly, a figure entered through the back door. A young man, handsome with a casual demeanor, entered wearing a black shirt speckled with raindrops, his tousled hair slightly damp. Xinqing instinctively stood to make space. Zhou Shichu, hearing the commotion at the back, turned to Jiang Che and asked, "Did you buy a band-aid?" She had seen the small wound on Xinqing's palm and had already discreetly messaged Jiang Che about it. No. Why didn't you buy one? I was in the rain and didn't have time. Jiang Che's tone was chilly as he returned to his seat. Due to the downpour, his family had driven him, and the black Maybach had pulled up to the school entrance before stopping. Jiang Che was drenched from the brief distance between the car and the teaching building. Having deemed an umbrella unnecessary, Zhou Shichu was momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Che casually rummaged through a somewhat disordered drawer and pulled out a band-aid, tossing it onto Zhou Shichu's desk. You're hurt. It's not me. Zhou Shichu turned to Jiang Che, holding the band-aid and explaining. Xinqing hurt her hand. Jiang Che glanced at Xinqing, noticing the wound on her palm, and then took the band-aid back, tossing it into the nearby trash can. Jiang Che, what are you doing? Zhou Shichu's brows knitted together. Jiang Che replied nonchalantly, that band-aid is leftover from the first year. It's expired. I'll get another from someone else. Zhou Shichu? A moment later, Jiang Che returned to the classroom, casually tossing a new band-aid onto Xinqing's desk. Xinqing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively recoiling, before softly asking, "Did you buy this from the infirmary?" "You're overthinking it." Jiang Che snorted, lazily settling back into his seat. "With this heavy rain outside, do you really expect me to go to the infirmary for a band-aid?" "No. I mean, Zhang Jigang from class 2. "Oh." Xinqing responded softly, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. She vaguely recalled that the boy who had taken her seat in the cafeteria and told her to leave was named Zhang Jigang. Jiang Che had beaten him up for that, resulting in a severe reprimand during the school's flag-raising ceremony. Zhou Shichu cast a disapproving look at Jiang Che. Clearly still annoyed about the expired band-aid, her tone icy. "How do you know Zhang Jigang has band-aids? Last time I beat him up, he had a bandage on his face, so he probably has some left." Jiang Che's explanation was somewhat surprising yet strangely logical. He glanced at Xinqing's palm again. "Does it not hurt?" "Not really. Quickly put on the band-aid. It makes me uncomfortable seeing it." "Oh," Xinqing softly replied, carefully tearing open the band-aid and delicately adhering it to her wound. The morning's comprehensive test concluded, met with a chorus of pain groans. Jiang Che stood outside the examination room in the corridor, unusually alert during this exam, diligently answering questions. Previously, he had struggled to understand the material, but today he found many questions reminiscent of those he had casually skimmed through at the milk tea shop in Silverstone Plaza the previous week. Most answers still fresh in his mind. "How did you all do?" Zhou Shichu approached, casually inquiring. Chen Baisui shrugged. "I just dozed off." But it seems Jiang Che was quite serious. "Really? Not tired, just writing for fun." Jiang Che's tone was nonchalant as he spotted Xinqing exiting the examination room, his gaze lingering on the band-aid on her left palm. "Does your hand still hurt?" "Not anymore." "How did you do on the morning exam?" All right. All right?" Jiang Che frowned slightly, rephrasing. "Can I treat you to a feast next week?" "Sure." Having completed the Chinese, mathematics, and comprehensive exams, Xinqing calculated her scores and estimated she would likely place within the top 5 in her grade, as long as the afternoon English test went smoothly. Securing a scholarship should be a certainty. This is so annoying. Zhou Shichu, listening to the incessant cicada chirping outside, felt inexplicably vexed. She was trying to memorize English vocabulary and example sentences like Shenqing, yet not a single word seemed to stick. Chen Baisui, seated nearby, offered a casual consolation. Relax. The English exam is usually the easiest. Shut up. Zhou Shichu rolled her eyes, uninterested in conversing with Chen Baisui. She knew his English grades were the best among all subjects, but that was merely due to the higher number of multiple-choice questions on the English exam. Let us go for that feast after the afternoon exam. Chen Baisui shifted the topic. Zhou Shichu had mentioned treating everyone to dinner yesterday, so she had no objections and turned to Shenqing. Shenqing, do you need to rush home tonight? Yes. Shenqing nodded gently, explaining in a low voice. If I come home late, my family will worry. She was aware that Uncle Zheng and her mother were on a business trip, and even if she didn't return tonight, it was unlikely anyone would notice. However, she also understood that the lavish meal Chen Baisui mentioned would likely be quite expensive, and she was reluctant to go. Whether to split the bill or be treated. Your family is still concerned about you, huh? Yes. Well then, how about we go together this weekend? Zhou Shichu's words trailed off as she recalled that Shenqing was planning to work part-time at a Korean barbecue this weekend. It's fine, you all go ahead and enjoy. Why not grab a bite at the school gate? After all, we just completed our exams, and it's a good opportunity to gather together. As the words were spoken, the bell rang. The classmates, who had been resting on their desks, rose one after another, clutching their stationery bags and exam permits as they made their way to the examination room. Only one subject remained in the monthly exam, English. Zhou Shichu no longer mentioned the idea of a grand meal, seemingly acquiescing to the notion of dining at the restaurant by the school gate after the exam. The 4 of them departed the classroom. Jiang Che and Chen Baisui headed to the restroom for a smoke, both appearing as if they had just awakened. Zhou Shichu rubbed her hands together, as if performing a ritual for good luck. The examination proceeded smoothly. Shenqing felt quite confident in her English skills, encountering questions that were straightforward and devoid of any particularly tricky items. The other 3 also fared well, regardless of the varying difficulty of the questions. The ultimate determinant of their scores was not their capabilities but rather luck. Jiang Che, Chen Baisui, and Zhou Shichu firmly believed that their fortune was undoubtedly the best. Once the exam concluded, students gradually exited the examination room. Zhou Shichu stood alone in the corridor, occasionally yawning, clearly indicating that she had not yet had enough rest. Mathematics and English were her weakest subjects, and after hastily answering the multiple-choice questions, she simply laid her head on the desk and fell asleep. Shichu, how did you do? Zhou Shichu casually inquired, observing the trio emerging from the exam room. Chen Baisui dismissed the exam altogether, cheekily responding, you should be asking us about our luck lately. Humph. I didn't ask you, Zhou Shichu retorted, moving closer to Shenqing with a smile, asking, Shenqing, how did it go? Not bad. Shenqing replied. It's fine. After all, with Jiang Che at the bottom, the title of last in grade will surely return to him this time, Zhou Shichu declared with conviction. She was aware that Shenqing's ranking was due to her previous leave of absence from school, so even if she performed poorly on this exam, she would undoubtedly rank above Jiang Che. Jiang Che, with a furrowed brow, chose not to argue. Let us go, it's time for our meal. Zhou Shichu called the group to prepare for their outing, having previously agreed to celebrate their exams together. What do you all want to eat? I heard a new revolving hot pot opened at the school gate. Should we give it a try? It won't take too long. After saying this, she turned her gaze towards Shenqing. Shenqing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately felt unable to refuse, nodding gently, all right. Chapter 051. Are you ordering a couple soup base with me? The group made their way to the revolving hot pot. This was a new establishment, exquisitely decorated, with a rich variety of dishes on the revolving plates, attracting many students from the school with its grand opening promotions. Please, this way. The staff welcomed them in and guided them to 4 seats arranged side by side. What kind of soup base would you like? Our complimentary tomato soup base is available today. The mushroom soup base is 5 yuan, and both the beef oil and peppercorn soup bases are 10 yuan. I'll have the beef oil, the extra spicy kind. Zhou Shichu and Chen Baisui chimed in. Coming from affluent families, they typically prioritize their preferences without regard for the cost. The staff then turned to the remaining 2. Jiang Che paused briefly, glancing at Shenqing beside him, and spoke first. I'll take the complimentary tomato soup. Ah Che, are you eating so lightly now? Didn't you always go for the beef oil before? It's too hot. And you, young lady? I'll just have the tomato soup base. That's fine. Shinqing's voice was soft upon entering. She immediately noticed the menu prices and had decided on the complimentary tomato soup base, not expecting Jiang Che to choose the same. All right. The staff smiled and nodded before turning to leave. Before long, for many hot pots were served. Zhou Shichu's beef oil pot was bubbling with steam, floating with chili peppers, filling the air with a spicy aroma. Chen Baisui instinctively sniffed. Shichu, your soup base smells spicy. Don't you find it overwhelming? Not at all. I'm not afraid of spice. Be careful of hemorrhoids. Shut it. Zhou Shichu pretended to hit him. Chen Baisui quickly begged for mercy. Their playful banter was nothing new. Jiang Che ignored the two in their playful scuffle, casting a glance at Shinqing and teasingly remarked, "Ordering the same soup base as me, are we?" Huh? Shinqing was taken aback, shaking her head vigorously as she hurriedly explained in a hushed tone, "No. I just thought this one was cheaper and lighter." Jiang Che chuckled softly, having seen through her intentions but choosing not to press further. As the revolving platter brought forth an array of dishes, the group began to reach for the offerings. "Shichu, why are you putting food into my pot?" "I don't eat beef balls." "I do." Zhou Shichu nonchalantly placed ingredients into Chen Baisui's pot. "I want to try this new peppercorn soup base." "Any objections?" "None." "Shall I let you try my extra spicy one?" "Forget it." Jiang Che casually tossed a piece of beef into Shinqing's tomato pot. His demeanor relaxed as if simply performing an ordinary act. Shinqing was left bewildered, unable to comprehend Jiang Che's gesture. "You're putting food in my pot?" "Just trying your tomato soup." "But yours is also tomato soup. Let us see if there's a difference in flavor." Jiang Che replied calmly. Chapter 052. Bullying Shinqing again. Wanting a fight? Shinqing could only respond with a soft "oh" and didn't dare to voice her opinions. "Shinqing, do you want to try my extra spicy soup base? It's really delicious." Zhou Shichu asked. "No, I can't handle spice." "Fine. Want to try my peppercorn? It's not spicy, just a new item. Eat your own." Before Chen Baisui could finish, Jiang Che interrupted, casually dropping a slice of fatty beef into Shinqing's pot. "Try this. It tastes good." "I have. It tastes different." As they spoke, a clear voice interjected, laced with curiosity and surprise. "Are you all here eating as well?" Jiang Che and Zhou Shichu simultaneously frowned, both recognizing the voice, and their expressions shifted slightly. "Jiang Shihan?" Chen Baisui stood up, following the sound with a peculiar tone. "Che. She is not here looking for you again, is she?" Shinqing also turned to look, recognizing the newcomers as Jiang Shihan and Shui Xiangyang. Upon seeing Jiang Che, Jiang Shihan seemed somewhat surprised and pointed to the seats opposite the four. "Let us sit here." "Sure." Shui Xiangyang nodded slightly, showing no objections as he took a seat directly opposite Jiang Che, his demeanor imbued with a hint of arrogance, a reflection of the disdain a self-assured student might hold towards those perceived as underachievers. "Jiang Che, did you all come here to celebrate after the exam? How is this restaurant?" Jiang Shihan observed the enthusiasm of the four individuals present. During the previous sports meet, Jiang Che had unequivocally rejected her advances. Since then, she had refrained from her previous persistence, merely expressing a desire to be ordinary friends with Jiang Che. Jiang Che responded indifferently, displaying a lack of interest in engaging with her. Zhou Shichu, on the other hand, had completely disregarded her, pulling Shinqing closer and saying, "Shinqing, let me sample your broth." Not bad, though the flavor is a bit bland," Zhou Shichu commented after tasting it. Her palate leaned towards stronger flavors, preferring spicy and numbing tastes. The light tomato broth felt insipid to her. Jiang Shihan feigned surprise. "Is the tomato broth tasteless? I was planning to order that." Zhou Shichu chose not to respond. Shui Xiangyang chuckled, his tone somewhat boastful. "You might want to try the newly released pepper broth. I've heard from friends that it's quite good. As for the tomato broth, I had a nice one at Heidaleo, but you get what you pay for. This restaurant offers the tomato broth for free, which is essentially just hot water with a few slices of tomato. Only someone desperate would order that." Before he could finish, the atmosphere grew awkward. All eyes turned to Shinqing, who stiffened momentarily, instinctively lowering her head, stirring the few tomato slices in her pot, appearing somewhat uncomfortable. She was acutely aware of her family situation and felt a mix of inferiority and sensitivity regarding such matters. Jiang Che frowned slightly, casually stirring the tomato broth before him, casting a cold glance at Shui Xiangyang. "Shui Xiangyang, has your injury healed?" Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. It was common knowledge that Jiang Che had beaten Xue Xianyang at the beginning of the school year. Opinions about Xue Xianyang varied, while teachers favored this perennial top student. Such favoritism fostered a sense of superiority in him, leading him to flaunt his achievements in academics and family background, often appearing pretentious. Even within class 1 of the second year, many students were not fond of this so-called study committee member. Coughing slightly, Jiang Shihan sensed the awkwardness and intervened. Jiang Che. Xue Xianyang meant no offense. You must have misunderstood. If Xinqing had been the sole one enjoying the free tomato broth, Jiang Shihan would have relished her embarrassment. However, seeing Jiang Che partake in the same broth, she felt compelled to clarify the situation for Xue Xianyang's sake to ease the tension. Jiang Che remained unresponsive, his gaze still icy towards Xue Xianyang. Xue Xianyang, not daring to meet his gaze, diverted his attention to the rotating platter, unwilling to admit his faux pas, especially in front of the class beauty. The atmosphere grew tense. Jiang Che casually lifted the steaming pot of tomato broth, startling Xue Xianyang, who suddenly recalled the earlier confrontation and felt his composure wavering. Actually, this tomato broth isn't half bad. If you don't like spicy food, you could give it a try. This was an admission of defeat. Xinqing reached out, tugging at Jiang Che's sleeve, fearing he might indeed lash out. And the consequences of spilling the scalding broth could be dire. Feeling the pull on his sleeve, Jiang Che glanced at Xinqing, at a loss for words. Xinqing dared not meet his captivating gaze, whispering, "Don't waste the broth." Jiang Che paused, unable to suppress a chuckle, and returned the small hot pot to its place. "Fetch me 2 skewers of beef." "Oh, okay." Xinqing reached for 2 skewers from the rotating platter and placed them into Jiang Che's tomato broth. After this brief interlude, the previously tense atmosphere eased once more. Yet, Jiang Shihan noticed Xinqing serving Jiang Che and frowned slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. "Xinqing, huh?" Xinqing looked up at Jiang Shihan, puzzled. Jiang Shihan smiled gently. "I heard you were in our class before. How do you feel about your performance in the recent monthly exam?" "It's all right. Teacher Zhao mentioned he wanted to transfer you back to our class. You should at least rank in the top 100, right? Do you think that's feasible?" Xinqing did not respond. Xue Xianyang scoffed, his tone condescending. "To join us, you at least need to be in the top 50. Otherwise, my efforts in raising the class average would be in vain." Jiang Shihan seemed accustomed to Xue Xianyang's manner of speaking, smiling without retort, while Xinqing remained silent, her head downcast. Jiang Che, however, furrowed his brow, looking at Xinqing. "Are you switching classes after the monthly exam?" That's what Teacher Li mentioned." "To class 1? Xinqing shook her head gently, explaining in a hushed tone. "Teacher Li said they would reassign classes based on exam results. But I don't know the specifics." Jiang Che fell silent, choosing not to pursue the topic further. Zhou Shichu continued to serve herself from Chen Baishuai's pot, enjoying 2 different flavors. Chen Baishuai consistently rejected Zhou Shichu's spicy broth. The two engaged in their usual banter, contrasting sharply with the quietude of Jiang Che and Xinqing. Xinqing, naturally reserved, nibbled on her food without uttering a word. Jiang Che had lost interest in the childish act of transferring food between pots, taking a couple of bites before setting his chopsticks down. Soon, Zhou Shichu rose to settle the bill at the counter. The 4 of them departed the revolving hot pot restaurant. Jiang Shihan intended to approach Jiang Che but recalled that she had invited Xue Xianyang for this meal to express her gratitude for his tutoring. Thus she merely watched his retreating figure as he exited the establishment. Outside the school gate, the once crowded street had emptied. The streetlights cast a warm glow as the day's laborers pushed their carts homeward. The sky remained overcast. Although the torrential rain had ceased, heavy clouds lingered, suggesting that another storm might be imminent. As the 4 bid farewell, Zhou Shichu turned to Xinqing earnestly. "Xinqing, it looks like it might rain. Would you like to share a ride? I can have the driver take you home." The black Audi remained parked quietly at the curb, awaiting the young lady's return. "No, I'll take the bus home," Xinqing replied. Just then, a number 3 bus arrived at the stop, with her backpack slung over her shoulder. Xinqing waved briefly at the trio and hurried toward the bus. In the twilight, the number 3 bus gradually departed, disappearing into the distance along Huainan Avenue. Zhou Shichu took the front passenger seat in the black Audi, while Jiang Che and Chen Baishuai followed suit. Their residences were all located in the affluent villa area of Longqing, making them neighbors in a sense. Inside the car, Chen Baishuai reclined in the back seat, appearing quite stuffed. Initially, Zhou Shichu claimed she would only sample the flavor of the pepper broth. However, when she could no longer consume any more ingredients, she dumped everything into her own pot, justifying, "I'll eat it later." To which Zhou Shichu retorted, I'm full. You finish your own ingredients. Chen Baishui had no choice but to comply. Jiang Che sat in silence, casting a glance out the window at the overcast sky, remaining utterly mute. Ah Che, what are you daydreaming about? Someone asked. Have you overeaten as well? You barely touched your food, Chen Baishui inquired, puzzled. No appetite, Jiang Che replied dismissively. You shouldn't have ordered the tomato hot pot. It looks so bland, like plain water. Jiang Che was too indifferent to respond further. Zhou Shichu, curious, turned from the passenger seat and asked, Jiang Che, what is your current situation with Jiang Xian? Not familiar, he replied. Did you reject her? And now she's lost interest and is pursuing Shui Xiangyang instead? In the following 2 days, after the monthly exams concluded, launching No. 1 high school returned to its usual tranquility. The teachers began grading the exam papers in advance, and some experienced students could roughly estimate their score ranges. Xinqing was among them. After 2 days of grading, having confirmed the answers, she also had a general idea of her exam results. The anxiety that had once gripped her heart gradually subsided. She had asked Zhou Shichu to check the scores of the top 5 students from previous years, and it seemed she would easily secure a spot in the top 5 to qualify for a scholarship. By Friday morning, in Class 8 of the second year, the official rankings for the monthly exam results were announced. Xinqing achieved a remarkable score of 137 in Chinese, 150 in mathematics, 148 in English, and 290 in comprehensive arts, totaling 725 points, making her the top student in the grade. The news sent shockwaves throughout the entire second-year cohort, with Class 8 engulfed in a frenzy of disbelief. Xinqing, you scored 725? Wow, the top of the grade? Xinqing, you've been hiding your talents. Quietly securing the top position, various exclamations filled the classroom, with Zhou Shichu expressing the most intense surprise. She had been Xinqing's closest friend and was aware that Xinqing had ranked at the bottom during the entrance exams due to her absence. Her true abilities could not possibly be so lacking. Yet, she never expected Xinqing to rise to the top. Xinqing, you're incredible, Zhou Shichu exclaimed, grabbing Xinqing as if she herself had achieved the top score. I told you, copying your homework always yielded perfect results. You were hiding your light under a bushel. Xinqing felt a bit awkward but was genuinely delighted. At least she had secured the top position, and with the scholarship to be awarded next Monday, she would no longer have to worry about her living expenses. Chen Baishui, however, lingered nearby, his expression tinged with melancholy. In previous exams, Jiang Che had often submitted blank papers, comfortably maintaining his position at the bottom. But this time, in an unexpected turn, Jiang Che inexplicably scored over 100 in comprehensive arts, drastically narrowing the gap, while Chen Baishui found himself at the bottom instead. Ah Che, did you secretly take extra classes behind my back? That is not fair. You scored over 100 in comprehensive arts? You wouldn't be studying late at night, would you? The newly minted bottom student, Chen Baishui, hovered by Jiang Che's desk, incessantly lamenting his brother's lack of loyalty. Jiang Che remained calm, disinterested in engaging. Jiang Che, how did your score in comprehensive arts improve so drastically this time? Did you study in secret? Zhou Shichu inquired with curiosity. I guessed, Jiang Che replied nonchalantly. Comprehensive arts consists of descriptive questions. How could you possibly guess? Just then, Lin pushed open the classroom door, her face adorned with a smile. And upon seeing the lively classroom, she refrained from scolding. She was in high spirits. Having the top student emerge from her class was a source of pride. Furthermore, the previously languishing Jiang Che seemed to have turned over a new leaf, showing marked improvement in his scores. Lin clapped her hands to gain the student's attention, her voice unusually gentle. Xinqing, please come to the office. Okay, Xinqing replied, promptly getting up to follow Lin out of the classroom. In the hallway, Lin, with a warm smile, nodded in approval at Xinqing. You did well this time. It seems that after a year off, you've kept up with your studies. If you maintain this momentum, Tsinghua or Peking University should be well within your reach. They proceeded toward the principal's office. Inside, a middle-aged man sat in an office chair, accompanied by a middle-aged female teacher. Xinqing recognized them. One was Director Du Hongtao, who had facilitated her leave of absence and return, and the other was Zhao Lin, the homeroom teacher from Class 1 of the second year, who had just proctored the exam in room 13. Xinqing was not unfamiliar with either. Director Du, I've brought Xinqing, Lin announced. Director Du nodded slightly, observing the somewhat timid Xinqing. He spoke reassuringly. Xinqing, don't be nervous. Please have a seat on the sofa. The director, known for his stern demeanor, was surprisingly gentle in Shenqing's presence. He remembered her as the top student from the entrance exams, and the only female student from Class 8 who had persistently attended morning self-study sessions during the sports meet. Therefore, hearing that she had become the top student again did not come as a shock to him. "Shenqing, please, sit down." Li Yan patted Shenqing's shoulder, guiding her to the sofa. Zhao Lin also took a seat, her gaze towards Shenqing equally warm. "Shenqing, do you remember me?" "Hello, Teacher Zhao," Shenqing replied. "Well, let us get straight to the point. You were originally assigned to our class, but went to Class 8 due to your year-long absence. Would you consider returning to our class?" Zhao Lin asked directly. Li Yan's expression turned slightly sour, yet she refrained from saying much. She understood that Class 1 was a key class for nurturing top students, and the learning environment there was vastly superior to her own class. It was indeed the best place for Shenqing to further enhance her abilities. Upon hearing this, Shenqing gently shook her head, seemingly unwavering. "Teacher Zhao, I want to stay in Class 8. Her voice was soft, yet it struck the three teachers like a heavy hammer. The entire office fell into an instant silence. The matter of Shenqing transferring classes was something all three were already aware of. Li Yan had tacitly accepted it. Inviting Shenqing over was merely a formality, a symbolic inquiry into her personal wishes. After all, no student at launching one high school would refuse the opportunity to join the elite class. But now, Zhao Lin paused, looking at Shenqing in disbelief. "Shenqing, you don't want to come to Class 1? Shenqing nodded gently. Zhao Lin furrowed her brow slightly and quickly responded. "Shenqing, you know Class 1 is the school's key nurturing class. With your grades, you could achieve even greater heights there. Class 8 is just." She hesitated, considering Li Yan's presence in the office, and refrained from directly stating that Class 8 was populated with underperforming students. Casting a glance at Director Du, who had initially come merely as a witness to accompany the process, he found himself increasingly unsettled upon hearing Shenqing's unexpected refusal to transfer to Class 1. "Shenqing, this class assignment is a significant matter. Please think it through before deciding. Class 2-1 is a key focus group for the year, a so-called rocket class. This time, among the top 10 students in the grade, aside from you, all others are in Class 1. The learning atmosphere there is considerably better than in Class 8. Ahem. I do not intend to belittle Class 8. Director Du earnestly advised. After all, they all hope, and have even tacitly accepted, that Shenqing will go to Class 2-1. However, such significant changes must be agreed upon by Shenqing herself. Zhao Lin glanced at Li Yan and signaled. "Teacher Li, you are Shenqing's homeroom teacher. What do you think?" Li Yan came back to her senses. Her emotions had shifted from the joy of our class achieving the top rank in the grade, to the helplessness of the top student needing to transfer, and finally to the surprise that the top student wished to remain in her class. Now regaining focus, Li Yan looked at Shenqing and asked earnestly, "Shenqing, are you certain you do not wish to transfer to another class?" Shenqing pursed her lips and nodded softly. She understood that Class 2-1 was a rocket class, and the learning environment there would undoubtedly be superior to that of Class 8. Yet, in Class 8, she had her friends and did not want to lose them. In contrast, the individuals in Class 2-1, such as Jiang Shihan, Xue Xiangyang, Zhang Jigang, and Zhao Pengfei, did not leave a favorable impression on her. Upon hearing Shenqing's soft affirmation, Li Yan felt a weight lift from her heart. "Then, in that case, you should continue your studies in Class 2-8. Zhao Lin and Du Hongtao were both taken aback. Initially, the three had agreed unanimously that Shenqing should transfer to Class 2-1. Now, Li Yan had suddenly changed her mind? Zhao Lin frowned slightly. "Teacher Li, what do you mean by that? We had agreed." "What was agreed upon is now irrelevant," Li Yan interjected, her tone firm. "Since Shenqing wishes to remain in Class 8, we must respect her decision." "But Shenqing is not fully aware. Do you not understand the significant impact a learning environment has on a student? You're Class 8. What is wrong with our Class 8? Zhao Lin retorted. "If your Class 1 has such a great learning atmosphere, why has no one from there achieved the top rank?" Zhao Lin was momentarily speechless, casting a pleading glance at Du Hongtao. He, too, looked somewhat helplessly at Li Yan and attempted to reason. "Teacher Li, you should also consider Shenqing's perspective. Class 2-1 is indeed more suitable for her future academic development." "That is not necessarily true." Li Yan's demeanor was resolute as she addressed Du Hongtao. "Since Shenqing returned from her break, she has been in our Class 8. And now she has achieved the top score in the grade, indicating that she has not been adversely affected by her classmates in Class 8, correct?" Du Hongtao found himself at a loss for words. Li Yin continued. Since Xinqing wishes to stay in our class, I am confident in my ability to teach her well. Zhao Lin scoffed. Teacher Li, are you sure about the quality of the learning environment in your class 8? Li Yin shot back without hesitation. Of course I am certain. Otherwise, how could the top student emerge from our class? The two found themselves at an impasse, both looking toward Du Hongtao. Director Du, we should prioritize the students' interests. Xinqing, like Shui Xiangyang, has the opportunity to strive for Tsinghua or Peking University. Director Du, I believe Xinqing's personal wishes should come first. We cannot forcibly transfer a student, can we? The two homeroom teachers each held their ground. Du Hongtao hesitated, again looking at Xinqing. Xinqing, are you certain you want to remain in class 2 to 8 and not transfer? Xinqing nodded gently, her voice soft yet resolute. Teacher Li and my classmates have all treated me well. I do not want to transfer. Upon hearing this, Li Yin felt warmth spread in her heart, and the more she looked at Xinqing, the more she cherished her. Du Hongtao sighed silently. Resigned. If that is the case, then you should continue your studies in class 2 to 8. After all, when it comes to transferring, the school must prioritize the students' opinions. However, after saying this, Du Hongtao looked at Li Yin and cautioned, Teacher Li, the atmosphere in your class needs some regulation. Do not let a fine gym be ruined in your hands. Rest assured, I will take care of that unruly bunch, Li Yin replied earnestly. Zhao Lin wanted to persuade Xinqing a bit more, as she truly did not want to miss out on such a promising student. But Li Yin directly interrupted her, taking Xinqing's wrist as if guarding a treasure, and turned to leave the office. In the corridor, Li Yin did not release her hold, clutching Xinqing's wrist protectively. Xinqing, your desire to remain in class 2 to 8 brings me great joy. If you need any assistance, do not hesitate to come to my office, understood? Xinqing nodded gently. Li Yin continued to inquire. How do you feel about sitting next to Zhang Che? Does he ever affect your studies? Not at all. Really? If he impacts your studies, I will rearrange the seating. Really, he does not. Xinqing explained earnestly. Li Yin nodded slightly and asked, what about the other students in class? Is anyone bullying you? Some students in class 8 can be quite troublesome. If anyone dares to bully you, just tell me, and I will take care of them. No one is bullying me. Xinqing's voice remained soft, yet her tone was confident. While many claimed that class 2 to 8 was a mixed bag filled with delinquents, she had not found it chaotic since her transfer. There were indeed some heavily made-up girls with a strong social air, but due to the presence of Zhou Shichu, they had never troubled her. Instead, their interactions had been quite harmonious. As for the boys, it seemed that Jiang Che and Chun Baisui were the two most troublesome figures in class 2 to 8. As they spoke, they had already returned to the doorway of class 2 to 8. All right, let's head back to class. Feel free to come to me with any issues. Okay, by the way, next Monday you need to go to the podium to receive your scholarship, and as the top student, you will also need to deliver a speech. Please prepare your speech draft. Xinqing bit her lip, feeling a bit anxious, yet she stepped into the classroom. Upon entering, all her classmates fixed their gaze on her, their eyes filled with disbelief. After all, the terms top student and class 2 to 8 seemed so incongruous within the confines of launching number 1 high school, creating an inexplicable feeling of standing out. Class 2, 8's monthly exam results. First in class, Xinqing, first in grade. Second in class, Chen Xiang, ranking 1, 234 in the grade. This report card presented a rather comical impression. Chapter 056. Are you a fool? In the classroom, Xinqing sat at her desk, feeling somewhat uneasy. The discussion surrounding the top student buzzed incessantly, and she could occasionally sense the weight of stares upon her. She was not accustomed to this level of attention. Xinqing, what did Teacher Li call you for just now? Zhou Shichu turned around, looking at Xinqing with curiosity. Transfer class. You want to transfer? Zhou Shichu gasped in surprise. She remembered that a few days ago, in a hot pot restaurant, Jiang Shihan had mentioned that Xinqing might transfer to class 2 to 1. Given that Jiang Shihan was the class monitor and a member of the student council, it was not surprising that she was privy to some insider information. Are you transferring to another class? Class 2 to 1? Zhou Shichu pressed further, feeling rather reluctant to see Xinqing leave. Chen Baisui also edged closer, inquiring, is that true? Our class has finally produced a top student. How could the master bear to let you go? Two pairs of burning, curious eyes fixated on Xinqing. She felt an inexplicable tension, just as she was about to explain, actually, when a voice interrupted her. Jiang Che, who had somehow awakened or perhaps never truly slept, casually asked, Class 1 is quite good. When are you leaving? Huh? If you're going, just hurry up. Sitting next to me all day affects my rest. Jiang Che, what do you mean by that? Zhou Shichu immediately took offense to Jiang Che's words. Chen Baisui chimed in, Che, that's rather unkind of you. Shenqing has helped you with so much homework. Shenqing bit her lip, gently lowering her head and choosing not to speak further. She could sense the change, ever since that meal at the revolving hot pot. Jiang Che's demeanor towards her had grown distant. Even his words and actions seemed deliberately aloof. She was uncertain if she had inadvertently offended him and hesitated to inquire about it. Their relationship had inexplicably reached a stalemate. The morning swiftly passed, and the bell rang to signal the end of classes. Zhou Shichu turned to Shenqing with enthusiasm. Let us go. Let us celebrate your top score. How about we sneak out for a big meal at noon? And no, Shenqing gently shook her head, instinctively glancing at Jiang Che before softly adding, next week, when the scholarship is awarded, I'll treat you to a meal. During this time, she had felt the care from Jiang Che, Zhou Shichu, and Chen Baisui. Whether it was at lunchtime in the cafeteria or snacks from the convenience store, the three always brought her a share. All right. Zhou Shichu nodded with a smile. Chen Baisui leaned in, observing the rare sight of Jiang Che not dozing off. Che, let us go eat. I'm not going, Jiang Che replied coldly. Chen Baisui sensed something was off and scrutinized Jiang Che closely. Che, why do you seem a bit off these past few days? Is something wrong at home? Get lost. Chen Baisui froze, looking at Zhou Shichu and Shenqing. Shall we head to the cafeteria and reserve a seat? Let us go. Zhou Shichu stood up immediately. However, Shenqing hesitated and quietly said, I have something to do. What's wrong? You all go ahead. Okay then. Zhou Shichu nodded, not pressing further, and took Chen Baisui out of the classroom. Moments later, silence enveloped the room, leaving only the boy and girl in the back corner. The weather outside was splendid, the sunlight pouring in, and a refreshing summer breeze wafting through, carrying the fragrant scent of the flowers and plants below. Jiang Che cast a glance at Shenqing beside him, slightly furrowing his brows as he stood up to leave. Excuse me. Shenqing instinctively rose to make way. Jiang Che left his seat expressionlessly, his once warm eyes now tinged with a hint of coldness. Just as he brushed past, Shenqing's voice rang out softly. I'm sorry. Her voice was barely audible, characterized by her uniquely soft tone. Jiang Che frowned slightly, puzzled by the sudden apology, and turned to face her. Why are you apologizing to me? I don't know. What do you mean you don't know why you're apologizing? Are you out of your mind? Jiang Che's tone was frigid, laced with impatience. Shenqing instinctively lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. I felt like I upset you. In an instant, the entire classroom seemed to fall into a profound silence. Jiang Che, who had intended to leave, paused, his tone tinged with helplessness. Are you an idiot? No. Then why are you apologizing out of the blue? Did I do something wrong? Shenqing asked cautiously. Jiang Che took a deep breath, the flicker of annoyance dissipating inexplicably. My matters have nothing to do with you. Reflecting on it, Class 1 was indeed the school's accelerated class. Shenqing, being the top student, belonged there for her studies. Oh, Shenqing replied quietly, momentarily at a loss for words. Jiang Che sighed, feeling a strange inability to deal with her, his tone somewhat resigned. Let us go. To the cafeteria. Oh, right. Don't forget the meal you owe me. Shenqing nodded lightly, trailing behind Jiang Che, then softly added, but I want to go to Class 1. As soon as the words left her mouth, Jiang Che abruptly halted, feeling Shenqing bump into his back with a soft ouch. She instinctively prepared to apologize again. But before she could speak, Jiang Che turned to her, an odd expression on his face, and asked earnestly, What did you say? I said, I want to go to Class 1. Then why did you say you would go to the office? Jiang Che's brows remained furrowed. Was it to transfer you, the top student, to Class 1? Yes, Shenqing nodded slightly, her voice soft. But I don't want to go. Why not? Because I don't have any friends there. Is that all? Jiang Che seemed to have not received the answer he hoped for. Yet the tension in his brow began to ease. Shenqing, unsure of what Jiang Che was specifically seeking, stood obediently without daring to move. After a moment of silence, Jiang Che examined the girl before him and nodded to himself. You have a bit of conscience. Let us go. It'll be crowded if we're late to the cafeteria. The two exited through the back door of the classroom, suddenly recalling something. Jiang Che glanced at Shenqing beside him, his tone unusually serious. In the future, don't apologize to others for no reason. You sound like a fool. I'm talking to you, got it? I understand. Chapter 057. Jiang Che's stolen speech draft. In the afternoon, the summer sun grew increasingly scorching. The classroom fan emitted a gentle clicking sound, the blade slicing through the air, echoing throughout the room. Students lounged lazily across their desks for a midday rest. In the back corner, Xinqing sat quietly working on her workbook, her expression somewhat forlorn. This was Jiang Che's homework. A few days prior, she had intended to complete it together with him, but Jiang Che had stated that she need not help him with his assignments anymore. This had made her briefly happy. However, following lunch today, all the unfinished exercises from days prior had been unceremoniously dumped onto her desk under the guise of consolidating review. Xinqing, are you still doing Jiang Che's homework? You should really make him do it himself. Zhou Shichu's tone was filled with discontent. You're now the apple of teacher Li Si. If she finds out Jiang Che is treating you like this, she'll have him in for a world of trouble. It's fine. I'll just consider it a review. You're too indulgent with him. Zhou Shichu was momentarily filled with frustration, redirecting her ire towards Jiang Che. Jiang Che, do you have some sort of serious illness? Just a few days ago, Xinqing offered to help you with your assignments, and you refused. Now, you're dumping all this work on her. I'm happy to do it, he replied nonchalantly. You. Zhou Shichu paused, exasperated. You're insane. Jiang Che remained unfazed, glancing at Xinqing, who was diligently assisting him with his workbook. He casually inquired, are you prepared for your speech on the podium as the student representative next Monday? Not yet. Xinqing shook her head lightly, her voice tinged with distress. I don't know how to write a speech. Zhou Shichu immediately began to devise a plan. A speech is simply about expressing gratitude to the school and the teachers. You can add some of your own study methods. It's really just a matter of improvising. After all, you're first in the grade. So whatever you say will be valid. Conclude with some inspirational quotes, essentially motivational platitudes. Zhou Shichu explained earnestly. Jiang Che shot her a disdainful look. You just spout nonsense? That's my area of expertise. You won't even have a chance to give a speech, so what's the point of researching it? Zhou Shichu was momentarily silenced, her anger rising. Jiang Che, can you not speak for once? Ignoring her, Jiang Che stood up and left the classroom. Meanwhile, in Class 1 of the second year, the classroom was shaded from the scorching sunlight by curtains, and the fan continued its rhythmic clattering. In contrast to Class 8, where students were sprawled asleep on their desks, most students in Class 1 were engrossed in their studies. This difference highlighted the distinct academic atmosphere of the two classes. In the third row, central seat, traditionally the exclusive domain of Shui Xiangyang, today bore witness to a rather pallid expression on his face. The results of the monthly exam had been released. Xinqing of Class 8, first in grade, Shui Xiangyang of Class 1, second in grade. This revelation sent shockwaves through Class 1. They were the school's acknowledged elite class, yet the top student was not one of their own, nor was it the usual frontrunner, Shui Xiangyang. Jiang Shihan, seated beside Shui Xiangyang, was equally taken aback upon seeing the rankings. She had grown familiar with Xinqing's name, but never anticipated that Jiang Che's new deskmate would perform so exceptionally. How could she be the top student? Furrowing her brow, Jiang Shihan observed Shui Xiangyang, who lamented, I was under the weather during the exam. Illness was merely an excuse. His academic performance had always been his pride, and he struggled to accept that his coveted first place had been usurped by someone who had taken a year off from studies. Jiang Shihan offered a gentle smile. It's just a small setback. Indeed, Shui Xiangyang nodded, feigning magnanimity. But that Xinqing is truly impressive. At this, Jiang Shihan's expression shifted subtly, though she remained composed. I heard from teacher Zhao that Xinqing might be transferring to our class. When? Today, or possibly next Monday. You won't lose your position as study committee member to her, will you? Shui Xiangyang's brow furrowed slightly, feeling an inexplicable surge of rivalry towards Xinqing. It's just one exam. She simply got lucky because I was ill. At that moment, an individual boldly entered Class 1. It was lunchtime, allowing for free movement between classrooms, yet students typically did not mingle across classes. Jiang Che? The students were momentarily taken aback by his entrance. Jiang Shihan also noticed him approaching and felt a flutter in her heart. She had always harbored a fondness for Jiang Che, and despite being turned down during the sports meet, she still hoped to connect with him as friends. As for Shui Xiangyang, her decision to share a desk with him was merely to gain a free tutoring resource. Jiang Che, is there something you need from me? Jiang Shihan asked, believing that given her looks and figure, it would be entirely normal for Jiang Che to show interest in her. Nothing. Then why are you here in Class 1? Before Jiang Shihan could finish, Jiang Che's cold gaze fell upon Shui Xiangyang, and he casually asked, where is your speech draft for the first in grade? What do you mean? Shui Xiangyang frowned slightly, sensing that Jiang Che had come to mock him for his second-place finish. Give it to me. I don't have one. Don't push it too far. Did you not write your speech in advance? Jiang Che's eyes grew frosty, his tone laced with chill. Shui Xiangyang hesitated. He indeed had a habit of preparing his speeches early, having always secured the top spot in the grade. Typically, he would have a draft ready even before the results were announced. What do you want? Jiang Che did not respond, but extended his hand. The surrounding students were momentarily stunned, recalling a similar incident just days before when Jiang Che had boldly entered Class 1 to take Zhang Jigang's adhesive bandage. Shui Xiangyang looked at Jiang Che, whose expression was devoid of emotion yet exuded an air of defiance, as if he were poised for confrontation. After a moment's hesitation, Shui Xiangyang retrieved an A4 sheet from his backpack, which contained his pre-written speech. Well, it's not of any use to me anyway. You can have it. The bell rang, ringing with clarity. The cultural committee member took to the stage, leading the students in song. Amidst the cacophony, Jiang Che strolled in through the back door, holding a neatly written A4 sheet. Xinqing instinctively stood to make way for him. He returned to his seat, casually tossing the A4 sheet onto Xinqing's desk. Xinqing, puzzled, picked up the sheet and glanced at it. Dear esteemed school leaders, teachers, and fellow students. It was a speech draft. It began with gratitude towards the school leaders and teachers of Class 1, sharing snippets of his study journey, depicting his struggles in a modern rendition of Borrowing Light Through the Wall. It concluded with a motivational quote, assuring that hard work would not go unrewarded. The document likely contained around 2,000 words. What is this? Let me see. Zhou Shichu, curious, leaned in to read the A4 sheet. Xinqing gazed at Jiang Che in disbelief, softly asking, "Whose is this?" She recognized that this was not written by Jiang Che. Having witnessed his scrawl during their last outing at the Korean barbecue, this was undoubtedly Shui Xiangyang's work. Zhou Shichu immediately pieced it together. Exuding confidence, he always delivers speeches in this style. Xinqing's gaze shifted to Jiang Che, filled with confusion. Jiang Che shrugged nonchalantly. Didn't you say you couldn't write a speech? Just use this. But this belongs to someone else. He was now second in grade and lacked the standing to deliver a speech on the podium. Thus, this draft was rendered unnecessary. You may also make appropriate modifications. But do remember not to miswrite the class. Oh, Xinqing let out a sound, folded the A4 paper in half, and tucked it into her textbook. The first class in the afternoon was history. The elderly, balding teacher, well into his 70s, walked to the podium, still equipped with the standard configuration of a book and a thermos. Wei Yuan's gaze turned towards the students. Not rushing to begin the lesson. I have heard that the top student in this month's exam is from your class. Who might that be? His voice was somewhat hoarse, yet carried the unique warmth of elderliness. In an instant, all the students' eyes were directed towards the corner at the back of the classroom. Xinqing's face flushed crimson, feeling the weight of their stares bearing down upon her, making her exceedingly uncomfortable. Jiang Che, however, remained composed, quietly reminding her, during the speech next Monday, there will be even more people watching you from the podium. Xinqing's cheeks reddened. In that moment of being the center of attention, she felt as stiff as a board. Upon noticing Xinqing in the back corner, Wei Yuan's expression shifted to one of realization. She was the only girl in Class 8 who attentively listened to history and took notes throughout. It seemed fitting that she should achieve the top rank in the monthly exam. Everyone turned to the section on the absolute monarchy of the Ming and Qing dynasties in their books. Today, we shall discuss a governmental system from that era. Wei Yuan's voice, often likened to a lullaby, resounded once more. It was a summer afternoon, and several students had already unconsciously laid their heads down on their desks. As Xinqing sensed the gazes of her classmates drifting away, she finally exhaled a long breath and opened her book, focusing intently on the lesson. In the next physical education class. Xinqing looked to her side, not understanding Jiang Che's words. Jiang Che yawned and added, "You can go to the podium first to take a look, get a feel for it beforehand." I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when class is over. Don't let anyone knock on my desk. Oh, Jiang Che quietly laid down. During the Ming dynasty, the position of prime minister was abolished, leading to the end of the ancient Chinese chancellor system, ushering in a new stage of monarchic absolutism. Wei Yuan slowly descended from the podium, moving closer to Xinqing's position. Xinqing inexplicably grew nervous, instinctively avoiding Wei Yuan's aged gaze. The essence of the cabinet is the Grand Palace's hall, such as the Wu Ying Hall Grand Scholar or Wen Yin Pavilion Grand Scholar we often hear about in dramas. Wei Yuan did not pose any questions, merely speaking to himself. Shinqing diligently took notes, while many of her classmates had already succumbed to slumber. Perhaps due to the perception that their teacher's age made him easy to listen to, even as Wei Yuan approached. They showed no inclination to sit up and pretend to pay attention. For a moment, the classroom exuded an odd sense of Wei Yuan conducting a one-on-one tutorial with Shinqing. Time passed gradually. The bell for class rang. The previously sleeping students abruptly stirred. Many could hardly contain themselves, already pulling out the basketballs they had brought to school. Wei Yuan returned to the podium. Taking a sip from his thermos, there will be no homework assigned this week. Shinqing, please step outside for a moment. Huh. Shinqing was taken aback, thinking she must have misheard. After all, Teacher Wei was merely an instructor, and she had not interacted with him outside of class. Hesitating, Shinqing noticed Wei Yuan standing by the door, his gaze fixed on her, prompting her to quickly rise and stride outside. Wei Yuan did not summon Shinqing to his office. Instead, he stood in the corridor awaiting her. Shinqing looked at the elderly teacher and softly inquired, Teacher Wei, is there something you need? Shinqing, Director Du mentioned that you are unwilling to transfer to class 1 of the second year, and asked me to come and persuade you. Wei Yuan got straight to the point. Shinqing bit her lip, her expression somewhat awkward. Teacher Wei, It's all right. Wei Yuan smiled, seemingly anticipating what she was about to say. However, the school has good intentions. After all, the learning atmosphere in Class 1 is indeed better. Since you are unwilling to transfer, the school will certainly not force you. Nevertheless, considering the current situation in Class 8, I, as your teacher, would like to share a few words. Shinqing nodded gently, sensing that the elderly teacher meant her no harm. Wei Yuan, holding his textbook and thermos, stood in the corridor and earnestly began. Regardless of which class you are in, external influence or assistance is limited. It ultimately depends on the individual. I used to advocate for comprehensive development among students, but in today's society, exam-oriented education, getting into university, is the only way forward. We cannot change it, so we can only adapt slowly. I believe that even if you continue studying in Class 8, you will not be swayed by others. My office is on the 3rd floor. Feel free to come to me with any issues. Wei Yuan chatted for a short while. Shinqing earnestly nodded and quietly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Teacher Wei. After their brief exchange, Shinqing returned to the classroom, immediately spotting Jiang Che's displeased expression at his desk. Chen Baisui was standing on the desk, grinning mischievously, evidently having just knocked on Jiang Che's desk to wake him. Remembering Jiang Che's earlier words, Shinqing felt a sudden jolt in her heart, hesitating to meet his gaze. Chapter 059, Not Growing Taller During Physical Education Class. The students of Class 8 began to leave the classroom one by one. Chen Baisui, still with a playful grin, urged, Che, let us go. Let us go play ball. Jiang Che ignored him, his eyes fixed on the door of the classroom, watching Shinqing's awkward expression as she dawdled her way towards him. It's time for PE. Shinqing awkwardly spoke. Zhou Shichu directly pulled Shinqing's arm, tired of waiting for Jiang Che. Let us go. Let us go. Shinqing was led away. Jiang Che lazily followed behind. The 4 of them walked together, with Zhou Shichu holding Shinqing's hand the entire way, inexplicably giving her a sense of security. Yet, Jiang Che's presence behind her made Shinqing feel as if she had a thorn in her back. On the playground, the students of Class 8 had already begun to line up for assembly. After all, the PE teacher was notoriously lenient. The earlier they assembled, the sooner they could disperse for free activities. Is everyone here? Yes. Be careful during free activities. The usual warnings. The PE teacher glanced at the students, and after his admonitions, waved his hand. Dismissed. Free activities. The entire class scattered like birds and beasts. Che, let us go. Not going. Jiang Che shook his head slightly, seemingly disinterested in playing ball. Zhou Shichu, still holding Shinqing, cheerfully asked, Shinqing, shall we go play basketball together? Shinqing hesitated for a moment, glancing at Jiang Che. His expression was stern, and though his face revealed nothing, his peach blossom eyes no longer held their usual allure. His cold demeanor seemed to convey, if you dare to leave, it will be the end. Why don't you go ahead? I'll wait for you to find me later. Huh? What's wrong? I want to go to the restroom. Oh. Zhou Shichu nodded slightly, no longer insisting, and followed Chen Baisui towards the basketball court. As they left, Jiang Che remained in place. Shinqing felt momentarily at a loss. Stealing a glance at Jiang Che, she decided to proactively explain, just now, during class, Teacher Wei called me out for a moment. So, I forgot to wake you up. After a moment of silence, Jiangche pointed to the podium on the playground and casually remarked, "Go up and sing a song. And I won't hold it against you." What? Shenqing glanced at the podium and instantly felt intimidated. She had never been up there before, let alone sung in front of an audience. For classes were having physical education at the same time, and although most were on the basketball court, there were still quite a number of people on the playground. The mere thought of singing publicly on the podium sent shivers down her spine. Unwilling? I dare not. Shenqing lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper, too timid to outright refuse. Jiangche observed her habitual shyness and clicked his tongue. Then how will you give a speech next Monday? Well, I'll just have to go up and see for myself. Shenqing was still hesitating. Even the thought of merely stepping onto the podium felt like an insurmountable challenge. Did you hear that? Hurry up and go. Jiangche's tone turned slightly stern, tinged with a hint of threat. Shenqing wrestled with her inner turmoil for a long time, finally deciding that whether she extended her neck or retracted it, it would be the same outcome. She took a few tentative steps toward the podium. Jiangche watched as she glanced back 3 times before finally approaching the stage. 1 step, 2 steps. Shenqing reached the podium and stood at the center, her gaze sweeping across the playground. There were boys kicking a soccer ball, others playing badminton. Groups of girls huddled together, seemingly engrossed in quiet conversation. Everything appeared so clear from this vantage point, an angle she had never experienced before. Taking a deep breath to calm her nerves, the sunlight occasionally brought a gentle breeze, offering a refreshing relief from the heat of the campus. Ultimately, her eyes landed on the young man below, standing tall yet slightly relaxed, his captivating peach blossom eyes fixed intently on her. How does it feel? Jiangche asked casually, observing her from the ground. Shenqing nodded lightly, her voice barely audible. It's okay. Jiangche let out a scoff, teasingly retorting, with that voice, even with a microphone, no one would hear you. Shenqing felt that stepping onto the podium had already drained her of all her courage. Her mouth opened to say something, but her words seemed stuck in her throat. Forget it, come down. At his words, Shenqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. She descended the podium much quicker than she had climbed it, the moment her feet touched the ground. An unprecedented sense of ease enveloped her. Nothing else to say? After a brief silence, Shenqing looked at Jiangche and earnestly murmured, "Thank you." Jiangche scoffed, dismissing her gratitude. "I'm leaving." "Where to?" "To play ball." "Oh." The two walked toward the basketball court, as if nothing had just transpired. Shenqing quietly trailed behind Jiangche, unable to resist asking, "If you were to give a speech, would you be nervous? Haven't you seen me give speeches before?" That was a self-critique. Jiangche frowned slightly, turning to her with a bemused expression. Shenqing realized she had misspoken and instinctively lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. A self-critique and a speech are not the same? Jiangche's tone carried a hint of exasperation, as if he were at a loss with this timid girl. "So, are you nervous?" "Not at all," Jiangche replied nonchalantly. "I've critiqued myself on that podium more than a dozen times. Practice makes perfect." "What about the first time you critiqued yourself?" "Not nervous either." "Why not?" Shenqing inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Yet Jiangche showed no intention of answering, his tone growing impatient. "Why are you asking so many questions?" Shenqing promptly fell silent, refraining from further inquiries. On the basketball court, Chen Baishui was shooting hoops with Zhou Shichu under the same basket. Since today's physical education class was not shared with the second-year class, there was no competitive spirit lingering in the air. Upon seeing Jiangche and Shenqing approach, Chen Baishui waved them over. Zhou Shichu, holding a basketball, tossed it to Shenqing. "Shenqing, take a shot." The basketball flew towards her unexpectedly, and Shenqing instinctively reached out to catch it. However, Jiangche was quicker, catching it with one hand before tossing it back to her, his tone casual. "Know how to play? I've watched games before." "What about offline?" "I played basketball a few times when I was younger." Jiangche scrutinized her, skepticism evident in his voice. "You played basketball as a child? Then why haven't you grown taller?" Shenqing remained silent. Chapter 060, Shenqing's inner sadness dribbling. Shooting. Score. Shenqing held the basketball, successfully making a close-range shot. Although her technique was not perfect, it was clear she had some prior experience with the sport. "Not bad." Chen Baishui praised her. Zhou Shichu caught the ball and passed it back to Shenqing. "Shenqing, another one." On her second attempt, she missed. Jiangche observed the earnest expression on her face as she played, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Did someone teach you before?" Shenqing nodded slightly, reminiscing about the time she spent with her father at the basketball court, staying up late to watch games together. Her father was a Lakers fan, always keeping a purple Lakers jersey hanging in the closet, and he could recite Kobe's highlights as if they were second nature. Unfortunately, after her father passed away, Shenqing gradually distanced herself from sports, becoming the model student in everyone's eyes, obedient, sensible, and academically excellent. She no longer wanted to trouble anyone or burden others with her concerns. Bang! A sudden noise jolted Shenqing back to reality as a hand intercepted the basketball flying toward her. Jiangche furrowed his brow. Don't zone out on the court. Oh, I'll take another shot. As he spoke, Jiangche handed her the basketball. Shenqing cradled it, aiming for the hoop. She attempted a perfect arc, but due to her lack of strength, it failed to hit the rim. Your shooting motion is quite standard. Shenqing remained silent, walking toward the edge of the court. Jiangche paid her no mind, focusing on retrieving the ball. The three of them continued to shoot hoops. Occasionally, Chen Baishui couldn't help but tease Zhou Shichu. Hey, Shenqing has scored. It seems you haven't made a single basket. Can't you shut up? Meanwhile, Shenqing sat quietly on the sidelines, lost in thought. Her gaze wandered over the players on the court, memories of her childhood playing basketball with her father flooding her mind. If only her father were still around. Suddenly, Shenqing noticed a shadow looming over her. She looked up just in time to see Jiangche standing before her. He had only taken a few shots and wasn't even sweating, but his tall, imposing figure shielded her from the harsh sunlight. His captivating eyes were fixed intently upon her. Shenqing felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Jiangche did not sit down. He merely stood, casually asking, feeling down? He had noticed her unusual demeanor earlier. Having just tossed 2 basketballs, he independently retreated to the stands, clearly burdened by some unspoken concern. Shenqing subtly shook her head. No. Jiangche, somewhat displeased, adopted a more serious tone. Surely throwing a couple of balls doesn't constitute strenuous exercise? It doesn't, she replied. I didn't say anything wrong earlier, did I? No. Then why did you leave without a word? Shenqing lowered her head, offering no indication of an explanation, merely whispering, I wish to be alone for a while. That's not acceptable. If something's troubling you, speak up. Jiangche casually settled beside her, his tone feigning sternness as he regarded her intently. Shenqing pressed her lips together and quietly began. When I was younger, my father often took me to play basketball. And then, I miss him. Tomorrow is Saturday. You could just go find him. Jiangche replied coolly, seemingly reluctant to delve into the topic of fathers, especially given the strained relationship he shared with his own. Shenqing fell into silence, offering no response. Jiangche furrowed his brow. What's wrong? I feel a bit envious of you. Huh? You and your father. Jiangche scoffed, his brow knitting tighter, his tone growing colder. Are you trying to mock me? Not at all. You saw him during the sports meet. Do you think that's enviable? At least you still have him. Shenqing's voice was barely audible. Jiangche was momentarily taken aback, the chill in his expression gradually thawing as he looked at Shenqing, who remained with her head bowed, unsure of what to say. He wasn't foolish. He understood the implication behind her words. This was the first time he gleaned insights into Shenqing's family circumstances, which appeared to be far worse than he had imagined. Jiangche hesitated, ultimately choosing silence. He was not one to excel in offering comfort. More often than not, he preferred to remain indifferent to others' familial matters. Shenqing continued, her head bowed, softly sharing, my father used to adore basketball, frequently taking me to the courts. However, my mother disapproved, always claiming my father was irresponsible and lacked ambition. Jiangche listened quietly, offering no interruption. Eventually, my father was in a car accident. That day, he had promised to celebrate my birthday with me, even mentioning a surprise gift. I miss him so much. Her voice was faint, tinged with girlish sobs. Jiangche observed as tears streamed down her cheeks, unable to empathize fully. Yet, the mere thought of losing a loved one on one's birthday evoked a sense of profound sorrow. Unsure of how to console her, he reached into his pocket, hoping to offer a tissue, but found only cigarettes and a lighter. He had never made it a habit to carry tissues. Do you have any tissues? Shenqing did not respond, instead retrieving a tissue from her pocket and offering it to Jiangche. Throughout, she kept her head down, seemingly anxious about her tear-streaked face being seen. Jiangche accepted the tissue but quickly handed it back. Here, wipe your tears. Oh. Shenqing silently took back the tissue, sensing something amiss, yet she still dabbed at her tears. Since her father's passing, she rarely displayed her emotions in front of others, preferring to retreat into herself. Class is about to end. Go wash your face, Jiangche suggested. Qing rose from her seat and walked toward the restroom alone. Just a few steps out, Zhou Shichu, having left the court, approached, seemingly intending to accompany her to the restroom. Qing, what's wrong? Huh, nothing. I'm fine. Qing shook her head, avoiding eye contact, striving to conceal the tear stains at the corners of her eyes. However, her reddened eyelids betrayed her. Zhou Shichu's eyes narrowed as she glared at Jiangche. Jiangche? Are you bullying Qing again? Jiangche? Chapter 061. The school bully's unseemly revision of his deskmate's speech draft. The physical education class concluded, and students returned to their classrooms. Awaiting the final lesson of Friday afternoon. In the classroom, Zhou Shichu continued to regard Jiangche with a peculiar gaze. Despite Qing's repeated assurances that her tears had nothing to do with him, she remained convinced Jiangche was at fault. Jiangche, Qing has been so kind to you. She does your assignments, and yet you still bully her. Her tirade continued unabated. Jiangche, disinterested in defending himself, merely glanced at Qing, reassured that her emotions had calmed. The school bell rang. This lesson was geography, yet their teacher, Mr. Chun, was absent. A few minutes later, the class representative entered the room, announcing, Mr. Chen is on leave. This class will be self-study. A chorus of cheers erupted throughout the classroom, with many students already packing their bags, eager to leave early. Zhou Shichu clapped her hands on the desk, commanding attention. Quiet down. Can't you hear we're having self-study? Gradually, the classroom quieted. As class president, Zhou Shichu held a certain authority. Upon hearing it was self-study, Qing instinctively took out her textbook, preparing to study independently. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something, putting the textbook away and retrieving a piece of draft paper. Contemplating how to compose her speech for the flag-raising ceremony on the upcoming Monday. Copying the top student's assignment, are we? Came a teasing remark. Qing looked at Jiangche, who was wide awake beside her, momentarily at a loss for words, managing only an awkward response, just referencing. Xiaoxiang's speech draft is quite good. Just change the name in class, he suggested. They all notice. So what? That's not right. I think I should write it myself. Qing murmured, beginning to imitate the format from the A4 paper, her pen moving on the draft paper. Dear esteemed teachers and beloved classmates. Her elegant handwriting was neat and precise. Observing this, Jiangche lost interest in sleeping, resting his chin on his hand, quietly watching her write. Upon realizing his gaze was fixed on her, Qing's pen faltered, as if caught in a moment of paralysis, unable to continue. Could you not look for a moment? She softly requested. Writing this speech made her feel somewhat embarrassed, especially with Jiangche watching her every move. Jiangche remained unfazed, lazily leaning back in his chair, his tone serious. I have experience with speeches. I can offer guidance. What you write is all just reflections. It's the same. The reflection papers are what I helped you with. Qing noticed Jiangche's expression darkening, her voice dwindling into a whisper, losing confidence. Jiangche took a deep breath, averting his gaze and falling silent. Time passed slowly. Qing perused Xiaoxiang's speech draft on the A4 paper, becoming familiar with some formats and conventional phrases. Gradually, she managed to draft a speech on her paper. However, it was significantly shorter, seemingly aiming for brevity. Knowing that fewer words would lead to a quicker delivery. Finished? Jiangche glanced at the draft paper before reaching out to take a look. Qing instinctively pressed her hand down to stop him. What's wrong? I'm not done yet. Let go. Qing. Upon seeing Jiangche's somewhat fierce demeanor, hesitated to refuse and reluctantly released her grip, murmuring softly, just don't laugh at me. Jiangche took the speech draft, glanced over it, and couldn't help but chuckle. Children without umbrellas must run with all their might. Shoo. Qing raised a hand to signal silence, furtively glancing around, fearful of being overheard by their classmates. Where did you come across this glitch? Shouldn't a child without an umbrella seek shelter? Running hard will still get you drenched, won't it? While the rest is fine, the concluding gratitude section needs revision. Huh? Qing leaned over to see where Jiangche was pointing. Thank you to the school leaders for their nurturing. Thank you to the teachers for their guidance. And thank you to my classmates for their help. What's wrong with this? It's too insincere. Jiangche's tone turned uncharacteristically serious as he suggested. I recommend you include specific names. Specific names? Jiangche took a pen and revised one line of the speech. Thank you to Principal Zhang Ruilong and the school leaders for their nurturing. Zhang Ruilong? The principal's name? I think I should refer to him as Principal Zhang. It feels inappropriate to address him by his full name. Suit yourself. Qing retrieved the draft and modified the gratitude section, Thank you to Principal Zhang and the school leaders for their nurturing. Thank you to our homeroom teacher, Ms. Lin, and all the subject teachers for their guidance, and thank you to my classmates for their help. Done. As she finished speaking, Jiangche snatched the draft back, scanned the revisions, and frowned slightly. What's wrong? Why don't you mention any specific names for your classmates here? Shinqing's expression grew troubled. After a moment, she confessed, I wanted to write Shichu's name, but it felt odd. Who told you to write hers? Jiangche immediately took the pen and changed thank you to my classmates for their help to thank you to Jiangche and all my classmates for their help. In an instant, the entire draft seemed much more pleasing to the eye. Shinqing gazed at the revised speech, feeling a surge of embarrassment that rendered her speechless. Is there a problem with that? Well, you've always helped me with my assignments. Writing 2 drafts is like reviewing twice. It must be beneficial for your exam scores, right? Actually, not really. It is beneficial, Shinqing weakly replied. Jiangche, dropping his fierce demeanor, nodded in satisfaction. Then you should thank me in your speech. Is there any issue with that? No problem. Make sure to rehearse it well. Don't mispronounce any names on Monday. Oh, Shinqing silently tucked the draft away, her expression particularly dejected. Just then, Shinqing, have you completed the weekend assignment for this week? Zhou Shichu turned around, ready to ask Shinqing for their weekend assignment, only to notice the look of grievance on her face. In an instant, she imagined a scenario of bully Jiangche picking on the weak deskmate. Jiangche, slightly exasperated, recognized the narrative Zhou Shichu was concocting. Casting a sidelong glance at Shinqing, he coldly inquired, have I bullied you, little deskmate? Shinqing meekly responded, no. Zhou Shichu, seeing this, felt even more irate. Jiangche, don't go too far. Do you want me to inform Teacher Li right now? Chapter 62. Has Che been studying in secret? Ding ding ding, the bell for class ended. The previously quiet self-study classroom erupted into chaos. Some students, having packed their bags early, dashed out of the classroom. Shinqing, do you have any plans for the weekend? Want to go out? Zhou Shichu asked. Having spent the previous weekend studying for the upcoming monthly exam, she longed for a break. Shinqing hesitated briefly before nodding gently. Sure. With the assurance of receiving a scholarship next Monday, the burden of living expenses had significantly lightened, meaning she no longer needed to take a weekend job at Korean barbecue for extra cash. Let us set it for tomorrow morning at 10. As she spoke halfway, Zhou Shichu suddenly realized that Shinqing did not live in the same neighborhood as them. She turned to Jiangche. Jiangche, didn't you once drive Shinqing home? You could pick her up. No time. Jiangche's tone was cold, his refusal resolute. Zhou Shichu immediately frowned. Jiangche? Shinqing has helped you with so many assignments. What's wrong with picking her up? Jiangche remained silent and casually asked, where are we going tomorrow? Don't ask me to join you for karaoke. First, accompany me to buy some things, and then we'll head to the amusement park in the afternoon. With that, Zhou Shichu opened her phone interface, revealing 4 electronic tickets. I've secured 4 VIP tickets in advance. We won't have to queue. Jiangche nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. On campus, students poured out of the school gates like a torrent. Zhou Shichu walked alongside Shen Baisui, her face beaming with joy. She had performed well on this month's exam and was planning to ask her dad for a new phone and iPad. Shen Baisui, however, wore a frown, clearly still reeling from his position at the bottom of the grade. He didn't particularly care about grades, but was disheartened to see Jiangche's significant improvement. After studying for 2 days with Zhou Shichu, he had ended up at the bottom of the class. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. Oh, you only dropped a few places this time. Don't take it to heart. Zhou Shichu patted Chen Baisui's shoulder, offering a somewhat perfunctory consolation. Chen Baisui still looked glum. That Jiangche must have been secretly studying behind my back. He turned to look back at Jiangche and Shinqing walking side by side. Jiangche appeared relaxed, his mood seemingly quite good, while Shinqing carried a heavily patched backpack, habitually lowering her head and walking quietly. You probably just had bad luck this time. Jiangche scores in comprehensive subjects. Zhou Shichu began to advise but soon found it difficult to continue. If it were a sudden spike in English scores, it could be attributed to luck, given that most English exam questions were multiple choice. But for comprehensive subjects, she had seen Jiangche's exam paper, which contained many descriptive questions where he had scored. It was evident he had studied diligently. Behind them, Jiangche heard his friends grumbling and, glancing at Shinqing's backpack, reached back to weigh it. Shinqing instinctively turned around. Jiangche maintained a calm expression. There are no exams next week, and your weekend assignment is complete. Why is your backpack still so heavy? Qing fell silent. Jiang Che observed the inexplicably mournful look on Qing's face and frowned slightly. I'm asking you a question. It contains the assignments from a few days ago. Jiang Che fell silent, an unusual hint of awkwardness appearing on his face. If you can't finish it, you don't have to write it. It doesn't matter to me whether my assignments are submitted or not. Forget it. I'll take it back to finish. What if you change your mind next week? If I hold on to too many, I won't be able to finish them. Jiang Che was rendered speechless. For a moment, I was at a loss for words, simply gazing at the aggrieved Qing, who inexplicably reminded me of a wronged little wife. The four of us exited the school gates together. At the entrance, the familiar black Audi was parked by the roadside, awaiting the young lady of the house. Chen Baisui glanced at Jiang Che and asked, "Ah Che, shall I ride back with you? I have something to do." I knew it. Chen Baisui instantly became excited, looking at Jiang Che with a peculiar gaze. Are you trying to ditch me and sneak off to study alone? Jiang Che wore a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? Why don't you just come with me? Hurry up and get lost. Chen Baisui joined Zhou Shichu in the car. Their homes were both located in the same villa area, making it a convenient route. However, once inside the car, Chen Baisui's expression shifted. Something feels off. What do you mean? I've noticed that Ache has changed recently. He used to let me tag along when going home, and we would hang out together on weekends. Now, he has been sneaking off alone. Last week, I wanted to invite him to your place for a study session, but I couldn't even find him. Zhou Shichu remained unconcerned. Maybe he is off having fun somewhere. He wouldn't go out and not invite me. Zhou Shichu was momentarily at a loss for words. Chen Baisui, with a serious expression resembling that of a detective, declared, Ache's behavior suggests two possibilities. Either he is secretly dating someone, or he is clandestinely studying. The emphasis on the last statement revealed that Chen Baisui leaned towards the latter assumption. Zhou Shichu frowned slightly. That can't be true. He doesn't even pay attention in class. Is there really a need for him to study secretly after class? Otherwise, how could I have ended up as the last in the year this time? As their conversation continued, the black Audi drove away. At the school entrance, Qing was about to head towards the bus station when she felt her backpack being tugged from behind. Jiang Che had pulled on Qing's backpack, signaling her to walk in a different direction where a black motorcycle was parked. Qing seemed to understand Jiang Che's intention and softly said, "It's still early. I can take the bus back. Hurry up and follow me." By the motorcycle, Jiang Che casually tossed a helmet to Qing and remarked nonchalantly, "Make sure to familiarize yourself with the speech script for Monday's flag-raising ceremony, so you don't embarrass yourself on stage. The name I added cannot be changed. Understood? Got it." They both mounted the motorcycle, which sped along Huainan Avenue. As the sun set, the motorcycle weaved through traffic, the last rays of sunlight illuminating the boy, while the girl behind him gently tugged at his shirt. "I'll wait for you at the entrance of your community at 10 tomorrow morning. Be punctual." All right. Chapter 063, Late Saturday. The weather was overcast. Summer had passed, and autumn was approaching. In the morning, a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Qing rose early, preparing noodles in the kitchen, quietly eating alone at the dining table. Beneath the family photo frame, a 100 yuan bill remained pressed down. Zhao Feng and Zheng Tianlin were still away on a business trip, and Qing was reluctant to inquire about their whereabouts. She didn't have to work part-time at the Korean barbecue today. After breakfast, Qing sat alone at her desk in her bedroom, quietly completing exercise books. She had already finished her weekend homework, and these were the assignments that Jiang Che had accumulated over the past few days. 1 book, 2 books. Qing was always patient while doing homework, taking her time with neat handwriting. Time passed slowly. After an indeterminate duration, she finally completed the last exercise book. Qing sighed with relief, preparing to get up for some hot water when suddenly, a thought struck her. She glanced at the living room clock. 10:27. A sudden jolt of alarm surged within her. Yesterday, Jiang Che had said, "I'll wait for you at the entrance of your community at 10 tomorrow morning. Be punctual." An ominous premonition washed over her. Lacking a phone to contact Jiang Che, she instinctively put on her shoes and rushed out the door, sprinting all the way. As Qing hurried, her eyes scanned for familiar figures at the community entrance, until she finally spotted the black motorcycle parked by the roadside and the boy on it. She exhaled in relief, but calculating the time, she realized she was already half an hour late and hesitated to approach. "Jiang Che, you came?" Qing lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze, softly explaining, "I lost track of time and came out late." Put on your helmet. Jiang Che's tone was flat as he handed her the helmet, his face betraying no hint of displeasure. Shenqing accepted the helmet, donned it carefully, and took her place on the back seat. The black motorcycle sped away. On the weekend streets, shops opened their doors, and the number of customers was noticeably greater than usual. Shenqing sat on the back of the motorcycle, feeling the cool breeze, instinctively shrinking her neck. It had turned cooler. Have you familiarized yourself with the speech for next Monday? I've memorized it. Shenqing spoke softly. She had diligently reviewed the speech script last night, anxious about making mistakes on stage, and had gone over it repeatedly until she could nearly recite it verbatim. Memorized? Jiang Che scoffed. Are you planning to give an impromptu speech on Monday? That's impressive. And no. Shenqing shook her head vigorously, her tone subconsciously shrinking. I'll still read from the script. As they sped along, the previous awkwardness of solitude faded. Now, they could occasionally exchange a few words. However, to Shenqing's surprise, Jiang Che never brought up her half-hour tardiness. At Silverstone Square, the black motorcycle came to a slow stop at the roadside. Shenqing surveyed her surroundings. She frequented the Korean barbecue for her part-time job and was quite familiar with the area around Silverstone Square. Let us wait here for a bit. Jiang Che scanned the vicinity, ensuring there were no signs of the black Audi. Shenqing also looked around, puzzled, and asked, Haven't Shichu and the others arrived yet? She recalled that she had already arrived half an hour late. Previously, she had worried that her tardiness would hold up the others, yet it turned out that Zhou Shichu and Chun Baisui had not yet arrived. Jiang Che. What time is it? It's 11. An hour late. Shenqing glanced at Jiang Che, noticing his calm expression that conveyed a sense of familiarity with the situation. Do Shichu and the others often arrive late? MHM. Jiang Che nodded coolly, casually stating. Zhou Shichu always forgets things when she leaves, so she probably went back to get something. Chen Baisui likely stayed up all night gaming, so he probably hasn't even woken up at 10. Oh. Shenqing nodded slightly, casting a peculiar look at Jiang Che. Jiang Che frowned slightly, seemingly guessing what Shenqing was thinking. If I hadn't come to pick you up, you'd probably still be in bed. Fell into silence, refraining from further inquiries. The two stood on the street, waiting for nearly 20 minutes. A black Audi slowly approached Silverstone Square, coming to a halt beside the road like a motorcycle. Zhou Shichu and Chen Baisui exited from the back door, visibly surprised to see Jiang Che already present. Ah Che, you arrived so early today? Zhou Shichu remarked. Upon noticing Shenqing, Zhou Shichu realized something. Shenqing, have you been waiting for a long time? Not really. It's all Chen Baisui's fault for not getting out of bed. Zhou Shichu promptly shifted the blame onto Chen Baisui. Chen Baisui, looking bewildered, weakly replied. I didn't wake up late, did I? We were halfway out when you realized you forgot your phone. Is that my fault? Then why didn't you remind me right when we set off? Fine, I'll take the blame, Chen Baisui said, accepting the responsibility silently. Zhou Shichu nodded in satisfaction, linking her arm with Shenqing's. First, accompany me to buy some things, and then we'll have a meal. With that, the four of them headed towards the interior of Silverstone Square. Inside the square, besides sections for clothing, general merchandise, and food, there was also a dedicated area for electronic products. Zhou Shichu navigated effortlessly, leading the trio directly to the Apple Store. This was a promise she made with her father. Her significant improvement in her monthly exam scores warranted a reward. Upon entering the store, the staff greeted them respectfully, not showing any sign of negligence despite their youthful appearance. Zhou Shichu had no intention of meticulously selecting items. She simply pointed to the latest iPhone and iPad, signaling the staff to pack them. She then approached the counter to make the payment, spending over 10,000 yuan in about 5 minutes. The staff initially appeared taken aback, but soon realized she must be the daughter of a wealthy family. After leaving the store, Zhou Shichu casually tossed the bag containing the phone and tablet to Chen Baisui. Help me carry this. I'll unpack it when I get home. Chen Baisui was accustomed to this by now. After their purchases, the four made their way to the dining level of Silverstone Square. In the elevator, Zhou Shichu and Chen Baisui chatted merrily, while Shenqing remained quietly attentive, as always. She had observed Zhou Shichu's lavish spending without much reaction, accustomed as she was to the differences in people, families, and lifestyles. Chapter 064. The unspoken price. Silverstone Square's 5th floor, the Korean barbecue restaurant, was bustling as usual. Shenqing instinctively glanced at the place where she had previously worked, feeling a deep gratitude towards the owner. I heard there's a new Thai seafood restaurant here. Should we give it a try? Perhaps some tom yum soup? Zhou Shichu suggested enthusiastically. Chen Baisui nodded in agreement. while Jiang Che casually added, "Sure, let us go there." The Korean barbecue remained the most popular spot in the food court, yet the three of them chose to overlook it in unison. Stepping into the newly opened Thai seafood restaurant adorned with celebratory flower arrangements at the entrance. Grand opening specials. The promotional banner announced, "For a view, we have available seats." The sweet-voiced waitress greeted them warmly. As they entered, Jiang Che casually inquired, "Do you have any discounts for the grand opening?" "Yes, we have many half-price dishes this week. Since you all appear to be students, if you show your student ID or school badge, you'll receive a 20% discount. Plus, on your birthday, you can dine for free with your ID. And children under 1.3 meters can eat for free," the waitress explained. The four exchanged glances. Zhou Shichu shrugged, saying nonchalantly, "I left my school badge at home." Chen Baisui and Jiang Che remained silent, as they typically didn't carry their badges at school, especially on weekends. Their eyes turned to Shen Qing, who quietly retrieved her school badge from her pocket and handed it to the waitress. "Here." "All right," the waitress said, glancing at the badge before returning it along with the menu. "Shen Qing, you carry your school badge with you?" Zhou Shichu asked, somewhat surprised. Shen Qing tucked the badge away, softly explaining, "I put it in my pocket yesterday and forgot to take it out." "I see," Zhou Shichu nodded, not dwelling on the topic further, and passed the menu forward. "Who wants to order?" Chen Baisui was disinterested in ordering, and Shen Qing shook her head slightly. Jiang Che, ignoring the menu, playfully placed his hand on Shen Qing's head, teasingly asking, "Are you over 1.3 meters? If not, you can eat for free." Shen Qing, taken aback, looked at Jiang Che but hesitated to push his hand away. Zhou Shichu swiftly slapped the menu against Jiang Che's arm, speaking firmly, "Don't mess around." Dishes of Thai cuisine began to arrive: steamed base with lime, tom yum soup, Bangkok chicken strips, curry crab, and mango sticky rice. Each dish was exquisitely plated and filled the air with delightful aromas. Zhou Shichu quickly took out her phone to snap a photo and then captured a group selfie of the four of them. In the photo, Chen Baisui flashed a bright smile, his joy apparent as the gloom from being at the bottom of the class the previous day seemed to vanish overnight. Jiang Che maintained his usual indifferent expression, uninterested in the camera. Shen Qing, not accustomed to being photographed, appeared a bit shy and tentatively posed with a peace sign. "Dig in, this mango sticky rice is delicious. This restaurant has a pretty authentic Thai flavor," Zhou Shichu remarked. The four chatted and enjoyed their meal, with Zhou Shichu and Chen Baisui leading the conversation, ensuring there was never a dull moment. Jiang Che only chimed in when mentioned, while Shen Qing remained relatively quiet. However, as their camaraderie deepened, she gradually began to engage in their discussions. Before they knew it, the dishes had dwindled. Shen Qing glanced at the table and decided to head to the counter to settle the bill. Zhou Shichu instinctively intended to stop her, but caught herself and glanced at Chen Baisui and Jiang Che. The three shared an understanding nod. After a month of friendship, they had come to understand Shen Qing's personality if she insisted on treating them to a meal as a reward for her scholarship. It would be unwise to insist on paying, lest she feel reluctant to dine with them again. At the counter, Shen Qing looked at the waitress, her voice still soft. "Hello, I'd like to settle the bill." "Certainly, just a moment," the waitress replied, glancing at the menu before stating, "Your total is 178 yuan. Shen Qing paused, handing over 200 yuan while glancing at the receipt. The price surprised her. She had anticipated it to exceed 300 yuan given the restaurant's location in the city center and the typical price of private Thai cuisine. "Here's your change," the waitress said, returning the money along with a detailed bill. Shen Qing glanced over the receipt and realized that all the dishes they had ordered were part of the half-price grand opening promotion, plus the student discount, which explained the unexpectedly low total. "All right, let us go," she said. Zhou Shichu greeted softly. A trio stood at the entrance of the store, waiting. Jiang Che glanced at Shen Qing, who had just exited the establishment, and casually inquired, "Have you had enough to eat?" Che, are you going to smoke?" "No. You shouldn't spend every day smoking. It's unbearable." The group left amidst laughter and chatter, tacitly avoiding any mention of the meal's expense, as if acknowledging that Shen Qing had treated everyone to an extravagant feast. Outside Insure Square, a black Audi and a motorcycle were parked along the roadside. The Zhou family driver, having finished lunch, returned to the driver's seat of the Audi, awaiting their departure. The four emerged from the mall. Chen Baisui and Jiang Che were both smoking, while Zhou Shichu held Shen Qing's arm, distancing themselves from the two smokers, clearly expressing her distaste. "Shen Qing, stay away from them. Let us share a car," Let them take the motorcycle. As she spoke, Zhou Shichu led Shenqing towards the back seat of the black Audi. Chen Baisui glanced at Jiang Che, pointing to the Audi. Che, I'll get in first? Scram. Jiang Che dismissed him, discarding his cigarette and striding towards his motorcycle. Chen Baisui tossed aside his cigarette too, but upon reaching the car door, he found it locked. Knock, knock. Chen Shu, open the door. He lightly tapped on the window, which slowly rolled down. Zhou Shichu looked at Chen Baisui outside the car with disdain. Who told you to smoke? Take Jiang Che's motorcycle. The cigarette is out. It still has a smell. Chapter 065. Can you aspire to greater heights? In the afternoon, the autumn air in Longqing began to cool, with the sycamore trees displaying hues of green tinged with yellow. The black Audi and motorcycle traveled along the elevated road towards the Longqing amusement park. Inside the car, Zhou Shichu carelessly tossed her newly purchased phone and iPad aside, opting instead to engage in conversation with Shenqing. Shenqing, aren't you scheduled to give a speech on the podium next Monday? How is your preparation coming along? Not too bad. Shenqing pressed her lips together, feeling uncertain. I've never given a speech before. I'm afraid I might make mistakes. I've spoken on the podium once before. It wasn't too daunting. Oh, Shenqing was momentarily taken aback. She had some understanding of Zhou Shichu's achievements. It was likely not due to being the top student that she had gotten the opportunity to speak. Your truly wounds my heart. Zhou Shichu rolled her eyes, exasperated. In my first year, I climbed the wall with Chen Baisui and got caught by the principal. I was nervous when I first stood on the podium to read my self-reflection, but after saying a few words, it became natural. Oh, you're delivering a speech as the top student, not reading a self-reflection. Just relax. While the two conversed in the car, on the motorcycle, Chen Baisui sat in the back, pulling his neck in. This wretched weather in Longqing has cooled down unexpectedly. Che, I've grown accustomed to Shichu's car. I can't get used to your motorcycle anymore. Then get off? Never mind. Chen Baisui chuckled, then his tone turned serious. Che, we've been brothers for so many years. Tell me the truth. Have you been secretly studying behind my back? Jiang Che chose silence. However, Chen Baisui, perceiving his lack of denial, appeared disheartened. Che, you really aren't human. When I got home yesterday, my monthly exam results were sent home, and I didn't even have dinner. And then you stayed up late playing games, ordering a bunch of late-night snacks? Jiang Che's tone was cold. Chen Baisui awkwardly laughed, realizing he couldn't hide his actions from his childhood friend, and redirected the conversation. Che, be honest, have you been studying in secret? No. Then how did your exam scores suddenly improve so much? Talent. Chen Baisui fell silent, the conversation dwindling. At the amusement park, located in the eastern district of Longqing, the venue was equipped with various entertainment facilities, a favorite spot for many young people and children. General admission tickets cost $89 per person. VIP tickets are priced at $289 each. The black Audi halted at the entrance of the amusement park. Zhou Shichu and Shenqing alighted, noticing the black motorcycle speeding up behind them, much faster than when Shenqing was riding. Let us go, let us go, Zhou Shichu called out. She had already secured 4 VIP tickets in advance. The Zhou family was affluent and well-connected, making it effortless to acquire several VIP passes for the amusement park. The 4 entered together. After the ticket check, Shenqing's gaze wandered around. She had visited the amusement park with her father during her elementary years. Back then, the park was rather modest, with fewer attractions. Far from the bustling and vibrant scene it was now. Shenqing, let us go. Zhou Shichu tugged at Shenqing, racing towards the amusement park. Their destination, evidently the roller coaster. Both girls, holding VIP tickets, bypassed the queue. Shenqing was pulled along until they reached the roller coaster, where she suddenly froze in fear. Shichu, how about you go alone? She had never dared to try such rides, having only enjoyed the carousel with her father. Glancing up at the roller coaster, she instinctively took a few steps back and accidentally stepped on Jiang Che's foot. Shenqing stumbled. Jiang Che reached out to steady her, though his expression was less than pleased. What are you doing? I'm sorry. Shenqing quickly apologized. Jiang Che looked at the roller coaster, then at Shenqing, scoffing lightly. Are you afraid of this? Not really. Why are you afraid of everything? Shenqing lowered her head slightly, hesitant to admit her fear, mumbling softly. The doctor said I shouldn't engage in stimulating activities. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shichu, who had initially aimed to encourage Shenqing to face her fears, immediately ceased her efforts. She remembered that Shenqing had been unwell in the past and had taken a year off from school, Patients indeed should avoid high-intensity activities. In her excitement upon arriving at the amusement park, Zhou Shichu had momentarily forgotten this fact. Shen Baisui, do you dare? Zhou Shichu quickly shifted her focus. She figured if she was going alone, it would be daunting, but if someone accompanied her, she wouldn't be as afraid. Shen Baisui, unfazed, replied, let us go. He turned to Jiang Che, calling out, Che, do you want to join? No response. Zhou Shichu and Shen Baisui proceeded towards the roller coaster's ticket checkpoint. And due to their VIP tickets, they were able to board without waiting. Shenqing glanced at Jiang Che beside her, puzzled. Aren't you going? No. Then you. Jiang Che looked at Shenqing, teasing her with a smirk. Are you certain you're not going on the roller coaster for health reasons? How about trying the drop tower? Or the swinging pendulum? Is the carousel all right? Shall we give it a try? Shenqing glanced in the direction of the carousel before shifting her gaze towards the pirate ship. Jiang Che followed her line of sight. The carousel, a quintessential amusement park attraction, held no thrill, and hardly anyone ventured to ride it anymore. Jiang Che scoffed, feeling a pang of disappointment towards Shenqing. Can you not be so unambitious? Shenqing lowered her head, falling silent. Jiang Che, somewhat helpless, turned and walked towards the carousel, casually urging her, keep up. Huh? Shenqing, realizing something, quickly trotted after him. The duo arrived at the carousel area, which was devoid of any waiting patrons, rendering VIP tickets unnecessary. You can go in by yourself. Okay, Shenqing nodded, a smile illuminating her face, her dimples particularly charming. After taking a few steps, she turned back, looking at Jiang Che, who remained stationary, puzzled. Aren't you coming? I'm not going. Jiang Che firmly shook his head. It's too embarrassing. Chapter 066. The carousel in the amusement park. Shenqing entered the carousel area under Jiang Che's watchful gaze. The space was quite expansive. An attendant, sitting in the control room, glanced at the young girl and waved dismissively. Once Shenqing was seated, the carousel began to turn, its pace leisurely. The daylight rendered the canopy lights unlit, giving it a rather drab appearance. Compared to the popular rides like the roller coaster and the pendulum, this carousel, tucked away in a corner of the park, had long lost its former glory of long queues. Jiang Che lounged against the railing surrounding the carousel, lazily smoking a cigarette while watching Shenqing, who sat atop a wooden horse, dressed in a white jacket, jeans, and slightly worn canvas shoes. She still appeared youthful and innocent even after shedding her school uniform. Yet, there was a noticeable increase in her smiles, her dimples prominently displayed. Jiang Che couldn't help but scoff, such a child. He found it perplexing that while she was capable of munching on steamed buns and working part-time, her maturity surpassed that of her peers, yet she remained timid. She was too afraid to ride the thrilling roller coasters and drop towers, yet found immense joy in a simple carousel. As the ride concluded, the carousel came to a halt. Shenqing, still yearning for more, looked towards Jiang Che. Aren't you going to ride? I can't hear you, he replied. I said, aren't you going to ride? No. Jiang Che remained resolute in his refusal, and upon noticing Shenqing still seated on the carousel, he seemed to have an epiphany. He knocked on the attendant's door and inquired, can the carousel keep running? Keep running? Yes, since there are no other visitors. Jiang Che put away his usual scowl and handed the attendant his cigarette pack. The attendant looked at the offering and then at Jiang Che. You're quite resourceful. He pressed a button in the control room. No problem, just let it run, and I'll extend it when it's about to finish. Thank you. Jiang Che expressed his gratitude. The carousel resumed its motion. Oh? Shenqing, still on the horse, was startled when the carousel began to spin again. Jiang Che, just sit still. Jiang Che glanced at Shenqing atop the carousel and nonchalantly said, since there are no other visitors, you might as well enjoy it to the fullest. I'll go buy something. Just stay on. Okay. Shenqing acknowledged, watching Jiang Che's figure as he walked towards a nearby ice cream stand. Ice cream was a staple treat in amusement parks, beloved by patrons. Although autumn was beginning to chill the air, the queue inside the shop was still considerable. After 10 minutes of waiting, Jiang Che emerged with 3 ice creams and headed back towards the carousel. As he approached the railing, Shenqing, seeing him as a beacon of hope, urgently called out, Jiang Che, wait. All right. Jiang Che nodded slightly and signaled to the attendant at the control window. The carousel came to a halt. Shenqing dismounted, but instead of leaving, she lingered, appearing slightly dazed. Jiang Che approached her, his tone laced with disdain. You get dizzy from a carousel ride? Shenqing didn't respond. Jiang Che continued to tease her. I think the only amusement in this park suited for you is a stationary bench by the roadside. After a while, Shenqing regained her composure, feeling a bit wronged. She murmured, The carousel spun for over 10 minutes. Jiangche paused, realizing he had asked the attendant to keep the ride going while he went to buy ice cream, and had left Shenqing on it for quite some time. An awkward silence ensued. Jiangche, for once, felt a tad embarrassed, cleared his throat, and handed her the 3 ice creams. Want one to cool off? And no, thank you. Shenqing shook her head slightly after glancing at the 3 ice creams Jiangche held. As they were a group of 4, one person would inevitably miss out if only 3 were available. Are you upset? No. Then why aren't you eating? Is it that time of the month? And no, it's not. Shenqing's cheeks flushed unexpectedly, feeling a bit flustered at Jiangche's direct question. What kind of boy asks a girl that? Then I'll just take 2. She said, contemplating the others. I didn't buy for Su Chu and Chen Bai's way. Jiangche casually remarked, oblivious to where the 2 had wandered off to. Buy 2. Get 1 free? Sort of, Jiangche confirmed nonchalantly. The staff at the ice cream shop gave an extra 1. Oh, Shenqing nodded, accepting 1 strawberry-flavored ice cream from Jiangche's hand. 1 is enough. Take this vanilla one too. Huh, I don't like it. Oh. Shenqing took 2 ice creams and looked back at the carousel. The carousel, once a beautiful memory from her childhood, now felt like it was crumbling in her mind, igniting an inexplicable aversion to ever riding it again. What about Su Chu and the others? I don't know. Jiangche glanced towards the roller coaster. The roller coaster ride is over. They're probably at the drop tower or pendulum. Oh, Shenqing nodded. Hearing the names of those thrilling rides made her abandon the idea of searching for them. So, where should we go now? Anywhere. How about the Ferris wheel? Not going. Jiangche shook his head, his tone indifferent. The Ferris wheel isn't fun during the day, and besides, you're not confessing to me. So what's the point? Huh. Shenqing was taken aback, uncertain of the connection between the Ferris wheel and a confession. Without further inquiry, she tentatively suggested, what about the little train? The roller coaster? No, the one that goes in circles on the ground. Isn't that for children? Jiangche was momentarily speechless. Are you deliberately choosing the least popular amusement rides? Never mind, let us go. With a sense of resignation, Jiangche headed towards the little train. It was a cartoonish locomotive, each carriage adorned with various animated characters, seating 2. Parents accompanied their young children. Likely even elementary school students found it childish. Jiangche halted, unable to accept the childish and embarrassing nature of such attractions. It's too juvenile. You can go by yourself. Then forget it. Do you want me to accompany you? Yes. Chapter 67. An apology requires sincerity. With a rumble, the little train began to move. Jiangche and Shenqing sat side by side in the cramped carriage, which was designed for parent-child entertainment. The train proceeded slowly along the track, playing nursery rhymes. Jiangche shielded his face with 1 hand, slightly bowing his head, seemingly embarrassed to be riding a little train at an amusement park. I'll endure this ride with you, but afterward, you must accompany me on other attractions. All right, Shenqing nodded lightly. Jiangche continued to cover his face, anxious that someone might see him on the little train, tarnishing his image. Let us ride the roller coaster afterward. Huh. Shenqing hesitated, mumbling, I can't handle such thrilling rides. Are you certain it's a physical limitation? Jiangche's enchanting gaze fixed on the girl beside him. Shenqing timidly raised her head, but when their eyes met, she hesitated to speak. She had always been like this, when lying. She avoided eye contact and her voice became faint. Jiangche had long since recognized this flaw. Shenqing glanced at his captivating eyes and quietly admitted, I'm a bit scared. What about the drop tower? Or the log flume? Choose one quickly. Jiangche's impatience surfaced as he maintained his face-covering posture, feeling a social embarrassment despite his thick skin. Shenqing sat on the little train, caught in indecision. The roller coaster, the drop tower, the log flume. She was reluctant to try any of them. After a moment of contemplation, she softly suggested, how about the log flume? Jiangche subtly nodded, keeping his face concealed until the little train came to a halt. With a beep, the train gradually ceased moving. Jiangche and Shenqing disembarked, observing that all the other carriages were filled with adults enjoying the ride with children, leaving them with an odd sensation. Let us go. Do I have any other choices? Shenqing inquired softly, as if attempting a final protest. Like what? Bumper cars? No. Shenqing shrank back, meekly trailing behind Jiangche towards the log flume. The log flume was one of the amusement park's most popular attractions, with a long queue. After presenting their VIP tickets, Jiangche and Shenqing breezed through, receiving disposable plastic raincoats from the staff. Put this on, Jiangche instructed as he handed a raincoat to Shenqing. Make sure to keep it on. Otherwise, you want to have a spare if your clothes get wet. Oh, okay. If you're scared, you can hold on to me. Shen-Qing nodded earnestly, her heartbeat quickening as she climbed into the log flume with Jiang Che. Many other visitors joined them, predominantly couples. 3, 2, 1. The announcement echoed. Shen-Qing felt her body stiffen, nervously glancing around, her hands instinctively clutching Jiang Che's arm. The boat glided forward, ascending to the highest point before plunging downwards. Shen-Qing instinctively shut her eyes, a sensation of weightlessness enveloping her as she clung tightly to Jiang Che's arm. Ah! A chorus of screams erupted from the other riders, mingling with Shen-Qing's voice. This was likely her first time making such a loud sound in front of strangers. As they plummeted, water splashed up to several meters high, soaking the riders. The entire experience lasted mere seconds. Once it stopped, Shen-Qing slowly opened her eyes, exhaling deeply, feeling as if she had narrowly escaped a perilous situation. Yet, the log flume, which she had previously feared, turned out to be not so daunting after all. How was it? Jiang Che rose, extending his hand to help Shen-Qing up while brushing off the water from her. You're not wet, are you? No. My sleeves are completely soaked. Jiang Che raised his arm to display his raincoat, now torn and thoroughly drenched. Shen-Qing looked at the ripped raincoat, tentatively asking, Did I tear it? What do you think? I'm sorry, Shen-Qing murmured, her face brimming with guilt. Jiang Che paid it no mind, casually removing the raincoat with a teasing tone. An apology requires tangible action. Upon hearing this, Shen-Qing seemed to grasp the implication, reaching for Jiang Che's arm and gently lifting the wet fabric off. Jiang Che looked exasperated. Are you foolish? Huh? Choose between the roller coaster and the drop tower. Shen-Qing's expression froze instantly. Jiang Che continued unhurriedly. My sleeve is drenched. Let me see your sincerity in apologizing. After a moment of hesitation, Shen-Qing quietly asked, Are there any other options? Bumper cars are not an option. Jiang Che firmly rejected, but out of humanitarian concern, he added an alternative, bungee jumping. Shen-Qing was momentarily stunned, gazing at Jiang Che with disbelief, her expression one of utter dismay. Was that option really necessary? After a brief pause, Shen-Qing lowered her head and softly made her choice. I suppose the roller coaster will do. Let us go. Jiang Che nodded decisively, leading Shen-Qing towards the roller coaster, where the line was quite long. Presenting their VIP tickets, they moved swiftly to the entrance. Jiang Che's demeanor remained calm, while Shen-Qing hesitated, appearing as if she were facing her execution. How about we change to something else? The drop tower? No. Never mind. Let us stick with this. Then hurry up, Jiang Che said, feigning annoyance as he observed Shen-Qing, who was desperately seeking ways to delay. Shen-Qing shrank her neck nervously, her heart filled with apprehension as she timidly followed. She boarded the vehicle and secured her safety buckle. Instinctively, she grasped Jiang Che's arm, her pale fingers gripping the slightly damp fabric of his sleeve. Relax a bit. There is no need to be so tense. I'm not nervous. Then loosen your grip. If you tear my shirt, I have no spare. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Shen-Qing's voice mingled among the cacophony, louder than her earlier shrieks on the rapid river ride. Her hands clung tightly to Jiang Che's arm. Her petite face blanched with fright. Jiang Che glanced at her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How do you feel now? There was no response, only the relentless wails of the girl, drowned out by the sounds of the roller coaster. It wasn't until the ride concluded that the visitors disembarked, and Shen-Qing hurriedly exited, fearing she might be dragged into another round by Jiang Che. He followed closely, grabbing her collar to halt her escape. Why are you running so fast? Are you eager to try the drop tower? No. Shen-Qing quickly shook her head. She felt as if she had narrowly escaped death, her spirit nearly extinguished by the experience. The overwhelming sensation of weightlessness far surpassed that of the river ride. You did well. When Shen Baishui rode for the first time, he threw up for 5 minutes. Shen-Qing had no retort. She, too, felt a wave of nausea rising. Jiang Che regarded her, his tone softening. Once you've experienced it once, you won't be scared the second time, right? Shall we experience it again? Absolutely not. Shen-Qing resolutely declined, her voice rising with rare conviction. After a brief silence, Jiang Che pointed towards the drop tower. Care to accompany me to take a look? Shen-Qing shook her head. Jiang Che took a deep breath and explained, Shou Shichu and Shen Baishui are over there. Let us go find them. Oh. Only then did Shen-Qing respond softly, her gaze wary as she looked at Jiang Che. I'm not going on that. All right. As they approached the drop tower, they spotted a long queue, and even more piercing screams than before. Shenqing watched as riders plummeted from a great height. Just imagining herself in their position sent shivers down her spine, and she instinctively halted. Jiangche, let us wait for Shichu here. She stood firm, unwilling to draw closer to the drop tower. Jiangche regarded her seriously. I already said I want to drag you up. What are you afraid of? You don't trust me? No, not at all. Then let us go. Zhou Shichu and Chen Baishui are waiting for us. Jiangche strode towards the drop tower. And after a moment of hesitation, Shenqing followed quietly. Shenqing, over here. Zhou Shichu spotted them from a distance and waved enthusiastically. Chen Baishui stood beside her, his expression slightly bitter, though he masked it as the two approached. Where did you two go? Zhou Shichu inquired curiously. Jiangche replied nonchalantly, the carousel, the rapid river ride, and the roller coaster. Now we're off to try this. What? Zhou Shichu blinked in surprise. She had just invited Shenqing to join her on the roller coaster, only to be declined due to Shenqing's health concerns. Shenqing isn't well. Why did you take her on the roller coaster? Jiangche glanced at Shenqing, smirking slightly. She's fine. She was just frightened. Shenqing felt a pang of embarrassment as her excuse was exposed, her cheeks flushing as she avoided Zhou Shichu's gaze. Zhou Shichu looked at her with a hint of reproach. Shenqing, when I asked you to join me, you refused, yet you agreed to go with Jiangche? No, it's not like that. Shenqing stammered, her discomfort evident. Jiangche chuckled and explained, I sort of forced her onto the roller coaster. Shenqing expressed her gratitude with a fleeting smile. However, in the next breath, Jiangche casually added, Shenqing just agreed to accompany me on this ride. Would you like to join us? At his words, Shenqing's expression froze in disbelief. When did she ever agree? Zhou Shichu nodded eagerly, sure. I just tried it and didn't get enough. Before she could finish, Chen Baishui interjected, oh, why don't you all go ahead? I'll grab some snacks for you. He had already experienced the drop tower once and was reluctant to endure that heart-pounding sensation again, despite putting on a brave face in front of Zhou Shichu. Are you scared? Zhou Shichu looked at him oddly. Chen Baishui faltered before replying, not at all. I just feel then keep up. We can get snacks later. With that, Zhou Shichu took Shenqing's hand, restoring their previous camaraderie. Let us go. The next round is about to start. Shenqing wore a look of despair, but felt powerless to refuse any further. The four of them entered through the VIP entrance for the drop tower, seated themselves, and secured their safety buckles. Shenqing felt as if her heart was racing, instinctively wanting to grasp Jiangche's arm, but with Zhou Shichu and Chen Baishui present, she hesitantly withdrew her hand. Are you scared? Jiangche teased, lifting her sleeve and placing her hand on his arm, encouraging her to hold on. Soon, the drop tower began its slow ascent. As they reached the pinnacle, Shenqing's grip tightened, the difference being that this time, it was her nails digging into him. Ah! The scream erupted as the drop tower plummeted from its height, the sensation of free fall enveloping every rider. Shenqing clutched Jiangche's arm tightly, her eyes shut, her body tense as she braced for the descent. Chen Baishui, attempting to maintain composure, ultimately succumbed to the thrill, letting out a shout as they fell. The entire experience lasted merely 10 seconds. As the drop tower came to a steady halt, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Shenqing slowly opened her eyes, still rigid but relieved to have survived. They unbuckled their safety harnesses, and Jiangche and Zhou Shichu stood up first, observing the two still seated in a daze. Zhou Shichu looked at Chen Baishui with a hint of disdain. You were way too loud earlier. My ears are nearly deafened. Jiangche chuckled, glancing at the still dazed Shenqing and teasingly asked, not getting up? Do you want to ride again? Chapter 069. Can you swear? This waffle tastes delightful. I didn't get to try the toffee flavor at the amusement park in Shanghai, but I can't believe they have it here. Don't you want any? Zhou Shichu sat on a bench, holding a freshly baked waffle, eating alone while casting curious glances at the other three. Jiangche appeared unfazed, while Chen Baishui struggled to maintain a calm demeanor, repeatedly shaking his head at the waffle Zhou Shichu offered. His stomach was already in turmoil. A bite of the waffle might very well send the Thai seafood he had for lunch right back up. Shenqing's face was somewhat pale. The roller coaster and the freefall ride were distinctly different experiences, the latter evoking a stronger sensation of weightlessness. The little girl was evidently shaken. Jiangche looked at Shenqing, who was also seated on the bench with her head down, and leaned slightly to one side to inquire, were you scared to tears? No. Shenqing quickly raised her head, blinking her eyes as if to assert that she had not cried. She was merely startled and still recovering from the shock. Such rides often instill fear the first time. Subsequent experiences would certainly breed familiarity. Don't you want to try again together? No, thank you. Shinqing firmly shook her head, gazing at Jiang Che with a hint of grievance in her voice. You said you wouldn't pull me up there. Did I? You definitely did. You must be mistaken. Jiang Che chuckled, completely denying having tricked the little girl moments ago. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shichu grasped Shinqing's hand and seriously remarked, Shinqing, you can't trust what boys say. I've never believed the nonsense those two spout. The group engaged in casual conversation, their earlier excitement having left them somewhat fatigued. Chen Baisui distributed 4 bottles of drinks to everyone, and after taking a sip, his tumultuous stomach began to settle considerably. Shall we try a few more rides? He proposed, seemingly attempting to redeem his earlier loss of composure on the free-fall ride. That giant swing looks quite fun. Are you sure? Zhou Shichu regarded Chen Baisui with disdain, as if his expression were saying, You weakling, just talking big again. I'm absolutely sure. Chen Baisui insisted, turning to Jiang Che and Shinqing. Shinqing, want to join? Shinqing's face displayed hesitation. She had not yet recovered from the adrenaline rush of the free-fall ride, and clearly did not wish to continue. Jiang Che glanced at Shinqing, promptly shaking his head in refusal. No? It was only after Chen Baisui and Zhou Shichu departed that Jiang Che settled onto the bench beside Shinqing, casually asking, How do you feel? Look at my arm. Jiang Che rested his arm in front of Shinqing. The muscular definition of his forearm accentuated by 5 distinct nail imprints embedded in his flesh. Shinqing cast a glance and muttered softly, Who made you insist on dragging me up there? What? Why yes. I'm sorry. Shinqing retracted her neck. Choosing to concede, Jiang Che found her response amusing, adopting a tone of mild exasperation. I told you before, don't follow like a fool just saying sorry. Apologies require sincerity. Otherwise, let us go again. No, I want to apologize anymore. Shinqing hastily interjected. After hearing that apologies must be sincere, she had taken a spin on the roller coaster. Experience teaches wisdom. Jiang Che nodded slightly, surveying the surroundings before casually asking, Is there anything else you'd like to eat? Shinqing gently shook her head, murmuring, I'm not hungry. What about the rides? You should be able to handle the pirate ship, right? I'm a bit tired. All right then. Jiang Che refrained from pressing further, merely leaning back against the bench and casually inquiring, Which is scarier, the speech on Monday or the free-fall ride we just experienced? Shinqing blinked, clearly perplexed by the sudden shift in topic. That is not the same. How is it different? The free-fall ride was frightening. The speech on Monday, well, it's a bit embarrassing. Embarrassing? Jiang Che raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard something utterly incredulous, tilting his head to look at the little girl. I don't feel embarrassed reading my reflection on the podium. What is embarrassing about you, the top student? Giving a speech? Shinqing was at a loss for words. She didn't truly feel embarrassed. Rather, she was somewhat shy, worried that making a mistake in front of the whole school might turn her into a laughingstock. If you go and sing a song at the amusement park center now, you'll definitely not be nervous when you go on stage on Monday, Jiang Che stated earnestly. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the stage at the amusement park center, where staff were singing children's songs, accompanied by those dressed in cartoon costumes performing a dance. The overall performance was rather mediocre. Aside from a few parents watching their children, other visitors showed no inclination to linger. Over there. I'm not going. Shinqing instinctively wanted to flee. Upon following Jiang Che's gaze to the stage, an ominous premonition settled in her heart. Even the mere thought of herself singing on stage sent shivers down her spine. Seeing Shinqing's strong reaction, Jiang Che was momentarily taken aback. I didn't say I wanted you to go up and sing. We can just look at the stage from the side. No. Shinqing resolutely refused, adding with a hint of grievance. You said we could just look before going on the free-fall ride. She had been deceived once before. No matter what, she wouldn't fall for Jiang Che's tricks again. Jiang Che wore a somewhat helpless expression, taking a light sip of his drink. His captivating eyes fixed on Shinqing. You don't trust me? Shinqing nodded emphatically. Jiang Che took a deep breath, furrowing his brow before adopting a mock-serious expression. Are you certain? Shinqing instantly cowered, retreating her neck and pressing her lips together in silence. Speak. Do you trust me? Yes. Then accompany me to the stage. That is not a problem, right? Shinqing hesitated, looking at Jiang Che, and softly suggested, Can we just watch from below? I don't want to go on stage. Fine. But don't you dare lie to me. Okay. As Shinqing observed Jiang Che's straightforward agreement, her skepticism deepened. After a moment of contemplation, she quietly asked, Could you swear? Jiang Che blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback by the seriousness of her request. He found her earnest demand both amusing and exasperating. All right, I swear, if I drag you up to sing, let me return to being the last in our grade in the next midterm exam. Xinqing gazed at Jiang Che, her expression clouded with confusion, as if questioning the validity of his oath. What's wrong? Jiang Che inquired, noticing her peculiar demeanor. Do you think my oath lacks sincerity? Xinqing wanted to nod, but ultimately refrained. No. Then what's with that expression? Just smile. Xinqing looked somewhat aggrieved. But seeing Jiang Che's stern expression, she managed to force a smile, revealing 2 small dimples on her cheeks, though her demeanor suggested reluctance. Let us go. Jiang Che rose to his feet, preparing to walk towards the stage. Xinqing remained seated, motionless, blinking at Jiang Che with a soft, pitiful tone. Can we choose another place? You don't trust me? I've made such a solemn vow, yet you still doubt me? Well, it's not too bad. Xinqing muttered under her breath. Jiang Che stood before the bench, his demeanor serious as he inquired, would you be willing to return to being the last in the class? No, I wouldn't. Then that's settled. Hurry up, I'll take you over to have a look. That's the stage where the staff perform. And you wouldn't even qualify to step on it. Oh, okay. Xinqing nodded at his words. This somewhat impatient remark clearly provided Xinqing with more reassurance than Jiang Che's earlier so-called oath. The two departed from the bench, making their way towards the central stage. On the stage, a staff member donned in a princess dress was singing a nursery rhyme, accompanied by several cartoon mascots dancing around. Occasionally, they interacted with the children in the audience. The crowd consisted of adults accompanied by their little ones, the children exuberantly engaging with the mascots, while the adults wore gentle smiles. There's really nothing special about this stage, Xinqing quietly remarked. She was still concerned that Jiang Che might go back on his word and make her sing on stage, seeking an excuse to leave quickly. Jiang Che, however, appeared unperturbed. I think it's quite nice. These performances are meant for children. But you just rode that little train with the child earlier, didn't you? Xinqing found herself at a loss for words and could only follow Jiang Che from behind. In the audience, the children jumped and frolicked, showering the performing mascots with enthusiasm. Jiang Che stood quietly, his expression neutral. Xinqing could tell he had no interest in the performance, and the longer they stayed, the more anxious she became. Before long, the mascots on stage began tossing small toys and candies into the crowd, all intended for the children. Spotting Xinqing and Jiang Che in the audience, one of the mascots casually tossed a piece of candy their way. Xinqing quickly reached out to catch it. Jiang Che glanced at the candy in her palm. Is that the candy from the amusement park? Yes. Didn't you eat it when you were little? No. Jiang Che nodded, not broaching the subject of Xinqing's father, merely sharing about his own past. When I was young, my family was quite busy, and they had no time to take me to amusement parks. So, this isn't your first time here, is it? No. Jiang Che's demeanor remained as frosty as ever, seemingly recalling something. When I was little, I used to come with Chun Baisui and Zhou Shichu. Our families were all busy, so we grouped together to play at the amusement park. However, when they threw candies from the stage, other children had their parents helping them grab them. But the 3 of us were too short to get any. His voice was calm, lacking any bitterness, merely reminiscing about the past. Xinqing pondered for a moment and then offered the candy in her hand to Jiang Che. Then, you can have this one. I don't want it. Why not? It's not tasty, but you haven't even tried it. As she spoke, Xinqing unwrapped the candy and held it up to Jiang Che's mouth. Her voice soft yet resolute. The candy from the amusement park is really sweet, I promise. Jiang Che glanced at the candy held to his lips, took a bite, and inadvertently nipped Xinqing's outstretched finger. Ouch! Xinqing exclaimed, instinctively retracting her hand, looking at Jiang Che with a puzzled expression. Her mouth slightly agape as if to say, I kindly offered you candy, why did you bite me? But before she could voice her thoughts, Jiang Che spoke first, furrowing his brow with a hint of disdain. Did you not wash your hands before? Xinqing was momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. The performance on stage resumed. The children in the audience, upon receiving their candies, began to frolic joyfully, seemingly free from any worries. Xinqing's cheeks flushed red, wanting to say something but unsure how to begin. What's wrong? Jiang Che inquired knowingly. Xinqing subtly shifted her gaze elsewhere, clearly still recalling how Jiang Che had bitten her. Do you want to go up and sing? No. Honestly, I think you should give it a try. Singing a song on stage might ease your nerves for the speech at the podium next Monday. Xinqing lowered her head slightly. She understood that Jiang Che meant well, trying to help her overcome her anxiety about speaking, Yet she timidly replied, "I'm too scared." "Then forget it." Jiang Che nodded slightly, not pressing any further. Moments later, Zhou Shichu and Chen Baisui approached together. Zhou Shichu was munching on a half-eaten waffle, while Chen Baisui wore an unflattering expression. Even the less intense swinging pendulum ride had not treated him kindly. This was not a matter of physical fitness, but purely a matter of talent. When the three of them visited the amusement park together as children, Chen Baisui had always struggled with these thrilling rides, refusing to admit his discomfort, forcing himself to enjoy while feeling queasy. "Shinqing." Zhou Shichu greeted her and handed over the waffle, just as Shinqing accepted it. She heard Zhou Shichu's next remark. "Just now, Jiang Che messaged me saying you want to go up and sing. Is that true?" "Huh?" Shinqing was taken aback, momentarily forgetting to eat the waffle in her hand, quickly shaking her head. "That's not true. I won't go." Zhou Shichu looked at Jiang Che with a curious expression. Jiang Che's demeanor was calm, spinning a tail with ease. "She doesn't dare to go up alone. She wants you to accompany her." "Really?" Zhou Shichu eyed Shinqing skeptically. Shinqing shook her head vigorously. Jiang Che continued nonchalantly. "She's going to speak at the podium next Monday and feels nervous. So she thought singing a song on stage first would help her get used to it. Since she doesn't dare to go alone, she called for you to join her." His words were assertive, his expression flawless. Zhou Shichu pondered for a moment, then earnestly looked at Shinqing. "This stage does allow visitors to perform. Practicing in advance wouldn't be a bad idea." Shinqing was left bewildered, staring at Jiang Che with a look of confusion and a hint of grievance, as if to ask, "Does your earlier vow mean nothing now?" But upon reflection, that oath about letting her return to being last in the class indeed held no real significance for Jiang Che. "Shichu, let's just forget it. It's all right. Don't be nervous. I'll go with you." Zhou Shichu casually reassured her. "There isn't a song in this world that I cannot sing. Just pick one, and I will accompany you." Chen Baisui watched the unfolding scene with amusement. He had heard Zhou Shichu sing before, and her voice was indeed quite pleasant. The atmosphere became tense. Jiang Che quietly observed the stage, the candy still unconsumed in his mouth, feeling an inexplicable sense of guilt for the little girl. I can't sing. What about nursery rhymes? I can't sing those either." Shinqing shook her head, still too apprehensive to step up. Jiang Che gazed at the timid girl, expressing his thoughts. "I've never heard you sing before. Won't you give it a try?" "No, I really can't." Shinqing continued to shake her head. Jiang Che, upon witnessing the scene, nodded slightly and remarked, "Forget it. Considering the candy you just gave me, I shall not put you in a difficult position." Upon hearing this, Shinqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, the stage crew had completed their performance, and one of them, seemingly noticing Jiang Che and his companion's intention to take the stage, approached them with an inquiry. "Do you wish to perform? There are rewards from the amusement park for the show." Shinqing instinctively took a step back. Zhou Shichu, however, paid little mind to her reluctance and asked, "What rewards are we talking about? Can I go up there and sing a song?" "Certainly, a small toy will be the reward," replied the staff member. Zhou Shichu nodded, took the microphone offered, and confidently strode towards the stage. After a brief exchange, the backing track began to play, shortly followed by Zhou Shichu's melodious voice. Unbeknownst to them, the number of onlookers had noticeably increased. After all, the allure of a youthful beauty singing far surpassed that of a chorus of cartoon characters. Standing at the foot of the stage, Chen Baisui gazed at the enchanting young girl on stage, his eyes drifting into a trance. Shinqing quietly observed, an expression of envy flickering in her eyes. She had always admired Zhou Shichu for her beauty, amiable nature, and the love showered upon her by her family. Having grown up in an environment of unrestrained affection, she could now gracefully perform in unfamiliar settings. A beam of the setting sun illuminated the stage, casting Zhou Shichu in a radiant glow that made those around her feel a sense of inadequacy. Moments later, as the song concluded, Zhou Shichu returned the microphone to the staff and claimed her toy prize, skipping back to her friends with a hint of pride in her voice. "Wasn't he lovely?" "Indeed, it was delightful. If we weren't acquainted, I would surely pursue you." Chen Baisui adjusted. "Get lost." Zhou Shichu shot him a glare before turning to Shinqing and inquired, "Shinqing, is there anything else you wish to enjoy?" "None." Shinqing replied with a slight shake of her head, her gaze lingering on the stage where the sunset painted the scene. "I've played all day. I'm a bit tired. Then let us head out. It's getting late," Zhou Shichu said as the four friends prepared to leave the amusement park. Shinqing's mind was still replaying the earlier moment, the girl standing on stage, singing boldly beneath the sunset. "Shinqing, do you have any plans for tomorrow?" I plan to study at home. Oh, I was thinking of going to see a movie that's premiering tomorrow. Shall we go together? Zhou Shichu suggested with a hint of regret. Yet she understood Qing's dedication to her studies, as her top rank in class required considerable effort. What movie? Escape from Earth. Sure, I'll accompany you, Chen Baisui chimed in before turning to Jiang Che. What about you, Che? I want to be going. Jiang Che declined firmly. Zhou Shichu and Chen Baisui did not press further, as they were well aware that Jiang Che often fell asleep during films. Thus they refrained from extending another invitation. As the four friends exited the amusement park, a black Audi and a motorcycle stood quietly by the roadside. Zhou Shichu grasped Qing's hand, ready to board the vehicle, when Qing paused, aware that someone was tugging at her back collar. Momentarily, she heard Jiang Che's cool voice, "This way." "Oh," Qing acknowledged, and Zhou Shichu didn't comment further. After all, Jiang Che had brought Qing here, so he naturally knew the way back best. Chen Baisui hopped into the back seat, glancing at Qing through the window. "Qing, let me tell you. The back seat with a Che is freezing." Before he could finish, Zhou Shichu pushed him back down. The black Audi slowly pulled away. Jiang Che regarded Qing, not in a hurry to enter the vehicle, but instead earnestly asking, "Are you unhappy?" "Huh?" Qing was taken aback and shook her head repeatedly. "No, not at all. Today was very enjoyable." This was the truth. She had genuinely relished the day spent with friends at the amusement park. However, in that last moment, a twinge of envy arose for Zhou Shichu. Or perhaps it was self-disdain. Why was she so timid, so fearful of this and that, lacking the courage to sing on stage? What was wrong with her? Nothing. "If you want to speak, I want to leave," Jiang Che asserted with determination. Qing hesitated, gazing down as she quietly confessed, I just think Shichu is amazing. She is beautiful, athletic, bold, and her singing on stage was lovely. I feel like." As she spoke, Qing mumbled, "I feel like I might be too introverted." Jiang Che chuckled derisively. "Indeed, you are quite introverted." Upon hearing this, Qing's head drooped even lower. Yet, in the next moment, Jiang Che's tone shifted, maintaining a casual demeanor, saying you are introverted isn't an insult. What else with that expression? Huh. Being introverted is a personality trait, not a flaw. Jiang Che smiled, his voice softening considerably. "You're not at all lacking. Being a bit introverted can be quite fine. Don't emulate Zhou Shichu, who behaves like a madwoman all the time." Upon hearing this description, Qing couldn't help but stifle a laugh, only to immediately suppress her amusement. "If you call Shichu a madwoman, then what does that make me?" "A fool," Jiang Che replied succinctly. Qing was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. Chapter 072. Late-night street snacks. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the crisp autumn breeze began to usher in a chill. The yellowing sycamore leaves danced in the wind, poised for the moment when they would gracefully fall in late autumn. The black motorcycle cruised down the street, with Qing seated on the back, feeling the evening breeze on either side, instinctively drawing her neck in. "Cold?" "A little," she admitted softly. The speed of the motorcycle gradually decreased. Jiang Che glanced at the nearby food street and inquired, "After a day of fun, are you hungry?" "No, not hungry." Qing shook her head, speaking quietly, "I'll just have a little something at home." "Suit yourself," Jiang Che replied casually, choosing not to pursue the matter further. The motorcycle soon arrived at the entrance of Linen Community. Qing dismounted, removed her helmet, and was about to bid farewell to Jiang Che when a sudden thought struck her, causing her expression to turn anxious. She instinctively patted her pockets, her previously flushed cheeks now turning pale. Jiang Che noticed her unease and took the helmet from her, frowning slightly as he asked, "What's wrong?" "I think I forgot my keys." Qing's face was visibly distressed. Earlier that morning, having glanced at the time and seeing it was already 10:30, she had rushed out, forgetting the keys she had left on the entryway table. "Is there no one home?" "No." Qing began, but then corrected herself. "There is someone. My mom and Uncle Zheng are back from their trip. I'll go check. You head home first." "All right." Jiang Che nodded slightly. Qing, reluctant to trouble him further, hoped desperately that her mother and Uncle Zheng had indeed returned. She turned and walked into the community, hurrying up the stairs. Anxious thoughts raced through Qing's mind as she fervently prayed that someone would be home. Otherwise, she had no idea where she would spend the night. Upon reaching her door, she knocked loudly. Knock, knock, knock. Qing knocked on the door, but there was no response from within. After waiting for about half a minute, a chill enveloped her heart, yet she knocked again, harboring a glimmer of hope, only to be met with silence once more. Zhang Rue usually did not return home. and Uncle Zhang and her mother were likely still on their business trip. In an instant, Shenqing's mind went blank. After a moment's hesitation, she turned and walked down the stairs alone. There was a little money left in her pocket. Perhaps she could spend the night at KFC with a meal. This was the only plan she could conceive to endure the night. At 7 in the evening, in a small southern city during early autumn, dusk began to settle. Shenqing exited the Linnan neighborhood and made her way towards the nearest KFC, guided by her memory. At the entrance, the yellow streetlights flickered to life. A black motorcycle was quietly parked at the roadside, a young man casually leaning against it, smoking a cigarette. Shenqing instinctively halted, a flicker of confusion crossing her eyes. She thought Jiang Che should have already left. You're still here? Jiang Che did not respond, merely sizing her up with a languid gaze. Is no one home? Does Lanqing have other relatives with a key? Shenqing hesitated for a moment before softly replying. Uncle Zheng's son, Zheng Rui, studies at the vocational high school. He has a key. The vocational high school? The one next to number 1 high? Yeah. Shenqing nodded lightly, though her tone betrayed no joy. But I don't have Zheng Rui's contact information, so I can't reach him. Get on. Huh? After a day of fun, aren't you hungry? A bit. Shenqing grasped Jiang Che's implication and climbed onto the back of the motorcycle, whispering, "Just take me to the KFC on the main street." Jiang Che remained silent, the black motorcycle gradually speeding away, but rather than heading to the main street, it raced towards Insher Square. Before long, it turned onto a street filled with the fragrant smoke of barbecues. This was Lanqing's famous night market, renowned for its barbecue, beer, and crayfish. Jiang Che was evidently no novice to the night market, skillfully parking the motorcycle and leading Shenqing towards a barbecue restaurant. You're not allergic to barbecue, are you? What about crayfish? I can't eat that much. Shenqing quickly responded. She recalled this night market street. Last week, when she was working part-time at a Korean barbecue, Jiang Che had passed through the street while escorting her home. She remembered him mentioning that the prices here were not particularly low. This place isn't expensive. It's much cheaper than the Thai restaurant at noon. Jiang Che casually remarked, seating Shenqing at an outdoor table. A waiter hurried over, presenting the menu to them. What would you like to eat? Jiang Che handed the menu to Shenqing. Do you have anything in mind? Shenqing slightly shook her head. You order. Jiang Che didn't press further, taking the pen and beginning to jot down his choices. I want to order pork. Are you okay with offal? Shenqing instinctively wanted to shake her head, but restrained herself, softly saying, just order what you like. Jiang Che nodded slightly, refraining from further inquiries. Moments later, he handed the completed order sheet back to the waiter. Shenqing stole a glance at the hasty scrawl, unable to resist asking quietly, Can he read that? Jiang Che frowned slightly, retorting, why wouldn't he be able to? Shenqing found herself at a loss for words. In the early autumn dusk, with a gentle breeze, diners began to trickle into the old street restaurants, while vendors pushing carts of snacks occasionally passed by. Shenqing gazed at the night scenery, and the initial frustration of not having a key and being home alone dissipated significantly. Before long, the waiter brought over a large bowl of spicy, garlic-infused crayfish, followed by an assortment of barbecued dishes and 2 bottles of yogurt. Wow, how much is all this? Shenqing instinctively asked. Jiang Che did not answer, simply pushing a bottle of yogurt towards her. He donned a pair of disposable gloves, his tone somewhat stern. Just eat. I didn't ask you to pay. So why ask so much? Oh, if it's not enough, you can order more. It's enough. I only ordered yogurt. You don't drink alcohol, right? I don't. Shenqing shook her head vigorously. Indeed, she had never consumed alcohol. Jiang Che nodded in satisfaction, casually remarking, girls should drink less alcohol. Shenqing nodded, curious as she asked, did she chew drink when she hung out with you? No. Jiang Che's voice remained cold. Though she was with us, neither Chen Baisui nor I would let her touch cigarettes or alcohol. Oh. Chapter 073. You peel the shrimp for me before them lay a sumptuous late-night feast. Jiang Che began to peel the crayfish for himself and glanced at Shenqing across the table. You can peel crayfish, right? Of course. Shenqing nodded eagerly, about to say she did not need help. But the next moment, Jiang Che, with a nonchalant tone, suggested, then why don't you peel some for me? Shenqing. After a moment of surprise, she nodded, not refusing. All right. She placed a peeled shrimp into Jiang Che's bowl. Jiang Che removed his gloves, took out his phone, and began typing, seemingly sending a message to someone. Both remained silent. Shenqing quietly peeled the shrimp, placing them all into Jiang Che's bowl without keeping any for herself. Jiang Che focused on his phone, his long fingers swiftly tapping away. After a while, he set his phone down and looked seriously at Shenqing, asking, "Where do you plan to stay tonight?" Shenqing was taken aback, softly responding, "I was planning to go to KFC." Before she could finish, Jiang Che interrupted her, saying, "I just asked Zhou Shichu. Why don't you stay at her place tonight?" Shenqing immediately realized whom Jiang Che had been messaging. After a moment of hesitation, she tentatively asked, "Is there anyone else at Shichu's house?" Having just finished the monthly exam, Uncle Zhou and Aunt Shen were likely home, and they probably had a cook as well. No, Shenqing gently shook her head, although she had grown closer to Zhou Shichu during this period. Staying over while other parents were present made her feel uneasy. Jiang Che did not press the matter further. Glancing down at his bowl filled with shrimp, "You're quite fast at peeling shrimp." Upon realizing that Shenqing's bowl was completely empty, even devoid of a trace of oil, he understood. Shenqing continued peeling shrimp quietly, changing to a new pair of gloves as the old ones began to tear. Jiang Che pushed his bowl of shrimp towards Shenqing, his tone somewhat stern. "Why are you peeling so many shrimp? Are you feeding pigs?" Shenqing was at a loss for an explanation, feeling a bit aggrieved. Jiang Che pointed to the shrimp in the bowl. "Take some for yourself." Thus, they sat by the roadside, enjoying their meal. Shenqing delicately savored the shrimp she had peeled herself, occasionally catching a few skewers tossed her way from across the table. The night deepened gradually, and the night market grew increasingly bustling, filled with the ebb and flow of patrons and the incessant hum of traffic. Seated on a chair, she took a gentle sip of yogurt, feeling her stomach swell from the feast. Jiang Che glanced at the young girl, inquiring if she was full. She nodded, He instructed her to wait by the motorcycle. "Oh," she replied, affirmatively nodding while holding her yogurt. As she stood, she reached for Jiang Che's yogurt and noticed it was unfinished, taking it along as they departed. Jiang Che approached the counter to settle the bill, then leisurely made his way towards Shenqing. Under the moonlight, the girl stood quietly beside the black motorcycle, her petite frame and fair skin contrasting with the night. She held 2 bottles of unfinished yogurt, her face shadowed by a hint of melancholy, seemingly concerned about the possibility of spending the night outdoors. "Get on the bike," Jiang Che said in a cool tone, donning his helmet. Noticing Shenqing struggling with her yogurt, he helped her secure her helmet as well. "Is this yogurt particularly delicious?" he queried. "It's all right," she replied. "I've already finished another box. Do you plan to drink this one too?" Shenqing was taken aback, shaking her head repeatedly. "No. I got it for you. This one isn't finished." "I can't finish it. Toss it away," he insisted. "But there's still half left." Shenqing's voice softened, a hint of reluctance creeping in. She didn't know when she had developed this aversion to waste. Even witnessing others squander made her heart ache. She had remembered for quite some time the cup of mango sago Jiang Che had carelessly discarded last time. With a sigh, Jiang Che conceded, "Then hold on to it. Just give it to me when we get back." By 9 o'clock, the sky had completely darkened. The streets thrummed with life, adorned with flickering neon lights. The black motorcycle navigated through the bustling traffic at a moderate pace, yet the cool breeze on either side sent shivers through Shenqing. You're going the wrong way," she noted, observing the scenery along the street, realizing Jiang Che was not heading towards Linnan Community and KFC. Jiang Che merely nodded, offering no further explanation. Shenqing felt momentarily bewildered, uncertain of where Jiang Che intended to take her, yet she harbored no anxiety. Sitting on the back, the boy in front exuded an inexplicable sense of safety, gradually easing her earlier unease about forgetting her keys and finding no one at home. She sat quietly, refraining from asking further questions. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at Longqing North District, a scenic area planned within Longqing, nestled by mountains and water, boasting a 4A-level scenic spot. Residential areas were scarce, dominated instead by lavish villas, marking this as a true affluent district. Shenqing surveyed her surroundings, sensing something, and gently tugged at Jiang Che's shirt. "I don't want to disturb Shichu's family. Her parents are home, and it would be inconvenient to intrude at such a late hour." Having spent ample time with Zhou Shichu, she was aware of her well-off background and their residence in the villa district. However, upon learning that Shichu's parents were home, she lost the desire to intrude. Jiang Che did not stop or respond. The motorcycle continued towards the villa area, and the security guard merely glanced at the license plate before allowing them entry, evidently recognizing the vehicle belonging to some young master of the villa district. The area was spacious, in stark contrast to the dense architectural structures of other residential complexes in Longqing. The villas were set apart by over 100 meters, with most of the space replaced by various flora, elevating the air quality far beyond that of the city center. Shenqing, noticing this, became even more convinced of Jiang Che's intentions, reaching out to tap his shoulder. Jiang Che, please don't take me to Shi Chu's house. We've arrived, Jiang Che interjected, his cool voice cutting off Shenqing's plea. The black motorcycle halted before a 4-story villa, its doorplate marked A001. This was the priciest area of the villa district and the most luxurious of all. Shenqing stared at the imposing structure, momentarily stunned. Yet she still had no intention of alighting to disturb Zhou Shichu. Get out, Jiang Che insisted. I don't want to intrude. This is my home. Huh. Chapter 74. Jiang Che's bedroom, the A001 villa, 4 stories high, accompanied by a garden flourishing with various flowers, presented itself as the most opulent residence Shenqing had ever encountered. Yet, the villa stood in darkness, not a single light illuminated the 4 levels. In the deep of night, the once luxurious villa bore an eerie resemblance to a haunted house. Jiang Che parked the motorcycle and, seeing Shenqing still reluctant to disembark, approached and gently wrapped an arm around her waist, lifting her down. Hey, Shenqing exclaimed, instinctively pushing his hand away and stepping back defensively. Jiang Che disregarded her reaction and continued towards the garden gate. The code lock clicked open, and the garden lights flickered to life, revealing the neglected flowers and plants that had not been tended to for some time. Aren't you coming in? Jiang Che glanced back at Shenqing, his tone as detached as ever. There's no one at home. I could take you to Zhou Shichu's house, just 200 meters away. Shenqing hesitated but cautiously followed him into the courtyard. Inside, they were greeted by an array of exotic flowers, many unfamiliar to Shenqing, likely rare species. Regrettably, the garden appeared to have been unattended for quite a while. They stepped through the villa's main door, where the lights gradually flickered on, showcasing an array of lavish decorations. Shenqing instinctively glanced around and tentatively asked, Is your uncle not home? She had met Jiang Che's father, Jiang Jinghua, during the sports meet and retained some memory of the stern-looking man. He is not here, Jiang Che replied coolly, offering no further explanation, seemingly uninterested in discussing the matter. The house has guest rooms, but we rarely have visitors, so they are seldom maintained, Jiang Che remarked, glancing toward the 2nd floor. Families residing in villa districts typically wouldn't lack the means to hire a housekeeper. Jiang Jinghua had considered hiring one due to his frequent absences, yet Jiang Che had outright refused. This 4-story villa was underutilized. I can tidy up myself, or the sofa is fine for the night, Shenqing suggested, eyeing the spacious sofa in the living room. My room is the first one on the left on the 2nd floor. The door is unlocked. You can go up. Jiang Che pointed casually, not in a hurry to ascend. Shenqing instinctively looked over, then promptly rejected the idea. We can't do this. I'll just go somewhere else. With that, she prepared to leave. Jiang Che frowned slightly, as if recalling something, and added, Tonight, I'll sleep in the master bedroom. In my dad's room. At this, Shenqing halted, her earlier anxiety subsiding as she realized her misunderstanding, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. I'll go upstairs myself. Tomorrow I'll help you find someone named Zheng Rue. Oh, okay. Good night. After Shenqing finished speaking, she awkwardly ascended the stairs and gently pushed open the door. Jiang Che's bedroom was remarkably clean and tidy, contrasting sharply with her preconceived notion of boys' rooms being chaotic and unkempt. A large bed adorned with black sheets and a comforter occupied one corner, alongside a substantial wooden desk that bore little more than a few scattered lighters and a family portrait. In the photograph, a young Jiang Che stood at the center, flanked on the left by an uncle she recognized from the school playground, and on the right by a beautiful lady. The room also housed a wooden wardrobe and a well-equipped desktop computer, atop which rested a completed Lego set, inscribed with the message, Happy Birthday, Che, Shun Bai Sui. In one corner, a skateboard lay, similarly adorned with the words, Happy Birthday, Jiang Che, may you be joyful every day, Zhou Shichu. Shenqing quickly scanned the room, noting its spaciousness, yet the sparse furnishings primarily consisted of birthday gifts from Chun Bai Sui and Zhou Shichu. Curiously, she observed the absence of any presents from his parents. A knock resonated at the door, startling Shenqing. She cautiously glanced towards the door and inquired, What is it? Are you asleep? I am already asleep, came Jiang Che's response, followed by a brief silence. He continued, I'm just here to grab some clean clothes. If it's inconvenient, you can fetch them for me. They're in the black wardrobe. Oh, okay. Shenqing nodded and turned towards the wardrobe. Upon opening it, she found the clothes haphazardly piled, with many clean garments stuffed inside, winter and summer attire mingled together. The only items somewhat organized were the socks and underwear. Xinqing frowned slightly. While she did not possess any obsessive tendencies, the disarray of the clothes made her feel uneasy. After a quick tidying up, she retrieved a white t-shirt and a jacket, then opened the door to hand them to Jiang Che. He accepted them and glanced at Xinqing, fully dressed. Did you sleep in your clothes? At least take off your jacket. I don't want to dirty my bed. Oh, okay. Xinqing nodded obediently. Jiang Che then pretended to step into the room, causing her to flinch, instinctively clutching her chest, her eyes filled with wariness. It was her first time spending the night at someone else's home, alone with a boy. Despite her trust in Jiang Che's character, it would be disingenuous to claim she felt entirely at ease. However, before she could voice her concerns, Jiang Che appeared puzzled by her reaction, frowning slightly. What's wrong? I'm just going in to grab a pair of underwear. As he spoke, he shook the white t-shirt and jacket playfully, his tone odd. Are you planning for me to go out tomorrow without underwear? At his words, Xinqing's cheeks inexplicably flushed, and she instinctively stepped aside, allowing him to enter. Jiang Che approached the wardrobe, collected his change of clothes, and left the room. Get some rest, he said. If you need to shower, there's a bathroom in the room, and the kitchen on the first floor is available, though there probably isn't much to eat in the fridge. Jiang Che casually reminded her, if you wake up early in the morning, you can order takeout or go out to eat. Xinqing leaned against the doorframe, nodding earnestly in agreement. As Jiang Che turned to head to the master bedroom, he left her with a final remark. Don't disturb me in the morning. Chapter 075, Meeting the Parents? As night fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. Xinqing lay alone in bed, gazing at the dark ceiling, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. She had never imagined that one day she would return home with a boy and spend the night in his bed. The air in the room was refreshing, devoid of any fragrances or the anticipated scent of tobacco, simply calm and unremarkable, much like her own room. In truth, Xinqing was a person lacking a sense of security, a feeling that had intensified since her father left. Therefore, she had always endeavored to present herself as a diligent and obedient student, refraining from asking for money or troubling Uncle Zheng and her mother. She feared that if she were to upset them, she would be cast out, left homeless. This was why she took on part-time work during weekends and regarded her scholarship from Yizhong as immensely significant. Having that money in her possession provided her with a sliver of security, ensuring that even if she were to be turned out, she could still manage to survive. As the night deepened, Xinqing quietly lay on her pillow, lost in thought, until she finally drifted into a deep slumber. Morning broke at 8:30. Xinqing jolted awake, and upon seeing the sunlight, her immediate reaction was one of alarm. She had overslept. This was an unsettling feeling. Xinqing had cultivated a habit of waking early, even on weekends, to prepare breakfast for her mother and Uncle Zhang. The sudden realization of having overslept sent a cold sweat down her back. However, as she sprang up and took in her unfamiliar surroundings, recollecting the events of the previous night, her heart gradually settled. This was Jiang Che's room, and it was Sunday. A day free from the need to rise early for the bus to school or to assist Uncle Zheng and her mother in the kitchen. Releasing a long sigh, Xinqing hastily dressed and proceeded to the bathroom to wash up. Her morning routine was always efficient, a habit she had honed over time, ensuring she wouldn't waste too much time on these tasks. Upon stepping out, she found the second-floor hallway deserted. The expansive villa felt eerily empty, with only the faint chirping of birds from the nearby park breaking the silence. Xinqing made her way to the first-floor living room, contemplating her lack of plans for takeout or breakfast, and headed to the kitchen instead. Opening the fridge, she found a few scattered eggs, a slice of luncheon meat, and an unopened package of dragon beard noodles. Xinqing gathered the ingredients and moved to the kitchen. She sliced the luncheon meat and turned on the stove, expertly beginning to fry the eggs and the meat, a basic culinary skill she had mastered long ago. As she busied herself in the kitchen, the sound of a door closing suddenly echoed. Xinqing was surprised that Jiang Che was already awake. It was convenient, as she could prepare more for them to share. However, as she emerged from the kitchen with the freshly cooked eggs and luncheon meat, she immediately froze in her tracks. A middle-aged man dressed in a black suit had just entered the living room, placing his briefcase on the sofa, fatigue evident on his face from a night spent traveling. She recognized him. He was Jiang Che's father, Jiang Jinghua. Their eyes met, and Jiang Jinghua was momentarily taken aback. Even with his years of composure as a figure of authority, seeing a young girl in his home startled him. and thoughts of his son bringing a girl home for the night rushed to his mind. "Uncle, hello." Shinqing, holding the plate, stood frozen, struggling to utter the words. Jiang Xinghua snapped back to reality and nodded slightly. "Hello." An awkward silence ensued. Shinqing cautiously placed the plate on the dining table, gesturing towards the second floor in a hushed tone. "Uncle, Jiang Che is still resting in his room." At her words, Jiang Xinghua's heart sank, and he tentatively inquired, "Are you Jiang Che's classmate?" He vaguely recalled seeing her at the sports meet, recognizing her face. Shinqing nodded slightly. Jiang Xinghua's heart plummeted, struggling to suppress the anger brewing within him. After all, if she is a classmate, this girl must still be a minor. In a moment of fury, Jiang Xinghua felt his hands begin to tremble involuntarily as he struggled to maintain an outward calm. Tentatively, he inquired, "Are you two together?" "No, no." Shinqing quickly shook her head upon sensing Jiang Xinghua's misunderstanding. I forgot my keys last night and just stayed over at home for a night." "Jiang Che didn't bully you, did he?" Jiang Xinghua's voice quivered, as he cautiously posed what was perhaps the most delicate question he had ever asked in his life. Shinqing shook her head repeatedly, her voice faint. "No. He was resting in the master bedroom last night, and he hasn't gotten up yet." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xinghua exhaled a long breath, feeling as though a heavy weight had been lifted from his heart. If it was merely a matter of bringing a classmate home to stay overnight without anything untoward happening, he could still accept that. That's good. Jiang Xinghua composed himself and looked at Shinqing, his tone remaining gentle. "It's perfectly fine for classmates to help each other out. If you need any assistance, feel free to let Uncle know." After speaking, he glanced at the fried eggs and luncheon meat on the dining table. "Uncle will go wake Jiang Che up. You sit and have your breakfast." "Okay." Shinqing replied stiffly, her heart racing. It was perhaps the most awkward moment of her life. She felt even the prospect of failing her speech at the podium the next day and being laughed at by the entire school would not be as embarrassing as this scene. Taking a deep breath, she recalled the water still boiling on the stove and quickly turned back to the kitchen. On the second floor, there was a loud knocking at the door. Jiang Xinghua stood at the entrance of the master bedroom, the gentle demeanor he had shown Shinqing now replaced by a look of anger. Bang, bang, bang. Another round of knocking ensued. Jiang Che, awakened by the noise, groaned impatiently. "Didn't I say not to wake me up if there is nothing important? You brat, open the door," came a sharp reprimand from outside. Jiang Che frowned slightly, realizing it was his father's voice, and was about to retort, but suddenly remembered he was in the master bedroom with Shinqing. "Damn it," he cursed, hastily dressing and opening the door to find Jiang Xinghua standing there, visibly furious. Ignoring him, Jiang Che first glanced in the direction of his room and coldly asked, "You didn't lose your temper in front of Shinqing, did you?" "No." At this, Jiang Che felt a slight relief. Jiang Xinghua, however, stepped into the room and firmly commanded, "Close the door and come in." Bang! The door slammed shut. Jiang Xinghua sat in a chair in the master bedroom, his anger still palpable as he eyed his son, who had just closed the door. He was not naturally hot-tempered. However, he had been raised with the belief that strict discipline breeds filial piety. Although he was reluctant to resort to physical punishment, he maintained a stern fatherly demeanor. "Come here," Jiang Xinghua barked. Jiang Che, unfazed, casually sat on the edge of the bed, exuding his usual nonchalance. "What is up with that girl?" Jiang Xinghua asked directly. "Shinqing forgot her keys yesterday, and there was no one at home, so I let her stay over," Jiang Che replied indifferently. "Is that all? What else did you expect? You little rascal. What do you mean by what else?" Jiang Xinghua reprimanded, his anger intensifying. Jiang Che remained unperturbed, having grown accustomed to his father's fiery demeanor throughout his life. "That girl is probably only 16 or 17. You dare to bring her home for the night? If I'm not mistaken, that girl is your classmate, right? I saw you two together during the sports meet. Just for tutoring," Jiang Che casually stated. Jiang Xinghua snorted, not believing a word. "Do you think I don't know the caliber of your classmates? They are all at the bottom of the grade. What is there to tutor? Zhang Ruilong, didn't he tell you about the monthly exam results?" Jiang Xinghua was momentarily taken aback as soon as the results came out. Principal Zhang had informed him of Jiang Che's improved ranking. He had returned today for two reasons: to present a scholarship at Longqingno, one high school tomorrow, and to discuss Jiang Che's academic performance. "Is there anything else?" Seeing his father fall silent, Jiang Che lost interest in lingering in the master bedroom and stood up to leave. "Stop, That girl, you can see her home. It's not good for her reputation to stay in our house alone with you." "Got it," Jiang Che replied casually. opening the door and stepping out of the master bedroom. Jiang Xinghua followed closely behind, seemingly intent on ensuring Jiang Che escorted Shen Qing back safely. The duo descended the staircase together. In the dining room on the first floor, the fried eggs and luncheon meat remained untouched on the table. Shen Qing emerged from the kitchen with 3 bowls of freshly cooked noodles, placing them carefully on the table along with neatly arranged chopsticks. This routine was one she was quite familiar with. She had done the same for her mother and Uncle Zhang at home. Upon seeing the breakfast laid out, Jiang Che frowned, his tone displeased. Didn't I say to order takeout or go eat out? Who told you to prepare breakfast? Shen Qing froze for a moment. Jiang Xinghua interjected sternly. Didn't you notice someone prepared breakfast for you? Can't you show a little gratitude? You have no manners. After speaking, upon noticing the 3 bowls of noodles on the table, Jiang Xinghua nodded slightly and said warmly, Thank you for your hard work. Please sit down and eat. Oh, okay. Shen Qing replied softly before finally sitting down at the table. 3 people, 1 table, each with a steaming bowl of dragon whisker noodles before them. There were no extra side dishes, but the broth did indeed taste delightful. They began to eat, each remaining silent, creating an oddly awkward atmosphere. Jiang Che was the fastest. Quickly finishing his meal and putting down his chopsticks, his gaze fixed on Shen Qing across from him. Sensing the awkwardness, Shen Qing hurried her pace as well. Zhang Rui is at the billiard hall in the south of the city. I'll take you to find him. Shen Qing set down her chopsticks, preparing to clear the dishes and wash them in the kitchen. Jiang Xinghua casually waved his hand. Just leave the dishes on the table. I'll have someone clean them up later. Oh, Shen Qing softly acknowledged, quickly following Jiang Che out of the villa. As they stepped out the front gate, Shen Qing inhaled the fresh air of the scenic area, letting out a long breath as her tense heart gradually eased. She had felt so on edge just moments ago, fearing she would say something wrong. Jiang Che glanced at the girl beside him, who was taking deep breaths, and teased, You're not as introverted as I imagined. Huh? You even knew to prepare 3 bowls of noodles. Did my dad give you a hard time? Jiang Che asked, still casual in his tone. He understood Jiang Xinghua well enough. Aside from his temper when dealing with his son, he seemed quite gentle with others, at least among Chun Baishui and Zhou Shichu. Jiang Xinghua had a decent reputation. Shen Qing shook her head repeatedly. No, I felt Uncle was quite gentle. He just asked about our relationship. And what did you say? Classmates. Is that all? Huh? Shen Qing was momentarily taken aback, not grasping Jiang Che's implication. What else is there? It's nothing, Jiang Che said, shaking his head slightly as he tossed the helmet to Shen Qing. Get on. I'll take you to find the keys. The black motorcycle roared to life and sped away. Half an hour later, in the southern part of the city, a narrow alley revealed a shop named Brilliant Billiards Hall, its sign illuminated by vibrant lights. Occasionally, the sound of billiard balls colliding could be heard from within. The establishment was modest, with a rather ordinary atmosphere, and thus had lower fees, making it a favored spot for many students. The motorcycle came to a halt outside the billiards hall. Jiang Che removed his helmet and glanced at the hall. Let us go. Zhang Rui should be inside. This place. Shen Qing took off her helmet and stared apprehensively at the entrance. She had never been here before. In her mind, places like these were frequented by unruly youths who were not academically inclined, so she hesitated to step inside. Is it chaotic inside? Shen Qing asked quietly. Jiang Che hesitated for a moment before nodding thoughtfully. It's a bit wild. Don't want to go in? How about you wait outside while I go in and call him out? Shen Qing instinctively glanced around. The secluded alley was littered with cigarette butts, and a few unruly youths with peculiar hair colors strolled by. Being alone outside felt more dangerous than entering. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Qing decided to follow Jiang Che inside the billiards hall. Have you been here before? I have. Oh, Jiang Che continued. I used to come here often with Qian Baisui to play billiards, and other classmates would join us. You should see some familiar faces here. Chapter 077. Retrieving the keys. Jiang Che, what brings you here? Qian Baisui exclaimed. I haven't seen you in ages. I thought you'd stop playing billiards. Where's Qian Baisui? Hey, Shen Qing. Shen Qing followed Jiang Che into the billiards room. Along the way, familiar voices greeted Jiang Che, and she recognized several faces, classmates from the second year of high school. Jiang Che, over here. A familiar voice called out. Shen Qing turned toward the sound and saw a boy standing by the window-side billiards table, Chen Xiang, the class representative. She often saw him reluctantly reading aloud during morning study sessions, and she was surprised to find him here. Shen Qing. Chen Xiang greeted her before gesturing toward a table inside. The Zhang Rui you're looking for is over there. Chen Jiang Che nodded slightly. Shen Xiang, curious, asked, "What is going on? Did those vocational high school kids bother you again?" "No, just looking for someone," Jiang Che replied. "All right, if you need an extra hand, just holler." Shen Xiang casually responded. The second-year class was different from others. Despite being composed of students with lower grades, the camaraderie among them was stronger. Such brawls had occurred before. "Is that the Zhang Rui you mentioned?" Jiang Che asked, turning to Shenqing. Shenqing followed the direction Shen Xiang pointed and immediately spotted a boy with yellow hair sitting at a billiards table. Zhang Rui appeared to be engrossed in a game with friends, oblivious to their presence. Let us go." Jiang Che led Shenqing toward the innermost billiards table. Bang! Amidst the sound of colliding billiard balls, Zhang Rui pocketed a ball and was about to take his second shot when he noticed the familiar figures approaching. Frowning slightly, he recognized Jiang Che, a figure not to be trifled with at their vocational school. However, he was taken aback to see Shenqing, the obedient girl from his stepmother's family, alongside him. "What are you doing here, Shenqing?" Zhang Rui paused, looking at the duo. I forgot my keys. Do you have a spare?" Shenqing's voice was barely audible. Zhang Rui maintained a furrowed brow, his gaze lingering more on Jiang Che than on Shenqing. "I have one." He tossed the key nonchalantly in their direction, refraining from asking any further questions due to Jiang Che's presence. "Thank you," Shenqing responded politely, taking the key and glancing at Jiang Che. Noting his lack of reaction, she tugged at his sleeve. "Let us go?" Jiang Che acknowledged, turning to leave. The exchange was brief, and once Jiang Che and Shenqing departed, a few classmates from the vocational school approached Zhang Rui, puzzled. "Zhang Rui, do you know Jiang Che?" "Not really." "Then why did his girlfriend come to you for keys? You're not messing around, right?" "Get lost," Zhang Rui retorted, watching Jiang Che and Shenqing's retreating figures. "That girl is my relative." "Oh, I see." The others relaxed, having heard of Jiang Che's reputation. Notorious for dealing with upperclassmen in the alley. "I have something to take care of this afternoon. I'll head back first." Leaving the billiards hall, Shenqing held the key in her hand, feeling a weight lift off her shoulders. With school resuming on Monday, she couldn't impose on Jiang Che indefinitely, especially with his father at home. "Let us get you home." Shenqing nodded gently, donning her helmet and settling into the back seat. Their excursion was surprisingly uneventful. After witnessing the billiards hall, Shenqing realized it was not as chaotic as she had imagined. Although many smoked and a few delinquents loitered, there were no fights. Everyone simply enjoyed their games, avoiding conflicts. Soon, the black motorcycle stopped at the entrance of Lin community. Jiang Che remained seated, watching Shenqing remove her helmet. "Review your speech. Don't embarrass me tomorrow." "Oh, I finished my weekend homework, right?" All done. Head back now." With that, Jiang Che restarted the motorcycle, not hurrying off but watching as Shenqing briskly entered the community gate. He waited until her figure disappeared from view before leaving. Upstairs, Shenqing opened the door, instinctively glancing at the foyer. The shoe cabinet was empty, indicating that her mother and Uncle Zhang were still away on business. Her keys were placed neatly on the entrance table. Closing the door, she made her way to her bedroom. The desk was tidy, filled with a distinct fragrance unique to young girls. Her rabbit plush sat quietly on the edge of the table. Seating herself on the chair, Shenqing retrieved her speech manuscript from her textbook. "Respected leaders, teachers, and dear classmates." The manuscript was meticulously penned in neat, elegant script, a testament to her careful rewriting without any marks of correction. Despite having read it numerous times, even to the point of being able to recite it fluently, Shenqing continued to pore over her speech. She simply wished for tomorrow's podium address to proceed without any mishaps. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Shenqing paused momentarily, rising to head towards the entrance, her initial thought being that her mother and Uncle Zhang had returned from their trip. However, upon reflection, she realized both her mother and Uncle Zhang possessed keys, rendering the knocking unnecessary. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Upon reaching the door, she peered through the peephole and exhaled softly upon discovering a young man with blonde hair. She opened the door to find Zhang Rui standing there, a cigarette hanging halfway from his lips, his expression as icy as ever, revealing no discernible emotion. Noticing him, Shenqing promptly retrieved the borrowed key from the foyer and handed it to Zhang Rui, saying, "Your key." Zhang Rui accepted the key and walked inside, as usual neglecting to remove his shoes, leaving a faint trail of dust across the floor as he made his way to the living room couch. "What is going on between you and Jiang Che?" Shenqing was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp his meaning. Zheng Rui furrowed his brow. His tone somewhat detached as he continued. How do you know I was at the Huiguang billiards hall? Did Jiang Che tell you? Shenqing remained silent. But Zheng Rui seemed to have deduced much already, his frown deepening as he spoke again. Are you and Jiang Che dating? Absolutely not. Shenqing responded decisively, quickly clarifying. We are classmates. I mentioned wanting to borrow your key, and he brought me here. She refrained from disclosing that she had stayed at Jiang Che's house the previous night, aware that revealing such information could lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. After a brief silence, Zheng Rui maintained his frigid demeanor, saying, I don't care about your affairs, but I kindly advise you to keep your distance from Jiang Che. Shenqing fell into silence, her gaze toward Zheng Rui somewhat peculiar. The last time she had heard similar advice was from Jiang Shihan, who had warned her to stay away from Jiang Che out of affection for him. It struck her that Zheng Rui was issuing a similar warning. Tentatively, she inquired, Do you know Jiang Che? No. Then, I'm merely advising you. If you truly wish to attend university, steer clear of individuals like Jiang Che. Zheng Rui spoke casually. He has had altercations with people from our school, injuring several severely. One had his nose broken, and another ended up in ICU. It said a considerable sum was paid to bury the incident. Listening to Zheng Rui, Shenqing pressed her lips together. How do you know this? I heard it from others. Oh. Hearing Shenqing's brief acknowledgement, Zheng Rui frowned slightly. His tone tinged with irritation. Do you think I'm lying? Not at all. Shenqing shook her head gently, her voice still somewhat subdued. But I believe there must be reasons behind his actions. Having spent over a month with Jiang Che, she understood his character well. Compared to Zheng Rui's hearsay, she preferred to trust her own observations and feelings. Suit yourself. Just don't blame me if something goes awry. Zheng Rui, seemingly uninterested in further discussion, stood up and prepared to leave. Shenqing called out to him. Wait, do you know when my mother and Uncle Zheng will return? They had been away for a week. Typically, their business trips lasted around 3 to 4 days, rarely extending beyond a week. Are you looking for them about something? We should have a parent-teacher meeting a couple of days after our monthly exams. Shenqing hesitated before speaking. Zheng Rui shrugged indifferently. I have no idea. Probably soon. With that, he departed. The following day, Monday, the weather was clear. In early autumn, the morning breeze carried a hint of chill. The white steam rising from the bun shop downstairs danced erratically in the refreshing morning air. After returning home, Shenqing resumed her biological clock, waking up early as usual and standing at the bus stop with her breakfast in hand. The bus stop was less crowded today, yet her heart raced incessantly. A well-worn speech lay crumpled in her pocket. After reciting it silently, she would pull it out again to reinforce her memory. Shenqing felt that she could vividly envision the entirety of the speech, even memorizing every punctuation mark. A honking sound broke the morning calm as a bus slowly pulled into the stop. Shenqing, as per her custom, took a seat in the rear corner of the bus, habitually cracking the window open slightly. The gentle breeze tousled her hair, and the initial anxiety in her heart gradually subsided. Taking a deep breath, she reached into her pocket to touch the speech once more, though she had memorized its contents. Carrying it with her provided a sliver of reassurance. The distance from Linnan Community Stop to Longqing No. 1 High School Stop was considerable. Shenqing diligently recited the speech she would deliver at the podium, occasionally glancing out the window at the passing scenery. She had asked others for methods to overcome speech-related anxiety. Jiang Che had suggested, practice makes perfect. Chen Baisui had said, just be shameless about it. Zhou Shichu had advised, imagine the audience as cabbages, ignore them altogether. Zhou Shichu's suggestion sounded the most plausible, yet upon further reflection, Shenqing found herself unable to picture standing before a sea of thousands of cabbages without succumbing to laughter. Longqing No. 1 High School Stop has arrived. Passengers alighting. Please take note. The bus's announcement broke her reverie. Shenqing readjusted her backpack and, unable to resist, touched the speech in her pocket once more before hurriedly exiting through the rear door. Now it was 7 in the morning. The entrance to Longqing No. 1 High School was abuzz with activity. Vendors pushed their carts, hawking an array of breakfast treats, the air thick with the aroma of buns and savory pancakes. As always, the middle-aged director stood at the entrance. Shenqing, backpack slung over her shoulder, was about to join the crowd entering the campus when a familiar voice called out from behind. Morning. Huh? Shenqing turned, surprised to see Jiang Che standing behind her. His expression a mix of astonishment. Morning. She had considered the possibility of encountering Zhou Shichu or even Chen Baisui at the school gate. But never had she anticipated running into Jiang Che, who typically arrived only after morning study sessions had concluded. The two walked side by side into the school. Shinqing quietly asked, "Why are you here so early today?" "My dad is coming to school. I'm hitching a ride." Before Shinqing could fully comprehend, a sleek black Maybach entered the campus. The security guard offered no resistance. The usually stern director even wore a smile, greeting the occupants of the back seat. "Oh, is your speech prepared?" "Almost ready." As they walked together toward the school gate, a sharp command rang out. The previously cheerful director's expression turned serious as he pointed at Jiang Che. "Where's your school ID?" "I lost it." "How can you lose your ID? Which class are you in?" "Class 8, Year 2. "Name?" Jiang Che replied casually. This penalty for point deduction held little authority over the students of Class 8 in the second year, as their evaluation scores from the previous semester had already been reduced to 0. Li Yin, the homeroom teacher, was powerless in this situation. Chapter 079, titled The New Learning Committee Member, simply recorded names and classes. As the two entered the classroom, there were 10 minutes remaining before the morning self-study session. The classroom was always a bit more crowded on Mondays. After all, with the weekend assignments piling up, even those who resorted to copying needed a little extra time. Zhou Shichu and Chun Baisui were among the most prominent in this regard. "Shinqing, you're here." "Jiang Che, what brings you here?" Zhou Shichu expressed surprise, especially at the sight of the two entering together. "You two?" "We ran into each other at the gate," Shinqing explained softly. Zhou Shichu seemed more concerned about Jiang Che's unexpected presence, her tone slightly peculiar. "The sun must be rising from the west?" Jiang Che, disinterested, glanced at Zhou Shichu, who was still copying her weekend homework, and quipped sarcastically, "Homework is meant to be done over the weekend. What is the point of copying it now?" "Get lost," Zhou Shichu retorted, clearly annoyed. Jiang Che had already completed his assignments, thanks to Shinqing's help, making his comments all the more frustrating for her. "Shinqing, heed my advice. Don't help him with his homework anymore," Zhou Shichu earnestly suggested. While she could accept her own struggle to finish her assignments on Monday morning, the thought of Jiang Che doing nothing while someone else completed his work for him was more unbearable than death. Shinqing appeared awkward, unsure how to respond. Jiang Che, however, interrupted Zhou Shichu's insinuations nonchalantly. "Hurry up and do your own homework. By helping Jiang Che with his assignments, you're actually doing him a disservice," Zhou Shichu continued, ignoring Jiang Che. "If you complete his work for him, he won't learn anything. I'm just a few ranks away from surpassing you in the upcoming exam," Jiang Che stated calmly. At his words, Zhou Shichu felt a pang of jealousy. She had diligently reviewed for 2 days over the weekend for a new phone and iPad, and with Shinqing's help in math, had made some progress. Yet here was Jiang Che, who played all weekend and was still close to overtaking her academically. The thought of Chun Baisui finishing last in the grades only added to her dismay. As the morning self-study session commenced, Chen Xiang, the learning committee member, did not immediately take the podium to lead the reading, but instead approached the back corner of the classroom. "Shinqing." "Huh?" Shinqing looked up at Chen Xiang, puzzled by his sudden call. Chen Xiang smiled and spoke in a negotiating tone. "Why don't you go up and lead the reading?" "Me?" Shinqing was taken aback and immediately shook her head vigorously, refusing. "No, no, no." Zhou Shichu, dissatisfied, interjected, "Chen Xiang, as the learning committee member, it's your responsibility to lead the reading. Why hand it off to Shinqing?" Chen Xiang chuckled. "Shinqing is first in the grade, and I'm ranked 1234. I already spoke to the homeroom teacher and suggested that the position of learning committee member be given to Shinqing." His words were sincere. In Class 8 of the second year, there had never been a competition for class positions. Rather, students showed little enthusiasm for such roles. Chen Xiang had grown weary of the daily routine of leading morning readings, and, with Shinqing's ascension to the top rank, he had ample reason to relinquish the position, which he found burdensome. Zhou Shichu was left speechless. Shinqing, however, shook her head repeatedly. "No, no, I can't." Jiang Che, observing the exchange, teased Chen Xiang. "You certainly have self-awareness." "Of course," Chen Xiang replied, not offended but rather jesting. "Damn, after every exam, people ask me about my ranking as the learning committee member, and I feel embarrassed to answer." As their conversation unfolded, the classroom door swung open, and Li Yin entered. Standing at the podium as she tapped the desk, commanding silence, "Everyone, quiet down. I have an announcement to make." Gradually, the classroom quieted. Chen Xiang, sensing the impending announcement, returned to his seat, relieved. "Chen Xiang came to see me this morning and voluntarily stepped down as the learning committee member. The eyes of the class turned toward Qin Xiang. But there was no surprise at this revelation. Since we're in the self-study period, let us hold a new election for the learning committee member. Is there anyone who wishes to volunteer? The room fell silent. The position of learning committee member might be seen as a coveted role in other classes. But in Class 8 of the second year, it was merely a responsibility to oversee homework collection and lead morning readings, a rather thankless job. Having served as the homeroom teacher for a year, Li Yin was not surprised by the lack of volunteers and continued. Before stepping down, Qin Xiang recommended Shenqing. What does everyone think? Good. No problem. Shenqing is first in the grade. That makes sense. A chorus of agreement filled the classroom. Shenqing sat at her desk. Her expression one of bewilderment. During morning readings, she had always blended with the collective voices, never imagining what it would feel like to stand alone before the class. All right. If there are no objections, then Shenqing will be the learning committee member for this semester, Li Yin declared, having considered Shenqing the ideal candidate all along. After all, the distinction between the first-ranked learning committee member and the one ranked 1234 was significant. I have other matters to attend to, Shenqing. Please take charge of the morning reading. With that, Li Yin exited the classroom. Instantly, all eyes turned to Shenqing. She took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, grasped the textbook from her desk, and walked toward the podium. At this point, she had no choice but to face the task head-on. Everyone, ahem. Shenqing cleared her throat, striving to project her voice. Please open your books to the teacher speaks. Her voice grew louder, yet the classroom remained somewhat raucous. Typical of the morning self-study in Class 8. Why the noise? If you don't want to participate in the reading, you can leave. Jiang Che's voice suddenly resonated, plunging the classroom into silence. All eyes turned to Jiang Che, taken aback by this unexpected outburst from someone who rarely attended morning self-study. Had the noise disturbed his sleep? The morning reading session of Class 8 in the second year was notably more orderly than usual. Shenqing stood at the podium, her voice resonating slightly louder than usual. Initially, she was apprehensive about leading the reading, fearing that her classmates might ignore her. However, it appeared that everyone was quite cooperative. The sound of reading filled the air, albeit with a hint of disarray, yet the atmosphere had settled into a semblance of order. Shenqing's initial tension gradually dissipated as she observed her peers reading below her. Standing alone on the platform, she felt a surge of nervousness at first, but as she lingered, she began to acclimate. Suddenly, a crisp bell rang, abruptly halting the reading as the anthem of the volunteers resonated through the classroom. The students promptly set their textbooks aside. Shenqing descended from the podium and retreated to her seat. The calm she had cultivated while leading the reading was once again stirred by the arrival of the flag-raising ceremony. For her classmates, the ceremony might have seemed merely a routine event, with some even reluctant to participate due to unfinished weekend assignments. In contrast, for Shenqing, today's ceremony signified the forthcoming awarding of her scholarship and the necessity to deliver a speech before the entire school. Jiang Che, who had managed to stay awake during the entire self-study session, stretched his neck upon hearing the announcement of the flag-raising ceremony and noticed the anxiety etched on Shenqing's face. She gently shook her head in response. Choosing not to elaborate, a group of students proceeded towards the playground. As they stepped outside, Li Yin called out to Shenqing, her voice as gentle as ever, "Shenqing, please wait a moment." Since the last encounter in the office, where Shenqing expressed her gratitude towards teacher Li and her desire not to transfer classes, Li had regarded Shenqing as if she were her own daughter. Shenqing paused, and Jiang Che, puzzled, looked at Li Yin. However, before he could speak, Li's tone shifted to one of impatience. "Jiang Che, I wasn't calling you. Hurry to the playground." With a resigned expression, Jiang Che left the classroom alongside Shen Baisui, while Shenqing quietly stood in the corridor, awaiting further instructions from her homeroom teacher, Li Yin. "Shenqing, you'll be taking the stage to receive your scholarship and deliver a speech. Have you prepared your speech?" "Yes." "Don't be nervous. You won't need to memorize it. Just read from your prepared notes." "Okay, come with me to the office for a moment. The other 4 award recipients are already there. Director Du has some matters to discuss with you." "All right." Shenqing nodded softly and followed Li Yin to the office. Inside the office, Zhao Lin, the homeroom teacher of Class 1, had already arrived with 4 students from her class. Shenqing entered alongside teacher Li and glanced at her peers, including Xue Xiangyang, the former top student of their grade. "Director Du, I've brought Shenqing," Li Yin announced. In previous scholarship award ceremonies, it had always been Zhao Lin leading her class, making this Li Yan's first involvement. Director Du turned his gaze to Shenqing and Xue Xiangyang, nodding slightly. "Please don't be anxious. I've called you here mainly regarding the scholarship. Due to an increase in the scholarship amount by the board of directors, the scholarship for the top student has doubled. Given the substantial amount, we will not be distributing it in cash. As he spoke, Director Du retrieved 5 pre-labeled bank cards from his drawer and handed them to the students. This is your scholarship. The funds have already been deposited into these cards. You will only need to make a symbolic appearance on the podium later. Thank you, Director. The students chorused in gratitude. Director Du nodded in acknowledgement, his attention shifting to Xinqing. Xinqing, as the top student, you are required to give a speech. Teacher Li has informed you, correct? Yes. Good. The board members are here to observe, so be sure to avoid any slip-ups when you take the stage. He glanced at Shui Xiangyang. Xiangyang, you've delivered speeches before, so please assist Xinqing with her speech notes. Although Shui Xiangyang felt a tinge of displeasure, he maintained a compliant demeanor, nodding in agreement. Sure. After collecting their bank cards, the group exited the office. Shui Xiangyang kindly offered, Xinqing, let me take a look at your speech. Xinqing nodded and handed her notes to him. As he skimmed through the pages, he noted the remnants of his own style and its format. After Jiang Che had taken his own speech drafts previously, he suspected a connection between Xinqing and the matter. Xiangyang, since it's Xinqing's first speech, please take her to the podium to familiarize her with the process, Zhao Lin instructed. Although Xinqing had not chosen to join Class 1 as a teacher, she recognized her potential and was keen to nurture it. All right. Shui Xiangyang nodded slightly, leading Xinqing toward the playground. You have a few issues here, he mused. This phrase could use some rephrasing. Your speech has significant flaws. It should have been submitted for review sooner. At this point, revising it may be too late. As they walked, Shui Xiangyang continued to critique the speech. They arrived at the back of the podium, designated as the waiting area for student representatives. The flag-raising ceremony had commenced, the solemn national anthem echoing as the 5-starred red flag ascended gracefully, fluttering in the breeze. The student representative speeches would follow the principal's address. As Shui Xiangyang glanced at his notes, a surge of jealousy and frustration welled within him. He felt that the honor of speaking under the national flag should have been his. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his negative emotions, maintaining an air of composure. Well, there are many issues, but it's too late to change anything now. When you hear the announcement for student representatives, just go up. After a moment, he added, by the way, remember not to take your notes with you. Xinqing paused. Aren't I supposed to read from them? In principle, yes. But given the presence of the board members, reading directly from your notes may not be appropriate. Chapter 081. The perfect speech. The national anthem was played, and Principal Zhang delivered a lengthy address filled with platitudes about prioritizing students. Known for his verbosity, he seized the opportunity to impress the visiting director. I will succinctly present 3 key points, he began. Let us first address the first point of the first key topic. The speech dragged on, eliciting murmurs of frustration from the students below. Within the ranks of Class 8, Chen Baisui could no longer contain his complaints. This is excessive. I haven't even finished copying my homework. If I had known, I wouldn't have come down. Initially reluctant to participate in the flag-raising ceremony, he ultimately felt compelled to attend in support of Xinqing's speech. Jiang Che remained silent, though his expression betrayed a hint of impatience. Che, do you think there will be any mishaps when Xinqing takes the stage later? For instance, forgetting her lines due to nervousness. Silence. Jiang Che interjected directly, as if to say, you have the tongue of a raven. Chen Baisui offered an awkward smile, attempting to clarify, that's not what I meant. It's just that Xinqing is usually rather shy. If she has to speak from the podium. Jiang Che paid no heed. Chen Baisui chuckled resignedly, refraining from continuing, instead launching into a critique of Principal Zhang's speech, comparing it to an old woman's wrapping cloth, both foul and lengthy. 20 minutes later, Principal Zhang finally exhaled deeply, concluding his 3 main points. The voice of the student representative was soon to follow. Xinqing's heart skipped a beat. Instinctively, she glanced at Shui Xiangyang, wishing to reclaim her speech draft. Xinqing, it's your turn to go up. As she spoke, she tucked away the speech, feigning concern by advising, remember to stand up straight and maintain your poise while speaking. My draft. Xinqing began, but Shui Xiangyang pretended not to hear, urging, hurry up. This is the flag-raising ceremony, and everyone is waiting. Reluctantly, Xinqing took a deep breath and stepped towards the podium. Shui Xiangyang watched her retreating figure, his expression darkening, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The facade of a model student had vanished. In his own speeches, he had always read from the script. Yet each had concluded successfully. If Shenqing faltered and forgot her words. As he pondered, the broadcast crackled to life with Shenqing's voice. Respected leaders, teachers, and dear classmates, I am Shenqing from Class 8 of the second year. Her voice echoed, soft and sweet, imbued with the unique charm of youth. Amplified by the microphone, Shenqing stood tall, her mind racing through the contents of her speech, articulating each word. Initially, her voice trembled slightly due to nerves, but she gradually acclimated. I am honored to speak here as the student representative. Though her voice lacked force, it carried a distinct determination characteristic of youth. In light of Principal Zhang's lengthy discourse, Shenqing's speech felt refreshing and invigorating. Quite impressive, Chen Baisui noted, visibly surprised by how smoothly Shenqing was delivering her speech, especially given that she was speaking without notes. Not bad, Jiang Che remarked in his usual cool and detached tone, a hint of pride betraying his expression. Zhou Shichu silently celebrated Shenqing's success, relieved that the three of them had been overly anxious about her ability to command the stage. As the speech neared its conclusion, Shenqing expressed her gratitude to Principal Zhang and the school leaders, as well as to her homeroom teacher, Lian, and all her subject teachers, thanking Jiang Che and her classmates for their support. However, the atmosphere in the playground shifted awkwardly. Upon hearing his name singled out for thanks, Principal Zhang nodded approvingly, recognizing Shenqing's potential. Lian felt a surge of pride as Shenqing differentiated her gratitude towards her and the other teachers, growing increasingly fond of the girl. Jiang Che, too, felt content with her acknowledgement, but the surrounding gazes suddenly converged on him, laden with incredulity. Shenqing was the top student in her grade, while Jiang Che had merely scraped through. How could he have been of any assistance to her academic endeavors? Chen Baisui gaped in disbelief. Che, did you secretly alter her speech? Zhou Shichu shot him a skeptical glance. Li Yin immediately concluded that Jiang Che had bullied Shenqing into saying such things, her temper flaring as she commanded, Jiang Che, come to my office after the flag raising. My speech is complete. Thank you all. With those final 10 words, Shenqing bowed to her teachers and classmates before descending from the podium. This scene had played out in her mind countless times. The content of her speech was committed to memory, and even when nerves caused her to falter, the words flowed from her as if etched in muscle memory. As she concluded, the playground erupted in thunderous applause, far more enthusiastic than the tepid claps that followed Principal Zhang's address. It felt as though the entire assembly was celebrating Shenqing, the once shy and timid girl, who had bravely taken a significant step forward. Thank you, Shenqing, for your speech. Now, let us warmly welcome Mr. Jiang Zhenghua, the director of the academy, to the stage. This segment had not been part of previous flag-raising ceremonies, yet Jiang Zhenghua had personally come to present awards, so the customary speaking engagement was unavoidable. His voice resonated with weight and steadiness, honed by years of leading the group, allowing him to easily command a speech before a crowd of thousands without prior preparation. Che, Uncle Jiang has arrived, Chen Baisui prodded Jiang Che with his elbow. Since Shenqing's speech concluded, Jiang Che had avoided looking at the podium, his tone growing impatient. I'm not blind. Chen Baisui, aware of the connection between Jiang Che and Uncle Jiang, refrained from pursuing the topic further, instead commenting. Shenqing's speech was quite good, much better than Zhang Ruilong's. Indeed, Jiang Che fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating this. He recalled Uncle Zhang's earlier remark about the academic levels of their class, which were far from commendable, raising his gaze to observe his father speaking at the podium. His expression became one of detached anticipation, as if he awaited something intriguing to unfold. Chapter 82, The Awards Ceremony at the Podium, Behind the Scenes. Jiang Zhenghua had concluded his speech, and the process of awarding scholarships to the top 5 students was about to commence. The other awardees had already gathered backstage. Whispers circulated among the crowd, discussing Shenqing's impressive performance. She managed to speak without notes. That is quite remarkable. Yes, I expected her to embarrass herself at the podium. But she actually outperformed Shui Xiangyang. Hush, keep your voices down. Shui Xiangyang's expression darkened upon hearing the murmurs. He had previously suggested that Shenqing speak without her notes, intending to humiliate her by withholding her speech draft. However, he never anticipated that his suggestion would inadvertently lead to her success. As Shenqing returned from the podium, she exhaled a long sigh of relief. Having maintained her composure, she had constantly reminded herself not to falter, and now she could finally relax. Shenqing, you did well. Just a bit too fast in your delivery, Shui Xiangyang remarked, extending her speech draft with a return to his former model student demeanor, his tone carrying the weight of a senior offering critique to a junior. Shenqing took the draft without a second thought, quietly placing it in her pocket as she stood patiently backstage, awaiting her next move. Gratitude is extended to Director Jiang for his address. Now, let us invite the scholarship recipients to the stage. The host's voice resonates. Shui Xiangyang is the first to rise. Whether it is due to his habitual inclination to lead or a deliberate attempt to overshadow Shenqing, he strides confidently to the podium, embodying the prestigious role of the top student. The others are momentarily taken aback. However, Shenqing is unperturbed. This is her inaugural experience receiving an award, and she is unaware of the underlying conventions. The group ascends the podium, with Shui Xiangyang leading the charge, followed closely by Shenqing, and 3 other classmates trailing behind. Principal Zhang Ruilong also joins them on stage, somewhat surprised by the unfolding scene. He recalls that the tradition dictates the top student should take the foremost position. They stand shoulder to shoulder, yet Shui Xiangyang deliberately positions himself in the center, as if he still embodies that once-cherished status of being the top student. Wasn't the top student the girl who just delivered the speech? Indeed, why is a boy occupying the central position? What is happening? Whispers ripple through the audience. Li Yin observes this development with a furrowed brow. She is aware that previously, during award presentations, Shui Xiangyang always occupied the central position. But that was solely because he was the top student. That prime position is reserved for the highest achiever, not exclusively for Shui Xiangyang. She approaches Zhao Lin, suppressing her displeasure as she speaks. Teacher Zhao, isn't Shui Xiangyang standing in the wrong place? Zhao Lin has evidently noticed this discrepancy as well. However, given that Shui Xiangyang is a pride of her class, she feels compelled to defend him. It's just a position. Perhaps Shui Xiangyang is simply accustomed to standing there and didn't pay attention. On the podium, Jiang Zhenhua is preparing to commence the award ceremony. Principal Zhang, however, furrows his brow as he looks at Shui Xiangyang and Shenqing, speaking directly. Shenqing, take the center position. His voice is not loud, yet Shui Xiangyang's countenance freezes. He feels a pang of resentment. Thus, he resorts to this somewhat childish tactic to reclaim his former glory. Yet, with Principal Zhang's words, the pride he harbored is shattered in an instant, and a momentary daze crosses his face. Nevertheless, aware of his presence on the podium, he suppresses his emotions and maintains the appearance of a model student, apologetically stating, "Oh, I must have taken the wrong position." After saying this, he willingly relinquishes the center spot. Shenqing, unconcerned about the central position, nevertheless swaps places with Shui Xiangyang upon hearing Principal Zhang's directive. The awarding begins. Jiang Zhenhua shakes hands with each recipient, exchanging customary pleasantries about studying hard and striving for excellence. The students express their gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Jiang." However, when he reaches Shenqing, his expression shifts to one of awkwardness. He had already recognized something earlier when observing her speech beneath the national flag. Now, it is confirmed that the girl who stayed at his home this weekend and is in the same class as his son is indeed the top student of this examination. He had never considered anyone from Class 8 of Year 2 capable of tutoring Jiang Che. The recent improvement in Jiang Che's grades seemed merely a stroke of luck. But it appears that this top student may have played a significant role. Shenqing, too, feels a twinge of awkwardness. The previous night, she had stayed at Jiang Che's home and encountered Uncle Jiang upon her departure, a moment she would prefer to forget. Yet here they were again. With a slightly embarrassed expression, she shakes his hand and mimics the others, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Just call me Uncle." Shenqing blinks in surprise and corrects herself. "Thank you, Uncle Jiang." Jiang Zhenhua nods slightly, choosing not to elaborate further as he continues the award ceremony. The entire process unfolds in less than 10 minutes, awarding, photographs, and then they descend from the stage. The morning's flag-raising ceremony concludes. The host announces, "The flag-raising ceremony is now over. Please return to your classrooms in an orderly manner." As the host's voice rings out, the students of each class begin to head back to their classrooms. Upon noticing that the position has been restored by Principal Zhang, Li Yin decides against further disputing with Zhao Lin. She calls to Zhou Shichu and leads the class back to the classroom while she approaches Shenqing, who has just descended from the stage. "Shenqing," Li Yin calls out from a distance. Shenqing pauses, surprised to see her homeroom teacher approaching. "Teacher Li, your speech just now was quite impressive," Li Yin compliments directly. She had always perceived Shenqing as introverted and not particularly articulate, worried that her speech beneath the national flag would falter. However, Shenqing exceeded expectations, marking the first time in launching No. 1 high school's history that a student delivered an extemporaneous speech at the flag-raising ceremony. "By the way, remember to take good care of your scholarship," Don't lose it. Should I inform your parents about this? Li Yin inquires with a gentle smile. After all, this isn't really a matter of reporting to parents, rather. It is a joyful occasion for them to learn that their child has received a scholarship. No, it's not necessary. Shenqing quickly shakes her head, softly explaining, they are quite busy with work. I don't want to disturb them. Very well then. Li Yin nods slightly, leading Shenqing toward the teaching building. Let us head to the classroom. I have some announcements to make. Chapter 083, New Class Regulations. Class 8 of Year 2. In the classroom, students gradually return. Shenqing walks alongside Teacher Li, being the last to arrive. In the back row, Jiang Che lounges lazily against his chair, glancing at Shenqing as she approaches her seat, teasingly remarking, an extemporaneous speech? Shenqing feels a flush of embarrassment, uncertain how to respond. Zhou Shichu, brimming with excitement, exclaims, Shenqing, you were absolutely amazing on the podium just now. As far as I know, no student in launching one high school has ever delivered an impromptu speech at the podium. You are the first. Speaking of which, Zhou Shichu leans in conspiratorially. By the way, it seems Teacher Li spoke with you privately earlier. What did you discuss? Shenqing ponders for a moment before whispering back. Teacher Li mentioned that there will be a class meeting shortly, and they might rearrange the seating. Jiang Che furrows his brow slightly, his tone growing more serious. Are you the only one switching? Shenqing shakes her head slightly, instinctively glancing towards the doorway before quietly stating, the entire class will be changing seats. Teacher Li said it's to rectify the classroom atmosphere. Throughout the return journey, Li Yin and Shenqing engage in various discussions, beyond basic compliments. Much of their conversation centers around Li Yan's intention to revitalize the teaching ethos and learning environment in Class 8 of Year 2, allowing her to focus on her studies with peace of mind. Zhou Shichu rests her chin on her hand, puzzled. Didn't Teacher Li give up on that already? As a member of Class 8, she has interacted with Li Yin frequently enough to grasp her attitude towards the class. Initially, when she first took over, Teacher Li was full of enthusiasm, seemingly determined to guide this group of so-called underachievers back on track. However, after some time, she quietly abandoned that unrealistic notion, settling instead for, as long as these rascals don't cause trouble, that's enough. Just then, the class bell rings. The previously noisy classroom remains just as boisterous, as if the bell had gone unheard. This encapsulates the current state of Class 8 of Year 2. The atmosphere within the class had become a norm, with the homeroom teacher and subject instructors showing no inclination to intervene. The students in this class resembled discarded pieces in the larger scheme of launching No. 1 high school, expected neither to excel nor to bring glory to the institution. Their sole obligation was to maintain a low profile and graduate smoothly. Suddenly, the classroom door swung open with a bang. Li Yin, maintaining her customary stern demeanor, strode to the podium and slapped her hand down, rendering the class silent. This had become her routine before lessons. Except for the new transfer student, Shenqing, the rest of the students rarely witnessed a smile on their homeroom teacher's face, including the class monitor, Zhou Shichu. Be quiet. We will not commence the lesson today, but will hold a class meeting instead. Li Yan's voice was icy. The students complied, keeping silent and facing the podium. The results of the monthly exam had been released the previous Friday, and everyone was aware of their standings, except for Shenqing. Everyone else is ranked outside the top 1,000 in the grade. I must ask, do you truly not wish to learn? If that is the case, simply inform me, and I shall facilitate your withdrawal from school. There is no need to waste time in the classroom. Her words were harsh, catching the students off guard. They recalled instances of being reprimanded by their teacher, but those occasions had typically revolved around fighting or rule-breaking, never pertaining to academic performance. Let us address the issue of sleeping during class. Teacher Wei had previously mentioned it to me, and I regret not taking it seriously at the time. From now on, the back door of the classroom will remain open, and I will conduct unannounced inspections. Should anyone be caught sleeping, a punishment of 1,000-word reflection will be imposed. A murmur of discontent arose in the classroom, yet most students paid it little heed. However, Li Yin continued, furthermore, those caught will be required to attend all art, music, and physical education classes in my office for 1 week. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the room. Zhou Shichu's expression turned rigid as she leaned towards Shenqing and whispered, is she serious this time? Shenqing remained silent, casting a glance at her deskmate, Jiang Che, whose expression was equally perplexed. He was accustomed to sleeping throughout the day, and adhering to Li Yan's newly established rules would mean daily reflections of 5,000 words. Secondly, You have one day to ensure that no extracurricular books unrelated to your studies are present in the classroom. Any found will be confiscated. Thirdly, all tardy students. The list of nearly 20 new regulations continued to flow, leaving the students of Class 8 in a state of bewilderment. They wondered what had prompted such sudden strictness from their teacher. Was she perhaps provoked by Xinqing's presence? Did she believe that since Xinqing had ranked first in the grade, they would all follow suit? Whispers of confusion circulated among the students. But out of respect for Li Yan's authority, no one openly voiced dissent, though some grievances were murmured. Taking a deep breath, Li Yan revealed that these new rules had been conceived over the weekend to reform the class's atmosphere. In the principal's office last week, Xinqing had resolutely chosen to remain in Class 8, and Principal Du had earnestly advised her to rectify the class's environment, lest a gem be squandered in her hands. These words resonated deeply with her. With the new regulations concluded, Li Yan announced, "Lastly, we will rearrange the seating. This change will affect not only Xinqing and Jiangche, but many others as well." The initial seating arrangements allowed friends to cluster together, which contributed to the distractions during lessons. As her words settled in, the class fell into stunned silence once more, unprepared for this abrupt shift. "I will not impose my will unilaterally," Li Yan continued, observing her students. "Now, everyone, please exit the classroom and return in the order of your rankings from the monthly exam to choose your seats." Instantly, the classroom erupted in commotion as students stood and shuffled outside, murmuring their discontent but obediently following orders. In the back corner, Jiangche lounged against his chair, casually inquiring, "Where will you sit?" Xinqing hesitated, as she preferred a central seat in the front rows, conducive to learning. Unlike the back corner that could be distracting, Jiangche noticed her indecision and casually added, "Just avoid the front row." He felt confident that regardless of Xinqing's choice, no one would dare to contest the seat beside him. However, he wished to preempt any potential embarrassment should she select a front row seat, as it would seem disrespectful to doze off. Nodding in agreement, Xinqing exited the classroom with him. Students lined up outside according to their exam rankings, entering the classroom one by one. Xinqing, being first, stepped in first, scanning the room before settling on a middle seat in the third row. The optimal location for attentive listening. Li Yan, observing from the podium, approved of her choice, hoping Xinqing would not pair with Jiangche in the back corner. One is influenced by their company, she thought, concerned that even the most disciplined Xinqing could be swayed. As the students filtered in, many had already conspired to sit with their previous deskmates, a strategy to navigate the new seating arrangement. Jiangche, glancing through the window, noticed the empty seat beside Xinqing and nodded in satisfaction. Yet, in the next moment, a familiar figure approached Xinqing directly, settling down and smiling at Jiangche through the window. Jiangche felt a wave of frustration as Zhou Shichu took her place beside Xinqing, cheerfully announcing, "Xinqing, I'll be sitting next to you from now on." "Okay," Xinqing responded softly. Although she was not averse to Zhou Shichu becoming her deskmate, she felt a peculiar emotion stirring within her. Time passed slowly, and the line outside dwindled. Jiangche, having avoided the bottom rank in the exam, entered the classroom to find only a few scattered seats remaining. After a moment's hesitation, he walked towards Xinqing. Xinqing was taken aback. While Zhou Shichu seemed to sense Jiangche's intention and promptly stated, "Jiangche, don't expect me to swap seats with you." Jiangche ignored her. Pausing beside Xinqing's desk, Lao Kong, "Let us switch seats." "Huh?" The student known as Lao Kong, Kong Yixing, blinked in surprise. "You're not sitting in the back anymore?" "Yeah, it's fine. I'll take that seat." Kong Yixing readily agreed, heading towards the back corner. The two shared a comfortable camaraderie, often bonding over billiards. Kong Yixing, who was usually fond of dozing off during class, showed no resistance to Jiangche's request to swap seats. Jiangche settled into the back row. Upon noticing this, Li Yan at the podium immediately frowned, expressing her discontent. "Jiangche, what are you doing?" She had hoped that Xinqing would maintain a distance from Jiangche, but to her surprise, he had taken the initiative to move closer. Without a hint of embarrassment, Jiangche replied nonchalantly, "I just picked the wrong seat earlier. Let us switch." Yixing, in perfect harmony, chimed in, "Teacherly, I made a mistake in choosing my seat." As students filed into the classroom, Chen Baishui, who held the last position in both the class and grade standings for the recent monthly exam, was the last to arrive. Upon entering, he found the classroom nearly full, with only one vacant spot next to Jiangche. Having previously sat alone, Jiangche's classmates had tacitly left the seat beside him empty. With a peculiar expression, Chen Baishui approached and grinned at Jiang Che. Che were deskmates again. Jiang Che, however, wore an expression of exasperation. At the beginning of the term, he and Chen Baishui had indeed shared a desk, but Jiang Che had found it intolerable due to Chen Baishui's incessant chatter, making it difficult for him to catch a peaceful nap. With Chen Baishui taking his seat, the rearrangement of desks was finally complete. Li Yin stood at the podium, observing the newly arranged seating with a strangely ambiguous expression, as if the changes had been made yet not made at all. Although Xin Qing had moved from the back corner to the center of the front row, Jiang Che remained seated behind her. Although the previous arrangement had separated Chen Baishui and Chen Xiang, placing Chen Baishui next to Jiang Che did not seem to yield any significant improvement. Clearing her throat, Li Yin addressed the class. Today, we will keep the seating as it is. However, if I catch anyone sleeping or whispering during class, I will rearrange the seats again. Her gaze lingered on Jiang Che as she emphasized, especially you, Jiang Che. Do not disturb your classmates. Just then, a knock was heard at the door. Li Yin opened it to find Du Hongtao standing there, looking somewhat surprised. Director Du? I'm currently holding a class meeting and just had them rearrange their seats. She explained. Her initial thought was that the noise from the seating changes had drawn the attention of the director. Du Hongtao nodded slightly, indicating that he was not there for that reason, and stated directly, Is Xinqing here? I need her to come with me to the principal's office. The principal's office? Li Yin was taken aback and instinctively glanced around the classroom, spotting Xinqing sitting upright in her seat. The girl hardly seemed like someone who would cause trouble. Xinqing, what is going on? Li Yin asked, her tone laced with concern. Since taking over Class 8 in the second year, she had learned that visits to the principal's office typically meant Jiang Che had caused a significant problem. Du Hongtao shook his head slightly, smiling as he reassured her. Principal Jiang wants to meet the top student of the grade, so it's likely nothing serious. Is that so? Li Yin nodded slightly and then addressed the class. Xinqing, please step out for a moment. The classroom fell silent, and Xinqing appeared momentarily taken aback. Zhou Shichu, ever observant, noticed Du Hongtao at the door and offered a comforting remark, it's probably about the scholarship. Xinqing nodded, rising to leave the classroom. In the corridor, Xinqing looked a bit bewildered at Li Yin and Du Hongtao, tentatively asking, Director Du, is there something you need? Xinqing, you're coming with me to the principal's office. Huh? Xinqing seemed anxious. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Just follow Director Du, Li Yin reassured her. Xinqing nodded slightly, following Du Hongtao as they made their way to the principal's office. Along the way, Du Hongtao glanced at the girl beside him and commented, Xinqing, your speech at the podium today was quite impressive. How has your experience been in Class 8? He continued, some students in Class 8 can be quite unruly. No one has been bothering you, I hope? Not at all, Xinqing quickly replied, shaking her head. The classmates are quite nice to me. That's good to hear. Du Hongtao nodded approvingly. If you encounter any issues at school that you cannot resolve on your own, feel free to seek out Teacher Li or come to me at the office. Understood. Inside the principal's office, Zhang Ruilong sat on the sofa, respectfully pouring tea for Jiang Xinghua. The premium Westlake Longjing tea was something he typically reserved for himself. Dressed in a black suit, Jiang Xinghua's expression was inscrutable. Yet he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Mr. Jiang Che's grades have improved. I believe you will continue to progress. Zhang Ruilong remarked as he poured the tea. You mentioned wanting to transfer Jiang Che to Class 1, and I have already discussed it with the class teacher, Zhao Lin. No need for that. Jiang Xinghua interjected, cutting Zhang Ruilong off before he could finish. Let us adhere to the school's regulations. He should stay in Class 8 and learn diligently. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruilong felt a wave of relief wash over him, a sense of unexpected joy filling his heart. He had nearly exhausted himself trying to arrange Jiang Che's transfer to Class 1, as it would have been a favor. With so many eyes upon him, the pressure on his shoulders was considerable. Then I will ensure Teacher Li pays extra attention to Jiang Che's studies. Yes, Jiang Xinghua replied, taking a sip of tea. I believe the top student in the grade is from Class 8, correct? Yes, Xinqing. She was the top student upon her enrollment. But she took a year off due to illness, which is why she was temporarily placed in Class 8. Temporarily? What are the future arrangements? Zhang Ruilong hesitated, quickly picking up on Jiang Xinghua's shift in demeanor. Originally, Director Du had approached Xinqing about joining Class 1, but she declined. It seems she will remain in Class 8 alongside Jiang Che. Jiang Xinghua nodded slightly, continuing to sip his tea. Perhaps Xinqing could assist Jiang Che with his studies? That should not pose any issues. Zhang Ruilong smiled, Of course, students helping one another is always beneficial. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Zhang Ruilong looked towards the entrance, anticipating the arrival of Du Hongtao and Xin Qing. Come in. As the office door opened, Xin Qing followed Du Hongtao inside. Immediately spotting the two figures within, Principal Zhang Ruilong and Director Jiang Xinghua. While she was not particularly familiar with the principal, having seen him only during flag-raising ceremonies, she had a clearer understanding of the director. Xin Qing, this is the principal and Mr. Jiang, Du Hongtao introduced. Xin Qing greeted them softly. Hello, Principal Zhang, Mr. Jiang. Just call me uncle, Jiang Xinghua replied calmly, reiterating the sentiments he had expressed earlier at the podium. He then got straight to the point. Xin Qing, your uncle has asked Principal Zhang to summon you because he wishes to request your assistance with a particular matter. Jiang Xinghua spoke courteously. His demeanor softened in Xin Qing's presence, lacking the authoritative air he held before Zhang Ruilong, resembling an ordinary, gentle elder instead. Uncle, please, go ahead, Xin Qing prompted. Jiang Xinghua nodded slightly, inviting her to take a seat in the office, his voice warm as he continued. I have heard that you share a good rapport with Jiang Che. We are merely classmates, Xin Qing interjected, startled. Her response escaping her lips before she could contemplate it. Jiang Xinghua hesitated for a moment, then smiled as he clarified. What I mean is, Jiang Che is struggling academically. If you have the time, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in tutoring him. Oh, I see. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Xin Qing's face, her cheeks flushing with warmth, extending to her ears as she felt a wave of self-consciousness before her elder. This is just a small token of gratitude from me. Jiang Xinghua began, reaching into his bag to retrieve a sum of money that far surpassed a typical scholarship. He was accustomed to spending generously on his son, often resolving issues with financial means. Upon witnessing this, Xin Qing hurriedly shook her head, retreating. No, uncle, I cannot accept it. I believe that helping a classmate is a duty, especially since he has assisted me on numerous occasions. I cannot accept money, she asserted firmly, her nervousness causing her to stammer slightly. Zhang Ruilong, observing the exchange, quietly interjected, Mr. Jiang, it is merely mutual assistance among classmates. Offering money feels rather too utilitarian. He held a positive impression of Xin Qing, having noted her thoughtfulness when she publicly expressed gratitude towards him during a speech under the national flag. Jiang Xinghua, realizing that he was treating a child as if they were an adult, felt that his approach was indeed inappropriate. He retracted the money and, in a gentle tone, implored. Then I must ask for your help with Jiang Che's studies. His grades are alarmingly poor. After graduation, I hope to leverage connections to secure a place for him at another school, but given his current performance, that may prove difficult. This represented a significant concern for Jiang Xinghua. With Jiang Che's grades, attending university might only be feasible abroad, a prospect he was reluctant to accept. However, if it were a domestic institution, even with his connections, they would not admit him without adequate grades. Thus, he hoped to see some improvement in Jiang Che's academic performance, at least to a level that would seem acceptable. Understood, Xin Qing nodded lightly, her cheeks still tinged with color, too embarrassed to meet Jiang Xinghua's gaze. Observing this, Principal Zhang cleared his throat. If there is nothing further, Xin Qing, you should return to class and not let your studies be interrupted. Very well. Xin Qing sighed with relief at his words. In the classroom, the bell rang, signaling the end of the period. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement as students speculated about the motives behind their homeroom teacher's recent actions. What do you think is going on with our teacher? Perhaps she is vying for the title of outstanding homeroom teacher? I doubt she would act recklessly. What will happen if she truly intends to assign us a lengthy reflection? That would be quite overwhelming. Let us see how it unfolds today. Do you think the teacher might have been influenced by Xin Qing's ranking first in our grade, leading to some inflated sense of her capabilities? Amidst the chatter, Zhou Shichu turned to the back row, addressing Jiang Che and Chen Baisui, her tone tinged with curiosity. Why are you two lingering here instead of heading to the back? Chen Baisui shrugged, seemingly implying, I am the last in the class. I have no choice. Jiang Che replied flatly, I grew weary of being back there. TCH, Zhou Shichu clicked her tongue and patted the empty seat beside Xin Qing. You should know that Xin Qing is now my deskmate. Don't expect her to help you with your homework anymore. Jiang Che. At that moment, Xin Qing walked in through the front door, her cheeks still flushed, a hint of redness lingering at her ears. Upon returning to her seat, Zhou Shichu eagerly grabbed Xin Qing's arm, inquisitively asking, what did Director Du want with you? I just visited the principal's office. Oh, Zhou Shichu was taken aback. Xinqing instinctively glanced at Jiang Che in the back row. Speaking softly, Uncle Jiang asked me to assist, to tutor Jiang Che. As her words settled in, Zhou Shichu and Qin Baisui exchanged peculiar looks in Jiang Che's direction. Jiang Che furrowed his brow slightly. He did not oppose the idea of Xinqing tutoring him. He merely disliked his father meddling in his affairs. What did he say to you? Jiang Che inquired. His tone as cool as ever. Xinqing pondered briefly, then softly explained, he asked me to help you with your studies. Concerned that your poor grades might hinder your chance of going to university. You needn't worry about my grades. Jiang Che dismissed her firmly. Xinqing hesitated before continuing, from now on. I want to help you with your homework. You must write your assignments yourself. If I do them for you, you want to learn anything, and your grades want to improve, Xinqing stated cautiously. Aware of Jiang Che's temper, but feeling compelled to honor her promise to Uncle Jiang. Jiang Che frowned slightly. Zhou Shichu, however, was visibly excited. Noticing that Xinqing had finally taken a stand, she immediately voiced her support. Exactly. You should do your own homework. Why do you keep bullying Xinqing? Qin Baisui chimed in. Indeed, Jiang Che, even someone as lazy as I still manages to complete my assignments. It's unfair to keep asking Xinqing for help. Recently, every time Jiang Che and Qin Baisui goofed off together, it was Xinqing who ended up scrambling to finish her own work. The sentiment of not fearing scarcity, but fearing inequality resonated within Qin Baisui, who secretly felt pleased that Xinqing would no longer assist Jiang Che with his assignments. Their combined voices left no room for Jiang Che to retort, effectively cementing their resolve. As the bell rang, signaling the start of class, the students braced themselves for what was bound to be the largest test of endurance, history class. The elderly Wei Yuan, now in his 70s, ambled into the classroom, still embodying the image of an old scholar with his textbook and teacup in hand. Standing at the podium, he paused momentarily, noticing the rearranged seating. It seems the seats have changed. He cast a glance over the class, finally resting his eyes on Xinqing, who occupied the middle of the third row. Satisfied? He nodded. Everyone, please turn to your books. Today, we will continue our discussion on the autocracy of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Last class, we concluded. Wei Yuan's voice, often likened to a lullaby, resumed, and the students began to yawn, an overwhelming drowsiness sweeping over them. Ahem! A sharp cough echoed from the corridor, startling many sleepy students, who instinctively turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. Sure enough, Li Yin stood at the classroom's back door. Her expression icy as she surveyed the students with a piercing gaze, her phone raised as if recording the scene. The students felt a chill run down their spines, their drowsiness dissipating in an instant. Meanwhile, Jiang Che and Qin Baisui, the seasoned troublemakers, remained unperturbed, resting their heads on their desks, seemingly indifferent to Li Yan's watchful presence. But Xinqing, during a brief moment when Wei Yuan paused to drink, discreetly glanced at Jiang Che in the back row, discovering him asleep at his desk. After a moment's hesitation, she reached out and gave him a firm nudge. Jiang Che furrowed his brows slightly and slowly lifted his head. Perhaps it was due to the recent change of environment, as he found it difficult to sleep soundly. What are you doing? Don't sleep. Xinqing's voice was soft, yet she turned back earnestly and said, the knowledge points from this class are crucial. So, they will be on the exam. And then? Could you please sit up and listen properly? I promised Uncle Jiang that I would help you with your studies. What if your grades drop during the midterms? Xinqing pursed her lips. She was aware that her scholarship was essentially granted by Uncle Jiang, a school director, and although it was a matter of school policy, it felt like she owed him a favor. Furthermore, she genuinely hoped that Jiang Che would improve his grades and eventually gain admission to a good university. My grades are none of your concern. If they decline, my father won't hold you responsible. But I have already promised Uncle Jiang. Then you should plead with me. Jiang Che smirked slightly, his tone laced with mockery. Zhou Shichu, overhearing this, frowned. Jiang Che, don't go too far. Xinqing is only trying to help you. It's your choice whether to listen or not. Before she could finish her sentence, they heard Xinqing softly plead. Please. Instantly, Zhou Shichu couldn't help but cover her face, her expression reflecting the sentiment of disappointment. Jiang Che's expression stiffened momentarily. He had intended it as a teasing remark, but he never expected Xinqing would genuinely beg him. The atmosphere grew awkward. On the podium, Wei Yuan, having finished his water, resumed his lecture without acknowledging the hushed exchange. Xinqing quickly turned back to focus on her notes. Jiang Che observed the petite figure in front of him, preparing to lay his head down to sleep again. However, recalling the way she had pleaded with him moments ago. He found it impossible to ignore what had just transpired. In an instant, his drowsiness vanished. As the history lesson approached its conclusion, Wei Yuan did not venture to the back corner, but remained at the podium, speaking passionately. The class atmosphere today was quite favorable, with nearly no students dozing off. Not even Jiang Che, who was usually memorable for his lethargy. Everyone seems quite spirited today, Wei Yuan remarked, noting the unusual energy compared to the typically lethargic demeanor of Class 8 on Mondays. The students, however, bore a silent frustration. I want to assign history homework today. Just take some time to preview tomorrow's materials. This was usually Wei Yuan's closing statement. As his words faded, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. In an instant, the students, who had been feigning attentiveness, slumped down onto their desks. Wei Yuan had already departed, and Shenqing discreetly turned her head to sneak a glance at Jiang Che, wondering if he had fallen asleep. As she turned, their eyes met. Jiang Che, looking at the cautious young girl, asked sternly, "Were you spying on me?" "No, I wasn't sleeping in this class." Shenqing turned back, feeling a sense of relief, but the moment she spotted Jiang Che's geography textbook, her expression froze. You weren't paying attention during class, were you?" Shenqing inquired tentatively, although the answer was glaringly obvious. "No, why not? I was tired," Jiang Che replied candidly. The content of the history lesson was not particularly challenging. At least it was not as incomprehensible as English or mathematics. Yet, the moment Jiang Che sat down, he felt an overwhelming urge to sleep, opting instead to daydream. Shenqing was rendered speechless by a simple and direct response. After a moment of hesitation, she handed her history textbook to Jiang Che, softly stating, "Then you can use my book. Why? Memorize all the key notes, and you shouldn't perform too poorly on the exam." Shenqing spoke earnestly, confidence radiating from her. In other areas, she may have felt unsure, but when it came to academics, she was assured that her efforts surpassed those of others. Jiang Che remained silent, gazing at the neatly written notes in front of him, the elegant script reflecting Shenqing's diligence. "I'm not interested." As he began to voice his refusal, he caught sight of her earnest, sparkling eyes, glimmering with anticipation, her delicate lashes fluttering as if to convey an air of vulnerability. It seemed that if he dared to decline, she might burst into tears in front of everyone. "Don't try to play cute with me." Jiang Che's tone grew slightly serious, yet he still took out his phone and began to photograph the notes one by one. Seeing this, Shenqing slowly retrieved her textbook. But after a moment's thought, she earnestly clarified, "I wasn't trying to be cute just now." Jiang Che scoffed, offering no response. Time passed slowly. Yet, for the students of Class 8, the 5-hour morning session felt interminable. Previously, most students would simply sleep through the classes, shutting their eyes and reopening them only for restroom breaks or meal times. The final bell rang, and the classroom erupted in a collective sigh of relief, as if to express their gratitude that a grueling morning had finally drawn to a close. "Shenqing, let us head to the cafeteria," Zhou Shichu called out, stifling a yawn. Although she didn't sleep as soundly as Jiang Che, she often caught up on rest during class, and after enduring the morning, she felt quite weary. Shenqing nodded lightly and stood up. Chen Baisui, looking refreshed, had no qualms about sleeping through the morning, his state starkly contrasting with Jiang Che's. "Ah Che, perk up, it's time to eat." The four of them made their way to the cafeteria, garnering curious glances from numerous classmates, who seemed to be murmuring amongst themselves. Shenqing was oblivious to the commotion, while Jiang Che appeared to be in a state of perpetual drowsiness. Zhou Shichu, having napped during the break, was equally uninformed about the happenings. Chen Baisui, having slept through the entire morning, looked utterly bewildered. "Why are they staring at us?" Chen Baisui furrowed his brow. Zhou Shichu casually surveyed the crowd and replied, "I don't know. Maybe they think you're handsome." "Really?" "No." Upon entering the cafeteria, whispers erupted. "Is that Jiang Che? He is so handsome. No wonder she confessed in public." "Are they together now?" "They've been seen dining together before. To confess during a speech under the flag." "That's impressive." The rumors had spread from class 1 of the second year. This morning, during the flag-raising ceremony, Shenqing had singled out Jiang Che in her speech of gratitude. At first glance, it seemed innocuous, but with the spread of gossip, it quickly escalated into a notion that Shenqing had publicly confessed her feelings for Jiang Che during her speech. One was the acknowledged school heartthrob, and the other was the newly crowned top student, making them two of the most notable figures at Longqing No. 1 High School, thus attracting widespread attention. Seated by the window, Zhou Shichu boldly pulled Shenqing beside her, provocatively glancing at Jiang Che, saying, Shenqing is now my desk mate. Jiang Che was disinclined to pay attention to Zhou Shichu's childish antics, merely noticing the murmurs of those around him, his brow furrowing slightly. What are they saying? They are discussing your affair with Shenqing, Zhou Shichu replied casually. Chen Baisui added, just now, while I was in line for lunch with Shichu, I heard some rumors circulating about you too. They even said that during the flag-raising ceremony today. Shenqing took the opportunity of her speech under the national flag to publicly confess her feelings for you. Both Jiang Che and Shenqing were taken aback. Zhou Shichu looked at Shenqing and comforted her, saying, don't worry, it's all just baseless gossip. Previously, Jiang Shihan was rumored to be with Jiang Che too, but that eventually fizzled out. Just ignore it. In a few days, it will blow over. Shenqing nodded slightly, saying nothing further. This morning, during the flag-raising ceremony, she had recited her speech verbatim from the script, and there had been no confessional words within it. Jiang Che chuckled, a hint of amusement dancing at the corners of his mouth, teasingly asking, Shenqing, how about you demonstrate again how you confessed to me this morning while on the podium? I did not. The lunch was not consumed hastily. The group felt the weight of curious gazes upon them, whispers circulating in hushed tones. Shenqing was unaccustomed to such scrutiny and felt rather uneasy. Jiang Che, however, appeared unfazed, casually inquiring, who started these rumors? Who knows? It certainly wasn't any of our classmates, Zhou Shichu asserted confidently. As class monitor, she was well acquainted with her peers and believed they would not engage in such behavior. Upon hearing this, the group ceased their discussion. Jiang Che yawned intermittently as he ate, having arrived earlier than usual for the flag-raising ceremony. He had endured a morning without sleep due to Li Yan's reforms and Shenqing's requests. He was now struggling to keep his eyelids from drooping. Che, you should have just taken a nap this morning. The teacher was probably just trying to frighten us, Chen Baisui remarked nonchalantly. Jiang Che ignored him, glancing at his phone after finishing his meal and urging, are you done? I'm heading back to sleep. The others soon followed suit, laying down their chopsticks. Let's go. I need a nap too, Zhou Shichu admitted, feeling drowsy as well. Shenqing remained quiet throughout, maintaining a distance from Jiang Che, seemingly concerned that the so-called rumors might escalate further. Upon returning to the classroom, Jiang Che immediately rested his head on the desk to sleep. It was now the lunch break, and the number of students napping in the classroom had multiplied, most of whom were weary from a sleepless morning. Zhou Shichu glanced at Shenqing and asked, aren't you tired, Shenqing? Not really, Shenqing replied, pulling out her workbook and diligently working on the morning's assignments. Her biological clock was quite rigid. She rarely took midday naps. Seeing this, Zhou Shichu said nothing further and laid her head down to catch up on sleep. Besides Shenqing, who was engrossed in her work, Chen Baisui sat beside Jiang Che, feeling rather bored. Che, Shichu. Neither responded. Chen Baisui could only look at Shenqing, inquiring, Shenqing, didn't you say you wouldn't help Che with his homework? Yes, Shenqing acknowledged. Glancing back at Chen Baisui while displaying her workbook, this is my own workbook. What will you do after finishing your homework? Review or memorize English vocabulary. Just then, a figure appeared at the classroom door and stepped inside. Chen Baisui, come to my office. The voice was not loud, and it did not disturb the other students napping. However, Shenqing and Chen Baisui, who were still awake, recognized it as their homeroom teacher Li Yan's voice. Li Yan stood calmly at the front of the classroom, her expression notably serene. Chen Baisui felt a sense of foreboding and sluggishly walked out into the corridor. In the hallway, Li Yan's previously calm demeanor began to shift, her expression growing sharp and intimidating. Chen Baisui, what were you doing just now? Huh? Chen Baisui was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Weren't you just sitting at your desk? Was Shenqing writing her homework? Yes. Then why did you disturb her studies? Li Yan's tone was laced with displeasure as she frowned at Chen Baisui. Jiang Che knows to sleep soundly without disturbing others. But I wasn't tired. Chen Baisui instinctively retorted. Li Yan's expression darkened, her gaze piercing as she fixed it on Chen Baisui. You slept all morning. Of course, you're not tired now. The two entered the office, where Li Yan sat in her chair, studying the standing Chen Baisui. This scene was not a novel one. Previously, Jiang Che and Chen Baisui had found themselves in similar predicaments, summoned to Li Yan's office for admonishment. Chen Baisui, what did I say during the first period class meeting this morning? What did you say? I'm asking you. Chen Baisui forced an awkward smile, tentatively suggesting that we should switch seats. And? Is there anything else? Did I not mention that sleeping during class is prohibited? Li Yin rapped her knuckles on the desk to emphasize her irritation. Chen Baisui nodded slightly, but maintained an air of nonchalance, accustomed to such reprimands. Jiang Che had learned to refrain from sleeping in class, opting instead to nap during lunch. And you? You ranked last in the entire grade in this month's exam. Yet you still have the audacity to disturb Xinqing's studies during lunch. Mentioning this made Li Yin seethe with anger. She understood that students like Chen Baisui and Jiang Che, seasoned troublemakers, could not be restrained merely by establishing new classroom rules. Therefore, she had often turned a blind eye to their napping during class. However, witnessing Chen Baisui disrupt Xinqing's concentration was akin to touching a raw nerve for her as a homeroom teacher. Her greatest concern was ensuring that the gem that was Xinqing did not slip through her fingers. Do you remember the punishment I mentioned during the first class this morning? Li Yan's voice grew colder. Chen Baisui prepared himself, tentatively asking, 1,000-word self-reflection? He was adept at writing reflections. A mere 1,000 words would be a trivial task. For 1,000 words. What? Chen Baisui was utterly stunned. The most he had ever written was a 2,000-word reflection, and that was due to a serious incident involving Jiang Che and a student from a neighboring vocational school. Now, for merely dozing off in class, he was being assigned a 4,000-word reflection? For 1,000 words? Yes. Wasn't it 1,000? Li Yin replied, aside from the first class meeting. You slept through the remaining 4 classes. That's 1,000 words for each class. She shot a glance at Chen Baisui, her tone unyielding. Is there a problem? Chen Baisui's lips parted slightly, rendering him momentarily speechless. No problem. All right, you may return. He stammered. I will come check again in the afternoon. If you continue to sleep, be sure to increase your word count for me, and submit it before tomorrow morning, or I will have to call your father. After this, Li Yin solemnly added, unless necessary, do not disturb your classmates during their studies. Within the classroom, silence reigned. This was a rare moment of tranquility in Class 8 of the second year. Apart from Xinqing diligently working on her assignments, the others were uniformly sprawled across their desks, succumbing to slumber. Chen Baisui trudged back into the classroom, a cloud of despair hanging over him. The thought of his 4,000 word reflection plunged him into confusion. Chapter 089. A transformed Class 8 of the second year. The bell rang, heralding the start of class. The students, previously resting their heads on their desks, lifted their gazes with a dazed expression, seemingly pondering why they had chosen to forego basketball during their lunch break in favor of napping in class. Zhou Shichu, still in a haze, opened her eyes and glanced at Xinqing, who had already completed her workbook, an occurrence that barely surprised her. Turning her attention to the 2 classmates behind her, she noticed Jiang Che sleeping soundly, utterly unaffected by the ringing bell, his sleep quality astonishingly good. In contrast, Chen Baisui was wide awake, his face etched with worry as he scribbled furiously. What are you writing? Zhou Shichu inquired. A reflection paper, he replied. What did you do? Zhou Shichu asked. Her curiosity piqued, recalling that Chen Baisui had not engaged in any particularly outrageous behavior that day. With a grimace, Chen Baisui explained, I slept through 4 classes this morning, necessitating a 4,000 word reflection. How many? Zhou Shichu was taken aback. 4,000 words, he reiterated. Her shock was palpable, and several nearby classmates leaned in. Intrigued by Chen Baishui's predicament, feeling an odd sense of relief that they had managed to stay awake during the morning. Is Teacher Li serious? Zhou Shichu's expression turned peculiar as she began to piece together the situation. She probably wants to use you as an example. This was a classic tactic of the homeroom teacher. Unfortunately, Chen Baishui found himself in the unfortunate position of being that hapless example. Shichu, could you help me with some of the writing? 4,000 words is quite daunting, Chen Baishui said, forcing a smile as he looked at Zhou Shichu. However, before he could finish his plea, his gaze fell upon the back of Zhou Shichu's head. During the singing time before class, the artistic committee member took to the stage to lead the students in song. However, most of the classmates were still in a sleepy stupor, each one resting their heads on their desks, hoping for a few more minutes of slumber. At the entrance, Jiang Shihan let her hair fall loosely, a stylish hair tie adorning her wrist as she noted down something in her score deduction book, likely a list of infractions. However, Class 8 had long since ceased to care about such evaluations. Even during the morning's class meeting, Teacher Li had merely emphasized the importance of classroom discipline and a conducive learning environment without dwelling on class scores. The titles of excellent class and outstanding homeroom teacher had been abandoned since Li Yin took charge of Class 8. Positioned at the front door, Jiang Shihan no longer brought Jiang Che milk tea or snacks as she had at the beginning of the term, seemingly having moved on from the rejection she faced during the sports meet. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Shen Qing, betraying an unmasked animosity. She had heard the rumors circulating in school that morning, although she had previously been linked with Jiang Che in baseless gossip. She was acutely aware that Shen Qing had singled out Jiang Che during her speech at the podium, which may have implied something more. Shen Qing, why do I feel like Jiang Shihan is constantly staring at you? Zhou Shichu remarked, her brow slightly furrowed. Huh. Shen Qing paused, her eyes following Zhou Shichu's gaze to the door where Jiang Shihan stood. Their eyes met, and Shen Qing could surmise the reason for Jiang Shihan's scrutiny. But she shook her head. She must be looking at Jiang Che. That makes sense. Zhou Shichu turned to glance at Jiang Che, who was still asleep on his desk, nodding in satisfaction. The 10 minutes of singing swiftly passed. Jiang Shihan glanced at Jiang Che, still resting his head on his desk, then at Shen Qing, who maintained an upright posture. Initially, she had regarded Shen Qing as an unremarkable transfer student. However, following the recent exam results, she realized her misjudgment, as Shen Qing had managed to displace Su Xiangyang, who had long held the top position in the grade. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Shihan turned away. She had never been one to back down easily. While she could accept Jiang Che's rejection, she could not bear being outshone by Shen Qing. Class, stand up. Good morning. Teacher. The voices were lethargic, imbued with a lingering drowsiness. Chen Jun stood at the podium, nodding slightly to indicate that the students could take their seats. This was the standard procedure before class, aside from veterans like Wei Yuan, who preferred to forego such formalities. Other teachers typically followed this ritual to rouse the students from their slumber. Have we changed seats? Chen Jun scanned the classroom layout and immediately spotted Jiang Che and Chun Baishui in the center of the fourth row. These two were known troublemakers in Class 8 and indeed throughout launching No. 1 high school. He vividly remembered their defiance during his lectures in their first year, making their presence all the more memorable. Those who do not wish to learn can simply move to the back, Chen Jun remarked casually before commencing the day's lesson. Both Jiang Che and Chun Baishui understood the comment was directed at them, yet neither paid it much heed. Don't fall asleep, Shen Qing whispered, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Che. Jiang Che, indifferent, pulled out his geography textbook, which was entirely blank except for a single name. It was practically brand new, fit for repackaging and resale. In stark contrast, Chen Baishui had no intention of utilizing the textbook. He was fervently penning his 4,000 word reflection for Li Yan. The sun reaches its zenith around June 22nd, with regions north of the Tropic of Cancer experiencing the least sunlight, while the equator and southern hemisphere. Chen Jun droned on, the tone monotonous and the teaching method quite conventional, if not rote. After all, facing a class full of students prone to sleep, even the most patient teacher would struggle to maintain enthusiasm. However, as he spoke, Chen Jun's brow furrowed slightly. The classroom atmosphere felt peculiar. Typically, within 5 minutes of class, students would begin to doze off, particularly during the first period after lunch. In a class of 50, it would not be unusual for 40 to succumb to sleep. Yet, today, a glance around revealed that not a single student had their head resting on their desk. Some were visibly battling drowsiness, yet they chose to prop themselves up, resisting the urge to fall fully asleep. Chen Jun frowned. For a moment, he felt as though he had entered the wrong classroom and considered checking the door sign to confirm it indeed read Class 8 of the second year. I'm so tired. Zhou Shichu yawned involuntarily, but upon seeing Chen Baishui's 4,000 word reflection, she made a concerted effort to stay awake. Shen Qing glanced at her deskmate and silently offered her a pen. Copy the notes from the blackboard. You won't feel sleepy once you start writing. Shen Qing explained quietly, a method she employed to combat her own drowsiness. Which notes? All of them. They can't possibly ask that much on the exam, can they? Every topic has a chance of appearing on the exam. Memorizing everything ensures you're fully prepared.